Harvey Wakeman.
Well, Harv.
You know, at State Unity Life down here in New York.
Sure, I know. How are you, Harv?
Great, Johnny, just great. But listen now, I got me a problem.
Well, you're not alone in that.
Or rather, one of my clients has. Ever hear of a man named Thomas Rayburn Morgan?
No, I don't recall
Oh,
the
I
name,
guess
but...
you'd have no reason to. He's a broker, Johnny, a stockbroker. Has his own little office over in Newark, NJ.
Well, what seems to be...
Well, I'll tell you what. He called me up on the phone a couple of minutes ago and told me that he needs you, Johnny Dollar, right away, you and nobody else.
Did he tell you what his problem was?
No, he didn't say what's bothering him, not the slightest hint, but he did make it plain there's no time to wait.
Well, unless I have some idea...
So I promised I'd call you right away, so I've called you. So his office address is 13827 North Commerce Street over there in Newark.
Harv...
So grab your hat and get on down to see him, okay?
Now, Harv...
Meantime, I'll give him a call and tell him to stop worrying you're on your way.
Now, listen, will you?
And if you're a good boy, Johnny...
Harvey, will you shut up long enough for me to get in a word edgewise?
What? What's that? Well, sure. Go ahead, Johnny. Don't get sore.
I said...
It's just that he's a very important client, so anything we can do...
I said that unless I have some idea just what this man Morgan wants me for...
Johnny boy, didn't you hear me? I haven't got the least idea what's troubling Mr. Morgan.
Maybe I better phone him myself.
No. There is no point in calling him. He'll only say to come and see him, and he'll tell you what it's all about himself.
Well, then I'm sorry, Harv, but these blind assignments for the birds. You tell him I'm not interested unless I can find out exactly...
And I'll tell you this, too, Johnny. Considering the size of all the policies we've written for him.
No, Harv.
I mean, considering the way that guy is loaded, considering that when I call him back and tell him you're on the way...
No, now listen...
But that a guy like you comes high, and that you have to be sure of a nice, big, extra fee...
Fee?
And, Johnny, when you see how generous he can be when he wants to... Well, Johnny boy?
You said fee?
I said fee. And doesn't the sound of money, and I mean a lot of it, doesn't it kind of make these silly questions of yours, unnecessary? Well, Johnny?
What's your guess?
Okay. 13827 North Commerce Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Thomas Rayburn Morgan.
Right.
I'm on my way.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the State Unity Life Insurance Company, New York City office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Lone Wolf matter. Expense account item 1. Well, as long as Mr. Morgan is supposed to be such a generous soul, call it $30 even for the plane to Newark and a cab to the brokerage office on North Commerce. Mr. Morgan turned out to be a friendly, distinguished, prosperous-looking man of about 50. But he also looked more than just a little worried.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar. Sit down, please.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Thanks.
No. I'm the one to say thanks. I mean to you for coming here. Strictly speaking, this is not an insurance matter, but to tell you the truth, you're the only one I know of who might be able to help me in this situation.
Why is that, sir?
Well, I mean, help me with a proper regard for its confidential aspects. You see, I haven't dared to contact the police about this matter, not even the authorities down there in Philadelphia.
Why Philadelphia?
Well, that's where the letter came from.
What letter is that, Mr. Morgan?
You see, if the facts were to become public knowledge, well, it could mean only one thing. Complete and utter ruin. Not only for me, I don't care about that, but for my family, my wife, and 2 splendid young sons.
I suppose you tell me what it's all about, sir.
But I must be sure, absolutely sure, that I can depend on you to keep this completely confidential. Believe me, I'll pay you well for it, very well.
Just go ahead, sir.
All right. Here, read it for yourself.
Okay. Dear Thomas, or should I say Danny Fairland? Danny Fairland?
That was a name that I used when I was younger, and but read on, please.
All right. You may be surprised to hear from me after all this time. That doesn't mean I haven't kept
myself well informed about you. Ever since that day some years ago, when our little investment scheme took a sizable sum of money from handful of gullible suckers. You've done well, Thomas. I'm sure your share of the money is what started you so nicely in your present business.
Is that true, Mr. Morgan?
Just read on, please.
All right. However, I was somewhat less
fortunate. And especially recently, things have gone very badly for me. But I am certain you will be only too glad to help me out. Let us say for the sake of our old friendship. And because so far I have never revealed the details of our illicit enterprise to the authorities or anyone else. After all, I fully realize that such a revelation, just what such a revelation might do to you, my friend, to your business, and of course, your nice family. Now, in view of your being in a position to help me, what I suggest you do is this. Make a couple of withdrawals from your bank account in cash until you have, say, $10,000 on hand. For a man of your means, this shouldn't be too difficult, nor take very long. I'll contact you as to where and when you may deliver this money to me.
It's out-and-out blackmail.
Read on, sir.
One other thing, being a man of conscience and having
been always afraid that sometime I might die without opportunity to get a crime off my conscience, I have carefully written it out in all detail, including, of course, your part in it. I have given this to a friend in a sealed envelope. Needless to say, should anything happen to me, any trouble of any kind, this friend would immediately turn it over to the newspapers.
Do you see?
Thomas, I shall call you shortly. There at your office. Rather than needlessly bother your fine family.
Your old friend, H.B.W. That's very neat, Mr. Morgan.
Neat, Mr. Dollar.
And just who is H.B.W.?
His name is Henry B. Wolfe.
And this crime he talks about?
A most reprehensible stock swindle. But I was young and inexperienced when he proposed it to me. It simply looked to me like an easy way to accumulate money enough to start this business. And I thought without hurting anyone. But it was wrong, and we took thousands from innocent people.
Then aren't your skirts just as dirty as his, Mr. Morgan?
Well, no, not quite, Mr. Dollar.
Well, I mean, except for this blackmail bit.
No. Because at the time, I kept a list of all the people we'd defrauded. And then later, anonymously, I paid them all back with considerable interest.
Why anonymously?
Oh, good heavens, man, don't you see? If what I'd done would have become known, don't you see what it would do to this stock brokerage business of mine? It would ruin me. And far more important, though, it would needlessly hurt my wife, my family.
It kind of looks as though he has you over a barrel, doesn't it? This man Wolfe has nothing to lose, and you have plenty, and he knows it.
What can I do, Mr. Dollar? What can you do?
You know something, Mr. Morgan?
Yes?
That's a good question.
Johnny Dollar's adventures take him to many out-of-the-way places around the world. CBS News takes you to every corner of the globe, where trained reporters are constantly on the alert to bring you accurate accounts of what happens the very minute it happens. You can always count on CBS News to be first and most accurate with the news. Hear expanded CBS News on CBS Radio every hour, on the hour, every weekday. It's your clue to what's new everywhere. We'd also like to remind you that today begins National Hospital Week. During the year, 1 out of every 8 Americans receives some type of hospital care. In addition, your community hospital stands ever ready to serve you in case of a disaster or an epidemic. It is the training center for doctors, nurses, and medical research scientists. Your community hospital needs and deserves your support. You can give that support not only financially, but also by serving as a hospital volunteer and by encouraging the young people in your community to enter health careers. Remember, your hospital is a community partnership.
Morgan convinced me that he was telling the truth. That his ex-pal, Henry Wolfe, had engineered the stock swindle some 25 years before. That he himself had made complete restitution, and then some, for his part in the affair. But how to locate this Henry B. Wolfe? The only helpful information on that letter was a Philadelphia postmark, and Philadelphia is a pretty big town.
But he said that he would telephone me, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I know, and tell you where and when to hand over the $10,000. Now, have you done that? Done what he told you to? Drawn the amount from the bank?
Well, what else could I do? If I set the police on his trail, if he's arrested and jailed, his friend will release the sealed envelope to the press, and I'll be ruined. And if I myself try to stop him in any way, I mean, when I deliver the money to him, the same thing will happen.
Stop him? You mean by putting a bullet through him, something like that?
Believe me, if it weren't for my family, Mr. Doc. Oh, no, I don't mean that. I just couldn't do a thing like that. But what can I do?
Just pay him off is what it looks like, doesn't it?
$10,000?
That's right. And when he runs out, another 10,000, and another, and another. He'll have the same hold on you in a year, in 10 years that he has right now.
Then you must do something to stop him now. And you must do it now.
Okay. How's about letting your secretary go out and pick me up a handful of magazines?
Magazines, Mr. Dollar? What for?
Well, Wolf said that he'd call you here at the office, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
So right here is where I'm staying.
But, Mr. Dollar,
Any better ideas? Until we find out where and when and how he wants that money?
I see. And when we do?
That depends. Now, how about her getting me a stack of reading matter? In the 3 days that followed, I plowed through 4 mystery magazines, 3 paperback novels, a lot of back copies of the Wall Street Journal, and all the daily newspapers available, including the funny papers. When Morgan went out to lunch, I went to lunch. When he went home at night to his beautiful place in Upper Montclair, I went along with him. He introduced me to his wife as an old college chum, spending a few days in town. But I think Mrs. Morgan kind of wondered why more of our small talk wasn't about the old school tie. She was a lovely woman. I could well understand why Morgan would never want to hurt her. She showed me pictures of the boys. They were good-looking kids, too, both going to Princeton, both doing very well. But then, the afternoon of the 3rd day, there in the office, came the phone call that we'd been waiting for. At a sign from Mr. Morgan, I carefully picked up the extension phone.
Hello? Hello?
I'm still on, Henry.
I heard a clicking noise. Thought you'd hung up. And, listen, Thomas. There's no way you can trace this call. I'm using a dial phone.
I'm sure you're prepared for anything, Henry.
Exactly. In other words, Thomas, you have no choice but to, shall we say, lend me the money that I need.
I know.
I'm glad you do. You see, any attempt to call in the police or do me bodily harm can only result in the full story of our... your transgressions being released to the newspapers.
Yes, you've made that very clear. But now listen.
Well?
If I do give you this money...
But of course you will. You know very well, Thomas, that you can't afford not to.
But what guarantee can I have that you won't be back for more?
None, Thomas. None whatsoever.
Well, you dirty,
Now,
conniving...
don't worry, my friend. As long as you make no trouble, I won't be too hard on you.
All right. Where do you want it? When?
Thomas, I telephoned your wife a few minutes ago.
You what?
Yes.
Henry?
I told her I'm an old friend from out of town. Which is quite true, of course.
And you told her
Oh, now,
about...
don't be ridiculous, Thomas. I merely told her I'm only here overnight. That I'd like to have dinner with you here in town.
Oh.
That's all. And you see, that will give you the opportunity to meet me this evening, give the money to me, and nobody will suspect a thing.
All right. Where and when?
Listen carefully, Thomas. I don't want there to be any chance of a slip-up. Now, here is exactly what I want you to do.
Well, now we know.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan. So I'll be leaving you now.
Leaving me? But you heard what he's told me to do, to meet him tonight with the money.
And if I were you, that's just exactly what I would do.
But good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
Your pal, Wolf, is a real clever fellow. And it looks from here as though any interference in this plan of his from anybody can only end up in disaster for you. Well, doesn't it?
Yes, of course it does. But you... Well, I thought that somehow you could help me.
Just take my advice and be there in Monroe Park tonight and hand over that money to him. So long, Mr. Morgan.
No, please, Mr. Dollar.
See you sometime. Expense account item 2, a dime for a telephone call. And then item 3, $11.70 for some early cocktails and dinner at the tavern with an old friend of mine, Judge Amos Ordway, retired. The judge had been around for a long time and has a good memory.
Yes, Johnny, I recall that investment swindle very well. I was a lawyer then, and some of the people seeking their money back from those two swindlers were clients of mine.
You mean from Henry Wolfe and Mr. Thomas?
Thomas? Oh, no. It was Wolfe and a fellow by the name of Denny Fairland. At least, that's what he called himself.
Would there still be a case against this Danny Fairland, even if he were calling himself something else now?
Well, when the people got their money back and then some and withdrew their charges?
Well, nonetheless, Judge...
Just remember this, Johnny. Laws governing the handling of securities weren't what they are today. Possibly, I say possibly, at that time, that operation could have been construed as being within the law. Barely. But, even more important, suppose the less guilty of the two, perhaps the one who called himself Denny Fairland, suppose that ever since then, he has lived a wholly exemplary life, more than merely made up for his youthful indiscretion.
I see.
Yes.
In other words, you know full well the name of the man who used to call himself Danny Fairland.
Now, what are you talking about, Johnny? How could I possibly know anything about him now?
I see. Well, thanks.
Incidentally, though...
Yes, sir.
If you should happen to need the services of a good, completely dependable stockbroker here in town, may I recommend a man by the name of Thomas R. Morgan?
It was after dark by now, but I still had plenty of time. Item 4, $1 even for a cab to the southern edge of Monroe Park. Trying to bribe a certain key from one of the guards about to go off duty wouldn't work. So I did the only thing I could think of at the moment and helped myself to it after roughing him up a little, but then tucking a sawbuck into one of his pockets. As a result, the appointed meeting place, a little tool shed there in a dark, tree-covered corner of the park, held not only me, but the guard. He lay quietly among the rakes and shovels, securely bound and gagged. The time passed slowly. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. It began to get chilly, uncomfortable, and I began to feel a bit uneasy. Finally, as a distant clock boomed out 11, I heard footsteps outside the shack. Footsteps of only one, however, pacing slowly back and forth. I hoped it was Thomas Morgan. But what if Wolfe played it smart and didn't show? Gently as possible, I opened the door a bit, just a crack. And then I froze because I heard the steps of another man.
Well, good evening, Thomas.
Henry, I didn't think you were coming. You said 11 o'clock.
What's that? That noise?
What?
Nothing.
You're late.
You didn't think I'd meet you in a place like this without first making certain you hadn't been foolish and tried to bring someone along with you?
I wish to heaven I had been able to.
In which case, the friend I told you about would release the information in the sealed envelope to the papers. And in 24 hours, you'd be ruined. Oh, Thomas, don't ever make that mistake.
You mean if you should do this to me again?
Exactly. And I probably will. But there's nothing you can do about it. Ever.
Now, the money, please.
Very well, Henry. Here you are.
Splendid. Thank you. Now, Thomas.
Oh, you aren't going to count it?
Or should I? You know, I trust you implicitly. Even as you can trust me.
You...
Now leave by the south gate and go home. I'll just wait here to be sure that you do. Good night, Thomas. Oh, not bad for an evening's work.
Not bad is right, buddy. That is for me. I'll take that dough from you. Come on, come on. Thanks.
Who are you?
Blackmail racket, huh?
What are you talking about?
What I heard from inside the shack.
Put down that gun now and listen to me.
Nah, you listen to me, buddy. You got that poor guy on a string, so maybe I can take him too, huh?
You?
Sure.
Who are you?
Somebody's holding some dope on him in a sealed envelope, huh?
No.
That's what you told him. So if I get the envelope, whatever's in it, I can put the B on him too, huh?
No, please, you don't understand.
No, and whatever it is you know about him, you're doing okay. And now, friend, when you lead me to that envelope, I'll have a racket of my own, right? So, buddy, if you want to stay alive, you take me to that envelope.
But there is none.
You lying buster.
No, I'm not. That's the truth. And put that gun away.
Now, listen. You don't produce that envelope for me, all I got to do is blow your lying head
But I tell you, there is none. That was just a bluff to keep him on the hook. I swear it. That was only a bluff. You think for a minute I'd ask anyone else in with me on a thing like this?
You mean you're just a lone wolf? Mr. Wolf?
Believe me, I'm the only one. How do you know my name?
It happens to be my job. My name is Johnny Dollar.
Investigator?
That's right. Your friend Morgan is a client of mine.
Oh, I see.
Now, should we take a little walk?
Why?
Are you kidding? You're all through, Wolf.
Am I?
You bet you are.
That's where you're wrong, Dollar.
You're forgetting that the only names connected with that stock swindle years ago were yours and that of a man who called himself Danny Fairland.
Yes, and Danny
Listen,
Fairland...
if a crook like you tried to claim that today Danny Fairland is somebody else, you think anybody believe you?
Yes. Because, Dollar, if I tell what I know...
You'll only hang yourself. Not for the swindle that nobody cares about anymore, but for this blackmail bit. As for any tales about the past you might think of telling, you can take my word for it, they'll never hit the papers. You see, I know a judge. Well, Mr. Wolf, turn him in. Take the chance that he might be able to hurt Thomas Morgan, or let him go with the full knowledge that I could prove a charge of blackmail against him. What would you have done? Oh? Well, that's just exactly what I did. Expense account total, including incidentals, $88.40. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a raging blizzard in the middle of May, and the pure white snow carries the mark of death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in our cast were Santos Ortega as Henry V. Wolfe, Sam Gray as Thomas Morgan, William Redfield as Harvey Wakeman, Robert Dryden as Judge Amos Ordway. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. The laughs are on Arthur Godfrey every weekday on the CBS Radio Network.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, presents Big Town.
Extra hero all about the mask of evil. Tonight's Big Town story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Extra.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword. that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town and Steve Wilson's strange and exciting story captioned The Mask of Evil. Evil has many shapes and many forms, and if you seek it, you may find it to your sorrow. And such is the case in tonight's story, which had its beginning and strange and terrifying ending in a supposedly haunted lighthouse, rented for atmosphere by a mystery writer and old friend of Steve Wilson by the name of Hannah Harper.
Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah, close the door quick.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, what's the matter, Aggie?
It's that terrible caretaker, Mr. Red Heron, and his son, Elmer. That's what's the matter, Miss Hannah. Please close the door and lock it.
Oh, stuff and fiddlesticks, Addie. They're just a couple of harmless local characters, and we're lucky to have them here to keep this musty old lighthouse warm while I finish my latest chiller-diller.
We'll never live till you finish it, Miss Hannah.
Why not?
Why not?
Yes, and quit echoing me like a cracked phonograph record. Why not?
Because.
Because why? Oh, for heaven's sakes, you got me doing it again. Why?
Because of things.
What kind of things?
Doings.
What kind of doings?
What kind of doings?
Now, don't start that again, Aggie. What's frightening you?
That Mr. Red Heron.
What's he done?
He's been giving me the fishy eye.
Oh, stuff. He has only one eye, and he's probably giving you his version of a widower's wink. What else?
What else? The noises.
What kind of noises?
What kind of noises?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, yes.
Strange noises. Under the house, rumbles, explosions like thunder.
Oh, stuff. Herring explained all that. It's the rumble of the waves pounding into the sea caves under this old lighthouse.
No, it isn't, Miss Hannah.
Yes, it is, and I wish it wasn't. This is the most disappointing haunted house I've ever rented to get an atmosphere for my horror stories.
You'll get more than atmosphere if we don't get out of here tonight.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. There isn't a spook in the place. Even poor old Captain Diamond rests quietly in his grave. Not a clank or a groan out of him. Hasn't creaked a stair since we moved in, or even slammed a door.
Oh, my stars.
Oh,
there.
Stuff. It's the wind banging a shutter.
No, it isn't. It's somebody trying to scare us away.
Well, why should anyone want to scare us away?
I don't know, Miss Hannah. But I wish your friend, Mr. Steve Wilson, was here to tell us to get out.
Yes, I wish Steve was here. Something always happens when Steve Wilson is around.
Please don't wish things like that, Miss Hannah. If we don't get out of this old lighthouse, we're all going to be murdered in our beds.
No such thing. If I'm going to be murdered, I insist on a much more unusual setting. Murdered in bed. What would my mystery fans and my publisher think?
I don't care what they think. And if you won't leave this awful place, I'm going to the village and telephone Mr. Wilson.
Why?
Why? To get us out of here. Oh, my stars. Oh, there. There. Listen. That's why we've got to get out of this place.
Oh, good heavens. I'll bicycle to the village and phone Steve Wilson myself. And if he'll come out, maybe something will really happen in this forsaken place.
Hi, Steve. Anything special on the hook for your wondrous girl reporter?
Not a thing, Lorelei, but close the door on those teletypes and come perch on the corner of my desk.
Thanks. Well, what goes with you? Have you been giving your ulcers a vacation whilst I've been in Washington?
Yes. It's part of my New Year's resolution to take things easier and last longer.
The year is exactly 4 days old. You want to bet you don't stay out of high gear a week?
Not a nickel, as long as I'm running a newspaper.
And the paper runs us. What a life. Anything new on that South Side sewer scandal?
Not yet, Lorelei. The grand jury is too full of post-Christmas spirit to indict, but they'll get around to it.
Uh-oh, your private wire to your so-called underworld listening post.
Yes, the holiday truce is over. Hello, Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Steve, quit billing yourself like a vaudeville act on television.
Hannah!
So help you.
This I gotta hear.
Well, hard-hearted Hannah Harper, the horrific harpy of horrible happenings. How are you?
Terrible, thank you.
What's wrong?
I've rented another haunted house for atmosphere, but practically nothing happens.
Well, what is it this time, Hannah? A murder man's? Deserted railroad station or Bluebeard's castle?
An abandoned lighthouse near Corpse Cove.
Corpse Cove, wouldn't you know it, Steve? Hiya, Hannah. Happy New Year.
Oh, hello, Lorelei. Same to you. Are you sitting on Wolf Wilson's knee this year?
No, on the corner of his desk. I'm not playing Charlie McCarthy to his Bergen act until next year.
Good. Get Steve off his managerial post and bring him out here on the double.
Are you in trouble again, Hannah?
Trouble, my publisher are having cat fits and kitten britches.
Why?
I've a deadline on a bedtime story called The Seven Corpses, and I haven't found the first one.
Hannah, I refuse to be a stand-in for one of your bodies.
Oh, please, Steve. Aggie, my housekeeper, is hiding under beds and threatening to leave if you don't come and rescue us from a fate worse than death.
Well, what's going on, Hannah?
Oh, blessed if I know, Steve. It's just noises and explosions down under the lighthouse.
Explosion?
Yes, I've told Aggie it's waves in a sea cave, but I'm beginning not to believe it.
Are you two alone in that lighthouse?
Might as well be. I rented the light from a bank that handles the estate of a character called Captain Diamond.
Captain Diamond?
Yes, who retired here until they buried him under a huge slab of concrete right outside the front door.
Well, anyone else there besides the captain's ghost?
Yes, a local gnome called Red Herring.
Red Herring? No.
Yes, so help me. And his son Elmer, who is a cross between Paul Bunyan and his ox. And he claims he has a 7-foot rabbit that pulls a pony
Now,
cart.
wait a minute, Hannah. Harvey was only a 6-foot rabbit.
Well, Elmer never heard of Harvey.
Well, have you seen this 7-foot apparition?
No, and I don't want to, for heaven's sake, drive out, Steve. Bring the Lorelei and Harry the Hack and his trusty monkey wrench.
Are you serious, Hannah?
I'm never serious, but I'm worried, Steve, and a little bit scared, so please come out here.
Okay, Hannah. How do we get to the lighthouse?
Drive to Corpse Cove.
Corpse Cove.
Yes, turn right and follow the cliff road, but warn Harry the Hack to be careful.
Oh, why be careful, Hannah?
Because part of the road has fallen into the sea.
Thus, Steve Wilson and Lorelei have been drawn into a strange situation, and for the exciting developments, we'll return to Big Town in a moment. You know, I always thought the great thing about Lifebuoy was this. It made me feel wonderfully clean. Extra clean. But I never knew how right I was till the doctors actually proved it. Yes, it's true. After comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. Here's the reason. Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that can form a foothold for BO. Lifebuoy gets you even cleaner than the eye can see. After 820 scientific tests, these doctors say that Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And this same purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So enjoy a refreshing Lifebuoy bath every day. You'll like Lifebuoy's creamy rich lather, its wonderful mildness. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson and Lorelei as they drive to an abandoned lighthouse to help a lady novelist who gets into jams by renting haunted houses for atmosphere.
Say, boss, Miss Kilburn, speaking of atmosphere...
Speak of it, Harry.
If you will observe out at the left window of the hack, you will see very little else besides atmosphere, except in seawater about 100 feet straight down.
Yes, Harry. So watch for any more spots where the road has fallen into the sea.
I'm watching. That last one came on me kind of sudden.
Yeah, so does death. So take it easy or we won't live to get Hannah Harper and Aggie out of this jam.
What kind of jam they got themselves into this time, boss?
We're not sure. Neither is Hannah. Oh, there's the lighthouse, Harry. Stop here.
Yipes and out. The road ends. That's all there is. There ain't no more. Should I cut my lights?
Well, no, wait, Harry. There's something coming out of the ground over there.
Holy moly. It walks like a man, but it looks like a bear.
Oh, that must be Elmer, the caretaker's son.
Ooh, quote and misquote. Who takes care of the caretaker's son while the caretaker's son is taking care of us?
Wait a minute. He's coming over to the car. I'll get out and talk to him.
You want to borrow my knocker, boss?
Hold it, Harry. Good evening.
What do you want, mister?
Does Miss Hannah Harper live here?
She did.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Are you Elmer Herring?
Yeah, I'm Elmer Herring. Who are you?
We're friends of Miss Harper and Miss Aggie.
Then get 'em out of here.
Why?
'Cause I don't like them women.
Why not?
'Cause they don't believe I got a rabbit 7 feet tall.
Oh? Have you?
Yeah.
That's fine. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go into the lighthouse.
Wait a minute, mister.
Let go of my throat, Elmer.
What?
Keep out of this, Harry.
Yeah, or I'll throw you both in the ocean and your automobile, and I can do it, too.
I'm sure you could, Elmer, but then we wouldn't be able to take Miss Hannah away from here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You couldn't.
So, how about letting go of my throat, and I'll go into the lighthouse and talk her into leaving.
Okay, but you get them out of here.
Elmer, get back in the cellar. Get.
Okay, Pa. Okay, but don't you let him laugh about my 7-foot rabbit.
I won't, and get him to work. All right, mister. I heard you. Get them women and get.
Why?
It ain't safe for 'em to be here at the lighthouse alone.
Why not?
You ask too many questions, mister. Get them women and get.
That will be up to Miss Harper.
Get 'em and get.
Well, you seem to have another visitor. This is your busy night.
I said get 'em and get.
You're in a rut, Mr. Herring.
Get 'em and get.
Good evening, Mr. Herring.
Evening, Doc.
I came as quickly as possible. Who are your visitors?
Strangers. Come to get the writing woman and the other female what talks like a parrot.
Very good. From that which I hear, your friends will be happier elsewhere, sir.
That remains to be seen, and I didn't catch the name.
Dr. Fu, doctor of dentistry, sir. And you?
I'm Steve Wilson of the Big Town Illustrated Press.
Oh, a newspaper man.
Yes, but we're here as friends of Miss Harper.
Good. Very good. And a good friend is he who gives wise counsel. In this case, to depart.
Well, thanks for the suggestion, Dr. Fu. And what is your reason for coming here as quickly as possible?
A professional visit, sir. I have come to pull teeth.
Well, now, Mr. Herrings, he doesn't sound as if he had any teeth.
You're darn right. Had him knocked out in a fight in Singapore 20 years ago.
Quite so. And I am preparing a set of false teeth for Mr. Herring.
When do I get him, Doc?
Oh, very soon. But now, where is your son, Elmer? That the molar must be causing him great pain.
He's in the cellar.
Oh, so that's what made Elmer feel so mean. A toothache.
Yes, but the matter will soon be remedied.
Who's going to hold Elmer while you pull a molar, Dr. Fu?
No one, Mr. Wilson, for I shall put him to sleep. And now, if you will excuse me, gentlemen.
All right, mister. Go get them women and get them out of here.
Steve, what's going on here? First a dim-witted giant with a toothache and a 7-foot rabbit, and then a monosyllabic rustic, and finally an oriental doctor of dentistry. I don't get it. It can't happen here.
Well, it is happening, Lorelei, and if it's one of Hannah's publicity stunts to publicize her next mystery novel, I'm going to dunk her in the ocean. Now, wait and hack, Harry.
Jack Washington.
Come on, Lorelei.
I'm right with you, Steve. Lead the way.
Steve Wilson. Oh, thank heavens you got here.
Yes, I think so, Hannah.
Well, for heaven's sakes, come on in, but don't wipe your feet on this concrete slab. Hello, Lorelei.
Hello, Hannah. Why not?
Oh, poor old Captain Diamond is buried under this slab. It wouldn't be respectful to wipe your feet on his grave, so come on in. I have a welcome mat inside.
Well, it'll be the first welcome we've had.
What do you mean, Steve?
Now, all right, Hannah. Where did you hire these freak characters to put on that vaudeville act?
Act? What act are you talking about?
Elmer, red herring, Foo.
Who's Foo?
An oriental dentist here to pull Elmer's teeth.
And our leg, if you ask me.
Steve, Lorelei, I swear I haven't arranged anything.
Oh, heavens. Miss Hannah! Oh, Mr. Wilson, Miss Kilburn.
What is it, Aggie?
Get us out of this awful place before we're all murdered in our beds.
Midnight. And I'm still telling you we'll all be murdered in our beds, we will.
Stuff and fiddle-faddle-sticks, Aggie. Now that Steve is here, nothing will happen.
Well, I thought you wanted me here at the lighthouse, so something would happen, Hannah.
I've changed my mind.
What do you suppose they're doing down in the cellar besides pulling Elmer's teeth, Steve?
Well, I don't think Dr. Fu came here to pull Elmer's teeth,
For
Laura.
heaven's sakes, what else, Steve?
I don't know, Hannah, but you've convinced me this isn't a publicity stunt on your part, and they're all anxious to get you and Aggie out of here.
Then I wonder why.
That's what I mean to find out.
How, Steve?
I want all of you to go to bed and turn out the lights.
We'll be murdered in our beds, we will.
Stuff, Aggie. They'll have to find you under the bed to murder you.
What are you going to do, Steve?
Wait a while and then scout the basement to see what's causing those muffled explosions.
There, Miss Hannah. I told you it wasn't waves in the caves making that awful noise.
I just said that to keep you from having the screaming memes, Aggie.
I got him anyway.
Oh, why did you send Harry away with a hack, Steve?
To phone Fletch on City Desk to check our morgue files on this fabulous Captain Diamond buried under Hannah's doorway.
Why check on Captain Diamond, Steve?
I think Dr. Fu is here because of Captain Diamond, Hannah.
What makes you think so, Steve?
You say you found papers indicating Diamond made a fortune trading in the Orient before he retired?
Yes, but the bank I rented the place from said he'd lost all his money.
I wonder. That old picture of him over the fireplace doesn't look like a man who would part with money once he got his hands on it.
Well, I suppose he had money when he died. Where does Fu fit?
Oh, I think by his accent, Dr. Fu, if he is a dentist, practiced in the Straits, Laura, like Singapore, Calcutta, or even the east coast of Africa. May have worked on Captain Diamond, learned his secret.
Well, how'd you arrive at that long arm of deduction, Steve?
Well, look at the mouth of that old sea dog up there in the picture. A full set of false teeth, if I ever saw one.
Heavens, Steve, you're right. Maybe Dr. Fu heard of Captain Diamond's death.
Yes, through Red Herring, who sailed with the captain as a mate.
And they're looking for the captain's money.
Oh, a buried treasure. That's what they're after. And they'll murder us all in our beds to get it.
Oh, go to bed, Aggie. Get under the bed. You'll be safe.
Wait a minute. Listen, that's Dr. Fu's car.
He's driving away. I guess they've quit the treasure hunt for tonight.
Good. Where do Herring and his son live, Hannah?
Downstairs, under the old light.
Uh-oh, not so good. Is there any way to get down there from here?
No, only through a passageway under the light. This keeper's house was built later.
Then I'll have to get in that way.
Oh, now, Steve, you're not going down there right away. Elmer likes to choke people. He might think you're trying to steal his 7-foot rabbit.
No. I'm going to wait a while. Give Elmer and his father time to settle down and sleep.
You hope?
Don't worry. Now, you girls get to bed and turn out your lights.
And sleep, I suppose.
At least keep quiet.
Yeah, all right. Come along, Aggie. Get your nightie.
Nightie? That I'll not, Miss Kilburn. The least I can do is be decent if I'm going to be murdered in me sleep.
Doggone Steve Wilson.
La.
Steve, did you have to scare a gal green?
Why didn't you stay up in the house?
Oh, no. If there's something to this treasure idea, there's a story in it. And I'm a reporter, and whither you go, ergo, I go.
All right. But keep quiet and keep back.
Are you going in the cellar now?
No, Dr. Fu left his car down the road and walked back. He's in there.
In there? Doing what?
Well, they've been digging and loading something on a cart, Laura.
The one Elmer's 7-foot rabbit pulled?
Well, at this stage of the game, I'll even buy that.
Steve, what was that?
I think those modern Pandoras are opening a box, commonly called a coffin.
Grave
Yes.
Grave robbers.
Those muffled explosions must have been blasts to open a hole from this cellar to Captain Diamond's burial vault.
Steve, if the money's in the coffin, they'll get it and get away before we can notify the police.
Give me my share, concern, you fool. Give me my share. Give me it, let me get.
Wait, Lorelei, they're quarreling over the loot. Maybe we won't need the police.
Give me my share, you wretch, you. Will you give me my share?
But certainly, my friend, you and your son shall have your share now.
Steve, did you see what I saw run past it?
Yes, but that will keep, Lorelei. Be careful, be quiet. We're dealing with a killer.
Quite so.
Dr. Fu.
Yes, miss. And this gun and flashlight give me considerable advantage over your male companion. So please to advise him to do nothing foolishly heroic on your behalf.
Consider yourself advised, Steve. He means business.
Yes, Dr. Fu. If you handle dentist tools as well as that gun in your hand, you must be quite a craftsman.
I am most proficient, Mr. Wilson. Please to walk with the young lady into the late Captain Diamond's grave vault, and I will show you examples of both types of my handiwork.
Thus, Steve and Lorelei are caught in a really deadly situation. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Friends, if you say this is startling, well, I say it's startling too. But doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Yes, after comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. It's Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient that makes the difference. Remember, this purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So ask for Lifebuoy and enjoy that Lifebuoy bath every day. Now back to Big Town and to the abandoned lighthouse. The weird situation in which Steve Wilson faces a murderous Oriental dentist. In tonight's story of The Mask of Evil.
Please to begin work, Mr. Wilson.
Hadn't you better wait for our driver, Harry the Hack, to return before you force me to seal ourselves up in Captain Diamond's grave vault?
No, Mr. Wilson. You are a hack driver. I will dispose of with this gun when he returns and deliver his hack and his body over the cliff into the sea.
Oh, I know it, Miss Hannah. I told you we'd be murdered if we stayed in this haunted old lighthouse.
Quiet, Aggie. You were wrong about being murdered in bed. Maybe you'll be wrong about being murdered at all.
We hope.
Well, you should have stayed in bed, Hannah, Aggie.
The ladies will please to be quiet while Mr. Wilson begins with this special cement I have prepared.
What is so special about this cement, Dr. Fu?
To ordinary cement, I have added a special fast-hardening ingredient used in the dental profession, which in a few minutes will make the opening you are about to close like solid rock.
I see. So you won't have to wait so long to be sure the passageway is sealed up so tight we can't dig our way out with this trowel.
Quite. So please to start before mortar begins to harden.
Very well. You better back up or you'll be sealed in with us.
I shall make certain that does not happen, Mr. Wilson. Seal up the space between us quickly.
All right. Incidentally, what were you after in the coffin of the late Captain Diamond?
Diamond.
Diamond?
Yes, a fortune in diamond.
Where were they hidden?
In the good captain's false teeth, Mr. Wilson.
In his false teeth? Very ingenious, Dr. Fu. Your idea or the captain's?
The captain's. He had me seal them in a set of molars in Zanzibar many years ago.
And you had to wait until he died to get them back?
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
And murder Mr. Herring and his son?
Yes, Mr. Wilson. Please to continue and finish before cement hardens, or I shall be compelled to shoot.
Well, then you'd have to finish sealing up this hole yourself.
It would be no task. Continue quickly, please.
Steve, if you do seal up that hole, we're finished. No one will ever find us in this vault.
Take it easy, Lorelei, my lovely. Cement is tricky stuff. It can be used for all sorts of things.
Oh, Miss Hannah, what an awful, awful way to die. Buried before you're dead, with bodies laying all around.
Hush, Aggie, you're getting morbid. Oh, Steve, you've simply got to think us out of here.
I'm going to try. Get back, Hannah.
My gun grows impatient, Mr. Wilson. Please to finish the job of sealing the opening.
All right, Dr. Fu. Here's a nice big trowel full of your fast-hardening cement for your face. All right. Come in here through the cavity.
Oh, wonderful, Steve. Hold him. I'll get the gun.
Abigail, I've got him.
My face. The cement, it is hardening. I will smash it to death.
No, Dr. Fu. Stop struggling. Stop talking and breathe through your mouth.
Steve, the cement is hardening on his face.
Yes. And it'll make a perfect mask of evil for the rogues gallery at police headquarters.
Hey, boss, Miss Gilbane, boss.
In here, Harry.
Holy mackerel, what's going on in here?
We just missed being buried alive because of a mouthful of diamonds, Harry.
Harry, did you see an animal outside hitched to a cart with a coffin in it?
Yikes, was that what almost run me off the cliff as I was driving back in here?
Yes, Harry. Elmer's 7-foot rabbit, alias a long-eared mule. What happened to it?
Run off the cliff and fell in the ocean.
Oh, Steve, with the captain's body and his false teeth full of a fortune in diamonds.
Yes, it looks like the captain and his fortune and namesakes have gone back to the sea.
Oh, Steve, I knew something would happen as soon as you showed up. Now I have enough material for my horror book.
No, you haven't, Hannah. Your publisher wouldn't swallow this story.
Why not?
Because in these queer days and times, fiction can't be as strange as fact.
And so ended, with the arrest, conviction, and execution of the deadly Dr. Fu for the murder of Elmer and his father, another exciting adventure of Steve Wilson and Lorelei of the Big Town Illustrated Press. And now, before telling you of next week's Big Town story, friends, have you tried Lifebuoy Health Soap in the big new bath size? Bath size Lifebuoy is generous, luxurious. Gives you mountains of mild, refreshing lather, oceans of bath time enjoyment. And remember, Lifebuoy in your daily bath gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Get new bath size Lifebuoy. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story of the building racket entitled Nightmare House. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilborn, and was written and produced by Jerry McGill. Next Tuesday night, same time, same station, you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, extra, hero about it. The story of Steve Wilson and Nightmare House. Brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine lever product. Extra, extra.
New Rinso with sodium puts sunshine on your wash. Yes, rain or shine, new Rinso gives your wash an amazing new brilliance. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out not just whiter, but whiter than new, and washable colors even brighter than brand new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, sodium. New Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Today, more women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world. Only new Rinso contains sodium.
Be sure to be with us next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Hugh James, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, The Lineup.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we will take you by transcription behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. Yes, for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, it's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, delicious flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and gives you a nice little lift. The good, smooth chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Hi. Mary Cabot's here. I put him down the front row. Murph's sitting with him.
Okay. Want one?
Yeah, thanks.
How many tonight?
32. Hey, what'd you think of that ball game today?
I've got a theory.
Yeah?
You win a pennant in spring training camp when everybody's anxious to play ball.
Now, what about the regular games?
Routine.
DeRocha know about this?
I'm going to call him tonight and tell him.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please?
I'll take it back here.
Okay, then.
Thank you. My name is Cogger, Sergeant Pete Cogger. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers, as they often lie. All right, bring on the line. Keep it moving, boys. Right over here to the end of the stage. Come on, come on. Now turn and face the front. Hands at your sides. When I call your number, step out to the circle and face the audience. Keep your head up, eyes straight ahead. Talk right out so everybody can hear what you have to say. Number 1, Earl Shell, Grand Theft Auto. Step out, Earl. Right there. Yeah. Now, where do you live?
14 in Arapahoe.
Don't look at me, Earl. Look at the audience. That's it. What's the house number there?
1480 Arapahoe.
How long you lived in this city?
All my life.
Are you married?
We're separated, but I guess I'm still married.
You own a car?
No.
Driving a new Buick around town a couple of nights ago, weren't you?
Yeah.
Stand up straight. Take your hands out of your pockets. You own a gun?
No.
What about the Webley Fosbury automatic you were carrying when the officers arrested you?
Not my gun. I don't own it. Never owned a gun in my life.
What do you do?
Huh?
What's your business? How do you make a living?
I work in hotels, mostly.
Doing what?
Last time I hot bells at the Fairmont over on Curtis.
How long did that last?
3 weeks.
Okay, Earl, step back.
Yeah.
Number 2, Stanley Goodman, armed robbery. What's your address, Stanley?
216 Comer Avenue.
What's that?
Oh, motel. The Edelweiss, I think's the name of it.
Take off your glasses. You wear them all the time?
Most of the time.
Were you wearing them yesterday afternoon?
I don't remember.
Talk up, Stanley. It's a long way to the back of the room.
I don't know if I was wearing them or not.
That's better. Put them back on. How long you been in town?
I got here day before yesterday.
Hey, can you people out there hear him? You'll have to talk louder, Stanley. Come on, don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Anybody arrested with you?
Yeah. Fellow back there. Him.
Number 8?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Name's Jack something.
Where'd you meet him?
At the motel yesterday.
Number 8, Jack Kiefer?
I don't know. It sounds like it. I only met him yesterday.
Any weapons?
No.
You don't own a gun?
No, I don't. He had it.
What about the car?
Yeah.
It's mine.
What kind is it?
Okay.
47 Ford convertible, white sidewalks.
How do you make your living?
I'm a musician, drummer.
Ben?
Haven't worked for a
Hot
while,
shot
though,
came
6
over.
weeks.
Shooting in Parkdale.
How old are you, Stanley?
19.
A pretty good drummer?
Pretty good, yeah.
Should have stuck with it.
I wish I had.
1738 North Albion. Victim's name, Alfred Brown.
How bad is it?
Dead when they found him, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hello, Asher.
Around back. Happened in the basement. It's pretty awful. Shotgun case. Man next door found them. Reported about 9:40. I've got men covering the block.
Okay. Anybody see it?
No. Billfold still on the victim. Over 200 in cash in it. Watch, ring, all that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's that? Turpentine?
Yeah. Pellets blasted a can on the shelf.
Any windows?
All open.
Hello, Ben.
Hi, Doc.
He died instantly, Ben. It was fired point blank, less than 10-foot range.
Yeah. Well, looks it. Lord.
He must have been standing about there. The blast knocked him clear back over there. Screens on those windows all shattered.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever did it had to step over him to get up these steps.
Mm. This where it was?
Yeah.
12 gauge. Cartridge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who answered the call?
46 and 72.
I want the reports tonight. Doc.
Won't take long on this one.
Okay. Who reported it, Asher?
Well, man next door, Robert Presnell. Says Brown's wife at the movies with his wife. Doesn't know where Brown's son went tonight. Saunders down at the neighborhood theater.
Fresnel see the body?
Yeah.
Can he talk?
He's okay.
Turpentine's up here, too.
Yeah. Mr. Presnell?
Huh? Oh, yes.
This is Lieutenant Guthrie.
Oh, yes. Well, hello. Have you told Lillian yet?
Lillian? That's Mrs. Brown?
Yes. Does she know?
We haven't located her yet.
Oh, I don't know how she'll take it. I don't know. She's not very strong. Gee, what an awful thing to happen.
Yeah. Well, you can help us a lot, Mr. Presnell, by telling us everything you know. Everything you can remember.
Oh, I didn't think it was anything until I smelled the turpentine.
Now, how's that, Mr. Presnell?
I was sitting in my living room listening to the ball game. I heard a noise like an explosion. It was kind of muffled, and I didn't think anything about it until I smelled that turpentine. Then I thought that maybe that some stuff I had downstairs had exploded or something in the heat, you know.
Yeah.
But everything was okay down there, and when I went outside, I could tell it was coming from Al's house. And then I smelled gunpowder. Al didn't answer the door when I knocked, and so I walked around to the back of the place. There was a light on in the kitchen, and I was pretty sure he was home. Then I saw there was a light on down the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I knocked on the screen a couple of times, and then I called, and no one answered me. So I looked down the stairs, and I saw his leg at the bottom of the stairs. I went down. Then I came back, and I phoned the police.
Was Mr. Brown dead?
Well, sure he was dead.
Did you examine him?
Oh, no, but I could tell just the way he was.
Mm-hmm. How about a smoke?
No, thank you. I don't use them.
But tell me, anybody besides you in your house tonight, Mr. Presnell?
No, I was alone.
You were alone in your house, and Mr. Brown was alone in this house. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Your wife went to the movies with Mrs. Brown.
Yes, that's right.
You know what time they left?
Well, it was 8 or 8:30. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, think back. Before you heard the sound of explosion, did you hear voices?
No.
Car, maybe?
No, nothing. No.
Well, what about afterward?
No, not a thing. It's a very quiet neighborhood.
Have your set on loud, did you?
Well, it was a ball game.
Is that Mr. Brown's car in the driveway?
Oh, you mean the little Chevy? No, that's Bobby's car.
Bobby? Mr. Brown's son?
Uh-huh. Al has... Well, he had a Chrysler, a new one.
Not around, Ben.
Do you know where the Chrysler is tonight, Mr. Presnell?
No, I don't, unless maybe Lillian and Alice used it to go to the movies.
Pretty good friends, are they? Your wife and Mrs. Brown?
Well, neighbors. Yeah, we're good friends, I guess.
How about you and Mr. Brown?
Oh, yes. We're neighbors, you know.
Happen to notice if anyone came to visit him here tonight?
No, I didn't.
What do you do, Mr. Presnell?
Oh, I'm an accountant. I've got my own office on Cedar Boulevard.
I see. Now, how long have you lived in Park Hill?
Oh, 6, 7 years. We bought the house right after the war. Let's see, that's the early part of 47.
And you've known Mr. Brown all that time?
No, I didn't. You see, he didn't move here until a year ago. The people named Hanley built the house, and he bought it from them.
Mr. Brown always get along with people around here?
Oh, sure, yes.
Well, who lives on the other side?
Well, the other side, that's Abe Levy. He's an insurance man. He's out of town for the summer. He's retired.
House vacant?
Well, as far as I know.
You saw the 12-gauge shotgun down in the basement, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. It's Al's gun. Lillian gave it to him last Christmas.
Ready to go here, Ben?
Okay, Doc. Asher, you want to...
right, Ben.
Are they taking him away?
Yeah.
Where?
Downtown. To the morgue.
Oh.
Mr. Presnell, can you think of anybody who might have been angry with Mr. Brown? Someone he was having trouble with?
Well, I told you he got along with everybody around here.
Well, yes, I know, but, I mean, somewhere else. In his business, maybe.
Oh, no. Well, he never said anything to me, anyhow.
Oh, no!
What? That's Lillian.
Now, stay here.
Well,
take it easy, Mrs. Brown. Take it easy.
No, that can't be Al. That can't be him.
You walked in on a call, Ben.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Let's get her outside.
It can't be.
Mrs. Brown, take my arm, will you?
I want to.
Sure. Yeah, got it. Doc?
Yeah, Ben. Oh, okay, let her down. Be right there.
This is Sergeant Carger, Mrs. Brown.
How do you do?
Hello. Little coffee help, maybe?
Well, it's very kind of you, Sergeant.
Cream and sugar?
Black.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I wish we didn't have to do this, Mrs. Brown.
No, I understand.
You comfortable?
Yes. I'm all right now.
Did you have dinner at home with your husband?
Yes. We just had cold things. Been such a warm day, nothing much.
About what time was that?
6, I guess.
And then you went to the show with Mrs. Presnell later on.
Yes.
Your husband didn't want to go to the show?
He didn't care much for movies, no.
Was Bobby home tonight to dinner?
No, Al and I ate alone.
I see.
Bobby telephoned late in the afternoon that he wouldn't be home to dinner. He's good about things like that.
Did he say where he was?
No, I don't remember.
Did he say where he was going to be tonight?
I think he said he had a date or something. I don't know. He doesn't know about his father yet.
Easy now, easy. Pete, get that window, will you? And tell me, your son drives a Chevrolet coupe, is that right, Miss Brown?
Yes.
The same one that's in the driveway?
Yes.
I understand you have a new Chrysler in the family.
Yes.
You didn't take it to the movies?
No, we walked.
You suppose your son has it?
What?
Well, it's not inside the garage, and the Chevrolet's there. You suppose Bobby took it tonight? Maybe came back and got it?
Oh, I would think so, although his father didn't let him drive the new car much, and he had his own.
Or was the Chevrolet in the driveway when you left?
Oh, no, Bobby had.
You're sure, Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Bobby's what, 17?
16.
High school?
Tremont High.
Well, it's past 2, Mrs. Brown. The officer stationed at the house says he hasn't shown up or phoned. You usually stay out late like this?
No.
Now and then, though, huh? Like all kids.
He's very conscientious about things like that. I can't understand why.
Well, he'll show up. You have no idea where he is?
He just said he had a date. I don't know what girls he takes out.
Excuse me. Guthrie.
Lab just finished on the gun, Ben. 3 good prints.
Yeah.
They found 2 more on the basement door, blood-stained.
Anything check out?
Yeah, with the ones we got on the Chevy. They all belong to the boy.
Friends, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a refreshing little lift. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint gum helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied, makes your job seem easier. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving, when you're enjoying outdoor sports and other activities. Wrigley's Spearmint gum tastes good any time, and the natural chewing aids digestion and helps keep your teeth bright and attractive. Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, back to the lineup.
Well, I got an APB out for the boy.
You got a license number on the Chrysler?
Yeah, supplementary's checking. Shouldn't take too long.
Well, he could have gone a long way by now.
Yeah. ME finish?
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Collapse of both. Huh? Ain't that something?
He made sure.
He sure did make sure.
Yeah, Ben.
Want to come in here a minute?
Right.
Ugh. Gosh, I'm bushed.
Yeah, me too. You getting hungry?
Yeah.
What's up?
Murph and Crockett can go on out there. Want to call Asher and tell him to get back in?
Okay.
And here.
Well, what's this?
Night number from Mrs. Brown's doctor. Better get him out of bed and tell him what's happened.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, that'll make it. See you in the morning.
Yeah. Night, Pete.
Night.
Night.
How's Mrs. Brown?
Oh, same. Doctor finally gave her something.
We'll have to talk to her again.
Yeah.
Fresnel thinks we're barking up the wrong tree. Told me how Bobby and his father play golf every Saturday. Always get along.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think he'd do it, Ben?
I'd like to ask him.
Wouldn't we all?
Well, let's do it.
Yeah.
Now, hold it.
Huh.
Hey, got a quarter?
Yeah.
Okay, I owe you. Oh, what?
Hit it.
I'm being robbed.
It's my quarter. I'm being robbed.
Oh, nuts.
Well, I'll get it. Hello? Sergeant Carger. When? Okay, thanks. Arvada Division. They found the Chrysler parked on Rolls Boulevard, out of gas.
Oh, that was quick. How about the kid?
Combing the area now.
We better go on out.
Yeah.
I'm Rationer, Guthrie.
How are you? This is Sergeant Cargan.
Glad to meet you, sir.
Same here. Sorry you had to make the trip.
Huh?
We could have sent him in. Prowl car picked him up 15 minutes ago. Hiding in a filling station restroom.
I'll be darned.
Got him down here.
Oh? Any trouble?
No. Admitted who he was and said he killed his father.
Anything else?
What happened between them?
Haven't found that out yet.
Awful nice-looking boy. Have one about his age myself.
Yeah?
Oh, this is Lieutenant Guthrie and Sergeant Carger, Brown.
Well,
Hello, son.
I suppose you're going to ask me the same things he asked me.
Well, we're just going to try and clear this thing up, Bobby.
What's there to clear up? I told him I killed him. I'll tell you. There isn't anything that has to be cleared up. You've got me.
Well, that's pretty much what we know already. How'd it happen, Bobby?
I shot him with a 12 gauge tonight. I shot him dead. He deserved it.
Why do you think he deserved it?
I didn't say I think he deserved it. I know he deserved it.
Through for the night, Pete?
I guess so, Bernie. Where do you want it?
Here's all right. I'll park it.
Right.
All right, Bobby.
Sure.
Who's going to sign this?
Oh, I will. Give me.
Long knife?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see you.
Yeah.
a seat. Want to get the book, Pete?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing. All clean, Ben.
Okay.
Thought you were taking me to jail.
You're there.
But I mean, really in jail. This isn't any jail.
You just want to get a few things straightened out before we...
I told you in the car I haven't got anything to say. There's nothing to say.
Look, you've made that part of it pretty clear. There are just some facts we want to know, nothing more.
What do you mean?
About what happened tonight. Now, look, you aren't going to leave here or us until we get them. Do you understand?
You dry, Ben?
No, thanks.
Bobby?
I don't want any.
You got home around 9 o'clock. Is that about right?
Yeah.
You changed your clothes and got ready for your date?
Yeah.
Your father was home?
You know that.
Did you argue with him?
Yes.
Wouldn't he let you have the car?
Oh, that wasn't it at all. That wasn't anywhere near it.
Then what was it?
Oh, it doesn't matter to you people, to anyone. It's between him and me. I don't know you. You don't know me. There isn't any reason for asking me things like that. I've told you what you need to arrest me. Look, please, just don't try to make me tell you, because I won't tell you.
We don't want to make you do anything, Bobby. You've done enough already. It's just that it'll all come out sooner or later. It might be better for you to tell us about it now. Was there something at school?
No, it was nothing at school.
You getting along all right in school, eh?
Sure.
What year you in?
I'm a junior.
Oh, don't suppose you smoke yet.
No, I don't. I won't ever smoke.
Mm-hmm. A match, Ben?
Here you go.
Thanks.
Look, fellas, I'm awful tired. What happens now?
That's up to the court.
Oh, I mean, what happens tonight? Now, do I spend the rest of the night in jail or here?
Yeah, Ben.
I got Bobby Brown in my office. Can you take him over to the main jail and book him now?
Be right up.
Lieutenant, who found him?
Your father?
Yeah.
Mr. Presnell.
Did he look pretty bad?
You know how close you were when you pulled the trigger.
Yeah, but I didn't look at him when I... Where's Mom?
Hospital.
What? She's sick?
How do you think she'd be, Bobby? Son she loved and cared for all her life. Killed her husband. What kind of a life has your mother got to look forward to now? Did you think about that?
Better than with him.
I don't understand that.
She will. She'll understand it.
Your mother?
Sure.
If you'd seen her the way I saw her tonight, I don't think you'd say that. I don't think you'd say that at all. She feels pretty bad.
I did it for her.
For your mother?
I wouldn't take it because of her. She knew that it was going on, that it had been going on ever since we moved from Chicago. And she didn't say anything to him about it.
But you did, is that it?
When I came in tonight, he was talking to that woman on the phone. He was telling her he loved her right in Mom's house.
Oh.
I've seen him with her a couple of times. Once I was at the movies with my girl. We ran into them in the lobby. My own dad out with someone who wasn't my mother.
This what started it tonight?
I told him he had to stop it, and he said I should mind my own business, that I didn't understand. Then he slapped me. I went down to the basement. I don't know why. We're in the kitchen, and I guess it was the closest place to run to. He followed me down. He came for me.
Did he attack you, Bobby? Try to hurt you?
He tried to put his arms around me and make up. He wanted to make up, but he didn't want to stop seeing her.
Okay, Ben.
Yeah.
Come on, son.
Yeah?
almost 4, Ben. Want a lift?
Thanks. I'll walk.
Yeah.
Night, Pete.
Night, Ben.
Remember, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, freshens your taste, sweetens your breath. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied, makes whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Yes, for refreshment plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Millions enjoy it daily. Get a few packages and always keep some handy. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Cogger, Sergeant Pete Cogger. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers.
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie, with Jack Moyles as Sergeant Pete Carger, was written by E. Jack Newman, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Hy Averback, Peter Leeds, Harry Lang, Sidney Miller, Howard McNear, Virginia Gregg, Gil Stratton Jr., and Jim Nusser. The Lineup was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye. Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. She's lovely, she's engaged, she eats soybeans. This one revolved around a beauty. The kind that drives some men mad, some to murder. Her name, last week, was Miss Fireworks on the 4th. But she didn't have to worry about catching on fire. Everything was insured. But there was somebody that didn't like her in a bathing suit, and a big guy that shot skeet and never missed. But once. I got a call from my boss, the Lion, last Wednesday morning before breakfast. Said he had to see me right away. When I got down to the Detective Bureau, the Lion was chewing slowly and holding a
picture, Jeffrey. A photograph, to be exact.
Chewing your cud, Lion?
Wheat kernels, Jeffrey. Sunny fruit of Mother Earth. I saved some for your breakfast.
Where's the marmalade?
Don't scoff, my boy. These golden grains of patented wheat.
Who's got a patent on wheat?
Steve Albright. And this isn't just any wheat. It's grown only in a sun-splashed acre of alluvial soil, watered by a gushing spring of, have a kernel, Jeffrey.
Thanks.
It's the new miracle health food, my boy. If you're heavy, it slims you. If you're lean, it builds you up. And you need only 10 kernels a day. Here, have another.
The picture, Fatso.
Yes, the picture. Well, look what the wheat has done for this girl, Jeffrey.
Wrong side up.
Yeah? Oh, yes.
Ah, bathing beauty.
Yeah, professional, my boy. He travels around the country doing...
This.
Yes. But there's trouble afoot, Jeffrey. This lovely girl is in some sort of danger.
What kind?
That's your job, my boy. You must find out. Our retainer of $150 says you do.
Who's Steve Albright?
Her manager. He left me these pictures of the girl, and when I asked how she managed to keep her figure...
He produced a sack of wheat and said, chew slowly.
Something like that.
What's the girl's name?
Name? I guess I forgot to ask.
You're right. Doesn't make any matter. Where do I find the Steve Albright?
Yeah, I have the address right here.
Oh, you're improving.
Here it is. Now give me back my picture and get right out there. Mr. Albright said this girl is a very valuable property.
Some photographs lie, but these told the truth. About soft hair flowing down to the waist. A fluted figure, tight in a two-piece bathing suit. If you look real close for it. Now, who'd want to get a girl like this into trouble? But somebody did. It was afternoon before I could contact Albright. His office was in a small white stucco building back of the Sunset Strip. No elevators. The directory said Steve Albright, Massive Enterprises Incorporated, Suite 3. I found it. The door said enter. I entered.
Regan, excellent.
The office was one room, a desk, and...
Steve Albright is my name. Perfect. Glad you got here so soon. Excellent.
Glad to know you. Wonderful.
You're thinking this is a small office, that Massive Enterprises is broke. I ask you to examine the books, Mr. Regan.
You've paid us.
They're somewhere in this drawer. Oh, here they are. Excellent.
Where's the girl?
We'll come to her, fine.
Grand.
The books. You see? I go back to 1948. That's when I found her.
What do you call her?
Actual name, Jerry Shoulder. Marvelous. But no one knows her by that name. As you can see in the books, Mr. Regan, it's always something like Miss Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm. See, Chicago, $1,436.56.
2 days' work. Pictures, endorsements, radio shots.
Mm-hmm. Good money for 2 days' work.
Jerry was Miss Coal Tar Derivatives for the Duplan Manufacturing Empire.
$2,769.84.
In 3 days. Marvelous. Of course, the flower festivals and all have a bathing beauty contest, but they find it's much simpler and more advantageous to have a professional win. She knows how to pose, she knows what to say and do, and, of course, she's more beautiful.
Makes sense. You say she's in trouble.
We did very well in Kansas City as Miss Ground Round for the butchers.
I want to know about now.
Well, since we've been here, Mr. Regan, there have been innuendos, threats against her life.
Why?
I don't know. Well, here, you can see from a picture.
You left pictures of her with Lion. I'm convinced.
I mean, Mr. Regan, it's seldom that a girl comes along who has all... delightful. I mean, it's insured.
Insurance is a wonderful business.
Yeah, $100,000 overall. And Lloyd's of London will pay $10,000 if she injures those legs of hers.
Mm-hmm. You want me to act as her bodyguard, eh?
Precisely, Grand.
Delightful.
That is, if you feel you can resist her. You see, Mr. Regan, her value as a professional bathing beauty is ruined if she gets mixed up with men. Marries.
Uh-huh. You, got a policy on that, too?
$50,000.
I promise I won't marry the girl.
Your big job is to keep men away from her.
What man? His name?
Banyan. He's tall, good-looking.
Yeah, I know him. Cheap racketeer.
Oh, excellent. Then we can do business.
Just curiosity, Albright, but what about the golden grains of patented wheat?
Oh, that's just a sideline of our enterprise, Mr. Regan. Women wonder how Jerry Shoulder managed to keep what you see in this photograph, so we started a little health food business on the side.
Yeah, another thing, if something happens to Jerry Shoulder, who gets the insurance money?
Massive Enterprises.
Which is?
Me.
I checked the insurance policies. They seemed genuine. I asked where I could find Jerry Shoulder and was told the beauty parlor. Where else? And that's where I headed, only instead of a parlor, it was a beauty salon. The doors were plate glass, the doorman an electric eye. The plate glass swung out. I swung in. I sank into the deep rug like it was something alive. The place was wired for music. There were flowers and a statue of Aphrodite, life-size, standing in the fountain. The official greeter was Trey Chick in ascot tie and cutaway pants.
What's it to you, Mac?
He said, noticing my glance.
You maybe want your hair done?
If you don't mind my asking, why are you working here?
The slick dames gotta get their kicks. I remind them of Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, now, Humph, could you tell me...
My name is Mungo.
Who was that?
Just a dame getting beautiful. You was Aston?
I'm looking for a girl named Jerry Shoulder.
All right, wise gang. In here. Mr. Banyan will want to talk to you.
The big guy rammed his shoulder into my stomach, then grabbed my arm and twisted it behind my back. He opened a door and shoved me into a room. He locked the door from the outside. There was another door, and it was locked, too. I looked around the room. It was like a medieval torture chamber. Weird racks and iron maidens connected to steam pipes. Metal rollers and headless horses. All to change nature's idea of what a woman should look like. I tried the door again. This time it opened. Only someone was coming in. She was young. She was lovely. She wore a bathing suit. Tall, deeply tanned brunette, moving easily toward me on calendar legs.
You want to see me?
There's more?
I'm Jerry Shoulder.
I thought maybe.
I don't get to meet men. I'm sorry you caught me looking like this.
It's all right.
You see, I just had my hair done and had to wrap it in a towel.
Oh, yeah.
Mungo tried to keep me out of here, but I persuaded him to let me come in. You wanted me for something?
I'm your new bodyguard, lady.
Steve's starting that again.
Doesn't want you to get into trouble.
Oh, you wouldn't let anything happen to me, would you, Mr.
Regan?
Oh, Mr. Regan, the Lion's Eye. Oh, I've heard of you. I've heard you're very good.
On some things.
Well, you mustn't pay too much attention to my manager,
Your
Mr.
manager
Regan.
says you've been threatened.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I've never been threatened in my life. Oh, pardon me while I climb up on my horse.
Huh? Oh.
There.
Yeah.
No, don't leave, Mr. Regan. Stay right here. It's time for my exercise.
Do you have any idea who might want to do you bodily harm?
I just love exercise, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, sure. Could it be a man named Banyan?
Mr. Regan, you've got to help me get out of this place.
You man, come here.
There was a woman standing in the doorway. There was a gun in her hand.
I know how to use this. Get away from her.
She motioned me toward the door. I obliged. Then we were in the hall, and I noticed the woman was holding the gun awkwardly. The safety was on.
You men are all alike.
Yeah, they tell me. Now, give me the gun.
You stay away from Jerry.
The gun.
I'll just put it back in my purse, but you stay away from Jerry now.
The woman dropped the gun into her purse. She wore a plain, hugging jersey dress. Gray hair in a bun at the back of her head. The kind of a woman you see in bars. Late. Alone.
We've got to keep men away from Jerry. I'm sorry if I frightened you.
Don't tell me you're a private eye.
No. I'm Martha, Jerry's wardrobe mistress. I keep her bathing suits in cool, dry places. They're latex, you know.
Do you know a man named Albright?
Well, sure, that's Jerry's manager. He's the one that told me to protect Jerry, keep the men away.
Well, then why didn't you do it? The way she came walking in, anybody could have got to her.
I was busy for a moment in the back, looking for a cool, dry place.
Does Jerry know a small-time racketeer named Banyan?
Well, if she does, I don't know about it. And I'm with her constantly.
Yeah, like today.
Oh, I'll bet you're Jeff Regan.
Yeah, so Albright told you I was on the case,
He
huh?
tells me everything, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he can tell you why Jerry didn't follow us out into the hall.
It does seem strange.
We better take a look in that room. Jerry's shoulder was gone. Out the other door. But we still had a catch. Standing in the middle of the 17th century chamber of mechanical horrors was a 20th century mess. The ape in ascot tie and pearl buttons, only now his clothes were torn, his face scratched and bleeding. All right. Where's the girl?
I was only trying to help.
Wake up, will you? Where is she?
Mr. Banyan, he said...
Banyan again.
Keep her safe from guys.
Snap out of it, will you?
I couldn't hit his girl. I tried to hold her. She hit me and scratched me.
Is she still in the building?
She even screamed at me, but I couldn't hit his girl.
Banyan, sure. And I know where to find him. Banyan operated out of the 7 Club, but when I checked, he wasn't there. I finally caught up with him outside of town, in a spot hidden from the highway. A country club. A gambling joint that featured bare-knuckle bouts, cockfighting, and now, Banyan, with a shotgun in his hands, shooting skeet. Pull!
Dead duck. Nice shooting, Banyan.
Talking to yourself, Banyan?
Huh? Oh, Regan.
Shooting clay pigeons a little out of your line, isn't it, Banyan?
Clay pigeons? You never know which way they'll fly. Sharpens the eye. Pull. Yeah. Makes it easy when you're trying for a larger target.
Nice spot you got here.
Doesn't belong to me if that's what you're after.
No. The way I read it, brand new beauty parlor belongs to you. Likewise, a guy named Mungo. That's your new front.
Regan, it's a salon.
Oh, yeah, I thought. What I'm after, Banyan, is a girl named Jerry Shoulder.
Never heard of her.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Very.
Look, I'm playing for keeps.
Oh? You won't mind if I just slip a few more shells into my shotgun?
Just remember, I don't scare.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten.
Open up, Banyan. Jerry Shoulder.
You know what my enemies are saying, Regan? That Jerry Shoulder's as good as dead. Pull!
You missed. This time. I checked the club grounds. No Jerry Shoulder. She wasn't with Banyan. I headed back to L.A. fast. It was late when I reached L.A. I had to get the line. I phoned him at his apartment. Nobody home. I called again 15 minutes later. Still no answer. I was getting worried. I went to his apartment. He wasn't there. I checked with the janitor. He told me the line was on the roof. That's where I found him. In bed. Lion. Hey, Lion.
Lion, Detective. Oh, it's you, Jeffrey.
Why the Boy Scouting on the roof?
I'm sleeping in nature's own clean, sweet air. My boy. I moved my cot up here just this evening.
Look, Lion.
You're sleeping under the stars, just as Mother Nature intended.
Lion,
If Mr. Albright says Miss Shoulder sleeps out, even when it's raw, it's part of their health plan. Look at me, Jeffrey. I'm thinner already. You know, I've only had 8 kernels of the patented wheat today instead of 10. I did without dessert.
Listen, Fatso, I'm heading for Jerry Shoulder's hotel. I want you to check on Banyan.
You that low criminal?
Find out where he's been the last few days, how he's been spending his time, everything. Keep an eye on him.
All right, Jeffrey, if you insist.
I insist.
Do you think you'll find Miss Shoulder at a hotel?
Maybe. If she's alive. I dropped the Lion off at police headquarters to get a rundown on Banyan. Then I drove to Jerry Shoulder's apartment hotel. The street was quiet and deserted. Most of the windows were black, just a few lights here and there. Patio balconies. Very swank. Inside, there was a self-help elevator. I went up. The elevator opened onto a long corridor. A small night light down at the end. The room was 306. I was almost at the door when the door banged open, and coming at me fast was that mug from the beauty parlor, Mungo.
Out of my way.
No, brother, not this time. My fist found his stomach as soft as pie. He doubled and fell. I jumped over him and ran into the apartment. The lights were on. The living room was empty. I tried the bedroom. The light was on in there, too, glaring white on what I didn't want to see. There was a body lying across the bed. Not Jerry Shoulder. A man's body, a bullet through his chest. The dead man was Steve Albright. The ripped sheet that covered him was stained purple.
This is CBS, and you are listening to tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator, entitled She's Lovely, She's Engaged, She eats soybeans.
Steve Albright was dead in Jerry Shoulder's apartment, a bullet hole in his chest, and what looked like purple acid burns through the bedclothes. I'd caught Mungo, the well-dressed ape from the beauty parlor, coming out of the apartment door, and I knew that Mungo worked for Banyan, the racketeer. Albright had hired me as Jerry Shoulder's bodyguard. He'd have done better to have hired me as his. I called Candid at Homicide. Now, the police photographers were gone. We were waiting for the coroner, Candid sitting on the bed next to Albright's body. Candid was eating Fig Newtons.
Well, I'm glad you held on to Mungo, Regan.
You think he did it, Candid?
Open and shut case.
You know, Jerry Shoulder was insured, but plenty.
Yeah, you said.
I called the night number of the insurance company right after I called you, Candid. They said all their policies were in effect but one. You know which one?
I'm not interested, Regan. I've got the killer.
It was the one that would have paid off to Albright.
The deceased.
If Jerry had married. That policy lapsed a month ago.
Well, my insurance is always lapsing.
Yeah, well, this one lapsed because Albright married Jerry Shoulder himself.
What?
The company wouldn't pay on that. And Albright couldn't let it out because there's no such thing as a married bathing beauty.
So Mungo was nuts about the dame. She gives him the come on. He finds out about her being married, comes up here and...
And?
Have a Fig Newton, Regan. They're real fresh.
And?
Well, he's going to kill the girl, like they all do, Regan. You know that. But Mungo gets real mad when he finds her husband in her bed, and he knocks him off.
Mungo denies it.
They all do, Regan.
You know, Candid, the way the bullet entered, looks like it was a hurry-up job.
So Mungo was nervous.
You know Mungo worked for Banyan.
We've got the killer.
Mind if I, turn out these lights?
Hey, now, wait a... Regan, I can't see.
Yeah, it's kind of dark in here.
Regan, where are you? I feel something moving. There's a dead guy in here, Regan.
Give your eyes a chance to get used to the dark.
Oh, gee, turn the light on.
Huh? Barely make out the figure on the bed.
In the name of the law, Regan.
Okay, Candid. I've got all I need here. I left Candid and the dead man and headed for my car. But I saw something across the street that stopped me. A long black convertible with the top up. Over the wheel, I could see a face. Banyan. I ran across the street, grabbed the door handle just as the car started to move, opened it, and pulled the handbrake.
Take it easy, Regan. You're liable to get hurt.
Are you waiting for someone, Banyan?
What I do is my business.
Been up to Jerry's apartment tonight, Banyan?
Cops having a ball over there, Regan?
Yeah, a real party. They're serving refreshments. Fig Newtons.
I stopped laughing in 29.
Maybe you've been in the building. Just got out. You were leaving without saying goodbye.
Where's Jerry's shoulder, Regan?
Let's look in your car trunk.
If anything happened to that girl, I'm holding you responsible.
Put that gun away.
She's the only clean, decent thing I've ever had in my life. Something a peeper like you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Jerry's shoulder and I are engaged to be married.
You'll have to stand in line.
Yeah? Quitting the racket. Sure, at first I was just playing around with Jerry, but then I found she was...
different.
A decent dame.
You've known Jerry's shoulder how long, Banyan? 3 weeks?
Ever since she's been in town. Yeah, maybe 3 weeks.
How'd you meet her?
I answered a lonely heart's ad.
Look, Banyan, I know you started that beauty shop front so you could meet Jerry there, or have her brought there so you could be nearer.
Oh, let's stop fishing.
Sorry, time's running out, Banyan. I gotta give it to you straight. Jerry's shoulder was married to Steve Albright.
What? Why, you lying.
Somebody's been killed in Jerry's shoulder's bed, and it looks like it might be her hubby. Maybe you better go take a look. Banyan ran upstairs, but I didn't have time to wait for his reaction. I had an appointment at Massive Enterprises. It was 4 a.m. now. A clear sky, pouring cold moonlight down on the deserted stucco that housed Massive Enterprises Incorporated. The outside door was open. Steve Albright's office was locked. It opened on the third key. I tried. I snapped the overhead light on. Everything just as I remembered it. I opened the desk and found what I wanted. When Steve Albright had said that Massive Enterprises consisted of himself, he was almost right. The health food sideline was in the name of Martha Highgate. I used the phone to raise the line. Tried every place I thought he might be. Then tried the office of the Detective Bureau.
Yeah, Anthony J. Line, Detective Bureau. Anthony J.
Me,
Line.
Fatso.
Oh, Oh, Jeffrey, my boy, I've been trying to locate you.
What'd you get on Banyan?
That's what I wanted to tell you. I picked up his trail at the 7 Club.
He was with Jerry's shoulder.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to Banyan.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Jeffrey. I took his girl away from him.
Jerry's shoulder?
Yes, when they came out of the club, Banyan went to get his car. I spoke to Miss Shoulder and told her she was in great danger. Showed my credentials, and she came with me.
With you?
Yes. Oh, she's a very nice girl, my boy. She said she's had to go around with Banyan. He practically forced her to accompany him.
Where's Jerry's shoulder now?
Well, she was here at the office up until an hour ago. We had a midnight bite of wheat and quite a nice chat.
She's gone?
Well, I was out getting a drink of water, and when I came back, she was gone.
Anything else on Banyan?
Oh, yes. There is no Banyan.
Come again?
Banyan is just one of the aliases taken by a hoodlum whose real name is Highgate.
Highgate? And he has an older sister named Martha.
Yes, but how...
That's all I needed. Thanks, Lion. It began to make sense. When Banyan saw Jerry's shoulder had run out on him, he phoned downtown to Mungo, had Mungo check her apartment. That's where I found him. I looked through Albright's desk and found Martha Highgate's address. It was the Rondo Hotel. When I got there, the room clerk was smiling.
Room 405, Regan, but you won't find Martha Highgate up there.
Who will I find?
Smooth day. Must be a friend. Had a bottle and some ice cubes sent up just a little while ago. Celebrating.
Celebrating?
Wearing a bathing suit.
I went upstairs and knocked on the door. I waited. Then I felt the knob turn in my hand. The door opened. And there, in a tight-fitting bathing suit, stood...
Come in, Mr. Regan.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not Jerry's shoulder.
Come in, Mr. Regan.
The room was dim, in pink light. There was a rosy globe hanging down from the ceiling. A phonograph was playing. And the woman was the bathing beauty's wardrobe mistress, Martha Highgate.
Drink, Mr. Regan?
No thanks, lady.
Oh, don't you like me? Just a little.
I'll like you more after we talk.
Do you like me in this light? See, I kept my figure young, Mr. Regan.
You can't cheat Father Time with a pink light, lady.
My hair looks almost black if you don't stand too close. It's long, Mr. Regan.
You even had the bellboy fooled with that bathing suit and your hair down, Mother.
I'm Jerry's shoulder now.
It'll take more than wishing to give you what she has, lady.
Maybe a little drink will improve your eyesight.
No one's eyesight's too good in a darkened bedroom, Martha.
Bedroom?
You loved Steve Albright, didn't you, Martha?
Love Steve? Oh, sure, and he loves me.
Yeah, he did all right by you, too. Made you part of massive enterprises, gave you a cut of the profits. But that wasn't enough. You wanted him.
I've got him.
Oh, no, lady. Somebody's got him now, but not you.
Not Jerry's shoulder.
Steve Albright is dead.
Dead?
One thing, lady, you didn't know that Steve and Jerry were married.
Steve, Jerry.
Yeah, you should have turned that bedroom light on before you threw that acid.
What do you mean?
Jerry was on a date tonight with your brother.
No.
You killed Steve Albright, her husband.
Steve.
You made certain with a gun. But you couldn't stand the thought of Jerry's shoulder looking beautiful even in death. So you used acid, too.
I can use this gun again, Mr. Regan.
Oh, no, you won't use it again, Martha. You're a one-time gal. You won't kill again.
Don't try me.
Give me that gun, Martha.
Stand back.
Give it to me.
All right.
The muzzle blast was hot on my face. But Martha was still a poor hand with a gun. The bullet went wild, and I had her by the arms tight.
Get your hands off her, Regan.
Banyan.
Oh, honey, I knew you'd come. I knew you wouldn't let me take him.
All right, give me the gun, Regan. One inside your coat, too. That's right.
You won't get away with this, Banyan.
What's Regan doing here, sis?
Shoot him. Kill him, honey.
What's Regan doing in your room?
Well, he was going to take me in for killing Steve Albright. But now you won't let him. You won't let him, will you, honey?
Why the bathing suit?
She went up there to kill Jerry's shoulder, Banyan.
Why the bathing suit?
I'm as beautiful as she is.
Jealousy, Banyan. Your sister wanted Steve, but he fell for Jerry.
How about it, sis?
I wish now they'd been together tonight. I didn't know they were married. I'd have killed both of them. That's why I threw Jerry at you, honey. You wanted her, and I wanted to get rid of her. Oh, gee, I'm glad you showed up, honey. Now, come on, kill Regan. Come on, shoot Regan.
No. That's not the way it's going to be. All right, Regan, here's your gun.
What?
Thanks, Banyan.
What are you doing? You're my brother. You can't do that. You can't turn me in.
You don't need to worry about Martha, Regan.
No, I can't.
So Jerry was married. Well, all that's over for me. But you tried to kill her, Martha. So I'm turning you in myself.
No, you can't. that they'll hurt me or my brother. Yes,
The woman in the
my
bathing
brother.
suit, flattered by the rosy light, allowed her brother to take her by the arm and lead her from the room. Banyan delivered his sister to Candid down at Homicide, but to make sure, I followed Banyan's car all the way. Too bad about Banyan. Jerry was the only good thing that ever happened to him in his life. But it happened too late. Anyway, Candid finally found the scared Jerry's shoulder, released Banyan's sidekick, Mungo, and that put a period. It was 10 in the morning when I checked in at the office. The lion was singing.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
Oh, nature boy.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Still packing away the wheat, Fatso?
Oh, yes. Notice how much weight I've lost already, my boy. You know, this morning I saw my cheekbones for the first time in years.
Oh, eyes sunken, color gray.
Jeffrey, I've never felt so healthy. I've been eating nothing but golden grains of patented wheat.
Patented?
Patented. You know, Miss Shoulder eats nothing but health foods, Jeffrey. Last night she recommended a health food restaurant where we might have lunch. The Grated Garbanzo Grotto.
Fine.
It serves nothing but the finest dried soybeans.
Good.
Yes. Raw cabbage.
Delicious.
Delicious. Choice beech bark.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Yeah, I knew you weren't touching any other kind of food.
Oh, health foods, Jeffrey. Nature's boon to mankind.
That's why I turned down the invitation for you.
Morted mango. Invitation? What invitation?
Of course, I'm going.
You're going where?
Candid's barbecue out at his place. You were invited, but I knew you wouldn't be interested.
Barbecue?
No, you wouldn't want hot buttered corn.
Corn?
Rich Caesar salad.
Salad?
Mounds of golden brown French fried potatoes.
Oh!
Steaks 4 inches thick. So long, Lion.
Jeffrey, wait for me!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, reminding you that Jeff Regan will be back next week, transcribed. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You can't tell when you go out who you're gonna meet. Hello, Inspector Faraday.
Huh? You speaking to me?
Well, your name's Faraday, isn't it? Faraday?
Yeah, I'm Faraday.
Well, my name's Sammy. You know me, Sammy.
Yeah, hello, Sammy.
I kind of thought you'd be along this way.
Well, so I'm along. What do you want?
Just to tell you something, I know about a holdup. They're sticking up an armored truck.
Who is? When? Where?
The north side is where. Tomorrow night is when. The Butcher Boys is who.
The Butcher Boys, huh?
Yep.
Thanks, Sammy.
Oh, that's not all, pal. There's something more important. They're going to take the loot directly to the boss.
What? The boss?
Yeah.
They're going right from the armored truck job to the boss?
Yeah, I thought you'd like to know.
Like to know. Sammy, I almost like you for this. I've been trying to find out who heads the Butcher Boys for months. Maybe I can grab him this time. Thanks a lot, Sammy.
Okay.
You keep on being a good boy. I'll be good to you someday.
I hope you remember that. I won't forget it.
Oh, you got a good memory for things, huh, Sammy?
Huh?
A memory for everything but faces.
You can remember to tell Faraday about us, though, John.
Who are you guys? The Butcher Boys?
Two of them. We come from a large family. Come on, Sam. You're going for a large ride. Grab his arm.
I already got it.
Oh, no. Please, boys. I didn't tell Faraday a thing. I didn't say a word about a thing. Oh, don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Why, we aren't going to kill you, Sammy. That is not unless the boss says to kill you.
Yes, Sammy, let's go
can't
see what the boss wants us to do
No,
with
but
you,
I-
huh? The spot you put us in's got to be erased. It's got to be erased, or you got to be.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
James, have you sent Henry for the car?
Yes, Mr. Van Allister.
Good.
He said there would be a slight delay, though. With the big car, though.
In that case, tell him I'll take the convertible instead of the big car today.
Right away, Mr. Van Allister. I'll...
See who's at the door, James.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hiya, James.
Good afternoon, Mr. Butcher. Come right in.
Thanks. Come on, Ted. Drag our friend Sammy with you.
Mr. Van Allister, the Messrs. John and Theodore Butcher and friend to see you.
Thank you, James. That'll be all for now.
Very good, sir.
Well, John, Ted, who's this?
This is Loudmouth Sammy, boss.
Loudmouth?
Loudmouth, loose mouth, limp mouth. Doesn't make any difference, boss.
No,
he
no.
talks. To cops.
No, I didn't...
Cut him being confidential with Inspector Faraday. And you can guess about what, can't you?
It was
Huh?
nothing.
I never guess at anything, John.
I'll tell you what it was about, boss.
Never mind, Ted. I'd rather hear it from our guest.
Oh, I didn't tell him anything. I didn't tell him...
John, advise our guest that I prefer the truth, will you?
Oh, sure, boss.
You've advised him enough, I think.
Yeah, that's enough.
Well,
That's
I'm
enough.
listening, Sammy.
Now start talking. You'll get a little advice from me, too.
Oh, no more, please. I'll tell you what I told Inspector Faraday.
Well?
It was about the armored truck. It was about holding up the armored truck.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, that's all. I swear that's all.
I wonder. John.
Yeah?
Take him into the
Oh,
other
no,
room.
no, no, please, no.
I know the rest, boss.
No.
Come on, Ted, you can help.
No,
me.
wait a minute. I'll make a deal. I'll tell you something else.
The man really is talkative, isn't he, boy?
He sure is.
What are you saying?
Well, what is it you have to say?
Well, look, if I can tell you something you really want to know, will you let me go? Will you? Huh?
Perhaps.
How'd you like to knock off Boston Blackie, huh?
Take him inside, gentlemen, if that's
Oh,
all
no,
he has
wait,
to
wait.
say.
You know, if you let Blackie around, he'll get you sooner or later. I know where he'll be, and alone, and I know what he's up to. Make me a deal, huh? Make me a deal. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything.
Hey, that Blackie's a bad guy, boss.
Yeah, I had one run-in with him, and I came in second.
Yeah.
The squealer here's got something.
Perhaps. Where is Blackie going to be?
Will you let me go then, huh?
We'll see. Well, then, where is he?
Well, it ain't where he is. It's where he's gonna go tomorrow night.
Oh. Tell us where that is, Sammy. Because wherever it is, he'll never leave there alive.
Homicide, Faraday.
Faraday, guess who?
Blackie, hang up. Hang yourself. Do something, but don't bother me.
Same old Faraday, same old tired talk, same old tired brain.
Yeah?
You ought to know that if I call you up, it's about something important.
The only thing you could say that would be important to me would be goodbye. What are you waiting for?
For you to get some sense, which is probably a lifetime engagement or assignment that I've given myself. Did a character named Sammy the Lip get to you?
Suppose he did. What do you know about it?
I sent him, sweetheart. He came to tell me about the Butcher boys and their latest caper, and I referred him to you. I told him you were in that business.
Oh, you did.
That's right.
All right. You sent me Sammy. I talked to him. He told me what he knew. I'm going to do something about that armored truck thing. You happy now?
I couldn't be happier if you were in your right mind. We'll grab this Butcher gang and their boss together.
We'll grab.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. You're keeping your nose out of this. And I mean it this time, Blackie.
Will it make you happy if I do?
I'll give you a sample. Ha, ha, ha. That's how happy it'll make me.
In that case, Faraday, I've got news for you. You worry about grabbing the gang after they grab the armored truck. I'm going to take a vacation in the country.
Good. You need a rest, and I need one.
Very
From
clever. Mm-hmm. That's very clever. I wonder when you heard me say it. Faraday, old pal, I am going to take it easy. You do the work on the armored car and leave the rest to me.
All right, boys, all right. All right, be quiet a minute. And I'll tell you why I've called you all together.
The Messrs. John and Theodore Butcher have finished entertaining our guest, Mr. Van Allister, and they're resting.
That's quite all right, James. I'll go over things with them a little later. Boys?
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
The police have been informed of our intention to rob that armored truck on the north side tomorrow night.
Who read it, boss?
It doesn't matter, Guy.
But our plans have been definitely upset, Mr. Van Allister.
On the contrary, James, our informer has been of great help to us. I've just learned that 48 new automobiles are being trucked in from the Middle West tomorrow night. We're going to steal those cars, all 4 dozen of them.
That's a man-sized job, boss.
This outfit is man-sized, isn't it?
Right. So the truck deal is out, huh?
That's correct. But in view of the new cars we can appropriate, it doesn't matter too much.
Okay, if you say so.
Mr. Van Allister.
Yes?
What about this Blackie person? Have plans been made for him?
Very definite plans, James. In fact, if he's alive tomorrow, I'll be very surprised. No, James, I don't think we need worry about Blackie much longer.
Well, that's good. Now, let's get back to the new cars. It ain't going to be tough to sell them, boys. But it'll be tough to hide them till we get rid of them, won't it?
We'll sell the cars in another part of the country.
Drive them there? Right after we lift them?
No, drive them to the Franklin farm. I'll meet you there an hour after the robbery, and then I'll tell you... Come in.
Oh, Mr. Van Allister.
Oh, come in, John. How's our talkative guest, Sammy?
I don't think he's going to talk anymore.
No.
No.
What a shame. Is he dead?
Yeah. I think I hit him too hard.
Oh?
What'll I do with the body?
Oh, leave it out in the country someplace. They tell me it's peaceful there.
Here comes the ambulance, Inspector Faraday. I don't know why anyone sent for an ambulance, Sergeant. This guy's been dead for hours. Poor Sammy.
He sure died the hard way, Inspector. Somebody really worked him over.
Yeah, I know.
Callahan's telling the boys the end. Uh-oh, look who just got out of that car behind the ambulance.
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, go away. Get in that ambulance and make like a victim. Do anything you want, but do it away from here.
Thanks, Faraday. I will, as soon as I find out what the score is.
It's nothing to nothing.
That's right. You know nothing, and you'll do nothing.
Oh.
So Sammy got it, huh? Well, that figured. He was an underworld character, and they all get it sooner or later.
Okay, so he got it sooner. How did you know to come way out here?
My brilliant mind, Faraday. I was at headquarters when the report came in and followed the ambulance out here. You know, I think maybe even you could have done that.
That's enough out of you.
Apparently someone couldn't get anything out of our dead friend here. But you got plenty out of him, didn't you?
Enough to know when, where, and how to get to the boss of the butcher mob.
You think it's going to be easy?
It will be if you'll stay out of my way.
Okay, Faraday, I'll do it.
Good.
I'll get to the boss myself.
Bad.
Good or bad, pal. I'll get him. Get me?
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, you're late. You promised you'd take me to dinner a half hour ago.
I'm sorry, Mary, but I'm going to be later.
Uh-oh. Little Mary eats alone and likes it.
Well, Blackie doesn't eat and doesn't like it. I'm tracking down the butcher mob.
Do you have to?
Mm-hmm. And it seems to me I had a run-in with one of those lads once. I think it was, Willie or Ted.
No, it wasn't. It was Johnny. Oh, what am I saying? You never met one of the...
Thanks, Mary. It was Johnny. What did he look like? Do you remember?
I have a poor memory for faces.
Uh-oh.
I guess if I don't tell you I won't see yours for so long, I'll forget it, too.
Now you're being a good girl. What did he look like?
Oh, he was tall, blonde, and had a mustache and an ugly scar on his right cheek.
Mustache on his right cheek? Funny place for one.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Yes, I know. Well, have a nice dinner.
Oh, I'm sure I will. You eat something, too, will you?
I sure will, Mary. I'm going to a farm, and if my plans work out, I'm going to make the boss of the butcher mob my meat. Couple of more yards, and I'll make it. Okay. There. Please let somebody be home in this farmhouse. Fingers are crossed. Wood's been knocked. I've done all I can.
Well, what have we here?
I'm hurt. Please help me. car just hit me on the highway. Think maybe I'm hurt bad.
Jumping catfish. Here, let me help you in the house.
Easy now. Ooh, easy.
You take it easy, young fella. I'll have you fixed up in no time.
Oh, thanks.
I reckon you'll be best off lying here on the couch.
Yeah.
Here we are. Easy now.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Franklin's the name. Now I'll get you something to fix you up right and proper.
Oh, that's nice of you, Mr. Franklin.
No trouble at all to help. Boston Black, eh?
Hey, how'd you know my name? And what's with that shotgun in your hand?
Oh, shotguns were made to go off, Black, eh? And I don't have to tell you how I knew you. Funny how things work out. A minute ago, I say hello to you. Now I've got to say goodbye. So long, Black, eh?
And now back to Boston Blackie. An underworld character named Sammy tells Inspector Faraday how he can find the boss of the notorious butcher mob. Because he talked, Sammy is killed by the mob, and the mob, unknown to Faraday, changes its plans, arranges to kill Blackie, and steal a load of new cars. When we left Blackie, he had arrived at a farmhouse, presumably having been hit by a car, and unaccountably, the farmers grabbed a shotgun, after which a shot was heard. As we return to our story, the telephone rings in Inspector Faraday's office.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Mary Wesley.
Oh, Miss Wesley, if I'm not being pestered by Blackie, I'm bothered by you. Now, leave me alone, will you?
Inspector, where's Blackie? Do you know?
No, and I don't care. As long as he's out of my way.
Oh, Inspector, listen. He wanted me to describe one of the butcher mob for him. He said he wanted to be sure he'd recognize him again if he saw him, but that was 6 hours ago, and, well, I'm afraid something's happened to Blackie.
I'm hoping something did.
Hey!
On account of him, I got a phony tip about an armored car that was supposed to be hijacked. I hope he stays lost.
Oh, please. Now, Inspector Faraday, you know you don't mean that.
Of course I don't. But I'm sore. Blackie wouldn't stay out of this case. Now it's all messed up.
Why is it?
I had men all set to follow the butcher mob after an armored truck robbery on the north side tonight. But the truck wasn't even stopped. That means Blackie's interfered. Now, how do I find the mob leader?
Look, Inspector, you'll find the leader of the butcher mob some other time. Please, try to find Blackie now.
I'll try. But don't worry, Miss Wesley. No matter where he is, he's all right. Unless,
Huh? Oh, unless what, Inspector?
Unless, like I always said, he'll meet a guy someday who's luckier than he is. Let's just hope today isn't that someday.
Yes?
Mr. Franklin,
Yes?
you know who this is.
Well, I'm not quite sure.
You know all right. What about Boston Blackie? Did he arrive as I said he would?
Sure did. Got here and pretended he'd been hit by a danged automobile and wanted me to fix him up. And I did with a shotgun.
Good, wonderful. That Sammy was a helpful gentleman after all. He told us he'd told Blackie about our using your big barn, and that Blackie would be out to see you.
Danged if he wasn't, too.
Well, as long as you took care of him, it doesn't matter now. Excellent work, Mr. Franklin. Get rid of the body and be ready for this evening. We'll be using the barn to hold 48 brand new cars.
The barn will be here when the cars get here.
Good. I'll be at home here waiting for a report. You call me, will you? You know the number.
It seems to me maybe I mislaid it somewhere. I don't...
Oh, you've got it. Look for it. Goodbye.
Operator, did you want me, Mr. Franklin?
Miss, this is Boston Blackie, not Mr. Franklin. A call just came here from the city.
Yep, that's right. Call came from Downey 1561.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks, miss. Thank you very much for everything. Now, Faraday, is that a way to treat a man back from the dead? You act like you wish I hadn't made the return trip.
Who's acting?
And here I am, all ready to give you the lowdown on the butcher gang, and, if you're a nice boy, the boss.
Blackie, what is all this? You disappear. Nobody knows where you are. Well, you worried Miss Wesley to death. She's called this office of mine every 10 minutes looking for you.
I know. I phoned her from a drugstore on the way here. She's happy with me now.
Well, I'm not. What goes on?
Get this, Faraday. The time for clowning is over. The butcher boys didn't grab that armored truck because they stole some brand new cars today instead.
Where from?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, fine.
But I know where they took them. A huge barn belonging to a farmer named Franklin.
Franklin, huh? We'll grab him quick.
It's too late. He's dead.
What?
It was either him or me when he was fingering a shotgun, and I'm a little selfish that way. I'd rather it were him. I dragged his body to the attic.
What are you talking about?
Our little squealing Sammy probably told the butcher boys and their boss that he had told me about their using the Franklin farm as a combination hideout and storage warehouse.
Why didn't he tell me that?
Because I asked him not to. I wanted to handle this myself. If you went up there with a gang of cops, you'd have scared them off. Anyhow, when I got to the Franklin place, I pretended I'd been hit by a car, but Franklin wasn't fooled. Apparently, he was expecting me.
I always knew you were a bad actor, in more ways than one.
Hey, you should have heard the impersonation I did of Franklin on the telephone. It was good enough to fool the boss.
Who is the boss, Blackie?
I'll let you know when I introduce him to you. That can wait for a few hours, though. And those few hours are going to see you a very smart cop. Let's see how good an actor you are, because that's a very strange role.
Good. Very good. Excellent work, John.
Okay, boss. Do I move the cars now?
That's right. You and the boys drive each of the moving vans out of the barn.
It was a cinch running the new cars and the moving vans we had parked in Franklin Barn, Mr. Van Allister.
Good. Good.
Now, you want two of the boys to get into each van, drive them all out of town.
That's right. Oh, has Mr. Franklin returned yet?
That's funny, boss. No, he ain't around. We ain't seen him. But there was some blood on the floor of the farmhouse.
Mr. Franklin's following orders. He killed Boston Blackie and is probably out disposing of the body. Those were his orders. You follow yours. That's all, John.
Thank you, Mr. Van Allister.
Thank you.
Bye. We'll be moving those vans 10 minutes.
Excellent. Goodbye.
Our van's the lead van, Ted. You know the route to take, or do I have to tell you again?
I got it, John. What's holding up those vans behind us?
The last one's backing out of the barn now. We better wait for it to turn around. Tommy's driving, and that guy could get lost in a telephone booth.
I hear that hick farmer Franklin knocked off Boston Blackie. That right?
Sure. He's one guy I really wanted out of the way. Tommy's got his van turned around. I guess we can start rolling.
Okay, let's go.
Run! 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 Here we go, boys. Here we go.
I gotta laugh, John. It's gonna take a guy with x-ray eyes to see we got cars inside these moving vans.
You ain't kidding, huh?
Very funny. But, fellas, the joke's on you.
Who are you?
Hey, Blackie.
That's right. And this gun and I say that all the vans are following you, but you're following my orders.
Do we got a heavy enough roadblock across the highway, Inspector Faraday?
It'll do the trick, all right, Sergeant. If Blackie did his stuff. Stay back in the bushes.
Yes, sir.
The trucks are 5 minutes overdue. I hope nothing went wrong at the farm.
Yeah. Blackie was pulling a pretty risky thing there, Inspector.
Well, it was his idea. If it didn't work out, I was going to...
Inspector. I think I hear the van's coming now.
Something's coming.
Yeah, it's a van's all right. Yeah, the first one's just rounded the corner.
Ready?
Yeah, ready, willing, and able, Inspector. If that roadblock stops the lead van...
If it doesn't, Blackie will. And I know Blackie's in that first van because the vans wouldn't be routed this way if he weren't.
There must be. Inspector, it's not slowing up. It's going to crack in the roadblock. Get back!
I'm already getting back.
That's it. The other stopped in time, Inspector.
Let's go get him. Come on.
Right. Oh, they're giving up easy, Inspector. There's Boston Blackie.
Hey, Blackie, you hurt?
No, Faraday. Well, my driver got a little ambitious when he saw the block and tried to crash through it.
Yeah?
He thought he could get away from me eventually, I guess, but the roadblock and the police gave him ideas.
Bad ideas. Well, we got them all, but we don't have the guy we want. The boss of this mob.
Oh, I think we'll get him before the night's over, Inspector. I can find him.
You can? Where?
Well, you see, I know his phone number, and you can check his name and address. Huh? I know the phone number, but believe me, I'm not calling for an appointment first.
Come in.
A gentleman here to see you, Mr. Van Allister.
Well, show him in, James. And, James.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that black eye?
Black eye, sir? Oh, I ran into
You ran into this fist, Van Allister.
Who are you?
I'll let you know. And, James, that'll be all. Faraday's waiting for you outside.
Very good, sir.
Nice place you have here, Van Allister.
I demand to know who you are.
Stop it, kid. You're not in a position to demand anything.
What?
But I'll tell you, I'm a nice guy that way. I'm Boston Blackie.
Blackie? But I thought
that I was dead? I know. Everybody thinks I'm dead lately. Glad to disappoint you, Mr. Van Allister. Very glad. Well, do you want to leave your manor in a manner to which you're accustomed, or would you prefer I carried you out?
Where are my boys? Where are they?
The butchers in jail, waiting for you. They said to tell you that they're awful lonesome.
They told you about me?
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't. They wouldn't dare. I don't believe you. You're making all of this up.
First I'm an actor, now I'm a writer. Look, Mr. Van Allister.
My boys.
I don't want to waste any more time.
My boys are in jail, all of them?
Every last one.
They didn't tell you about me. They wouldn't dare.
You said that before, all right, so they didn't. That make you feel better?
The cars. The ones in the vans.
We've got them all.
It can't be. It mustn't be. I planned too long. I was too careful. You're lying. You know you're lying. Tell me you're lying.
Oh, come here, you lace-pants punk. Come on, cutie. Come on, let's get moving.
No. You're responsible for this. You're the one that's wrecked all my plans. I'm going to...
Mr. Van Allister, I'm surprised at you. With your breeding, too. Using the wrong knife.
Blackie, you need any help?
No, thanks, Faraday. But this guy on the floor does.
Yeah.
That's your gang boss, pal.
Uh-huh.
See to it that he's unemployed for a long, long time.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings as always, mystery lover. Time for another Let George Do It adventure. Our little tale of suspense, which, by the way, is called It's a Mystery to Me, has to do with a disgruntled bartender, a mystery story writer, and an elusive gal named Cynthia, just to name a few. And since it's rather a long story, I think I'd better get off so they can get on.
Why don't you want a drink? Oh, never mind. Use up the stools. Keeps the leather in condition.
Dear Mr. Valentine, to me, life is hopelessly complex, but with your help, it can be beautiful, terrific, magnificent. To me, life isn't worth living
To
without...
me, it's raining. Here, eat up the pretzels. They're for nothing. Stale, too.
Look, we're just sitting here, friend. You don't really mind, do you?
Well, I was just going to lock up when you walked in. Library's closed, I guess. Got to read your mail someplace, only...
Look, we're waiting for somebody. We'll buy something pretty soon. Chin up.
Why? In Joe's Oasis, it rains inside. Have some flat champagne.
Oh, business can't be so bad if you sell champagne.
A couple was in here just before you. Happy, rich, showing off. You know, it's that kind of a neighborhood. Everybody wants something big and gets it and goes someplace else.
To you, life is pretty complex, too, isn't it?
Look around you, lady. It's the only business I had tonight.
Well, don't shoot yourself, friend. We'll take some coffee.
Big sale. I'm out of the red. To me, lady, it's as complex as a 6-foot piece of mahogany with silver on the trimmings.
No.
And the clearest glass in it you ever saw.
Oh, don't be gruesome.
To me, life could be beautiful if... Huh? What do you think I'm talking about? Well, nobody ever gets what they want. To me, it's the 6-foot Super View console. What this bar needs is a television set. Only I haven't got the money.
Never mind, Joe. I'll get it.
Reading room, telephone exchange. I tell you, lady, it's the most beautiful thing you ever saw.
Hello, Joe's Oasis.
I want to speak to Mr. Marlon King.
King? Brooksy, give me that letter.
Hurry, please.
Is that, M.J. King?
I called his club. Yes, of course, Marlon. I called his club. They said he was there at the Oasis.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's not. I'm here to meet him myself.
You what?
Yeah, that's right. My name's George Valentine. Look, can I take a message? Or do you want him to call you?
Oh. No. No, tell him I'll write him. Tell him not to get in touch with me. I'll write him. I'm leaving. I can't wait for him
Hey, slow down, will you? Who are you?
Just tell him. He won't understand, but tell him. Something's happened and I have to leave. And... Cynthia. My name's Cynthia.
Well, where can he reach you, Cynthia?
I'll write him, I said. I don't care if you understand. I won't see him again. I can't see him. Not ever.
Look, Cynthia.
Oh, never mind.
What? She won't ever see him again, huh? And Marlon King in his letter says, to me, life isn't worth living without a girl I've just met by the name of Cynthia.
Well, that was a short romance.
Nobody ever gets what they want.
Said he'd meet us here at 10 o'clock. Almost 11, isn't it?
So look, both of you, will you please let me lock this place up? It's raining outside.
To me, it rains a little sometimes, too. All right, friend. All right.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, here you are. I thought I might find you here in your office. My name's King, Marlon.
Oh, for heaven's
Well, we chased all over looking for you, friend.
Never mind. Listen, it's this girl of mine, see? There's something terrible going on, and I need your help.
You talking about Cynthia? She says it's all off.
Huh?
Yeah, grit your teeth, Mr. King. I got a message for you. Cynthia says she won't see you again. Ever.
Oh, no. No, she didn't mean it. She loves me. I know she does. She's young and sweet.
Well, I think we'd better go talk to her, don't you?
No, we can't. I mean, it only makes it worse. She's not that kind. I've asked her what's wrong, what it is, what's happening. She's so sensitive, and she's scared about something. She won't tell us. Only Mabel might. That's why I need you. I can't talk to girls like Mabel. I can't.
Hey, one girl at a time.
Oh, I know. It's complicated and mixed up and hard to...
Just take it easy. Make it simple. Sit down.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm so confused.
To me, life is complex. What sort of a person are you, anyway, that everything should be so...
I'm a mystery writer.
Oh.
Wouldn't you know?
Sure, so that's where I've seen your name. Yeah, scientific crime detection by
Mabel is Cynthia's roommate. Mabel works at a cheap nightclub, a cigarette girl. You see what I mean? Mabel and Cynthia, different as day and night. Mabel's hard as nails, but she came from the same small town years before, and she offered her a room. And then there's this skinny little dark guy named Tony who watches Cynthia.
Say, look, tell me something concrete, will you?
A locket. I bought Cynthia a locket. It's a beautiful little thing. She wanted it to carry my picture in. You know, around her neck. She wanted me to get a cheaper one. That's the way she is. You can see how close we are to being...
Yeah, you bought her a locket.
For $200. And she wore it, and she loved it. But I saw how envious Mabel was. She's that kind. And then one day Cynthia said she lost it. And when I asked her, she was scared. She was lying, and she cried. 2 days later, Mr. Valentine, I saw Mabel showing that locket off to the housemaid. Mabel was wearing it.
Well, didn't you ask Cynthia?
She won't tell me anything. Just says she lost it. Wishes we could get married and go away someplace.
And tonight she says she'll never see you again. Maybe this is more than a Dorothy Dix case.
Mr. Valentine, I know I tell it backwards. I've got a good, clear brain, only now when I love her so much, it's hard to... Here, help me with my coat, will you?
Huh?
This is why I kept you waiting. Oh, I had to have it bandaged.
Well,
somebody just stepped up on the street.
Your shirt's all torn, your shoulders...
Yes, and my eye will be black in a few minutes, too. Just a big guy in an overcoat. Said I was interfering. I should stay away.
Say, somebody really worked you over, friend.
He said I should stick to writing mysteries, not trying to solve them. He said unless I stayed away from Cynthia, to me, life would be a marble slab.
Mabel's not here, mister.
But she's supposed to be working.
And I'm supposed to be at the wrestling matches. Does that signify? Mabel's not here, I told you.
Oh, it gets worse and worse. Now Mabel's disappeared.
Take it easy, Marla. Take it easy. Where's she gone?
How should I know?
Dummy!
Hey,
Matter,
there.
Huh? Said Mabel's not...
The other guy, the big one. Listen.
What's in there?
The boss's office, and you
It's
can't...
the guy who hit me, the guy who beat me up.
Come on, sister, come on. Who's the big guy?
Our bouncer, but you can't...
Oh, yes, I can.
So you act like Beaver Eagle, huh?
No, stop it.
So you act just
sorry.
like... Wait a minute.
There, you see what I mean?
Their bouncer, Valentine. I know it's him. I'm going in there.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to hold hands.
What?
With her, yeah.
Hey, let go of me.
But boss...
Yes, of course, Michael. Get back to your work.
Sure, boss.
And what can I do
Hey,
for
wait a
you?
minute. It's your strong boy there I want to talk to.
He is quite busy. Excuse me, I do the talking to customers. I am Tony.
Oh, Tony, huh? Small world. Skinny little dark guy named Tony.
What do you mean?
So everybody works for you, huh? A big guy who beats up people and a missing Snoopy girl named Mabel?
I gave her the night off. Who do you work for?
Marlon King.
The innocent.
The what?
Please, I'm in quite a hurry. You have a subpoena.
A subpoena? What do you
But
want?
of course, no, not at this time of night. My lawyers will call you in the morning. Yes, the strong man works for me. It's quite regrettable. Such muscles in the head. Say to Mr. King, please, how I am sorry. My lawyers will make sense.
Hey, not so fast, Buster. Why did you sick the
I am
muscle on?
quite busy. Good night.
Suppose I ask you about a locket.
Locket?
Oh, what's so funny?
Alas, the poor innocent. Now go on, get out.
Look, Buster, I'm staying here until you explain what you know about a girl named Cynthia. What are you and your hired hands trying to do?
You see, gun permits me to have this gun.
Never mind, I'll take your word.
It permits me to ask you to leave. Mr. King, I'm quite sorry. For you, I don't want to be.
Yeah, I can see you're crying. Just don't wait.
To me, why should life be so full of stupids? Get out! Get out!
is it ever going to stop raining?
George, here I am.
Oh, hello, Brooksy. Did you get hold of that housemaid that Marlon here told you about?
Yes, she's here. But, George, first I
Miss
have to
Brooks, I'm getting scared for Cynthia.
These the men I should talk to, dearie.
Yeah, but wait a second.
Look,
George.
we didn't learn anything, Angel.
That locket. Boy, a beauty it was, too, if you like them old-fashioned kind of...
She knows all about the locket, George. But that Mabel didn't steal it or make Cynthia give it to her.
No, it's because my brother's in the buy and sell. You know, a pawn shop with trades, that's all.
What are you talking about?
And Mabel, she give it to me, see? You know why? Because Cynthia wanted to trade it for a real gold set of earrings she's seen in his window once. Only she didn't want the sucker who gave her the locket to know about it.
What?
That's Cynthia. She's something, all right.
George, please.
Well, there's your mystery, friend. The innocent. She's so young and sweet and sensitive, so different from a girl like Mabel.
George.
No, I don't believe it. To me, she's always...
Do you be quiet, Mr. King. George, the important thing is, didn't you see Lieutenant Riley's car?
But listen, she's in trouble. She's in danger.
Wait. What did you say, Brooksy?
The mystery isn't Cynthia, George. It's Mabel. Mabel's dead.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine. To me, life is hopelessly complex, the man wrote. And for Marlon King, it apparently is, at least when it comes to love. Because his wonderful Cynthia, you have found, is not quite the type girl that she made the innocent believe. And as for her avaricious, snoopy roommate, Mabel, well, even if your name is George Valentine, you will never know now, because, as Lieutenant Riley so gently points out, Mabel has been murdered.
Do I have to draw you a diagram? Look at the place. Just look at it. Torn up like Coney Island on Monday.
All right. So she put up quite a fight, Riley. But you haven't told her.
Here. That's the weapon. Don't touch it.
The skillet. Heavy iron skillet.
Yeah. Grabbed off the stove, I guess. A single blow on the back of the head. The body was here in the kitchen hall. The porter found it when he came up to deliver something.
Mm-hmm. Single blow. But all the earmarks of a big fight. The stuff spilled in the kitchen, the telephone knocked crooked.
Maybe she tried to grab for it.
Be careful. That needs to be dusted, too.
Fingerprints? Sure, in a crime like this.
As a matter of fact, she did try to grab the phone for help. Or somebody did. The switchboard girl says the light went on for a second, but then off again, so she didn't plug in.
When was that?
Oh, about 2 hours ago. Doesn't remember exactly.
Didn't anyone hear anything?
The neighbors were all asleep. There's back stairs to the alley off the rear porches. That's how the killer left.
Kitchen door, huh? How do you know?
We found the weapon tossed in a trash can up the alley.
Crime of passion. Well, you'll have plenty of clues right here.
Yeah, the technical boys are on their way now.
But you've already formed another idea.
Haven't you?
Hey, Marlon, Mr. King.
Here, Mr. Valentine.
I guess the lieutenant wants to see you now. I'll be with you in a minute, Riley.
So this is the expert, huh? Knows all about crime, scientific detection, the habits of criminals. But when it comes to the habits of women...
Oh, Lieutenant, don't. He's all mixed up.
Yeah.
He thinks he's in love with Cynthia, and you're not.
I know. I've got it coming. But at least I was right about Mabel. I'm sorry she's dead, but, well, you know what she was like.
Oh, yes, my friend, yes. Little Mabel here was the kind of a girl who was always in trouble. It's not surprising she got what she did.
I thought Cynthia was different. I mean, she
Yes, you're so innocent. I know. You got taken in. But the hired help will tell you the same thing you found out through that business of the locket she got out of you. Just for laughs and a set of gold earrings. To them, Cynthia's even tougher than Mabel, my friend.
I know now.
Mr. King, the doctor tells me Mabel died approximately 2 hours ago. Well, now, come on, think back. That's about the time Valentine here was in Joe's bar, isn't it?
Oh.
And remember what we told you Cynthia said? She was in such a hurry. She apparently called from home. She had to leave. Something had happened.
But I don't know where she could
If
have...
life weren't so complex to you, you might see some of the simple things. What she was really like, and that she was up to something, and Mabel did snoop on her, and what Lieutenant Riley means.
Oh, I know where he's staring. To me, Cynthia was always... Well, Mabel worked for that guy Tony who had me slugged. Why didn't you...
Oh, we'll round up him and his strong arm, all right. To me, sucker, life is simple. To me, that Cynthia of yours is an obvious grade-A suspect for murder.
Riley, to me, Cynthia's a girl who carried gray gloves.
Huh?
And a black purse with a big gaudy thing on it.
What she had one like
A couple
that.
of suitcases because she was going to run away someplace.
Oh, what
to
are
me,
you...
Riley, Cynthia's a girl whose body's been jammed into a closet out there on the back porch.
Strangled.
Yeah. Well, there's your original crime of passion, Riley.
Dead, both of them. And unless I'm wrong, she's been dead just as long as Mabel, maybe longer.
Yeah, it's not simple anymore, is it?
No. I found the gloves over here in a purse. Suitcases were thrown behind the broom closet.
All packed and ready for a trip, wasn't she? Nicely dressed.
No ornaments, though. Wristwatch. Oh, yeah, or earrings, too, from the innocent.
Don't touch any of that.
Don't worry, Riley. I know what you're thinking. But I'll give you something else to think about. Wearing a raincoat, rain hat.
And the suitcase.
That's right, Angel. Packed and ready to go. There's a back stairway. And down at the end of the alley, a neon sign says garage entrance. Here, let me see your purse.
I'll open it.
Yeah, there we are. Keys. Car keys. Apparently had her own car.
So she might have been killed just as she came out the back door to run down the stairs.
Uh-huh. And the kitchen door was open. So maybe all that struggle out here and through the hall was put up by Cynthia instead of Mabel.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? So what?
George, look. Rejoice and be happy at Joe's Oasis.
What?
Matches in her purse. This is 14th Street, isn't it? Must be right around the corner. And here, a cork from a champagne bottle. Remember flat champagne?
Hey, come on, let's go.
Hey, Lieutenant, we got him.
What in the name of heaven's going on?
We got him. That Tony at the airport. He was just about...
Well, look who's here. Trying to run away someplace too, Tony?
What? Look, what is this? I thought you were trouble when you came crashing into
You
my...
gave me double talk tonight, Buster. I'll give it back to you. A champagne cork. Joe's Oasis. Mean anything?
Well, of course. We were there, Cynthia and me,
George,
but...
they were the couple who were there just before us.
Is there law against it? You have a law?
Some more double talk. This is for you, Riley. His face isn't scratched, but he's got on a tweed coat. And if she'd scratched his
Get
coat...
your hands off me.
What are you driving at?
Life is complex, but murder is simple. When a person is strangled...
I'm one jump ahead of you, pal. They scratch, they fight, they claw out to protect themselves, particularly if it's a woman. So under the fingernails, you always...
Wait. You said...
Oh,
strangled?
cut out the innocent act. You hired a thug. The girl named Mabel worked for you, keeping tab on Cynthia.
Yes, Mabel, she introduced me, helped give me a pitch with Cynthia. The strong man, he was to keep Mr. King away. Competition, that's all.
Competition?
I was to the airport to meet Cynthia. I was to the bar for celebration because she accepted. What has happened to her? Where is she? Where's Cynthia?
Take it easy, Tony. Look behind you.
She was my type. A girl with realism. She, tonight, accepted my big campaign to marry me.
Now, look, Joe, the man said he was in here, in the Oasis, with this girl.
Of course they were here. It's that kind of neighborhood. Happy, rich, showing off. Celebrating, they said.
He said they talked about getting married.
He asked her right here over a bottle of champagne. I should hear love stories yet. Decided to up and do it tonight. He'd take her home, and then they'd meet out at the airport. You know what I think? Only customer gives me a buck tip in 5 weeks, and she's got to go get strangled. Raining, see what I mean?
I was talking to the switchboard girl, Mr. Valentine. I didn't pay no attention. I came walking down the street, this Tony. He kisses her. She goes upstairs. He hops in a cab. Hey, what do you want my fingerprints for? I'm just a maid.
Keep talking, never mind.
I ain't got no scratches on me. You don't think I'm big enough to choke a wildcat like that? All right. No, Mabel come in later. I don't know what time. That's all I seen.
You can't lock me up like... Hey, you! Flatfoot! Sergeant!
Come back here and let me out.
Take it easy, Michael. Take it easy. You're in for assault and battery.
Now, look. The boss said he'd make it up. He's loaded with dough. You never saw such a spender. So I hit the guy. So I get conscientious trying to make an impression. Is it my fault somebody murders the boss's girl? I just keep his competition away.
Yeah.
Now, listen. I said, hey, you. Come back here. Hey.
A crime of passion and not one single solitary clue. Not one single solitary fingerprint. Holy mackerel.
Take it easy, Riley. Take it easy. It's almost over.
Huh?
Yeah, we've got our evidence. The murderer won't make a mistake, Riley. He'll slip. He'll catch himself. To me, life is hopelessly complex. That's what you wrote, Marlon.
This is where I came in. Hey, you buying anything?
We're waiting
or...
for somebody, Joe. We explained to you when we...
Like chewing gum on a phonograph record. Round and round.
I just write about crime and things, Mr. Valentine. I mean, well, I'm always getting mixed up with some girl.
Well, don't tell Lieutenant Riley that.
But why should he keep looking at me like...
Listen to this, Marlon. A crime is like a story plot. It's only as mixed up as you make it. Sometimes it's simple.
Sure, but...
Now, one person killed both Cynthia and Mabel. Somebody waited for Cynthia when she stepped out on the back porch with her bags. She fought. She tried to get back to the phone. Then Mabel came home and stumbled into it. So our man's desperate. He has to grab the handiest weapon and swing on her, too.
But why? I mean, Mabel was all mixed up with...
Keep it simple, I said. One thing at a time. Cynthia's gloves.
Huh?
Yeah, those gloves were loose on the porch, weren't they?
Well, she naturally would have dropped them.
Well, is it likely that a woman all dressed up in a raincoat and carrying 2 suitcases and a purse would be carrying her gloves loose? More likely have them on, wouldn't she?
What? Well, now, look, I understand the murderer went through all kinds of complicated cover-up.
The murderer was frantic, Marlon. That's why both gloves were off. But they were on at the time of the struggle. So Cynthia left no fingerprints.
But how do you know the gloves were the...
It's true that a person being strangled always tries to scratch or claw. But Cynthia's fingernails were perfectly clean. At the time she was killed, her gloves were on. Now, you see what I mean? Don't get complicated.
So the murderer wasn't an expert. Someone who would think to... Well, anyway, it was a crime of passion.
Well, if you could call it a passion.
Hey, Mark, this the Oasis? It's a lecture hall where you get free
Oh,
lessons.
wait a minute, Joe. Hold it. What do you want?
I got a delivery outside. Make up your mind. Okay. Don't let the rain in.
You see, Marlon, the important evidence we got was from Joe here and the housemaid. Besides Tony, probably nobody saw Cynthia up close from the time she left here until she went up to her apartment. And what had happened here in the Oasis?
Tony had asked her to marry him. But, George, I don't...
She had accepted. Little engagement party. Tony's big campaign, and they sat at the bar and showed off. Only, showed off what? A mercenary number like Cynthia certainly wouldn't have accepted a well-heeled shrimp like Tony without some valuable token.
Lesson 5, lesson 6, yakada, yakada.
Yeah, Joe?
Step on it. Where do I put this thing?
A box. A crate. What in the name of...
Super View console, 6-foot model.
Television set.
Sure, so what?
Wait a minute. I didn't order no...
Oh, wait till you see the aerial. Receipt to sign, too.
Brooksy, a while ago you noticed Cynthia wasn't wearing any ornaments besides a wristwatch and earrings. Is that right?
Listen to me, will you? That television.
George,
I
it
didn't
explains why the murderer ripped her gloves off. What he was looking for. Why he did it.
That's it, Brooksy.
I didn't, I tell you.
What?
The television, I mean. Listen to me. I didn't order...
Everybody wants something different out of life, Joe.
Engagement ring. Why didn't you mention it, Joe? From a person like Tony, it must have been a really terrific stone.
What? No, listen. That's set there.
Cynthia showed you the engagement ring, didn't she, Joe? You were trying to close up so you could go after her. She was in here regularly, so you know where to find her later after she phoned and we left.
No.
If you didn't order that television set, why does it bother you so much?
No,
Maybe your wife or somebody has already paid for that Super View.
But I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell anybody.
What did you say?
Grab him, George.
back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
For the last time, Angel, I'll get this straight. I'll explain it to you. I was the one who ordered that television set. I wanted to break Joe. I told you before I was waiting for somebody.
Mm-hmm. That was it. And it was a simple crime.
Well, it was simple, all right, but I didn't expect to find the ring right in his pocket.
Just did it for money.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't even intend to kill her. But he ended up by having killed both of them. Yeah, but, George, I thought that Marlon King...
No, Angel, not Marlon. You see, Marlon and that thug, that Michael, they gave each other an alibi. Didn't you catch that?
Yeah, but Tony, he didn't have an alibi.
Angel, let me explain something. A man who's going to marry a girl doesn't kill her, does he?
Well...
No, he kills himself.
George.
You have just heard It's a Mystery to Me, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What cigarette do doctors themselves smoke?
In a nationwide survey a few years ago, 113,597 doctors in every branch of medicine were asked,
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand name most was Camel. Again and again, in repeated surveys, the same preference was shown.
Yes, these surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Why don't you smoke Camels, too?
Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, let's see. I play the red 9 on the black 10. Move the 8 of spades off this pile and put it over here. That gives me another king. Now, where's the 3 clubs? I'll sneak a look under here. No, ain't there.
Hello?
Now, I'll be with you in a minute. Now, where do you suppose that 3 club? Oh, well. Diamond Detective Agency. Anyone for Pinochle?
Rick, don't tell me you're still at it. You told me an hour ago you'd quit as soon as you'd won one game.
Won one game? That's nice and confusing, isn't it? Helen, baby, I wouldn't admit this to anyone but you, but I haven't even come close.
I was afraid of that. Have you tried stacking the deck?
Helen, that's cheating.
I know, but have you tried it?
Well, just once. But only in self-defense, and even that didn't help. I still lost.
Well, then I'm afraid you're hopeless. Why not give it up and come over here? We could play some gin.
Oh, no. I owe you 1,369 toothpicks now. At that rate, I'll have to buy a lumber camp.
You there on the telephone.
Me?
Yeah, you the boss?
Well, no, not exactly. I'm just the owner.
That's good enough.
If that's somebody wanting to hire you, tell him to call back.
Quick, is that man ordering you around?
He's trying.
You hear me? I said tell him to call back.
Now, just a minute.
That's right, killer. Stand up to him. We don't have to take no guff.
Well, honey, I wish you were here so we could get a look at the size of it.
You gonna hang up or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Richard Diamond, did you say yes, sir?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. I mean, bye. Bye, Helen, dear.
Okay. You said you were the owner of this outfit? That means your name's Diamond?
Yes, sir.
My name's Ed Barton, Diamond. Don't bother shaking hands, because I got a hunch you ain't gonna go for the deal I'm laying down. That way there won't be any hard feelings. Reason I say that is because I've already been to 3 or 4 of you guys, and they didn't go for it. For my money, you're all a bunch of lilies.
Well, look, Mr. Barton, you
Now, don't get me wrong. That ain't saying you're like the rest of them. Truth of the matter is, I hope you ain't. The deal I got to offer takes a guy with a little backbone.
Well, suppose you tell me what the deal is before you get too involved with my sacrilege.
You've heard of the Barton Metal Works? Well, that's me. I'm the boss. Started out 15 years ago with a forge and an anvil. Today, I got over 40 men working for me, turning out some pretty big jobs. Contracts a lot of these guys around town would give their eye teeth for. If it's made of metal, Barton will make it. That's my motto.
Well, that's as good as some of mine. Go ahead.
Diamond, it took me a long time to get this thing going the way I want it, and now somebody's trying to mess it up for me. Trouble is, I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Loyalty is one thing, and staying with the sinking ship is something else again.
Very well said, Mr. Barton. Now, would you like to tell me what it means?
Yeah, 4 men quit on me yesterday, Diamond. 6 the day before, and no telling how many today. Word's getting around that the plant is jinxed.
Must be a pretty good reason for it, Mr. Barton. Men don't give up their living over a superstition.
Of course there's a reason for it. Why do you think I'm here?
You tell me.
Because I've had 2 accidents down at the plant in the past 4 weeks. 2 men killed in less than a month. That's a lot of accidents, Diamond.
Yeah, does seem to be stretching things a little.
So now, just because of that, the whole plant's supposed to be bad luck. Diamond, my production's beginning to slack off.
Mm-hmm. Well, just how accidental were these accidents?
Craziest things you ever heard of. Mike O'Brien tripped and fell over a steel rod. Larry Martin got in the way of the big hammer. Just one fool thing after another. Somebody's out to do me dirt, Diamond, and they're trying to get at me through the plant.
Yeah, but why, Mr. Barton?
How do I know why? They just are, that's all. Don't ask me if I got any enemies. I probably got more enemies than any man on the face of the earth. People just don't like me.
Can't understand that. Soft-spoken fellow like you. So, the idea is you want to hire me to go down there and see who's out to get you, huh?
That's right. Got a job already picked out for you down at the plant.
You mean I have to work, too?
Certainly. You don't think I'm going to pay you just to run around asking a lot of fool questions, do you?
No, I guess you wouldn't, Mr. Barton.
Well, how about it? You going to back down, too?
Mr. Barton, thanks to you, my girl already thinks I'm a coward. Looks like there's only one way to change your mind. Big Ed Barton came as close to a grin as he probably ever would, dumped a tidy retainer on my desk, and stuck out his hand. Coward that I am, I took off my ring and lost 5 fingers somewhere inside of his calloused palm. The bargain being sealed, Big Ed then drove me down to the plant.
Miller, this here's Richard Diamond. Private eye I told you I was getting.
Aye. All right.
Get him some clothes and put him on it right away. This is Steve Miller, Diamond, my foreman.
Sure.
And this guy gets $100 a day, Steve. See that he earns it.
I don't mind Big Ed, Mr. Diamond. He means well, but if it isn't made of metal, he doesn't understand it.
Yeah, I wonder how he'd react to a Geiger counter. Which way is the locker room, Mr. Miller?
Down this way, Diamond. Oh, and just call me Steve.
Oh, sure. A nice little place you got here. Being foreman must keep you pretty busy.
Full-time job, all right. I suppose Ed told you what he wants you to do.
Yep. Wait for an accident to happen to me.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. Whoever's behind this will try to get rid of you right away.
Oh, isn't there something else we could talk about? Income tax or the war or something pleasant like that?
Sure. Oh, locker room's right in here.
Good.
Big Ed and I have both gone over the entire personnel looking for a possible suspect. But just about everybody down here has been with us over 5 years. With the plant, that is.
Well, Big Ed seems to think he's got a lot of enemies, Steve.
Oh, it's just his way, Diamond. Ed hasn't any more enemies than the next fella. Oh, here's some stuff that ought to fit you.
Oh, thanks. That's quite a uniform you fellows wear.
Uniform? Oh, the overalls, you mean. Oh, not so bad after you get used to them.
Oh? How long you been wearing them, Steve?
Most of my life, I guess. I was practically born in front of a forge. My father was a blacksmith.
All right. How long have you been with Big Ed?
From the beginning. Since before he moved out of the old shop into the plant here. Of course, I haven't always been foreman. That's only happened in the last... Oh, hi, Fred. Come in for a smoke? Diamond, meet Fred Larson. Hey, what's the matter, Fred?
I'm quitting, Steve.
Quitting?
That's what I said.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Fred.
Save your breath. My mind's made up.
Oh, I see. So it's even got to you.
Look, Fred.
Who's he?
Someone who isn't afraid to get down into the furnace room and take over Larry Martin's spot at the Hammer. Diamond here knows the place isn't jinxed, don't you?
Well, I...
Better not answer that until you've been here a while, brother. I just about had it a couple of minutes ago myself.
You? How, Fred? What happened?
Railing gave way up on number 5 catwalk. Right there where the plates are stored.
What?
That's what I said. If it hadn't been for that scaffolding, I'd have cashed in right then.
But those railings are always given out, Fred. You know that. It's been happening for years.
Yeah, but this one just came too close. I ain't stopping to pick up my check, Steve. Mail it to me.
Those railings aren't indestructible, Diamond. They just wear out.
Mm-hmm. What was he talking about? Plates?
Oh, I'll show you when we get up there. Number 5 catwalk's right above the big Hammer.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm all dressed. How do I look? On second thought, don't answer that.
Oh, here's the place Fred was talking about, Diamond. Guess I can't blame him for quitting. Would have been a nasty fall.
Yeah. Hey, what's this stuff under the catwalk, Steve?
Oh, those are the plates. They're too heavy to lug back and forth, so we just store them up here on the scaffolding.
Oh, I see. You mean I'm going to work down there under these things?
That's where Big Ed told me to put you, Diamond. He's the boss.
I guess that's right. If I ever forget it, I guess he'll come around and remind me. Well, that hammer's a pretty big piece of equipment, isn't it?
Sure is. But the work you'll do isn't hard. The plates come out of the furnace hot. It's your job to flatten them out. All you have to do is flip a switch on the hammer and roll the plates.
Roll the plates? Well, after that climb, I may not even be able to flip the switch.
Otto!
Yes, Stevie?
That's Otto Schmidt. He'll handle the furnace for you.
Well, looks like he can handle the whole factory.
Hello, Stevie. Is your fellow going to take Larry's place?
That's right, Otto. Rick Diamond, Otto Schmidt.
Howdy, Otto.
Hello.
He's a new man, Otto. Never worked in a shop before.
Yeah, I see that. Well, don't worry. I take care of him.
Just how do you mean that?
Now, take it easy, Otto. Production isn't as important as safety right now. Remember that.
Yeah, I remember, Stevie.
Now, you'll be working all alone down here, Diamond. Just you and Otto.
Swell.
The main thing is to keep your eyes open.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Otto. You can take over now.
Yeah, I take over now. You like it, yeah?
Yeah?
Just don't get too close to Hammer.
No home should be without one. It's great for straightening nails, pounding out meat.
Yeah, maybe pound out home, too. You think maybe you stay?
Sure. Why not, Otto?
You not scared, huh?
Should I be?
Yeah, maybe not. What kind of work you do before?
Delivered telegrams.
Say, you pull Otto's leg?
With these gloves on, don't be silly. Hey, you better heat up this plate again. Hey, this hammer's going crazy or something. What?
Look out, Diamond! Look out!
Where? What?
Up there! Look out for those plates! Jump! Jump!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Among the many stars whose voices, whose throats are their fortunes, is Maureen O'Hara.
Maureen O'Hara's cigarette must suit her taste and throat, and that's the reason camels get Maureen O'Hara's vote.
Yes, Miss O'Hara tried the different brands and chose Camels. Beautiful Maureen found that Camels agree with her throat.
And Miss O'Hara's only one of the many famous stars who regularly smoke Camels. Some of the others are Dick Hames, Dennis O'Keefe, Linda Darnell, Henry Fonda, Vaughn Monroe, and our own Dick Powell.
Why don't you take a tip from the famous people whose throats are their fortunes and who smoke Camels? Make your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, pack after pack.
See how well Camels agree with your throat, week after week.
Camels, smoke Camels, and see how mild a cigarette can be.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Big Ed Barton had another accident on his hands. Otto Schmidt. They carried him out of the furnished room in bad shape, but alive. I went up to have a look at number 5 catwalk. And it took me about 20 minutes up there to decide that it hadn't been any more accidental than my working for Big Ed.
Oh, come on in, Diamond. I'll need your signature on this accident report.
You know, Steve, I don't think it was an accident. That scaffolding didn't come loose all by itself.
Yeah, but I've still got to make out the report. Well, have a chair. I'll have this finished in a minute.
Okay, thanks. You handle the paperwork too, Steve?
Yeah, most of it. Anything concerning the plant itself usually falls in my lap. Ed doesn't care much for office work.
Well, I guess he would look a little out of character to that. And incidentally, how come that railing on number 5 catwalk hasn't been fixed yet? Seems to me that Fred Larson quit on account of it. Whose department is that, anyway?
I reported it to Big Ed as soon as I could.
Oh? Well, where's Ed now?
Home, I guess. Want me to call and see if he's there?
No, that's all right. I think I'll just run over and surprise him. What's the address?
105 East Parkview. Big mansion. You can't miss it.
105 East Parkview, right. I'll sign that report when I get back, Steve.
So, what if it wasn't fixed, Diamond? Those railings cost money. I told Steve not to let that plant nickel and dime me to death, and I meant it.
Then you purposely let it go.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say that.
But you don't have to, Barton. You got the report over an hour ago. That's plenty of time to get the work done.
Who told you I got the report, Diamond?
What difference does it make? You're responsible for the repairs, aren't you?
That's right. But don't think you're going to jump all over me, Diamond. Matter of fact, I didn't even know the railing was down until you told me just now. Anyway, I don't see what this has to do with what happened to Otto Schmidt.
You don't, huh? Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Barton. Someone got up there where the railing is out and loosened the braces on that scaffolding. If the railing had been up, he wouldn't have been able to reach it.
That's a lot of hogwash. I don't believe it.
I don't expect you to believe me, Barton, but talk to Otto. He saw who was up there. I saw part of him myself just before the plates started falling.
You mean Otto saw...
That's right.
Well, don't look at me. I told you I didn't know anything about that railing.
That's your story, Mr. Barton, and you better stick to it.
Where do you think you're going? I didn't say I was finished with you yet.
No, and I'm not finished with you, Barton. As soon as I've had a talk with Otto, I'm going to take off these overalls and get back into my own clothes, and then you can
You mean you're quitting? Walking out?
That's right. Now, don't worry. I'm going to find out who's behind this, but I'm going to do it on my own. In case you haven't gotten the idea, Big Ed, I don't like working for you. Otto, open your eyes. I want to talk to you.
No talk.
Why? It wasn't an accident, Otto. You know that.
No. It was accident.
Don't you want whoever's responsible for this to pay for it?
No.
What are you afraid of, Otto? Who are you hiding?
I'm afraid it's no use, Diamond. For some reason, he just won't talk.
But why? What's he afraid of?
That's all the time I can let you gentlemen have. You'll have to have some rest now.
Just a minute, Doctor. Mrs. Schmidt, talk to him, will you? See if you...
No. Otto don't want to talk.
All right. How long will it be before I can see him again, Doctor?
Well, that's hard to say. Several hours, anyway. You might check with the front desk later this evening. They can tell you more about it then.
All right, thanks.
Would one of you mind dropping her off? It's getting late. There's nothing she could do here.
I'll take her home, Diamond. You probably feel like a shower and a change of clothes anyway.
Thanks, Steve. But I've still got some work to do. I dropped by the Barton Metalworks to get my clothes out of the locker room, but the night watchman wouldn't let me in without a pass. Too tired to argue with him, I hopped a cab to my apartment for a change of clothes.
Diamond?
Yeah, but wait till I sit down. I just got in.
This is it, Barton. Never mind sitting down. Get over to my house right away. I got something to show you.
I thought I told you.
I know what you told me, but this is pretty important.
All right, what is it?
A note. It was in my mailbox. No stamp, no address, nothing. Just the note.
A note? What does it say?
Well, the fellow used up a lot of words he didn't need, but the gist of the thing is I'm supposed to close down the plant or suffer the consequences.
Maybe that isn't a bad idea, Mr. Barton, if it'll stop these killings.
Well, it'll be a cold day in the furnace room when I close up. Of course, I might get out from under. Work some sort of deal so I wouldn't lose any money.
Yeah, you might do that. But... Whoever it was had been waiting out on the fire escape. The bullet thudded into the back of my best chair, and I got on behind it, wondering which drawer I'd left my gun in this time. After a while, when nothing happened, I sneaked to look around the arm of the chair.
Diamond, what's all the noise?
There was no one there.
Diamond?
And then I realized Big Ed Barton was still talking.
Hear me, Diamond? Speak up. What's going on over there anyway? What do you think?
Oh, this place gives me the creeps at night, Diamond. Especially way up here. No one around. Just a lot of machinery.
Yeah.
And what are we looking for, anyway?
Oh, I just wanted to have another look at this railing, Steve. Oh, by the way, where were you when I dropped by your place?
Just getting some air. I didn't know you were going to come by. Hey, couldn't we let this go till morning? I don't like it around here when it's quiet like this.
Why not?
I just don't, that's all.
You know, you look pretty good in a suit, Steve. You ought to wear one more often.
Oh, thanks, Diamond. You really think so?
Yeah. Never know to look at you now that you were just a foreman in the factory.
Just a foreman?
That's your job here at the plant, isn't it, Steve? But, doesn't it ever bother you working so many years for a guy who doesn't appreciate it? Especially now that the big contracts have started to come in, Ed's pulling in all the gravy, and you're still nothing but a foreman.
Quit saying that, will you? Quit saying I'm nothing but a foreman.
Why not? It's true, isn't it, Steve?
There's nothing wrong with being foreman. It's a very important job. I got charge of every piece of equipment, every man.
But not charge of the plant. Isn't that right, Steve? Someone else has charge of the plant.
Well, what if he has? Next to him, I'm the boss.
That's right, Steve. Next to him, you're the boss.
Well, suppose I told you he isn't the boss. What if I told you I was in partnership with Big Ed? What would you think of that?
I'd think it was kind of funny, Steve.
Oh, funny, is it? Well, that's the way it is. You can ask him if you don't believe me. He'll tell you.
I mean, it's kind of funny you're still wearing overalls and living in a boarding house when Big Ed has a mansion and a couple of servants. Doesn't add up, Steve.
No, not now it doesn't, but it will. The partner's entitled to full rights, isn't he? And Big Ed kept promising me. All these years, he's been promising me.
Promising you what, Steve?
As soon as the money started coming in. As soon as things picked up, I could get out of the plant. I could wear a suit on the job. Meet people.
Why should Barton promise you that?
Because we're partners, that's why. We went in 50-50.
When, Steve? When did you go in 50-50?
Almost 15 years ago. Down at the old place. I used to work the forge. Ed'd go out and get the jobs. He got to talk to the people. All I ever got to do was handle the forge.
I think I understand, Steve.
And then because he got the jobs, he thought he was entitled to more than I was. He said it was all his doing. I was just working for him. He put me on a salary. Made me work in the plant.
Well, what do you hope to get out of all this? Hating Big Ed is all right, Steve, but if he closes up the plant, you'd be out of a job.
But I won't be out of a job. I'll be in charge then. I'm a partner, ain't I?
All right, Steve. We could go back down now.
Down? Down where? Where are you taking me?
Downtown, to talk to some people.
You mean the police?
That's right. And, Steve, just in case you've still got that gun, I think it's only fair to tell you that this time I've got one, too.
Kind of quiet tonight, Rick.
Yeah, kind of quiet, Helen, honey.
Is it because you owe me 1,369 toothpicks?
Well, that could have something to do with it.
Then I'll get the cards and give you a chance to even the score.
Are you kidding? We'll be here for 6 months.
What's wrong with that?
Come to think of it, nothing.
Well, then leave us get the show on the road. While you sing me a song, I'll set up the card table.
Oh, Helen, you are just too good to me.
Ain't it the truth?
Fella comes home from the office. He's tired, needs comforting. And there you are. I just don't deserve someone like you.
Wait a minute. You're reading the wrong part.
Oh.
Maybe you'd just better sing, huh?
Yeah, maybe I better. I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry over me. Every road has a turning. That's one thing you're learning. I cried for you. What a fool I used to be. Now I found two eyes just a little bit bluer. I found a heart just a little bit truer. I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry over me.
Where'd the trombone come from?
I played it with my feet. Abe Lincoln taught it to me.
Gosh.
Gosh?
Gosh, and a whole lot of G's. Sometimes, Richard, you really get to me.
Now, steady, girl.
Richard, my fool, kiss me.
Oh, well, here.
This is a kiss?
Well, honey, after all, I'm tired, sleepy, worn out, bushed, beat. Had a busy day.
You must have had a busy week. When I say a kiss, I mean a kiss. Come here. Now, that's what I mean when I say... Rick? Rick, what's wrong? It serves me right. I'm going to have to get myself a younger detective.
Dick Powell will return in just a moment.
No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness.
That's because Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for flavor and mildness, for true smoking enjoyment.
Yes, and it's one of the reasons why Camel is America's most popular cigarette, by billions of cigarettes per year.
Are you smoking the cigarette that's enjoyed most in America? If not, start your own 30-day Camel test tonight.
It's a sensible test of cigarette mildness, based on steady smoking. Here's all you do. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days.
You'll soon see how rich, how flavorful a cigarette can be, and you'll discover why Camel is America's most popular cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to help bring pleasure to hospitalized veterans and members of our armed forces, the makers of Camel cigarettes send thousands of packs of Camels to veterans and military hospitals every week. This week's gift Camels are on their way to Veterans Hospitals, Dwight, Illinois, and Whipple, Arizona. Rapid City Air Force Hospital, Rapid City, South Dakota. And to all hospitals operated by the Far East Command of the U.S. Army. Now, until next week, enjoy camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Ty Cobb with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher. Others in the cast were Raymond Burr, Jack Moyles, Jess Kirkpatrick, Joe Duvall, and Alan Reed. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night. Many, many millions of Americans enjoy cigarettes regularly. One thing about cigarettes that many smokers may not realize is that more than half the money we pay for our smokes goes for taxes. Yes, that's right. 8 cents of the price of every pack we buy goes to the federal government, and 3 or 4 cents more in most states goes for state or city cigarette taxes. So that actually means that better than half the price you pay for cigarettes goes for tax. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Now stay tuned, for This Is Your FBI, followed immediately by Ozzie and Harriet over most of these stations.
Johnny Dollar.
So you've stayed on there in Miami?
That's right.
Good.
If I had any sense, I'd stick around in Florida the rest of the winter.
Why not?
Instead of going on back to the snow and cold of Connecticut. And who are you?
This is Don. Don Boomhauer, Johnny.
Don?
Yes, sir. Right across the state from you, here in Sarasota.
Well, Don, it's nice to hear from you. How did you know I was down here?
From Pat McCracken at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Uh-oh.
So I told him I'd try to catch up with you before you head up on north again.
I think I will.
What?
Yes, sir. Nor rain, nor sleet, nor snow, nor anything else shall keep this insurance investigator from heading home.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Getting away from here in one piece.
What?
Well, you're still holding down the office of Tri-State Life and Casualty, aren't you?
Of course, and that's exactly why...
Well, I love you dearly, Don. I've been paid a lot of nice fat commissions by that company of yours.
Exactly, and it's because of that very
But the last 2 or 3 cases I've handled for you have been so risky, so dangerous, and so darned unprofitable.
Johnny!
No, please, Don. Let me duck this one.
But all I need is 5 minutes with you.
5 minutes?
That's right.
Well, what kind of a case could I possibly cover in 5 minutes?
None at all that I know of.
Well, then?
Did I say anything about taking on a case?
Well, no.
But I'll tell you this. 5 minutes with me over here may very well keep me from getting involved in something pretty serious.
Yeah, like what?
Oh, like maybe spending a few years in a federal prison, something like that.
Oh, now you're kidding.
Am I?
Well, aren't you? Come on now, Don.
No. You come on. Over here to Sarasota.
For just 5 minutes with you, huh?
Yes, Johnny?
Well, I still think you're kidding.
No, Johnny.
But okay, Don, I'll see you. I'm sure it's a gag. Has to be. And yet, coming from Don Boomhauer...
CBS Radio brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company office in Sarasota, Florida. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the big date matter. Expense account item 1, 2020, plane fare, tips and taxi. In a little over an hour from the time I left Miami, I was in Sarasota talking to Don Boomhauer in his office near the foot of Main Street.
Sure, Johnny, simply because I asked you to.
Wrong, Don. Only reason I agreed to come on over here on my way back to Hartford is because it means a little more time away from the snow up there.
Yeah, Florida's pretty nice this time of the year, isn't it? Handled a jewelry store robbery there in Miami, huh?
Yes, and almost got my head shot off, which is why I'd like to be able to relax for a while. But now, what is this case you seem to think I can solve in 5 minutes for you?
I told you I have no case for you.
Yes, I guess you did.
All I want you to do is to check over some of these figures for me.
Don, you know the only kind of figures that I give a hang about.
I know. The ones on pretty girls.
Well, why not? After all, just because you're a staid old married man.
Don't knock it, Johnny.
How is Frances, by the way?
Fine, just fine.
You give her my best.
Huh? Do it yourself. I told her that if I could persuade you to come here at all, I was sure I could get you to stick around for a few days. How about it?
We'll see. Now, about those figures you mentioned.
Oh, yeah. Johnny, have you kept any account of the monies we've paid you this past year in commissions?
I can tell you down to the last penny.
Good, because if it agrees with these figures here, all you have to do is sign this statement, and the Bureau of Internal Revenue will quit threatening to send me up the river.
So that's what the big emergency is.
Yeah.
Huh?
One of my part-time clerks balled up some of the paid-out items a couple of months ago, and the tax man just wants proof that we actually gave you this money. So if this figure agrees with yours...
And it does.
Good. Well, then take this pen, affix your lawful legal signature, and try for once to make it legible.
Sure.
Under the desk, Johnny. Those shots are right outside on the street.
Telling me? Move over so I... Hey.
What?
Shots, did you say?
What's the matter with you? Can't you hear them?
Well, just take a good look out there. Come on, let's go and see.
Get our heads blown... Hey, what the dickens...
Sure, it's that car out there with the pretty little blonde sitting in it, backfiring.
Son of a gun, you're right.
Yeah, but I guess we're not the only ones who thought they were shots.
You mean that mob that's gathering?
Yes.
It looks like half the town has come to see what it's all about. Hey, I hope they don't lean against my plate glass window and break it in. Look at that crowd.
Poor gal.
Yeah, pretty too, isn't she?
Yes, come on. I'll see if I can give her a hand. Come on, Don.
Oh, why not? Now, I don't think I know her, Johnny.
Well, that's too bad.
But she might do anyway.
Might do? For what?
As a date for you. What else?
A date?
Sure. That wing ding that Francis and I are taking you to out at the yacht club on Bird Key tonight.
Oh?
Sure.
She is kind of cute looking, isn't she?
Uh-huh. Nice-looking car, too. Brand new. And after all, you're going to need some transportation.
Well, come on. I'll see if I can find out what's wrong with that bus of hers.
Sure, Johnny. You go right ahead.
Okay, I will.
And purely incidentally, find out if she has a nice evening dress she'd like to show off tonight.
Sure, why not?
A number of years ago, it was said that, in spite of the large population of this planet, men and women remain the most inaccessible things on it. Today, we see this lack of understanding among peoples of the world reflected in headline stories. But it isn't because the people of the world are enemies. All people want to be friends. Long before the termination of World War II, Reverend Eugene Wood, a Methodist minister from Oceanside, California, went into a Scottsdale, Arizona camp where German prisoners of war were interned and offered his services to the imprisoned men. Among other things, Reverend Wood taught the men English, and he taught them about the United States of America. During the following years, after the men had been repatriated to their native Germany, nearly half of the internees corresponded frequently with Reverend Wood. Those men expressed a unique understanding of the people and the country of the United States of America. This great feeling of friendship and understanding prompted the minister to make a pilgrimage to Europe to seek out the men he had befriended in the prisoner of war camp in Arizona. This gesture on Reverend Wood's part gained him a fantastic welcome everywhere he went. In all the places he visited, he spread the gospel of love and friendship, and had it returned to him. There were no enemies, only men with the love of freedom, the right of all men.
By the time I got outside the door of Don Boomhauer's office, it looked as though half the town was gathered there. By the time I got to the car where the cute little blonde gal was fighting the ignition switch to cut the engine, stop it from backfiring, 3/4 of the town was present, including the merchants and customers from all the stores and cafes and hotels there on Main Street. The folks had come to see the fun and, of course, offer all kinds of unhelpful suggestions.
Well, don't just stand there, please. Can't you help me get this thing started?
Well, can't you turn off that switch? I mean, the ignition key?
No, and I've already broken 2 fingernails trying to.
Well, all right, then. Pull the release for the hood.
The what?
Under the dash, there to the left of the steering post. You see it?
Oh, this? This little handle?
That's it. Give it a pull so I can go around to the front and raise the hood.
Oh, now what good'll that do? Oh, that awful noise.
Well, if I get the hood open, I can pull a wire off the distributor and stop the engine.
Distributor? What's the distributor?
Just pull on that little handle.
This one?
That one. Go ahead, pull it.
I am.
Okay, now if I can get the hood open, Excuse me.
So, and I surely would appreciate it.
All right, here now.
Now,
what the Sam Hill? Don't tell me this thing is stuck too.
Hey, now, do you mind telling me what's the big idea around here?
Officer.
That's right. What do you all think you're trying to do around here? What's the matter with you, anyhow?
Now, look, help me get this hood open. It's stuck.
You mean it isn't noisy enough for you as it is?
All right.
Okay, fair now. I'll take care of this, man. You and the boys get the crowd moving along.
Okay, Sergeant.
Now, you look here, buddy.
Look, will you help me get this hood open so we can stop the engine?
Stop the engine?
Yes, sure. Now, come on.
Well, you crazy or something? All you have to do is get that gal of yours in there behind the wheel to turn off the switch.
I have been trying to.
I told you, officer, that's just the trouble.
You told me nothing. Now, look here.
No, Sergeant. Well, that is the ignition switch is stuck.
And I tell you, if you all don't cut out this here noise, bust off some of those wires or something.
Now, listen.
Right this minute, I'm going to haul you in the car and this girlfriend of yours off to...
Oh, yes, it's stopped. Well, that's that.
Oh, it is, huh? Young lady, you get this car out of here and over to some repair shop before this happens again. You hear me now?
Oh, yes, sir. I certainly will.
Oh, well, now, wait, miss.
I don't know what you did to stop it from making that awful
Oh,
noise.
nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And
But now
also, I'm terribly upset about it happening right here on the main street.
Okay. Just get it out of here.
Uh-huh.
Vanna, clear this crowd off the street.
Right, Sergeant. Awfully.
Oh, my pleasure. And maybe I'd better go along with you to make sure it doesn't do it again, huh?
No, it runs fine now, but thanks anyway.
Hey, did I tell you to get this thing out of here?
Yes, sir. Right away, officer.
Oh, no, wait, please.
Wait, nothing. You go on, miss.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Look, listen. I just want... Miss.
The only thing you want to do is keep out of jail.
Officer.
The idea of letting that thing backfire out here on Main Street.
What do you think I had anything to do with it?
If I had any sense, I'd lock you up right now.
Oh, now, wait a minute, officer.
Go on, get on your way. I don't know who you are, and the only way I'm going to find out is by putting your name on the blotter at headquarters for disturbing the peace.
What?
And I'm going to do just that unless you make yourself mighty scarce around here in a hurry. Now, go on.
Oh, now, look here, will you?
Don't bother me. Vanna, I guess you can all go on back to your regular beat again. Okay, Sergeant. All right, you men.
Well, I guess
Go back to
that's
your regular
that.
beat now. Got O'Connor? We'll do Okay.
Well, it doesn't look as though you did too well, Johnny.
Well, I didn't really have a chance to talk to her.
That's too bad.
Yes, it is. But she's a living doll, all right. Are you sure you don't know who she is, Don?
No, sorry. But don't worry, Johnny. I'll round you up some kind of a date for the affair at the club. Now, let's see. Maybe Bill Hall knows somebody nicer. Forster Harm. What's the matter? I said, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh.
And I'll bet she dances like a dream. I wonder what her name is.
No, we'll never know, I'm afraid.
Now, don't bank on that.
But now, if you'll just sign this statement that you came over here to sign.
Oh, sure.
Here, use this pen.
All right. There you are.
Legible, too. Now I'll call Frances and tell her that you're staying over with us.
If only I'd noticed the license on her car.
Then I'll see what charming, good-looking girl around this town is available.
But I doubt if even the police
And
did.
would like the famous Johnny Dollar for a date tonight.
Obviously, that one cop didn't know her.
What?
Hardly dare to ask him anyway.
Johnny.
Which means that probably none of the other police who were there would be of any help either.
What are you talking about?
That girl, my date for tonight.
Oh, now, Johnny, I was only kidding about her.
Well, I'm not.
But you don't even know her.
I will.
And chances are that if you should find her and proposition her for a date, you'd get your handsome face slapped.
I'll risk it.
Yeah? What if she turns out to be somebody's wife?
No wedding ring.
Oh, you did notice that.
I noticed that. among other things.
But how are you going to find her?
Well, if she's still here in Sarasota, if she lives here...
Oh, now, Johnny, this is all a little... Okay, go ahead and find her. How?
Well, I have an idea.
Yeah? What?
May I borrow your car for a little while?
Sure. Here. Yeah, help yourself.
Okay.
When do I see you again?
Well, just give me a little time.
All you want. Up until dinner time, when you'll have to pick me up here. Now what?
Yes, I see. Stopping at that jewelry store across the street.
Here comes another prowl car from the other end of the... Uh-oh, Johnny.
Yeah, I see him.
Same policeman you were arguing with a few minutes ago. Only why is he coming in here?
I'm sure I don't know.
Officer.
All right now, Buster.
What?
Just put up your hand so I can slip these cuffs on you. Sorry, Mr. Boomhauer.
What are you talking about?
You think I don't know now what you all were up to out there, you and that gal?
What?
Creating all that disturbance out in the street with that backfiring car.
Now, officer...
So as to draw the crowd so as your Confederate could have a clear field to rob that jewelry store across the street? Put out your hands, sir.
Oh, now hold everything.
That store was robbed while the mob was gathered around the car?
Thanks to this man's diversionary tactics, somebody walked out with must have been $60,000 or $70,000 worth of watches and pins and rings and everything. So they called us up.
I wrote the insurance on that store.
Now, if you don't want to come along peaceful, mister...
Oh, now, whoa, now.
Yeah?
Yes, officer, wait.
What's that, Mr. Boomhauer?
Well, don't you know this man? This is Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar?
That's right.
Y'all mean that freelance insure... Well, you mean the friend of the lieutenant that comes down here now and then to... This is Johnny Dollar?
Here, officer. My credentials?
I have known him for years, officer. He's Johnny Dollar, all right.
Yeah, and these papers all look... Yeah, but if he was out there by that car...
So, Don, you insured that store, huh? Does that mean I'm on expense account as of now?
As of now.
Yeah, well, now...
Fine. And as long as I have the keys to your car... Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, now, you wait a minute, mister.
Yeah?
Unless I can get Lieutenant Phillips to identify you.
Oh, he'll be glad to, I'm sure.
Yeah, now, you all wait. You're the only suspect I got.
Oh, no, you haven't. By the time the officer had recovered his wits enough to barge out the door after me, I'd raced around to the back of his office and taken off in Don Boomhauer's car. Stop number one was the car agency that sold the same make the gorgeous blonde had been driving, that backfired there on Main Street. No, they hadn't seen either her or the car in the repair shop.
Anyhow, one of our nice new models kick up and backfire like that? No, sir.
Then I made the rounds of every car agency in town. Nothing. All right, that clinched it for me. I mean, the reason for that car acting up as it had. But how to find it? If, that is, it was still in Sarasota. I drove aimlessly all over the place, hoping and praying that somehow I'd just happen to spot it. Yes, and hoping that Don Boomhauer had been able to explain things so the police wouldn't track me down and cramp my style. I racked my brain for some idea how to find that girl and her car. And I guess the strain on my so-called brain made me a little foolish, for I suddenly found that I'd driven way out of town, way out on Bee Ridge Road. I started ahead into a little side road on the edge of the swamp to turn around, and then... Well, don't tell me there isn't luck in solving these cases. Stalled there a couple of 100 yards up that dirt road was the car I'd been looking for. And standing beside it, waving for somebody to stop and help her, was the luscious little blonde.
Well, thank goodness somebody came along to help me get this old car started.
Well, hi there.
Why, it's you. The nice man who tried to help me back in town.
None other.
Well, you're certainly my good Samaritan today.
Now, what seems to be the trouble?
I don't know. It just stopped. And neither one of... I don't know a thing about cars, except how to drive them.
Well, maybe I should have gone along with you after that trouble back in town, huh?
Well, somebody who knows something about these things should have.
Well, this time I see you got the hood release to work.
Yes, I just pulled out that little old handle and it popped open.
Yeah. Well, now, let's see.
Just, How did you happen to be coming out this way?
Oh, maybe I was out looking for you.
Oh? Why?
Well, when I first saw you there in town, I thought maybe I'd ask you for a date tonight. And don't hand me a crack in the face for saying it.
Why should I?
Well, thanks.
You're cute. What's your name?
Johnny. Johnny Dollar.
You're... Well, that's a funny name. Gee, Johnny, I hope you can get this running again for me.
Well, I'll take a look.
Uh-huh.
So I took a look, with one eye watching her. But she didn't make a move, just stood there smiling. I replaced the ignition cable that had jogged loose. And then I saw it. That simple little device that meant this car had been rigged for backfire deliberately. Just like the old Chicago mobsters did it in order to cover the sound of gunshots. And then I thought I heard a noise inside the car. Somebody hidden behind the front seat, maybe? When I walked around and opened the back door, I see.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Johnny Dollar. You see a 38, and it's aimed straight at your belly.
Shall I pick up a rock and slug him, Jim?
Just relax, Sal.
And that sack in there full of the loot from the jewelry store?
What else? Did he fix the car, Sal?
Yeah, I think so, Jim.
Oh, it's fixed, all right. So if you two would like to continue on your merry way...
Sure, after I take care of you and sink you in that car of yours in the swamp.
Go ahead, Jim, and let's get out of here,
Yeah, sure. Turn around, Dollar.
Okay, now, Jim, listen.
Turn around. So I can be nice to you. Give it to you in the back of the head so you won't know when it hits you.
Oh, no, wait, Jimmy, look.
What?
Look, that car that's coming.
Well, it looks like they followed me after us.
It's a prowl car.
The cops?
Uh-huh. Blast him, Jim. Come on,
Too
blast
late,
him.
baby.
Hey, you okay, sir? Everything under control, Mr. Dollar?
Sure, Sergeant, and I suppose I might have known you'd be tailing me.
Yeah, well, yes, sir.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Well, it's a pleasure, Mr. Dollar. And now, what about her?
Johnny? Now listen, Johnny.
Well, you see, I'd kind of asked her for a date, officer.
Oh, why, yes, he did.
But how about if she has a date with you instead? Say at headquarters? So, thanks to sheer luck and clean living, of course, I'll pick up a commission on the recovery of all that jewelry. Expense account total, only that $20 or so for the extra plane ride. What a life. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
They say that clothes make the man. A smart-looking uniform can do even more. And oddly enough, military uniforms usually have been patterned after the civilian clothes of the day, with some pretty fancy additions, of course. The buckskin-clad rifleman soldier of 1775 was dressed the same as the frontier trapper. The naval seaman, the same as the merchant sailor. It wasn't until the new American government was able to get enough money scraped together that uniforms started to get fancy. But the uniforms weren't really uniform. The infantry had one color combination, and the artillery had another. Even most regiments were dressed differently. Some uniforms were blue and white. Some were red and white. And others were red, white, and blue. Oh, yes, it looked like a pretty patriotic army. But each man also made an excellent target. It was more than 100 years before it was decided that all the frills and colors, plumes and gold braid would make a better dress uniform than fighting clothes. As battle tactics and weapons changed, so did the uniforms. Today, the American fighting man has a greater chance of survival in a uniform that blends with nature. And it's a uniform to be proud of for the great American heritage it represents.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr. Musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in our cast were Madeline Sherwood as Sally, Robert Dryden as the Sergeant, Carl Frank as Don Boomhauer, Larry Haynes as Jim, and Larry Robinson as the car dealer. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town.
Extra, extra! He roll about the case of the dangerous resolution. Tonight's Big Town story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Extra, extra!
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town and Steve Wilson's exciting story captioned Dangerous Resolution. When a man plans a New Year's resolution to quit the rackets, deadly complications can develop. And such is the background of this fast-moving story of hijackers that began in a diner in the warehouse district of Big Town as a young truck driver sat talking to Vicki Mason, a waitress in the place.
How about another cup of coffee, Van?
No, thanks, Vicki. Look, you ain't busy now. Listen a minute, honey.
I'm tired of listening to your promises, Van.
You still sore about seeing me with that Bubbles dame the other night?
No, I'm not jealous of that hen-headed burlesque stripper. I know she's Silky Martin's girl. And I know why you were out with her.
All right, why?
Because Silky is using her to soft soap you into hustling trucks for him.
Why shouldn't I drive a truck for Silky once in a while? He pays big dough. More for one night's work than I could get in a week pushing a 10-tonner for a company outfit.
Because there's something crooked about it, or Silky wouldn't pay you that kind of money.
Maybe so, but what's it matter as long as I don't do anything but drive the trucks?
Because one of these nights, Silky Martin's going to pull a fast one, and you're going to be in the middle of a mess.
Oh, now, Vicki.
Please, Van. You're one of the best drivers in Big Town. You could get a job any place with good, steady money every week and not get into trouble.
Well, sure, I know,
Please,
but you don't...
Van, for your mother's sake and mine. She's worried, frightened.
Now, listen, Vicki, I'm doing this for Ma's sake. So she won't have to scrub floors and office buildings for the rest of her life.
Oh, she doesn't want that kind of money, Van.
What about you? We can get married quicker.
Please, Van, I don't want that kind of money or that kind of a marriage. Please.
Okay, honey. That settles it. I'm doing a job for Silky tonight, but this will be the last.
Oh, no, Van, no. Quit now.
Oh, I can't, Vicki. I promise, Silky, but I'll make you a promise, too. I'll make a New Year's resolution to quit hustling trucks for Silky and then get a regular job.
No, Van, please. have a scared feeling something's going to happen. Quit now, tonight.
I can't. Oh, here's Silky. Now, don't say anything. And I promise this is my last haul. My New Year's resolution, honey.
Hi, Van.
Hello, Silky.
Hi, beautiful.
Hello.
What kind of New Year's resolutions are you lovebirds making, huh?
We were just talking about...
Get married right after the New Year, Silky.
Oh, fine. Congrats.
Thanks.
Draw me a cup of Java. Bridie.
Cream and sugar?
With everything, beautiful. I always take everything.
Yes, I know. Everything you can lay your hands on for nothing.
Your babe don't like me, Van.
Well, don't let it cut your sleep.
Oh, I won't. And don't let it cut yours.
What's the job for tonight?
You're subbing for a driver on a load of silk.
Now, look, Silky, is this a hijack?
What you don't know won't hurt you. And a piece of pie, sweetheart.
What kind?
Lemon. And keep your finger out of it. I don't like it that sour.
Very funny.
I thought so.
Look, Silky. Huh? This is my last job for you.
Oh, yeah? How come?
I'm getting a regular job after tonight.
Oh?
Yeah.
Okay. How about getting started on this one?
All right. But let's go get it done.
You go out to my car. Monk's there. He'll prime you on where you're to take the load.
Uh-huh.
I'll be out as soon as I've had my pie and coffee. If I ever get served in this dump...
Here. You've got it.
I gotta go, Vicky. I'll come by and take you home. When you're through, honey.
Oh, Van, wait.
Let him go, baby. Let the guy make a buck for your trousseau, for the torso.
You're not funny, Silky.
You're a punk waitress. Spilled my coffee. Come here and mop it up.
Mop it up yourself. With a napkin. Here.
Listen, you.
Let go of my hand.
When I'm through telling you that I need Van in my business.
A dirty business. Crooked business.
It's my business, and you're gumming the works.
How?
You're a good influence on that truck hustler, and that's bad for my business.
Yeah, I'm glad. Because he's through with you after tonight.
Look, nobody gets through with me until I'm through with them, baby. So you'll listen.
I'm listening.
I got a notion you've been listening to Van flapping his lip about my operations.
Rackets. And let go of my hand.
Call it what you like, baby, but keep your teeth shut or you won't have any left to go with that kissable mouth of yours.
You dirty dog.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Flora. Come in.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson. I thought you'd gone for the night and I'd clean up your office.
I have a lot of foreign dispatches to check, but come in anyway, Flora. Close the door on those infernal and eternal teletypes.
Sure, but won't I be disturbing you?
No, just empty the wastebasket and leave the rest of the mess. I don't mind it.
You look tired, Mr. Wilson. You oughtn't to work so long and so hard and so late.
Well, that's fine advice coming from you, Flora. When's that boy of yours going to settle down and let you make a home for him?
Van's a good boy, Mr. Wilson. He gives me money every week and wants me to quit scrubbing floors, but I'm saving his money so that nice girl Vicky Mason and Van can get married soon.
Well, I hope they appreciate what you're doing for them, Flora.
Vicky does, but she's worried about Van not taking a steady job.
Well, you're worried, too, Flora. What's he doing?
Well, special night driving for some fella called Silky Martin.
Silky Martin.
Yes.
I've heard that name somewhere.
Vicky knows him, and, well, she thinks he's mixing Van up in some kind of racket.
Wait a minute. Doesn't your boy drive heavy-duty trucks?
Oh, yes. He learned in the Army, and he's the best. Why, last summer he won a contest. Driving and backing and turning them big monsters as easy as he did his express wagon when he was a little boy.
Well, that takes real skill, Flora. He should be able to get a steady job with any of the big-time trucking companies.
Yes, I know, but war made him kind of restless. He just don't seem able to settle down to anything steady.
Yes. A lot of the vets feel that way. It's hard to relearn to plan for long-time living when you become conditioned to the idea that tonight or tomorrow may be your last. Excuse me, Flora. Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Mr. Wilson, did I not see Flora Andrews go in your office to clean up?
You did, Mamie? Why?
Well, there's a girl phoning in, and she says it's terribly awful important. She talks with Flora right away.
Well, put her on, Mamie. Flora can take the call here.
Yes, sir, but I did not know if I should disturb you.
Well, I've been disturbed by experts. Put the girl on, Mamie.
Yes, sir.
Here, Flora. Some girl is calling you. Says it's very important to take the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry to be disturbing you like this, Mr. Wilson. Hello? Hello?
Mrs. Anders, it's me, Vicky.
What is it, Vicky?
I'm afraid something has happened to Van.
To Van? Oh, no.
Yes. He met Silky Martin here at the diner and left with him, and I've just heard there was trouble down at one of the warehouses.
Trouble?
Yes, a man was killed.
Oh, no, not Van.
No. Silky's bodyguard was killed, and a truckload of stuff and the driver have disappeared.
Oh.
The police have an alarm out. They're blocking all exits from Big Town, and I'm just afraid Van is driving that truck.
Vicky, I've been afraid something like this had happened. So afraid.
Just a minute, Flora. I got most of that. Let me talk to the girl. Maybe I can help.
Oh, if you only would, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, we'll try. Hello, Miss Mason. I'm Steve Wilson of the press.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, Van's mother has spoken of you many times. You work with the police in breaking rackets, don't you?
I try, and this sounds like an ugly one.
Oh, I'm sure Van had nothing to do with that killing, Mr. Wilson. He'd never carried a gun.
Good. But if he's driving that truck, he's liable to be involved if anything has happened to the regular driver.
Is there anything you can do to help him, Mr. Wilson? For his mother's sake and mine?
With your help, Miss Mason.
But how can I help?
Well, Flora says you know Silky Martin.
Yes, I know a little about him.
It may be enough. Where are you?
I'm a waitress here at the Sunshine Diner on the corner of Front and Main Street.
Don't leave there. Stay on the job. Now act as if you haven't heard a thing if anyone comes in and asks you questions. I'll be down there in nothing flat.
Thus, Steve Wilson moved swiftly into a situation promising deadly and dangerous complications. And for the exciting developments, we'll return to Big Town in just a moment. You know, I always did think that Lifebuoy Health Soap got me extra clean. But I never knew how right I was till the doctors came along and actually proved it. Yes, it's true. After comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. Something to think about, isn't it? Well, the answer's simple. Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against invisible dirt that can form a foothold for BO. Lifebuoy gets you even cleaner than the eye can see. After 820 scientific tests, these doctors say that Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And this same purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So enjoy a refreshing Lifebuoy bath every day. You'll like Lifebuoy's creamy rich lather, its wonderful mildness. Get Lifebuoy tomorrow. Now, back to Big Town, to Steve Wilson of the press, and to tonight's headline story of A Dangerous Resolution. Following a lead on a truck hijacking resulting in murder, Steve is on his way to the south side of Big Town in the cab of Harry the Hack and pulls up in front of an all-night diner in the warehouse district.
Stay under the wheel of your hack, Harry. I won't be long. Keep your eyes open.
Check, boss. I'll be right here.
Evening, miss.
Oh. What'll it be, mister?
Are you, Vicky Mason?
Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Wilson?
Yes. Has anyone questioned you since you phoned Van's mother at my office?
No, sir. Why did you ask me to pretend I hadn't heard about the shooting down near the docks?
Well, now, listen carefully. If your friend Van is involved, and you know Silky Martin, the man who hired him to drive the truck, you're dangerous, too.
How do you mean? I don't know much about Silky, where he lives, or even where he operates.
But enough to make you dangerous if you talk to anyone.
I don't care if I can help Van out of this jam.
You care enough for Van Anders to take a chance leading me to Silky Martin?
I'd do anything, but I can't.
Well, I've a hunch you may have a chance, but be careful.
Mr. Wilson, a car just pulled up out front behind that cab.
I heard it. Don't look out. The cab is mine with a special driver.
Someone's coming in from the car. A girl. Oh, Silky's girlfriend, Bubbles.
All right, you don't know me. Swallow whatever line she hands you. Go with her if necessary. We'll be right behind you.
Yes, sir. She's coming in.
Now, give me a cup of java and a piece of pie, sweetheart.
Sure, mister.
And how about a date when you're finished?
Nix the eager beaver, Vicky. We got a date. You're through right now.
Oh, hello, Bubbles. Say, what's the big idea? I'm not through till 4.
Let these amorous night owls hoot for the cook in the back.
Well, what's the matter?
Your boyfriend, Van, he's hurt.
Hurt?
Yeah, he wants to see you. Get your coat. I'll drive you.
Yeah, it's by the door.
Well, get it on. Quit giving this cheap wolf the see you later. Come on.
Yeah, all right. Well, where is Van? Is he badly hurt?
He'll live, but he wants to see you. Come on.
Hey, miss, what about my pie and coffee?
Oh, go chase yourself, you tin horn.
Thanks, but I think I'd rather chase you.
Ha! You should live so long.
Say, boss.
Say it, Harry, but don't lose that black touring car in traffic.
That they may be a shaker in a barbecue, but she ain't shaking me in no best.
Watch it, Harry. They're turning into an alley in the middle of the next block. Slow down.
Yeah. Do we play follow the leader?
No, this may be the end of the line. Go slow. Now, see if she's stopping in the alley. Or if it's another Dodge to shake us.
There's the alley alongside that old warehouse.
I see a brake light. They've stopped. Now pull out and cut your motor and lights, Harry.
Good as done. Now what, boss? Haven't we lone wolfed this long enough?
Yes, Harry. Get to the nearest phone and call Callahan of homicide.
And plenty of helpers?
Yes, with tear gas and Tommy guns, this looks like a rat's nest, and there's no telling how many are in it.
Yeah, and how about you remembering that and don't go crashing in solo?
I'll remember, but I can't wait, Harry. That girl's in danger, and if anything happens to her, it'll be my fault.
Include me and my trusty monkey wrench in, boss.
You're not paid to take chances, Harry.
Neither are you, boss. And 2 guys taking chances is only twice as crazy as 1 guy taking chances.
All right, Harry, thanks. As soon as you've made that phone call, come on in.
Come on, Van. Unload the rest of the stuff.
It's the last crate of silk in the truck.
Okay.
You got gypped, Silky.
Huh?
Only a quarter of a load. And for that, you got your pal Monk killed.
Clam up. Monk wasn't any pal of mine. The dope.
Nobody's a pal of yours, Silky.
This gun in my hand is the only pal I can trust. And don't forget it.
Okay, I'm no hero. But what about that regular driver you got tied up in the back of the truck?
Leave him there.
Well, what about this truck, too? Every cop in Big Town is looking for it by now. Maybe you can hide that hijacked silk, but you can't hide this truck for long, even in this old warehouse.
You're gonna hide the truck for me, big boy.
Hide this baby? Where?
In the river.
In the river? Well, you're crazy. It'll be spotted on the way.
No, it won't. It's only 2 blocks through back alleys to an old coal dock where we'll dunk her deep.
Not with that driver in it, you murderous slug.
Steady, pal. I'd hate to have to nail you here. I need you to hustle this truck to the river.
I won't drive it.
You'll drive it.
Who's that?
That's the reason you're going to do anything I say do. Bring her in, Bubbles.
Inside, Mason.
What? Vicky!
Van! What? She said you were hurt.
Just a dirty trick to get you here, Vicky. Why did you come with her?
I wanted to be with you no matter what trouble you're in.
Oh, we're in plenty of trouble, honey. And all because I wouldn't listen to you.
Nice going, Bubbles. Do you have any trouble coaxing her?
Nah. Just had to pry her loose from a counter cowboy who was trying to date her. Now, what's the pitch?
You better beat it, baby. Get yourself an alibi.
Alibi for what?
You wouldn't want to know.
Wait a minute, Silky. What are you going to do to this dopey truck hustler and that dizzy dame?
Well, if you must know, I'm going to do what comes naturally in this racket when somebody knows enough to finger me into the chair.
Van, is he going to shoot you?
Now, steady, honey. That's the kind of trouble I meant.
Silky, wait a minute. I was seen picking up that dame. If anything happens to her, I'll be hauled into headquarters for questioning.
Yeah, that's just what I've been thinking. You must have read my mind.
You can't do it without mixing me up in it.
Yeah, Bubbles. So you might as well be in it all the way, right up to your ears.
Silky, I'm your girl.
Big town's full of girls with everything you got. And who don't know so much.
No, Silky, you wouldn't.
Don't tell me things, Bubbles. Bubbles. Hey, you can do your act in the truck with these dopes and the regular driver for an audience at the bottom of the river.
No.
Blowing bubbles. Pretty bubbles in the water.
No, Silky, no. No, no.
Yeah.
Oh, Van.
Steady,
Van.
Vicky. It ain't happened yet.
No, so let's get going, Anders. Pick up Bubbles and dump her in the truck with that regular driver.
No, I won't do it.
Pick her up or I'll cut you down.
Go ahead. Here in the river. What's the difference?
Pick her up, Van, please. There's a reason.
Reason?
What's the reason, beautiful?
You'll never get out of this warehouse alive if you shoot any of us.
Oh, yeah? Tell me how come not, baby.
That man at the diner wasn't just a masher. He was asking about you.
A plainclothes splat?
It doesn't matter because I'm sure he followed us here.
Quit lying, baby. Quit stalling. Make your boyfriend put Bubbles in the truck.
All right. Oh, please, Van, do as he says or he'll shoot you here.
Okay, I don't get it, but what have we got to lose?
Dump her in there.
Okay. Now what?
Now lift your girlfriend Vicky up in there with her and that regular driver. And lock the door.
Lock Vicky in there? Like nothing.
Like everything. Or else.
Oh, please, Van. I'll get in myself. See if that other truck driver is hurt and don't do anything foolish.
Smart babe. Give the gal a hand, Van. Where's your manners?
All right. Get in, Vicky. I'll show you manners, Silky, before we get to the river.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Close that truck door and latch it.
Okay, now don't worry, honey. This truck ain't going to the river.
I'll bet you 6 slugs out of this gun it does. Now get in the truck cab and start up the motor.
Yeah, who's going to roll open the main doors to the alley?
Let me worry about that. Get in the cab of the truck.
Wait a minute, boys.
What? Who are you, dope?
I'm the counter cowboy who followed your girlfriend from the Sunshine Diner.
Oh, a plainclothes loft squad louse,
Thanks for the compliment, but no, just a newspaper man who got a tip on your racket, Silky.
A newspaper guy? You're not that racket-busting rat of the Illustrated Press, Steve Wilson.
I'm flattered.
I'll flat you with a slug if you come any closer.
It'll be the shot that will send you to the chair if you pull the trigger.
You'll never know about it if I do. Turn around and spread your wings, you buzzard.
Don't worry. Don't waste valuable time. Like Van Anders, I don't carry a gun.
Don't kid me, Wilson. Nobody walks into a setup like this without heat. Turn around for a frisk.
All right, satisfy yourself, but you're wasting valuable time, and you haven't much to spare.
Yeah, you are clean. What's the big idea? What's the pitch, walking in here without a rod?
Well, 2 guns usually calls for a shooting showdown, Silky. I have a better solution.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I'm going to tuck that gun right out of your hand.
Talk to... That I gotta see.
Mind if I turn around and explain how?
Yeah, turn around so I can see better where to plug you. If you don't get in the cab of the truck with Anders.
All right. Thanks. Don't try to rush him, Mr. Wilson. He means business.
So do I. And take it easy, Van. I got the whole story from your mother and Miss Mason, and we're going to show Silky that the mind can be quicker than the trigger finger.
That I really gotta see. Get in the truck.
I ain't moving that truck out of here.
Get under the wheel, Van. You won't have to move it far, and it's all part of the triumph of mind over murder madness.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, but I sure hope you know what you're doing.
I think I do. You've already given me the idea.
Allow us to stall in the double talk, Wilson. Get in the cab of the truck with Anders.
All right, Silky. I think we're all set to talk that murder gun right out of your hand.
Thus, Steve Wilson is set to try one of the most dangerous operations known to manhunters. And in a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Friends, if you say this is amazing, I'll be the first to agree, but doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Yes, after comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. It's Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient that makes the difference. And remember, this purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So bathe with Lifebuoy every day. And ask for Lifebuoy in the big new bath size. It's generous, luxurious. Get the new bath size Lifebuoy tomorrow. Now, back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson, Van Anders, and the payoff in tonight's headline story of a premature New Year's resolution.
Come on, Wilson. Save the big talk for the crabs in the river. Get in the cab of the truck alongside of Anders.
All right, Silky. But haven't you forgotten something important?
No, and don't you forget I got this gun, and there's 6 slugs in it for you and Anders if you try anything between here and the coal dock where this truck goes in the drink.
Yeah, drowning the regular driver and those 2 girls locked in the back. You really are a cold-blooded killer, Silky.
Yeah. And I got nothing to lose by this cover-up. So get in the cab or I'll let you have it right here and now.
He will, Mr. Wilson. Don't needle him too much.
I'm all through needling him, Van. I was just trying to remind him of something he seems to have forgotten.
Okay, remind me, Wilson.
How is Anders going to drive this truck out of this warehouse unless somebody opens those big sliding doors?
Oh. Maybe you'd like to open them before you get in the truck.
Okay, I suppose I might as well.
Wait a minute. You're thinking your way out of this, are you, Wilson? Well, I'm way ahead of you.
How so?
You're thinking you'll get to open them sliding doors, duck and run for it down that dark alley outside, huh?
Well, you're smarter than I thought, Silky.
Yeah. Get in the cab with Anders.
Okay.
And you, Van, be ready to roll to the river the minute I get those doors open.
Well, Van, I guess he's outsmarted us. You better start your motor.
Yeah. As soon as I roll that door open, I'll be back on the running board with this gun in your neck, Anders. And you'll drive to the river or else.
You'll step in front of the truck to unlatch the door, start your motor in gear, and duck.
Check, Mr. Wilson. I got the plan now.
You slugs! Atta boy, Van. Set your emergency. You got him pinned against the door. He's emptied his gun.
Okay. The bumper's holding him tight. I'd like to smash him for what he's going to do to Vicky.
I'll let the law take care of that, Van. Just hold him there and cut your motor.
Okay.
No, don't! Back up! You're crushing me! Just hold him against the door, Van.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. But another 6 inches would save the state a lot of trouble.
Well, the state doesn't mind this kind of trouble, Van. I'll hold him until I see if he has another gun.
Boss, I was waiting for the psychological moment to intervene, but that was positively beautiful.
Oh, thanks very much, Harry.
You want me to call him with my knocker?
Oh, Harry, he'll keep till Inspector Callahan gets here.
Well, that ought to be any minute. Now, Miss Kilburn out front to steer him in.
Good. Tell her to come in and get the whole story for tomorrow's early edition.
Holy moly, boss. Ain't you getting out an extra?
Oh, no, Harry. The capture of one vicious killer doesn't roll the presses any more than it stops crime. The real story here is Van's resolve to get out of the rackets.
Yes, and I hope the police will let me make it for New Year's and keep it, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I think they will, Van, when the facts are known. Meanwhile, get your girlfriend, Vicky, Bubbles, and that driver out of the truck.
And so ended, with the arrest and subsequent conviction of Silky and his treacherous accomplice, Bubbles, another exciting adventure in the newspaper career of Steve Wilson and Lorelei of the Big Town Illustrated Press. Now, before telling you of next week's headline story of Big Town, remember, doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Yes, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. Ask for Lifebuoy Health Soap tomorrow. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story entitled The Mask of Evil, a strange and unusual story of death and terror in an abandoned lighthouse. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilborn, and was written and produced by Jerry McGill. Now, this is Hugh James speaking for Lever Brothers Company, wishing you all a Happy New Year, and bidding you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling.
Extra, extra, he roll about it. The story of Steve Wilson and the Mask of Evil, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine Lever product. Extra, extra.
New Rinso with Solium puts sunshine on your wash. Yes, rain or shine, new Rinso with Solium gives your wash an amazing new brilliance. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out not just whiter, but actually whiter than new. And washable colors not just brighter, but even brighter than brand new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, Solium. New Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Find out for yourself how new Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Only new Rinso contains Solium. Today, more women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, All His Sisters and His Cousins and His Uncles and His Aunts.
His name was Powerhouse Pratt. He probably shot more people, solved more crimes, chased more crooks than all the detectives, police forces, and FBIs in these United States. And you could follow each and every one of his daring exploits in the comics section of your Sunday paper. Only trouble was Powerhouse was just a funny paper character. The artist who drew him was another case. He didn't shoot anybody, couldn't solve anything, and was buried in death threats up to his ears. It all began not on a bright Sunday morning while reading the funnies, but on a dull and smoggy Thursday while entering the Lion's office. My boss, Anthony J., was hanging up the phone with a look of utter confusion on his face. When he saw me, however, he quickly covered it with a broad and cheery smile.
Jeffrey, my boy, I'm glad you got here.
Bad news, Lion?
No. Of course not, Jeffrey. We have a client.
Yeah, but you aren't sure.
Of course I'm sure. I just talked to Mr. Phineas on the phone. He wants you to come right out.
Oh, Mr. Phineas is the new client.
Mr. Harold Phineas. His address is right here, Jeffrey, so you just run right out there and talk to him.
Just a minute, Fatso. Mr. Phineas must have said why he wants a detective.
Now, Jeffrey, I'm very busy, very, very busy. You just talk to Mr. Phineas. I'm sure he'll explain everything.
Lion, I don't talk to anybody until everything is clear first. Come on, let's hear it.
Jeffrey, Mr. Phineas has a unique problem. That is, the way he explains it, oh, very well, I'll tell you, but you aren't going to like it.
Already I don't like it, so you haven't got a thing to lose.
Jeffrey, Mr. Phineas says his life is in danger. He says that every morning when he wakes up, he finds himself dead.
What?
That's what he told me, Jeffrey. I'm sure of it. That's just what he told me.
Like I said to myself this morning, it's a perfect day for the beach.
Jeffrey, this man's life is in danger. Besides, he said he was mailing us a check for $50.
In other words, you gave him a verbal contract to handle the case.
You see, he said, and then I said... Oh, Jeffrey, it has something to do with those cartoons he draws. You see, Mr. Phineas is a cartoonist.
Fatso, this man doesn't need a detective. He needs a straitjacket.
He needs $50 worth of detective service. Now get out there and see what's wrong with him.
The Lion waved the gas bill and the electric bill and the office bill in my face. And I agreed to meet our new client, Mr. Phineas. The address was 3rd Street, Santa Monica, 3 blocks from the ocean. By the time I got out there, the fog was so thick you could serve it for cake frosting. I sliced my way up to the house, which turned out to be big, old, and divided into 4 separate units. The mailbox said Phineas was in apartment 3, upstairs, left. But when I stepped inside to the hallway, it was so dark I needed a match to find the stairway. I dodged furniture, burned matches, and eased my way along the ancient carpet. I was just starting up the stairs.
Yes?
She was tall, pencil-thin, and hawk-faced. She stood in a doorway, candle in hand, and the yellow flame danced across her eyeballs.
Where do you think you're going, mister?
Upstairs, Phineas's place.
You from home?
From where?
Home.
No, I'm not.
Then why you seeing Harold?
Look, lady, he sent for me. Maybe he needed somebody to turn on the lights.
The lights are busted. That's why they ain't on. They're busted.
All right, I'll tell him. See you around.
Hey, wait a minute, you. Harold's working up there. He ain't got no time for salesmen, you hear?
Yeah, I hear. Thin, hawk-faced woman drifted back into a dark doorway like a wavering strip of fog that had somehow gotten indoors by mistake. And I climbed the stairs. At the top, I reached to knock on the panel door.
Okay,
and
Murdoch.
decided not to.
Reach and reach high. Eddie, put the cuffs on him. Murdoch, watch what you're doing. Bang, 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 bang. There, cross with me once more and I'll... Oh. Hiya.
Your name, Phineas?
Yes, I'm Phineas. And I'll bet you're Mr. Regan, the Lion's Eye.
Well, that takes care of the two of us. Now, where's Murdoch?
Oh, he's just an imaginary character, Mr. Regan. He's in the comic strip I'm drawing. Look, right there on my drawing board. You see?
Oh, yeah, I see.
The fat one, that's Murdoch. He was a crook. He's dead now. The tall man with the felt hat, that's Powerhouse Pratt.
Powerhouse Pratt?
Don't tell me you haven't heard of him, Mr. Regan. Gee whiz, Powerhouse Pratt is carried in the comic section of over 300 newspapers.
Well, I sleep late on Sundays.
Oh, but gee whiz, Powerhouse Pratt. Gosh, I thought everybody knew Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater.
I'll cheer up, Phineas. Nobody appreciated Rembrandt until after he was dead.
Oh, Mr. Regan, you shouldn't have said that. You just shouldn't have said that.
Oh, sorry, Phineas. Suppose you tell me about your life being in danger.
Oh, gee, yeah, it sure is. Somebody wants to kill me.
The lady downstairs?
Huh?
Tall, thin woman hiding behind a candle.
Oh, you mean Aunt May. Oh, gee, that's silly, Mr. Regan. Aunt May wouldn't hurt a flea.
How about people?
Mr. Regan, Aunt May is my relative. I won't let you talk about her that way.
Okay, my apologies to your relatives. Go on.
Well, it's this way, Mr. Regan. Every morning when I wake up, I find myself dead. Oh, it isn't so funny as you think. No, indeed. You see, it started a week ago when I got up early and looked over the drawings I'd made the night before.
And?
There in the last panel of the drawings was me. A picture of me lying face down in the picture. Dead.
If the cartoon showed a figure lying face down, how did you decide it was supposed to be you?
Across the back of the man's suit was printed F-I-N-I-A-S, Phineas. That's me.
Remarkable deduction. Continue, Dr. Watson.
So it's been that way every morning for a week. Me waking up, walking over to the drawing board, finding another picture of me. Dead. It's getting monotonous, to say the least. Here's one of them. Look.
That's your story, huh?
Well, sure. Gee, Mr. Regan, you believe me, don't you?
Suppose we get back to the lady in the candle. Who else lives here beside her?
Well, there's Aunt May and Uncle Fred in the downstairs apartment on the left, and there's Cousin Sue in the downstairs apartment on the right. Then there's Aunt May's sister and her husband upstairs here across the hall.
They're all your relatives?
Yes, I guess so. Except maybe if you count Cousin Sue, she's a relative by marriage.
What do they do?
Do?
For a living.
Well, they're all retired, except Cousin Sue. She works part-time in a department store in Santa Monica.
Just one more, Phineas. Are you married?
Well, I'm sorry you asked me that. I was married.
Divorced?
Yeah. I guess I am. Or I will be. It takes a year, you see, and the year won't be up for another 8 days.
Okay, Phineas.
Do you know of anyone who might want to kill you?
Kill me? Mr. Regan, who would want to kill me?
Harold Phineas, cartoonist supreme, creator and originator of Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater, gave me his former wife's address. That turned out to be 6 blocks away near Lincoln Boulevard in Santa Monica. I drove through more fog and arrived at a stucco apartment 5 minutes later. Mrs. Harold Phineas opened the door.
Yes.
Could I talk to you a minute, Mrs. Phineas?
Yes. Yes, come in.
My name's Regan. I'm private detective.
I know.
Oh, Phineas phoned you.
Yes, he phoned.
I'm afraid you won't be able to help much unless you stop crying.
Yes. Yes, I'll stop.
Good. Do you know anyone who might want to kill your ex-husband?
No, I don't.
You sure of that?
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Okay, Mrs. Phineas. Who?
I won't tell.
You'd rather see your ex-husband dead, is that it?
Oh, no.
Name?
Sue Hitchcock.
Sue Hitchcock?
Cousin Sue. Dear Cousin Sue.
Downstairs, right.
Cousin Sue. A cheap, conniving, scheming little peroxide blonde, if I ever saw one.
You think she'd kill your ex-husband?
She'd do anything she took a fancy to. She's from home, Mr. Regan, from home.
Where is home?
A little town outside Des Moines, Iowa, where they all come from. All his sisters and his cousins and his uncles and his aunts.
Yeah, sounds like you and the relatives don't get along, Mrs. Phineas.
Get along. I told Harold it was them or me, Mr. Regan. He chose them.
Well, she'd said Cousin Sue. By the time I got back to 3rd Street and the Phineas clan, the damp night fog was turning into rain. The dark house rose in front of me like a lost ship adrift on a glassy sea. I moved slowly up the front walk, feeling my way toward the darkened house. I made the stairs on 3 matches, then the hallway, then the door, downstairs right. And before I could knock...
I really wouldn't want you to catch cold. Please do come in, Mr. Regan.
What was standing behind a candle in front of me was small, slim, and willowy. Slow eyes that fluttered and reached out to you and fluttered back just in time. She was dressed in a robe that fit like tights on a ballet dancer. The hair wasn't peroxide blonde. It was red.
I said come in. I heard your footsteps outside, Mr. Regan. I knew you'd have to talk to me.
Yeah. Harold Phineas seems to have told everybody.
Harold loves his relatives, Mr. Regan, especially his cousin Sue. Sit down.
Somewhere I got the idea you were a blonde.
That was yesterday. Cigarette?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
Now, we won't need the candle.
Nobody heard of electricity around here?
They went out at noon. The lights, I mean. No one seems able to fix them. Do you mind?
Well, I hate to try dominoes in this light.
Jeff, you and I don't need to play dominoes. You don't mind if I call you Jeff, do you?
Look, your cousin upstairs, Phineas. Somebody's interested in making his bed into a slab. Let's talk about that.
It's an interesting topic, Jeff, only don't put any faith in it.
Oh, you don't believe him?
Cousin Sue's from home, Jeff. These death threats. That's for yokels.
Oh. You've been around, is that it?
All around.
Phineas's ex-wife has other ideas.
Like what?
Like you.
She's jealous, just plain jealous. I could wrap Phineas around my earlobes anytime I felt like it, and she knows it.
Only, you have other interests.
Sure. Why not? The adventures of Powerhouse Pratt crime beater don't amuse me, Jeff. I'm just insurance.
Insurance?
Sure. The family and I have a working agreement. I keep Phineas in line, and we all eat.
Off Phineas.
Ah.
That makes the cost of looking at you come pretty high. Especially to Phineas.
Jeff, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Cousin Sue doesn't have to depend on Harold Phineas for romance. Just remember that. Cousin Sue... Jeff!
Later, lady. Later. I moved out of the room double time. Lights or no lights, I stumbled upstairs where the shots had come from. Made the top of the landing and the door to Harold Phineas's room. It was open. Inside, 2 candles gave enough light to show a chair upside down, a drawing board on its side. I moved in slowly. On the floor, in the center of the room, a pile of Sunday funny papers. And underneath, very still, the form of a man, his arms and legs protruding. Harold Phineas.
Oh! Hi! They didn't get me that time, Mr. Regan. I guess they didn't get me that time.
It started when a cartoonist phoned my boss, the Lion, that his life was in danger. His name was Harold Phineas, and he was creator of that all-American comic strip character known as Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater. Only when I showed up at the Phineas place in Santa Monica, I found a house loaded with relatives, a sobbing ex-wife, and a sultry redhead affectionately known as Cousin Sue. I was ready to let Powerhouse Pratt take over until somebody fired 2 shotgun blasts at my client, Phineas. They missed. But you couldn't prove it by Phineas.
They tried to kill me, Mr. Regan. Somebody tried to kill me.
Since they weren't shooting at flying saucers.
Oh, you got to do something, Mr. Regan, right away. I don't like being shot at.
Well, maybe we ought to consult Powerhouse Pratt. He's a demon for clues.
This is no time to be funny. Powerhouse Pratt is just a figment of my imagination, and my imagination isn't working right now.
Oh. Well, from the looks of that buckshot in the wall, I'd say your attacker fired from right here by the door.
Yeah, that's right. That's just the way it was. The door opened, and then this person shot at me, and I fell down.
And you couldn't see who was behind the shotgun, huh?
I told you several times, Mr. Regan, I just couldn't see anything. Just this figure in the dark, and then the gunshots. It could have been anybody.
We'll call the police.
No. Let's don't do that.
What?
Publicity. Terrible publicity. I wouldn't want that. It might make Powerhouse Pratt look bad.
You'd rather be dead, is that it?
No, of course not. That's why I hired you, to find out.
But whoever shot at you, Phineas, escaped through the room across the hall. I was downstairs. I didn't hear anyone come down.
Yeah, but they just couldn't have gone in there. That's my Aunt May's sister's apartment, and they went on vacation. It's locked up.
Okay, Phineas. You sit tight. I'm going to check on it just the same.
You mean you're going to leave me here alone?
Either that or call the cops.
Stay, but hurry back, Mr. Regan. Hurry back!
I left Phineas trembling in the middle of the room. Outside in the hallway, I lit a match. The door of the apartment wasn't locked. It was open. I went in. Off the back porch, there was a wooden stairway that led down to the yard. Whoever had shot at Harold Phineas had escaped through this apartment into the backyard. And the chances were that was somebody. One of the relatives. I crept slowly down the stairs to the yard. It was like feeling your way into a bottomless pit. The fog and the rain and the night were black curtains circling around you just out of reach. And somewhere in the yard, a man with a shotgun had drifted behind the fog. I reached the bottom of the stairs, turned.
Stand where you are!
And then out of the same fog bank came 2 men. One tall and muscular, thick-jawed. The other, medium-sized and beady-eyed. The beady-eyed one was the one who'd spoken. In his hands, a shotgun.
Yeah, you heard me. Don't move.
I'll see if he's got a gun on him, Mr. Hitchcock.
Yeah, he'll have one, all right.
Yeah. Now, don't you move, mister. Yeah, Mr. Hitchcock, he had one.
Yeah, give it here, Carl. What's your name, mister?
Regan, what's yours?
Don't sass me none.
Don't you sass him, mister.
That shotgun you're carrying, you like to shoot it?
It's mine, mister. I do with it what I please.
Like trying to kill people?
Hey, who do you think?
Shut up, Carl. I'll tell him. Mister, it looks bad you around this here yard after a shooting.
You're carrying the shotgun, Mr. Hitchcock.
So, you know my name, fella?
How could I miss? You're from home.
Hey, what does this fella mean, Mr. Hitchcock?
You're one of Phineas's relatives. His Uncle Fred, maybe. Downstairs, left.
He knows something, I'll bet.
You know something, mister. You better come with us.
The man with the shotgun, Uncle Fred, walked behind me. The big muscular character he called Carl led the way. We moved around the house, up the front porch, and in through the door I'd seen the hawk-faced woman close. Aunt May's place.
May.
Yeah?
This here fella. Found him outside.
You did?
You know him?
Seen him this afternoon.
He was bothering Cousin Sue, I'll bet.
He was seeing Phineas.
Oh.
You reckon we ought to call the police, May?
Yeah, he did the shooting all right.
Doesn't it occur to any of you characters that Phineas might be dead now? That those shots might have killed him?
If he was hurt, mister, we'd have heard from him.
Yeah, a little buckshot never hurt nobody.
Where do you fit in?
What? Oh, I'm Carl. I'm from home.
You, Uncle Fred, where'd you find that shotgun?
In the garage, where I always keep it.
Let me see it.
What right?
Hey, quiet, Carl. Mister, you're too nosy. I think we'll call the cops.
Call them. They'd like to look at that gun, and chances are it's been fired.
I'm gonna hit him, Mr. Hitchcock.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea.
Okay, mister, you got it coming. Thanks for the lead.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that, mister.
Give me that gun, Hitchcock. Now it's my turn to call the cops. I took the gun out of his hands before I knew what had happened. It had been fired, and I called the police. Then I headed upstairs to see my client, Phineas, only I got a surprise. Coming down the stairs toward me was a redhead, Cousin Sue.
There's no use in your going up there, Mr. Regan. Cousin Phineas has disappeared.
I chased up to Phineas's room. It was empty. Closets had been ransacked, drawing board bare. Even the candles had gone out. I lit them and searched and got nowhere. And then I went back down to the phone and called my boss, the Lion.
Anthony J. Lion, Detective Bureau, eh?
Me, Fatso. Got a job for you.
Yeah, about Mr. Phineas Jeffrey?
Yeah, why?
Hey, Jeffrey, I just found out who our client really is. He draws Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater.
And he won't let you forget it for a minute.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, don't you realize this is our chance to find out what happened to Powerhouse?
What?
Well, in last Sunday's paper, Powerhouse disappeared, completely off the face of the earth. This is our chance to get behind the scenes, find
Sure
out...
thing, Lion. Just one catch. Mr. Phineas has disappeared.
What? Oh, no, that's terrible. And who'll ever...
Lion, cut it out, will you? Run down to the Hall of Records. Check up on an interlocutory divorce decree granted to one Harold Phineas and his wife. Find out when the year's up. You got that?
Yes, but Jeffrey, if anything happens to Mr. Phineas, we'll never find out what happened to Powerhouse Pratt. Think of the millions of children who'll be broken-hearted.
To say nothing of Anthony J. Lion. Get busy, Fatso. 10 minutes later, the police came into it. They asked questions, got answers, and drew conclusions. Or, as a Santa Monica detective sergeant named Smathers put it...
Attacked by a person or persons unknown, then subducted to a place or places unknown. Regan, this guy's a famous cartoonist. He has money. So he gets death threats, then kidnapped. All we do now is wait. Sit tight and watch for the ransom note.
Only I had other ideas. I called the Lion back. Phineas hadn't been lying. His divorce was final in 8 days. I left Smathers talking with Uncle Fred, Aunt May, Carl, and Cousin Sue. Cousin Sue was doing fine with Sergeant Smathers. 10 minutes later, I was knocking at a door and hoping I'd do as fine with the ex-Mrs. Harold Phineas.
Oh.
Mind if I come in?
Oh.
Thanks.
Oh.
Mrs. Phineas, your ex-husband's in trouble.
He is?
He was kidnapped.
He what?
No tears. When I saw you this afternoon, you had plenty.
Well, Mr. Regan,
You bruise easy, but you heal quick.
Yes, that's it, Mr. Regan.
There's something funny about your husband's disappearance, Mrs. Phineas. Kidnapper seems to have taken clothes and drawings.
He did? I mean, they did?
Yeah, kind of odd that a kidnapper would stop for those things.
Yes, it certainly is.
Of course, if your ex-husband had been going somewhere, he might have taken them.
Well, now, Mr. Regan, I don't
You see, if a man were pulling out of a tough situation in a hurry, he might stop to grab a shirt or two and let it go at that.
Mr. Regan, if you're going to say
I am, Mrs. Phineas. Your ex-husband wasn't kidnapped. He sneaked out. He went somewhere in a hurry because he was caught in his own trap.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Wouldn't make good publicity for Powerhouse Pratt, Mrs. Phineas. Papers would play it big. Now, do you want to tell your husband to step out from behind those drapes?
All right.
Okay, Mr. Regan. I give up. Arrest me, put me behind bars. I deserve it.
Oh, Harold, no.
Oh, Dorothy, Dorothy.
Now, take it easy, both of you. Nobody gets arrested. Not yet, anyway.
They don't.
Phineas, you made one big mistake. You lied to me. That business about being threatened. The cartoon of yourself lying face down.
Yeah, but Mr.
You drew your own pictures. Your story was so phony it smelled halfway to Ocean Park.
Yeah, but...
But being shot at. It wasn't your idea. That's when you ran. Your idea backfired.
I tried everything, Mr. Regan. I cut off the gas, busted the lights, but they just wouldn't leave.
You dreamed up the threat to get rid of your relatives. You wanted your wife back, and she'd said it was her or them. You wanted her. And you only had 8 days.
I did it for Dorothy.
You wanted the relatives to go back home. Especially Cousin Sue.
Yeah, they wanted me to marry Cousin Sue, but I didn't love her, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell
Yeah, but you
them.
didn't threaten them. They're the stubborn kind. That might make them stay longer. So you said your own life was threatened. Indirect scare.
Yeah, that's just what I did. Yeah, but there's just one thing, Mr. Regan. Honest, I didn't shoot that shotgun at myself.
Yeah, you gave somebody else the idea. As long as you wanted to play target, they decided to help you along.
Who?
Who?
Maybe it's about time you grew up, Phineas. Stick with me and you'll get to meet that somebody yourself.
Harold!
Phineas turned 3 shades of red, kissed his wife goodbye, kissed her again, exchanged tears, and came quietly. He didn't say anything as we drove back to the house. He said less when we walked in and faced the family.
Harold!
Well, I'll be dooked.
Family, meet your long-lost nephew, Harold Phineas. Say hello, Phineas.
Hello.
Harold, what on earth's the meaning of this, scaring us half to death?
Well, Aunt May, it's like this. You see...
No, I don't see. You owe us an explanation and an
Phineas.
apology.
Yes,
And
Mr.
unless you
Regan.
do it
This
right
would make
this
hot
minute,
copy
I
for the
won't stay
papers.
under this roof
The
another
raiders of
day.
Powerhouse Pratt.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan.
Take your choice, Phineas. You either want your wife, or you don't.
Mr. Regan, I...
What was that you said, Harold?
Well, Aunt May...
Either apologize or we leave this very minute. We're going home, Harold, the whole family, unless...
Well, then I guess you'd better go, Aunt May.
What did you say?
You'd better leave.
Well, I never...
Well, now, see here,
You
son.
listen to me. I didn't mind it when you came out to visit me for a month, and I didn't mind when you decided to stay for the fall. I even had the house fixed up when you decided to stay for the winter.
Yeah, take it easy there, son.
This goes for you, too, Uncle Fred. But when you decided to stay for the spring and then another summer...
Now, Harold, this isn't like you at all, getting picky.
I've been supporting the whole gang of you for 11 months now, and I'm sick and tired of it, and I'm broke. Can't feed the whole darn town.
You mean you'd let your own kinfolks down, son?
Harold, we're from home.
Yeah, home. You took over my house, spent my money, and ruined my marriage. So you can all go back home. And you can take Cousin Sue with you. The only person I'm marrying right now is my wife. So there.
Were you calling me, Cousin Harold?
I sure was. As for you, you no good little...
No, you wait a minute, you little shrimp.
Carl. Carl Miller from back home.
He got in town yesterday. He came for me.
That's right, Shrimp, and I don't like what you're saying about my fiancée.
Well, that explains a lot of things. Carl, you're the guy that took that shot at me. You never did like me, and you thought you'd scare me away from Cousin Sue.
Like I said, a little buckshot never hurt
Yeah,
nobody.
that's what you think.
Hey!
Oh, you can have Sue, all right, but this is for the buckshot.
Harold, you knocked him down.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, Phineas?
How come you knew all this?
Deduction, my dear Watson.
Mr. Regan, you're greater than Powerhouse Pratt.
Harold Phineas decided not to prefer charges against Carl, and the family took the hint. The whole clan packed up bag and baggage for a long trip. Not back home. Nope. Seems Phineas had a sister living in San Diego. The next morning, I checked in with my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. He looked triumphant.
Jeffrey! Well, it was just as I thought.
Huh?
It wasn't a kidnapping at all. I'll say one thing for Phineas. He planned it carefully.
Lyon, where did you learn about the case?
To check there, just in case, and sure enough, I was right.
The newspapers knew Phineas was building up a phony death threat just to get rid of
They
it.
had the advance story, Jeffrey.
Oh, great. And I promised Phineas I wouldn't let a word of it get out. Bad publicity for the comic strip, Lyon.
Oh, nonsense. I won't tell anyone, Jeffrey.
You won't tell anyone. What about the other million readers?
Well, by the time the papers hit the newsstands, it won't matter anyhow. Everyone will know the truth. Although I must say it was pretty clever of me to get it first. Here it is, Jeffrey. Advance copy. Listen, I'll read it to you. Now, Powerhouse Pratt says, so I cleverly disappeared just when the crooks thought they'd killed me. Actually, I was disguised.
Lyon, that's the comic section.
Yeah, but of course, Jeffrey. Where else would I find Powerhouse Pratt? Oh, here we are, right here.
Lyon,
Murdoch
never
says,
mind.
Curses Powerhouse Pratt. I might have known you weren't really kidnapped.
Lyon, never mind.
And here's the real clever part. Just as Murdoch tries to flee, Powerhouse Pratt turns suddenly. Jeffrey!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at this same time over CBS. Joe Walters speaking and inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at 8:30 for more suspense, mystery, and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
What are we digging, Joe? A sub-basement?
You know what we're digging, Sue.
Sure, but how far down are we going? To China?
Don't be silly. It's just about deep enough. A few more spadefuls, and I guess it'll fit.
And I hope it's just a few more. I'm exhausted.
Don't be crazy. I've done most of the work.
And I know why, too. Look, Joe, isn't this deep enough?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it's deep enough. But is it wide enough and long enough?
It's wide enough.
Well, I think it's okay. Let's lift it in. You get that end.
All right.
Now lift.
Hey, it's heavy, isn't it?
Don't be lazy. Come on, lift.
I'm doing my best.
Okay. Now lower it. I think it'll fit.
I think it will, too. Whoa.
Oh, he's right. Yeah, it fits, Sue. Just fits.
Now what do we do? Cover it up and forget about it?
Now, don't be silly. Just covering it up with dirt won't hide it for long. I'm going to pave the entire basement floor tomorrow. Then she'll not only be a couple of feet underground, but under half a foot of concrete, too.
We're going to do a good job of hiding Sally's body, I'd say.
You bet we are. Maybe my wife did show up at the wrong time. But what's left of her will never show up.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello, Joe. Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Well, Billy, don't be ridiculous. Of course I am. Come on in there.
I am in, Joe. Where's Sally?
Your sister?
Yeah.
Well, she isn't here, Billy. She's been out of town, you know that.
But you and I quit stalling. She came back last night. I know that. And I also know what happened.
Now, look, Billy,
Skip it. I'm not sore because you killed her. She meant nothing to me. But money does. And you're going to get me a chunk of it or I start talking.
Now, Billy, you got to listen to me.
Do I? What do you bet? Seems to me that you better listen to me. You killed Sally. But I got it fixed so the cops are going to pick up your friend Sue Adams for it. And for keeping my mouth shut about you, I want a lot of dough. But you know I'm nice. I'm going to tell you how you can get it for me.
All right, Mary. Have a nice trip, and I'll be a good boy while you're going. Uh-oh. There's the doorbell. Well, I'll try to be a good boy. Goodbye.
Bye.
Coming. Yes?
Is this Boston Blackie's apartment?
If it isn't, I'm in the wrong place.
Oh, you're Blackie?
Uh-huh. And apparently you're in trouble. Come in.
Thanks. I'm Sue Adams, and I am in trouble. But how did you know?
Oh, I'm a genius at telling what people are thinking. And also, you're twisting that handkerchief so hard, it's going to be shredded in a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, don't apologize to me. Say you're sorry to the handkerchief. But what kind of trouble are you in?
Blackie, I'm afraid I'm going to be killed.
Well, apparently you're letting it scare you to death. Don't do it. That'll save someone a lot of trouble.
Please, Blackie, I'm serious.
I'm sorry. But so many people imagine that
This isn't imagination. You see, I helped him do it.
Helped him do what?
Bury his wife.
Huh? What him buried his wife?
Joe Lang. He buried his wife, Sally, in the basement of his home last night. This morning, he paved the floor of the basement with concrete.
And you helped him?
I helped him to bury her.
Who helped him kill her?
Joe said he found her in the basement, already dead. But I know he's lying.
What makes you think so?
Because he said he'd go to the chair if his wife's body were found. He said he'd see that I had to be buried, too, if I ever told what I knew.
So you've come right to me to tell me all about it, huh? That's asking for it, isn't it?
No. I think Joe intends to kill me anyway. He invited me to his place in the mountains, and he's never done that before. I know he wants to take me out there to kill me.
Well, you're in a spot, young lady. And in this case, the best spot for you is police headquarters. I'll phone it. Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Well, think of the inspector and I'll be Pops. Hello, Faraday.
Hi.
Well, what do you want me for this time? Murder, arson, or help?
I don't want you for anything, Blackie. But is this girl Sue Adams?
Yes, I'm Sue Adams.
I got a phone call saying I might find you up here.
A phone call from whom?
A fellow named Wilson.
Forget it, pal. Faraday, this girl wants you. For protection.
Oh, she does she, Blackie? Well, maybe I want her. For murder.
What do you mean, maybe?
I mean, I got a phone call from Billy Wilson, the dead woman's brother. He said this girl killed his sister, Sally Lang.
Oh, no.
One of my men followed her here, and here I am.
Just because you got a phone call, you think you've got a murderer. Faraday, what are you using for a head?
All right, so the phone call doesn't mean she killed Mrs. Lang. But it means she knows something about it.
Sure she does, and she's told me everything she knows. She helped Joe Lang bury the body.
Oh.
And it's Joe Lang who murdered his wife.
Oh.
But before you have a murder case, you've got to find a body, you know.
Oh.
And that's why you need me, because I know where it is.
Put lots of paper in that corner of the room, Billy. We want to fix it so this joint of mine goes up like a hot torch. I know that, Joe. I'll make sure nobody will ever know we set your place on fire. Now, these papers will burn with the rest of the joint. So will all the Excelsior. Right. So much Excelsior around will look suspicious, Joe. It'll burn. If it doesn't, so what? Your sister got 3 barrels of new dishes delivered last week. No kidding. Yeah. You bought Sally new dishes? She never told me. She won't tell anyone anything now. I think we have enough papers around. I should think so. The basement's jammed with papers. We spread them around every room. Joe. Yeah. Joe, I just heard a door slam. So did I. There's a front door, too. Quiet, I'll see who it is. Okay. Well? Billy, we gotta work fast. It's Boston Blackie. I've seen that guy's picture in the paper so often I'd know him anywhere. Boston Blackie? Oh, somebody must have found out that we... Never mind about him. If we want the insurance from this joint of mine, we'll have to set fire to it, but quick. What about Blackie? He's prowling around. I saw him head toward the back of the house. Come on, light this stuff. Okay, but what about Blackie? Quit the gab. When he gets in one of the back rooms, I'll lock him in. We'll scram and he'll go up in smoke. Joe, that's murder. It's going to be suicide if we don't get out of here ourselves. Look at those flames go. Come on. Where's Blackie? He's where I thought he'd be. In that room over there. And if I'm fast, we can lock him in and... Got it.
Hey, you guys.
Joe, fire starting to spread out? Yeah. And in a minute, it's going to cook Blackie's goose. Unless you and I get out. Okay, men, let's pack up and shovel.
There's not much left of the house, Inspector Faraday.
I don't care about the house, Chief. But Boston Blackie was in there.
There's no one left in there now, Inspector. No one alive. That house went up well, it went up awful quick. What was Blackie doing in there?
We came down to see a guy named Joe Lang about a body Blackie said he could find. We were both going in, but Blackie said he wanted Lang alone a few minutes.
Well, if no one come out of the house after the fire started, no one's coming out now. You sure Blackie stayed in there?
Blackie didn't have time to get out. He hadn't been inside more than a minute when I saw a flame shoot out of all the windows, so I beat it down to the corner and turned in the alarm.
Blackie might have come out while you were turning in the alarm.
If he did, he would have been here when I got back. No, I guess he got caught in there.
That's tough, Inspector. Yep. Well, we'll be able to check through the rooms pretty soon now, Inspector.
Okay. I want to make sure about Blackie.
Sure or what, Faraday? That I'm dead or alive?
Blackie, you're alive?
A little smoky, Inspector, but alive.
Why, I ought to...
So I worried you, Faraday, but I just had to wait until I heard you say something nice about me. You never do if you think I'm alive and might hear about it.
Yeah, you'll hear about this, Blackie. How'd you get out of that house? Through a window?
No, the flames were at the windows before I could get to one. And the only door in the room was locked.
How'd you get out?
Faraday, have you forgotten? Has a locked door ever stopped me?
No, but I sure wish this one had.
Faraday, you say the nicest things.
I know, Blackie. Did you find Sally Lang's body? And if you did, who killed her?
I didn't have a chance to find it, and I don't know who killed her.
A big help you are.
Oh, don't worry, Faraday. I'll find out. It could be, you know, that Sally's killer just burned his house behind him.
10 of diamonds.
Jack of hearts.
Nuts.
Well, Billy, it don't look like you'd ever win a dime off me cutting cards.
Well, I'll bet you 5 I win this time, Joe.
You got it.
Go on, you shuffle.
Okay. I wonder if they found Blackie's body yet.
The joint's still probably as hot as a griddle. Go on, you cut first.
Sure. King of clubs. You bet 5 you'll win this time, huh?
I'll win. Here's my cut. Ace of hearts.
Boy, you
The
dirt.
5's mine, Joe.
Don't be diz. I don't pay off on a crooked cut.
You shuffled. There was nothing crooked about it.
Ah, that phony cut you made stacked the cards.
Now,
You-
wait a minute. Just because you're Sally's husband, don't think you can call me a cheat.
Okay, pal, you started something. Well, Billy.
Okay, that's enough. Maybe you'll get away with this, but you're not going to get away with killing my sister. She's lying under the concrete of that burning house of yours now, and I know who put her there and why.
You think you know.
You're sure I know. That's why you agreed so easy to burn your house down. You want to marry Sue Adams. That's why you killed Sally. I can always tell what I know. Don't forget about that.
I think maybe I better finish what I started a minute ago and bust that
You'd
small...
better just stand right there like a good boy. I got a gun ready to go boom.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
Smart enough to know now I won't live long with you loose. All right, come on, Joe. I'm taking you on a one-way trip to headquarters.
I wonder how heavy these boards were before they were half burned. Better get out of the way, Sue. I'm going to toss some of these old planks your way.
I'm out of your way. Blackie, what happens to me because I helped Joe bury his wife here?
If you can prove that you were forced to help him, Sue, not much. I've kept you out of Faraday's hands so far, haven't I?
Yes.
There. I guess I've cleared a big enough floor space. Are you sure this is where she's buried?
Oh, I'm positive, Blackie. It was right by that concrete pillar there. That's the exact spot.
Well, we'll know in a minute. Hand me that pick.
Okay.
The heat of the fire broke the concrete a little, and I'll have to finish the job.
Here you are.
Thanks. Yeah. This is the place, all right, Sue. The ground below the floor is soft.
Blackie, I don't have to look at her, do I?
Not now, if you don't want to. There. I got enough of the concrete out of the way. Now I'll just spade the dirt out of here. Yeah, this is the place, all right. The dirt is plenty loose.
Blackie,
Yeah?
you believe I was forced to help bury her here, don't you?
We'll talk about that later, Miss Adams. Right now, I've got...
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I've just hit the bottom of this pit, and there's nobody here. What's going on, Miss Adams?
Now back to Boston Blackie. Joe Lang and his girlfriend, Sue Adams, bury the dead body of Joe's wife in the basement of the Lang home. Fearful of her own life, Sue tells Blackie all about it. Blackie goes to the Lang home to find the dead woman's body but is temporarily sidetracked when Joe and his brother-in-law, Billy Wilson, burn down the house. Later, however, he goes to the spot where the dead woman is buried, but the body is missing. As we return to our story, Blackie is in a telephone booth calling Inspector Faraday's office.
Homicide, Faraday speaking.
Oh, hello, Faraday. This is Blackie. I've been to the ruins of the Lang
I
house.
know. You found Mrs. Lang's body. Well, I've done better than that. I have her killer right here in my office.
You can't prove you have anything, Faraday, because I didn't find a body.
What?
I found where it had been buried once, but it wasn't there this time.
Oh, fine. A big help you are.
Well, look, I'll be a little help then. Who's in your office, Joe Lang?
Yeah, and Wilson, the dead woman's brother. He brought Lang in.
I thought Wilson told you Sue Adams killed Sally Lang.
Now he says it was Joe Lang, and he only thought Miss Adams might have done it when he called me first. But without a body...
Wait a minute, Faraday. Don't say anything, or you might spoil a plan I have.
Huh?
If Joe Lang killed his wife, I know how I can prove it.
We can't prove anything without a body.
I said, wait a minute, will you? You'll have to let Lang go, of course. But before you do, tell him that the body is missing, all right. But we know where it is, and we'll recover it before midnight tonight.
Oh, I get it.
Sure, if Lang killed his wife, he's a cinch to try to hide his wife's body again, because without a body, there's no case against him. And I think the body will prove who committed the crime. Let Lang go, then follow Lang, and Wilson, too.
You think Wilson did it?
Well, he's the one accusing everybody else. Look, you follow Lang, and have somebody else follow Wilson.
Where are you going to be all this time?
I'm going to practice taking bows.
You don't need them. You need brains. Suppose this doesn't work.
It'll work. Lang will be flowered, Wilson will be followed, and if either one of them goes for the body, I'll follow through.
Don't let Lang's car get too far ahead of us, Sergeant.
I won't, Inspector Faraday. But it's tough driving with no lights.
Yeah.
Wonder if Wilson is leading Blackie out into the country, too.
I don't know. I doubt it, though. I don't think Wilson did it. What's his motive? He didn't gain anything by her death. But Lang did.
What?
He got rid of her.
Oh, so he could marry that Sue Adams, huh?
Oh, maybe just because he was sick of her. She weighed almost 200 pounds, I understand, and was as ugly as... Hey, Lang's car just pulled off the road by these woods up there.
Yeah, I noticed.
Hey, he's getting out, ducking into the woods. Pull up right behind him quick, and we'll help him find a body.
Okay. Well, looks like Blackie was right, huh?
He usually is, but don't tell him I said so. Hey, Lang! Lang! Looking for something, Lang?
Don't run for it, Bud, or I'll have to stop you with a slug.
Okay. You think I'm Sue? I think you're pretty dumb if you didn't know we could follow you out here.
Okay, so you followed me out here. What for? You like the country air?
You know why we followed you out here. So you'll do exactly what you've done. Lead us to your wife's body.
You think it's out here, do you?
I know it is. And if you don't lead us to where it's hidden, we'll find it ourselves.
Okay. Okay, so I hid her body in the woods here.
There it is, Inspector. The body. Good. Why'd you try to hide it, Lang?
Why? Because
Never mind, I'll tell you why. Because you know we can't prove a murder without a body. You knew Blackie knew the body was in the basement of your house, so you dug it up and brought it here. Now you wanted to get rid of it again. Well, we've got the body. You know what that means? Means we've also got you. Come in.
Hello, Faraday.
Oh, Blackie, get out of my
Look,
office.
you promised to phone me. Now be quiet. I brought your lady visitor. Come in, Miss Adams.
Thank you.
My office, and she thanks him. Why should I phone you, Blackie?
So let me know how my plan worked.
You know how it worked. So go ahead and bow yourself all over the place.
You found Mrs. Lang's body?
Yeah, Joe Lang led us right to it. He admits he killed her and everything.
He's in jail now, Inspector?
Yeah, Miss Adams, you're safe now. But you always were. Lang said he had no intention of killing you. One murder was enough.
Why did Lang kill her, Faraday?
He claims he didn't mean to. They had a fight in the basement. He pushed her and she fell. Her head hit a concrete post. That was that.
That must have happened long before I came in. He was just starting to bury her when I got there.
Miss Adams, she'd been dead for some time before he buried her. He admits he left the house right after he killed her and didn't come back for a couple of hours.
Oh, that's when he realized she was dead.
Yeah.
She hadn't moved, so...
Very smart, Blackie. She hadn't moved for 2 hours. She was dead. So he knew he'd killed her.
Well, if it was an accident, Inspector Faraday, you
He
can't
just
hold
says it was an accident, Miss Adams. But I don't think it was. The coroner reports she got a pretty heavy rap on the head.
You know, I've just had a pleasant thought.
What?
Lang led you to that body rather easily. What if it isn't his wife's body?
But it is his wife. Huh? What did you say?
Nothing, Inspector. But has anyone besides Lang identified the body?
No, but Wilson's at the morgue identifying it now. Then he's coming here.
Well, if when he gets here he says that isn't his sister's body, you'll get nowhere trying to send Lang to jail.
Yeah, so you say. Come in.
You sent for me, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah, Wilson. Have you seen the body?
Yes, I have.
Get ready for a surprise, Inspector.
Quiet, Blackie. Whose body was it, Wilson?
It was my sister's, all right.
Blackie.
Get ready for what, did you say, Blackie?
All right, so I'm wrong.
Looks like I'm the guy on the right this time, doesn't it?
Well, it's the first time for everything.
Go ahead, Blackie. Just try to make me mad. This is the way I like my cases to end. First, I find the body. There's a bump on the back of the head and a gash on the side of the head. Her husband admits pushing her, then he admits he killed her, buried her, and tried to hide her. Right, Miss Adams?
Well, I guess so.
Right, Blackie?
Right, Faraday.
He not only admits all this, but he dictates a complete confession and signs it. Right, Blackie?
Right, Faraday.
I knew all along he was the one who did it. Wilson, I should have arrested him when you brought him in here. Yes, sir, Joe Lang murdered his wife, and he's going to the chair for it. Right, Blackie?
Wrong, Faraday.
And then I should... What?
Just what I said, wrong. Joe Lang didn't kill his wife. But I know who did.
Joe Lang killed his wife. That's who did.
No. Right here's who did. Billy Wilson.
Blackie, you're out of your mind. And...
I know, and get out of your office.
I think you're through with me, aren't you, Inspector?
Yeah, Wilson, you...
Wait a minute, Faraday. Wilson, when did you last see your sister?
Oh, it was some time ago. She'd been out of town.
I wonder, Wilson, if you didn't see her between the time her husband pushed her and the time he came back home.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, maybe Lang only thinks he killed your sister. He did push her down, and she fell against the post. But it didn't kill her. She was killed later by that second blow on the side of the head.
You're through with me, aren't you, Inspector?
Wait a minute. Go on, Blackie.
Wilson, you found your sister unconscious, revived her, learned what happened. Then you quarreled about something, and you killed her, knowing Joe would come home, find her dead, and think that he had killed her. Faraday, arrest this guy, and you'll arrest Mrs. Lang's killer.
Hey, Wilson, where do you think you're going?
You said you were through with me, Inspector.
Yeah, but I've changed my mind.
Too late, Inspector.
Blackie, grab him before
I'll grab him, don't worry.
You better worry, Blackie.
Oh, boy, this guy wants a battle, huh? Come here.
Nice going, Blackie. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, I always say.
Yes, Faraday, if it's corny, it's what you always say. But you know what I say?
What?
Let's find out why this mister killed his sister.
Yeah, Blackie. I'll tell you why Wilson did it.
Never mind telling Blackie. This is my office, Lang. Besides, we know why he killed her. He wanted money, and she refused to give it to him. So he hit her with a poker. His confession tells us that.
Yes, that was a big mistake. Your wife couldn't have gotten that mark on the side of her head if she'd died when you pushed her.
Well, I'm glad you found that out, but I wasn't talking about Sally's killing. You want to know why we burned down the house, don't you, Blackie?
Well, Lang, I think I know. That was for money, too.
Yeah, that's right, Blackie. Billy knew I was scared about what happened to Sally. I thought I'd killed her, and when he said I had to burn down my house and give him half the insurance money or else, well, I figured he knew I'd killed Sally and would go to the cops if I didn't do what he said.
Lang, you didn't play this very smart. If you thought you'd killed your wife by accident, you should have called the police.
Don't be silly. Even Sue Adams thought I'd killed Sally when she found me with a body. Everybody knows Sally and I didn't get along.
Well, you've got a charge against you for withholding evidence from the police, and you're going to jail for arson.
Well, so what? That's better than where Billy's going. He's going to the chair for murder. Oh, one thing I want to know, Blackie.
Yeah?
First, you thought maybe I killed her. Then you thought Billy killed her. Why didn't you ever think Sue did it?
Your wife was a 200-pounder, Lang, and Sue Adams isn't much over 100. After you pushed your wife, somebody had to revive her, kill her, and then drag her body over to where it was when you left. Sue Adams just couldn't have done that.
No, of course not. We answer your question all right, Lang?
Sure, yeah.
Good. You must be very tired, Faraday, after the work we did, only please don't you be as busy as this again, will you? I don't think I could stand it.
Pat Novak for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my place says. Pat Novak for hire. It's the easy way because down here on the waterfront in San Francisco, you can't afford to wait your turn. If you're going to make a living down here, you got to do everything you can. And you got to be out of the hen house by sunup. Even then, it doesn't work out always because you get trouble tax-free. It's like leukemia. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no way to duck it. You might as well try to start a conga line in a cathedral. I found that out Monday night when I met an old friend. It was the night before elections, and I was sitting in the office scratching married women out of an old date book when Sam Tolliver showed up. I hadn't seen him for years, but it was a nice, easy meeting. What other way is there when you're good friends?
You look just the same, Patsy.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Sam. Sit down.
Sure. Doing well, I guess, huh?
Oh, you get different stories. Where have you been?
All the hard luck stops. Syracuse for a while and Joliet. That's where I come from now.
Yeah? That's where they got a big prison.
Uh-huh.
When you came too far, Sam, you should have stopped in Oakland.
Huh?
That's right. If you're out here to play small robbery, you better think it over. It's a tough town.
Don't ride me, Patsy.
I'm not, Sam. But once you start losing them, it's hard to win again. I just thought you might want to know about San Francisco.
Thanks. Thanks, but you don't have to worry, Patsy. I got a smart streak. I'm here mostly to ask a favor.
Yeah?
Can you spare me one for old time's sake?
Medium-sized. Go ahead.
I want to borrow one of your boats.
Did you come all the way from Joliet to borrow a boat, Sam?
If it's going to hurt that much, forget it.
I just asked. All right. When do you need it? Tonight?
It's to pick up a package in the bay about 9 o'clock.
Sure, I'll run you out.
No, it's a little different, Patsy. I can't make the trip. You'd have to do it for me.
The favor's getting bigger, Sam.
You'd have to pick up the package and bring it back here. I'll be waiting at 10 o'clock. I guess you won't buy, huh, Patsy?
I'm not impressed.
It'd mean a lot to me, Patsy. It really would. And you couldn't get hurt, honest.
Nobody gets hurt, honest. It's the other way I'm worried about.
Well, I wish I could tell you, Patsy, but I can't. You know how it is. Sometimes you can't, but... Well, it's that way now, but... You'd be doing me a real favor and you wouldn't get hurt.
That's what Henry used to tell his wives. All right, Sam. But you put out a bad story.
Well, Patsy, you have to go by the China Star. She's out in the stream. Just tell them you came for that package. They won't ask. Just tell them you want the package.
Yeah?
Talk to the captain. I'll be waiting here at your place about 10 o'clock. And, Patsy, it's important. Don't let anybody else have it.
All right. I'll see you here at 10.
Thanks, Patsy. It's a big favor.
We're old friends.
Yeah. We're old friends. Nothing wrong with them, huh?
No, there's nothing wrong with old friends, Sam, except sometimes they wear out on you. When Sam Tolliver walked out of there, I began to worry. I don't know why, because he was always a good guy. But if you leave good silk out in the rain, it'll shrink. Well, it was too late to change my mind now. I was going to get that package and say goodbye to Sam Tolliver. Only things didn't work out that way. You start with trouble and it never stops. It's like offering to buy aspirin for a two-headed boy. About 8:30, I took a boat and I started out into the bay. Halfway out into the stream, I had to give way to a tanker. After she throbbed by, I picked up the China Star, tied up at buoy 327. It was a broken-down old barge, So old, I expected to find Noah hiding out in the bilges. Well, I went aboard, and they took me into the captain's cabin. It was going to be tougher than Sam thought. The old man had some questions, and he was about as smooth as a bag of fingernails. Right away, I got the idea.
What do you want?
I came out for a package.
Who are you?
What good'll a name do you?
Who are you?
What do you care, mister? This isn't our dance. Just give me the package, and I'll leave.
Keep shouting, tough boy, and when you're all through, tell me your name.
Now, look, I'm not out here to haunt your boat. You got the right face for it. I'm just passing through.
If you're running a small boat, you got papers. Let's see 'em.
Yeah. You're too handy in your own cabin.
Let's see. Novak, huh? You a Polak, Novak?
Yeah, and it feels fine. How's it being a pig these days?
Don't get jumpy. I just asked. Who sent you here, Novak?
I'll forget you asked. Just keep the package. I'm going home.
You walk home on the bottom, then. Now, look, Novak, somebody steered you wrong. Maybe it was no questions once, but it's not that way anymore. Just want to keep the book straight. Who sent you?
Sam Tolliver. You need a pencil?
No, that's enough questions. You see, Novak, all you had to do was answer. You can have the package now or talk some more.
I'll take it now. Where is it?
On the desk behind you there.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome, Novak.
The captain didn't like company. When he hit me, I dropped down to the floor like a piece of hard-working lint. The last thing I remember was Sam Tolliver sending me out to this boat. I knew then I had no more business here than second trumpet in a string quartet. I could hear voices and people moving around, but it didn't help much. You can get that kind of service in a tomb. Somewhere along the line, they moved me, because when I woke up, I was lying in a cloud of platine on a couch in a different cabin. The class of people had improved. She was bending over me with a cold towel and a warm look. And from where I was, she had a figure like a shot of brandy on a winter night. When she said hello, you knew that all you had to do was send up a flare and relax.
Good evening. Welcome back.
Yeah,
How do you feel?
a little used up. I need recharging.
Here, put your head on my lap. There. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Forget the towel. I'll struggle along this way. By the way, whose lap is it?
I'm Ellen Morrow.
Where's your friend?
The captain?
I guess so, the brave guy, Axel Arm.
He's down getting your boat ready.
What's he doing, punching holes in the bottom?
He'll be back in a minute. The package will be ready and you can leave.
No, you keep the package. The last time I got a headache.
I'm sorry about that. It was a mistake.
That's what they told Marie Antoinette. By that time, her head was 40 feet down the street. What's in that package?
It wouldn't help if you knew.
You let me work that out, huh?
Work out the answer then.
How about Sam Tolliver?
Slow down, Betsy.
I'm not going that fast.
You're going the wrong way. I'll help you lick your wounds, darling, but I'm not going to get talky.
What do you got to lose?
What have I got to gain except your gratitude? I can get that any night with a couple of drinks.
How is he, Ellen?
How does he look?
Too comfortable. On your feet, Novak.
Yeah. You ought to rent that out, sweetheart. I'd sign a lease myself.
I'll finish the sweet talk, Novak. You get on your way. Here's the package.
No, I changed my mind about the package. You keep it.
Your boat's ready. Unless you want to get tossed in like a mackerel, take the package and beat it.
What's in it, and where does Sam Tolliver fit?
You asked once already with your head in her lap. You want me to sit down?
Well, you got brains after all.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought they were all in your fists. Yeah, you're still smart.
Take this package. Show him the boat, Ellen.
I'm going to remember you, mister.
Ellen's going to lead you by the hand through the dark. Stop beefing and settle for the simple pleasures.
I will. I'll remember you.
Concentrate on Ellen. You'll get a better memory.
I went out on deck with the girl, and as I got to the starboard side, I noticed her hair for the first time. The way you're liable to suddenly notice a flower after a hard rain. Her hair was red, and as the orange lights of the bridge reflected against it, it seemed like a prairie fire, way down in the valley, flaring up quick and then burning low again. The rest of her would have made a good prairie fire, too. It was the only good thing I could think of on the way across the bay. The water was as quiet as a drowsy caterpillar, and I had a chance to think. Why had they changed their mind about giving me that package, and how wet were Sam Tolliver's feet? Well, it must have been about 11:30 when I pulled into the pier and started on the run for my office. The lights were on, and I burst right in because I had a lot to ask Sam. But it wasn't Sam.
What's your hurry, mister?
I came here to meet a friend.
That's the guy laying in the corner. You don't have to hurry.
No, this isn't my friend.
He doesn't look like one. I'm Sergeant Grimes from Homicide. If you're Novak, you're in trouble.
Why?
A guy lying under your desk, dripping like a broken inkwell, and you trot out a question like that?
Well, it's a bum caper somewhere. I was supposed to wait for a guy named Sam Tolliver.
It might as well have been a streetcar. I'm not going to press you, Novak. I don't care. I'm just going to take you downtown.
Well, this boy quit too late. I've been in the bay the last 2 hours. You can check. I went out there to pick up a package.
The one you got in your arm?
Yeah, it's for a guy named Sam Tolliver.
Let's see.
Okay.
It doesn't say that. It says Mr. John Reedy, 720 Post Street.
I wonder what that means.
Let's find out. We'll take it by Reedy's place.
I got it for Sam Tolliver.
You can buy him another. We're going by Reedy's before we get downtown.
What's the matter with you? Do you want it on an 18-foot screen? I didn't kill the guy. I don't even know him. I don't even know this John Reedy.
Wait a minute, Novak. I believe you. I believe every word you're saying. Except this is one time you'd be better off lying.
When we left my office, I felt as if somebody had walked through my stomach on stilts. Oh, there were loose ends bobbing up everywhere, and you couldn't get to any of them. It was like chasing a spider with a bowling ball. With all this new stuff, I forgot about the ship. Who's going to worry about blood poisoning if he's busy having hemorrhages? I began to wonder more about Sam. Where was he? And how was I going to palm off that dead stand-in? Grimes didn't seem worried. We got into his Nash and headed for 720 Post Street. It was an apartment hotel, and Reedy lived up on the 3rd floor. On the way in, Grimes picked up a key at the desk, and we rode up in the elevator with one of those shifty-eyed little guys who'd sell his mother if he didn't have to fatten her up. When we got to Reedy's door, Grimes took over.
Open up!
Maybe he can't hear you, Grimes.
Nobody home. Let's go in.
Why? We don't know him well enough to sneak in.
I rate a hunch, Novak.
Okay. The light's on your side.
Leave it out. Let's look around.
Okay. The stray bodies belong to you, Grimes.
You go look in that set of bedrooms. I'll check over here in the library. Give me a yell if you see any.
All right.
Novak!
Two of them. I got one by the desk. The other started down the fire escape. I'm going down in front. Take this gun and stand by the fire escape. He may get trapped and start up, so keep your eyes open.
I walked into the library. The window was open, and the curtains were blowing over the dead man's face. It was a good thing, because you can't split the difference with a service 45. I took him by the heels and dragged him away from the window. His eyes were rolled back as if he expected somebody to tap him on the shoulder and tell him it was all a mistake. His face was contorted and frightened, maybe a little embarrassed, like a deer caught in a traffic jam. Well, I stayed at the window about 10 minutes and watched the fire escape. There was no action there, and Grimes wasn't back, so I started for the door. I had company right away.
Hello, Novak. You move?
Oh, Hellman.
That's a big gun you got.
Well, ask Junior here on the floor. He thinks it's even bigger.
I'll check myself.
Sure, and it's going to be easy because it's right in the family.
Yeah?
Yeah. Belongs to one of your boys down in Homicide.
Go ahead.
A sergeant by the name of Grimes steamed in here and knocked down Junior, and then he beat it down to get the other guy.
I don't believe it.
Well, talk to him.
That's why I don't believe it. There's nobody on the force named Grimes. On this one, you're all alone, Novak.
There's got to be a Grimes. The guy had on a uniform.
I don't care if he had on a play suit, Novak. The guy's a phony. He's not from Homicide. He's a killer.
That's what I meant, Hellman. I knew Hellman was right. If Grimes was on the level, he'd have booked me instead of coming up here. He came up to Reedy's with murder in mind. Even if they believed the story about Grimes, I was still on the spot. That made me accessory to murder. And I was going to look worse when Hellman found the guy down in my office. On that one, I had star billing. Oh, everywhere I turned, things were worse. I knew it was going to take a low-budget miracle to bail me out. It was like trying to give nose drops to a herd of elephants. Hellman seemed to like the idea. Hellman rolled the guy, and there was no identification. But he never works for nothing.
A few bucks in the guy, I'll put it in the safe.
The only safe you got has suspenders on it.
I don't like that, Novak.
Oh, you'd do anything for a buck, Hellman. If you got the right bid, you'd sell the tomb of the unknown soldier. Thanks, Hellman. I'm getting a big list tonight.
I can do all of that I want, Novak, because you're in the corner pocket now. I get a tip-off from the Chronicle to come up here, and I find you holding last rites.
You got a bigger headache, Hellman. There's another stiff down at my place.
Huh?
That's right, Grimes again. He was sitting there when I walked in.
Where were you?
Out in the bay, picking up a package. It's right there on the desk.
What's in it?
I don't know. It was for a friend of mine named Sam Tolliver. He's disappeared, and Grimes brought the package up here.
I'll take it downtown.
You better tag by the China Star. That's where I picked up the package. It's out in the bay, so you'll need a boat. Even a guy with your complex needs a boat.
I'll touch all the bases, Novak. You just stay 10 cents away from headquarters. You can pay your own way into the can.
Yeah, well, that's what'll happen if I wait for you. I'll be standing out in the downpour.
That's right, Novak. If there's a chance, I want to see you get first prize.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be stuck unless I shop around myself because you got lockjaw of the brain, Hellman.
Yeah?
That wouldn't hurt you so much, but if it spreads, you're going to be in trouble. That's what I'm waiting for. Well, if something didn't happen soon, I was going to be about as embarrassed as a hostess with leaky plumbing. I was counting on Hellman to shake down the skipper of the China Star. If that didn't work, I could close shop. I didn't have any leads. There wasn't anything I could do but sit on my hands. It was like taking your niece to a nightclub. I had to stumble around until something showed. So I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. Oh, he was all right until he found out sometimes you can feel as bad the next morning without a hangover. I toured the town and finally found him at Lupo's trying to put the vineyards out of business.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time to start the day off right. Mama Lupo, some wine for Mr. Novak. You can only have a quart. We're running low.
Look, it's almost midnight, Jocko. I got to talk to you.
We're not going to turn into pumpkins. You need some wine.
No, I don't.
Patsy, when you die, the artwork is going to be simple. On your grave, they'll chisel a picture of a pair of slacks, a hamburger, and a double malt.
All right, Jocko.
The final symbols of a decayed civilization, because that's as close as you ever got to civilization, a remote connection at best. Like a bookie, they love horses, but they die on a stock farm. It's the same with you and civilization.
You all through, Jocko?
I won't fight against your sober babble. What's the matter?
There's a dead guy down in my office.
A friend of ours?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. We'll miss the wake.
I'm going to get half hung by homicide. The other half is dead up in a Post Street apartment. Hellman thinks I'm the boy.
Patsy, I wish you wouldn't hang around me when you've just killed somebody. You tarnish my declining years.
I went out to the bay to pick up a package. When I got back to my place, instead of a friend named Sam Tolliver, there was a dead guy there and a phony cop called Grimes.
How do you make the distinction?
He grabbed the package and we took it up to Post Street. After a quick hassle in the dark, I'm standing over a dead guy in John Reedy's apartment.
John Reedy?
Yeah. Do you know him?
Most people do. He's running for office tomorrow. Is he the dead man?
No, I don't think so. What about Reedy?
He's running for a board job.
Yeah? Would anybody have a reason to work a plant on him?
Maybe.
What's he like?
Oh, a sort of liberal by marriage. A reactionary with a rich wife. Supposed to be a good man.
Well, how about the opposition?
Oh, a lot of them are running. One is Simpson. He couldn't beat an asthmatic turtle across a tennis court.
Well, we're getting somewhere at least. If Reedy's good, the gambling dough would frame him to lose.
Yes, if politicians can ever lose. A murder in his apartment would look too phony, though.
Yeah, but maybe that package wouldn't. Jocko, you got to help me. I want you to check on the registration of the China Star and then nose around to find out what you can about tomorrow's election, will you?
If we lived in a monarchy, this wouldn't happen.
That fast double play has got something to do with this election. Now, hurry up, Jocko, and when you're through, tag by my place. I'll call you there.
Have you a bottle in the house?
There's a tap in the kitchen. That'll have to do.
No, thanks. Outside of a child in pain, the most pathetic sound in the world is running water. Good night, lover.
I left Jocko and ducked into a phone booth. When I called Hellman, he poured out news like a rotary press. They broke open that package down at headquarters. It was full of dope. Plain garden variety, the kind a man uses to forget either his wife or secretary. I was sure then the package was a plant on Reedy. Hellman didn't see it that way. He said the two dead men were Gunsels, last addressed before San Francisco State Prison at Joliet. I needled him about that phony cop Grimes. Hellman said they just got a tip-off by telephone. Grimes was an ex-sergeant in homicide whose real name was Vic Rothery. I asked him who phoned in the tip-off, and Hellman said he didn't know the guy. His name was Sam Tolliver. I got out of the Chronicle morgue and looked up everything I could on John Reedy. All politicians' children sit on the floor. There was a picture of Reedy there with his family grouped around him on the floor. I pulled the clips on Vic Rothery. It was Grimes, all right. Well, that gave me something to work on, so I went on the prowl for Ellen Morrow. I found her running a dice game in a little after-hours joint on Eddy Street.
You want chips, Novak?
You don't want to play against yourself? Yeah, give me some.
All right. See how good you are.
Okay.
8's your point.
Yeah. You seen Sam Tolliver?
Make your point, Patsy.
That's it. Where's Sam Tolliver?
5. You're not even warm. You're not warm on Sam, either.
He left me hanging with a murder rap.
Your friend double-crossed you.
He double-crossed you, too?
Another 5. You're in a rut, Patsy.
He turned in Grimes. That's right, baby. They know he's Vic Rothery now. You still like Sam Tolliver?
No. Keep rolling, darling.
Is Grimes your boyfriend?
He used to be. I'm sentimental.
Where's Sam Tolliver?
The Herrick Hotel. When you see him, tell him I sent you.
I will if we talk that long.
There it is.
Hey, come on.
8.
That's right.
I guess I lose, Patsy.
I guess you do. Be seeing you, baby. She changed when I left. The first time out, she was alive and breezy like the Maine coast in July. But now she was broken up and lonely looking. And as I walked out, I thought of an old Dixie cup somebody had used up and thrown in the alley. Well, I got down to the Herrick Hotel, but Sam Tolliver wasn't there. Maybe it was better that way. I left a note for him, a short note that even a Mongolian idiot couldn't trip up on. If Sam was going to show his hand, he had to do it soon. When I got back to my apartment, Jocko was already there. He was giving a concert for the mice.
Oh, she pushed a baby carriage, she pushed a baby carriage in the merry, merry month of May.
All right, Jocko.
She pushed a baby carriage, she pushed a baby carriage, she pushed it for a Williams man who's far, far away.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Patsy, I wish you'd get rid of that radio and buy a good harpsichord.
What'd you find out, Jocko?
Nothing from the China Star. She weighed anchor and went to sea at 11:45.
How about Reedy?
Well, there's heavy gambling money against him. And there's talk about a last-minute scandal. All the newspapers had tip-offs.
Where was he tonight?
At a rally in the Mission District with his whole family.
Well, that'd leave time for a plant. They broke open that package. It was full of dope.
Oh, that makes sense. He was once under treatment for malaria. The drugs found in his apartment would make it look bad.
Yeah, I'll get it. Hello, Novak talking.
I hope so, because you got a lot to do.
What's on your mind, Hellman?
A girl named Ellen Morrow. Who killed her?
Did they?
About 20 minutes ago. Vic Rothery's picture was all over the place.
Yeah, they were chums. You better pick up Sam Tolliver. He's at the Herrick Hotel.
I'd rather have Vic Rothery.
Haven't you picked him up yet?
No, we're on our way out.
Well, you better hurry, Hellman. There won't be any voters left.
I thought Sam Tolliver was a friend of yours.
Well, that's the trouble with close friends. You give them the shirt off your back so they can see where to put in the knife. After Hellman's call, I knew we were coming up for the last hand. I met him, and we rode down to Vic Rothery's hotel. It was early morning, just about the time Dawn is too sleepy to get out of bed. In the pale light, Geary Street looked like a shabby old lady with a snootful, and Rothery's hotel was worse. Hellman flashed a badge on the night clerk, who reached over and handed us a key. It was a funny thing to notice then, but the guy's hands were short, and his fingers were peeled and stained yellow as if they'd been dipped in weak acid. Well, we rode up to Rothery's room. As we got out of the elevator and turned the corner, somebody ducked into Rothery's room. That was enough for Hellman. He started down the hall.
Open up in there.
You got another customer, Hellman.
Open up.
Come on in. You're going to wake everybody up.
Hello, Sam.
Come on in. Don't mind the gun. It's loaded.
You're a handy cop, Hellman.
That's it. I'll close the door. All right, over near the window.
Yeah.
Go on.
Sure.
You got an answer for Rothery here?
You too, copper, over near the window.
I ask you. You got an answer for Rothery here?
You're looking at it, mister. You know, Patsy, I'm sorry you came. I could bounce a few off of this guy with no pain at all, but it's going to hurt on you.
Don't kid me, Sam.
I don't know why you came, Patsy. You could have left me alone. I didn't mean to put you in for this. Things went wrong and you were in, that's all, but I didn't mean to do it, Patsy.
Give the man your gun.
You were a good guy to me, Novak. I'm sorry you drew the deuce. I'm really sorry because, well, you were a good guy to me.
Well, I'm not anymore, Sam. You got 5 feet to make up your mind.
I got it made up, Patsy. Now stay back. Let me try it out on him first.
You've had practice.
Stay back, Patsy. I'm in a hole and I'll burn my way out. You know that. Patsy, I'm in a hole. I gotta get out.
Don't kid me, Sam. I was your last friend. All you got now is the road.
Stay back, Patsy, please. Patsy, stay back.
Give me that gun, Sam.
I must have prayed wrong, Novak.
Yeah. Sorry, Sam. I'm a tough loser.
Yeah. You were right, Patsy. It's a bum down for a small robber.
For a while, you looked big.
Not for long, though.
No. You're a small-time bum, Sam, and you're better off dead.
I wouldn't argue. I'm sorry, though.
I doubt it.
I guess that's right. I didn't try very hard.
How's your friend, Novak?
Let's go. The friendship's over. Well, Hellman finally pieced it all together. He got that skipper back and put him under the lights. The story was damp, but it fit together. They were all in on a deal to railroad John Reedy. Vic Rothery headed up a bunch to plant the dope in his apartment. But Sam Tolliver got anxious and decided to get the stuff for sale. He talked a couple of buddies into it and sent me out to the ship to pick it up. The captain smelled a switch and knocked me out long enough to get word to Rothery on the beach. Rothery got the guy in my office and the other guy that Sam posted in Reedy's place in case anything went wrong. That left only Sam on the other team. Rothery wore the uniform because it was an easy way to plant the stuff in Reedy's apartment. But the timetable went haywire, and he got tripped up by that tip-off call to the Chronicle. That's about the way it was. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How come Sam Tolliver headed for the girls' place and then Rothery's? I don't know. Except maybe that note I left Sam. How'd I know he'd believe a lie? Oh, it worked out for everybody except John Reedy. He lost the election anyway. Jocko forgot to mention the guy was a Republican.
Johnny Dollar.
Well, now, how do you, Johnny? This is Ripley Tita, Worldwide Mutual Insurance.
Well, hi, Rip. How's dear old Memphis, Tennessee?
Finest town on God's green earth, Johnny. Always was, always will be.
Well, now, when did you join the Chamber of Commerce?
What, sir?
Say, isn't it just about time for your big annual celebration?
Oh, you're too late, Johnny. The Cotton Carnival's all over and done with for this year.
Now, you should have called me sooner.
Well, now, why, Johnny? These fine people here in Memphis never give us any trouble.
Well, what are you calling about?
Trouble, Johnny. Real big trouble.
I thought you just finished telling me.
Yeah, I did, Johnny. This little problem I'm calling about happens to be over in the nearby town of Somerville.
Well, now, make up your mind, Rip.
What's it?
Well, which is it, a little problem or big trouble?
Well, now, I suppose that kind of depends on just how you look at it, Johnny.
Look at what?
Murder?
Murder?
Yes, sir. Murder.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Reddick in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Memphis office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the stock in trade matter. It was bright and early in the day. I was able to make an immediate plane reservation, so expense account item 1 is $72.75 airfare to Memphis, Tennessee. And by shortly afternoon, we started circling for a landing over the big industrial city there on the eastern bank of Ole Miss. Soon as I cleared my baggage at the airport, I spent item 2, $6.25, for a taxi into Ripley Tita's office on Union Street near 3rd.
Taxi, Johnny. Now, why didn't you all just rent yourself a car at the airport? Well, sit down.
Thanks.
I'll have my secretary get one for you. Maribel, honey, have one of those nice rental cars brought around front for Mr. Dollar, huh?
What time?
Right away. Thank you, honey.
You mentioned something about a town called Somerville.
Yeah, about 45 miles sort of east of him.
What happened over there?
Like I told you on the telephone, Johnny, murder. And the deceased is a client of ours named Valentine Beauregard Exum.
That's a mouthful.
That's 3 mighty fine old family names, Johnny.
That figures.
Yes, sir. Anyhow, early this morning, his housekeeper found him laying over his desk with his head bashed in.
Have the police over there any theories, anything to go on?
No, sir, not a thing. No fingerprints on that heavy andiron that was used on him. No clues of any kind, nothing. So that's why I think maybe you ought to go over there and take a look around.
How big a town is Somerville?
Oh, less than a couple of thousand, I guess.
I see.
Now, that used to be the heart of some real important plantation country. That's where the Exum money came from, Johnny, from cotton. But by the time it got down to Valentine Beauregard, well, he was still living in the old plantation house, but most of the property around all been sold off.
In other words, old Exum wasn't worth very much money.
And I'm afraid that's true, Johnny. But he somehow managed to keep up the payments on his insurance.
How much?
Well, face value, $35,000.
Mm-hmm.
I don't rightly know just where he got his living income from. Of course, after the war, when some of these fine old Southern families had to sell off their land, they made some investments and things.
You mean the Civil War, Rip?
I said the war, didn't I?
Go on.
Well, anyhow, I don't really know where he got his living money, except maybe from his kinfolk.
Well, that brings up the question of beneficiary.
Those very same kinfolk, Johnny, only ones he got left.
Who are they?
Well, no wife or young uns of his own, so let's see here on his policy.
Yeah.
Just a niece and a couple of nephews, Johnny. Now, let's see. There's Clarabelle Otway, Exum.
You have her address there?
Let's see.
Well, just let me use this scratch pad. I'll copy the policy.
Yeah, go right ahead. And like you see, she lives right here in town. Works in a 5 and dime, I understand. And there's a nephew, also name of Volney Beauregard Exum. Lives down in Corpus Christi, Texas, see?
All right, I got it.
Then there's other nephew named Culpepper Van Buren Oglethorpe right there in Somerville. Works at a real estate office. Although it beats me how he makes a living at it. Yeah, that's all, Johnny. Just those 3.
Okay. In other words, they're the only ones who will benefit by Exum's death, huh?
Well, now, that's right, Johnny, but surely you don't think one of them could have killed him?
Why not?
Fine old Southern family like that?
Did he have any enemies that you know about?
Fine old man like Volney Beauregard Exum?
Did he have many friends?
Well, no. No, I guess he didn't, really. Kind of just kept to himself, living out his days there on the plantation house. All alone with just his pride, just living out his days.
Now, you mentioned a housekeeper.
Yeah, well, Miss Dollar Cato just did some day work for him. And don't you go suspecting her, Johnny. Why, she couldn't hurt a fly.
Well, you are a lot of help. Well, maybe I better not suspect anybody, huh?
That's right. Well, no. What I mean to say
now,
is...
35,000, 3 beneficiaries.
Yes, sir.
Equal?
Yes, sir.
So maybe 11, 12,000 apiece. That's not very much.
Well, now, I understand they'll share the rest of the estate, too.
Oh, what do you think that plantation's worth?
That old rundown house and the little bitty piece of land where it sits, maybe 10,000's all.
No idea what kind of money old Exum had to live on, where it came from?
No, bank accounts or nothing, Johnny. Even paid cash premiums on his insurance. I guess he didn't like banks and such.
Well, you sure don't give me much to go on. One more question. Did the killer ransack the house?
Well, no, not that I know of. So maybe you better take a look, huh?
Yeah, Rip, I think I'd better.
Proud we are, we being the CBS radio network, to be able to bring you on this station each weekday the songs of Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney. In addition to the sparkling Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney show, we're equally delighted to present at the same time each weekday the assorted talents of Art Linkletter, the house party man, Gary Moore and Durward Kirby, and the rousing Arthur Godfrey Time. There's no business like show business, and nowhere else such a fine sampling of same than on this blockbuster CBS Radio Network Entertainment Fest. The nicest thing about it is, should you miss any or all of these great stars on a Monday, you can catch right up with them the next day, or any weekday you're so minded. Remember, nowhere else can you enjoy each and every weekday the Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney show, the conversational gifts of Gary Moore and his perfect foil, Durward Kirby, the kids, comedy, and cut-ups of Art Linkletter's House Party, and the air of glee with gusto that's a specialty of Arthur Godfrey Time.
Before driving to Somerville to look over the scene of the crime, I checked up on Mr. Exum's niece, Clarabelle. I found her in the stockroom of the 5 and 10 where she worked. She was a thin, wan-looking girl of about 30 with long, black, stringy hair badly set in a knot that bobbed about the back of her neck as she talked in a high, nasal voice that fairly set my teeth on edge.
Excuse me while I set this box of ribbons.
Sure.
And if y'all want the truth, Mr. Dollar, I am just as glad as I can be that old Uncle Volney died.
He was murdered, Miss Exum.
Well, he's gone anyhow. And when I get my share from his insurance and that property, I can pay all my bills and buy myself some fancy new clothes and lots of things.
Well, then you're not at all sorry about this?
Of course not. He had nothing to live for anyhow, Mr. Dollar. All alone out there in that house by herself, nobody to talk to except poor Miss Cato 2-3 times a week when she come to clean.
Poor Mrs. Cato. How poor, Clarabelle?
Oh, well, actually, she probably has more money than Uncle Volney ever had. Count up some of her kinfolks dying and leaving all that big property over to Whiteville. See, she was a Buford, on her widowed sister's husband's side.
Yeah, well-
And when her cousin Sally Mae, she had some Buford blood and kin, too.
I see.
And when she died, with all the money and things from her cousin once removed... And now, wait a minute. He was her father's nephew's half-brother, is what it was.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'll take your word for it. Now, this Mrs. Cato, if she had money, why did she work as a housekeeper?
Oh, just out of pity for Uncle Valentine, him being all alone and all.
Didn't you ever go out to see him?
He never did want to see me, did he?
I wouldn't know.
No. All he cared about was sitting there counting his money and keeping his relatives from getting any of it, except maybe Culpepper. And now we'll get it anyhow, Mr. Dollar.
Where did his money come from, Clarabelle?
Don't you know, Mr. Dollar?
No.
Well, now that's funny.
All right, so it's funny. Now, where did the money come from?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you did. Now, excuse me, I gotta get these boxes put away. Lest the boss comes back here and sees me just sitting and talking. Boss don't hold much with sitting and talking.
More questions, more useless answers. Little old Clarabelle simply didn't know anything that might be helpful to me, and didn't care. Except, that is, for whatever money might be coming to her. Maybe the Exum family was smart and prosperous once. But if she was any criterion, they'd done mighty poorly in the last couple of generations. I knew this. If she'd had anything to do with her uncle's death, she'd probably have left signs all over the place. So I drove on over to Somerville to the Exum home, or rather what was left of it. 100 years ago, it might have been a mansion, but now it was just a wreck. 2 of the 8 big columns on the front had fallen and simply left there to rot away in the sun and rain. Windows were broken and stuffed with newspapers to keep out the draft. There hadn't been a paint job in 20 years, at least. What little was left was cracked and peeling. The yard was nothing but weeds and moss, and a thick matting of leaves that never had been raked from under the big trees that were hung heavily with Spanish moss. At the door, I was met by a Sergeant Aiken of the local police.
Real glad to see you, Mr. Johnny. That Mr. Teeter from the insurance company phoned you'd be here. Come on in, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. I'd like to see just where and how Mr. Exum was murdered.
Yes, sir. Right in here in the library. Only I guess the old man must have sold off all his books a long time ago. Now, here, sir. You see, here, he was kind of sprawled across the desk there. What's left of it. With that tin box by him pried open.
Where is the body now?
It's in town for the autopsy, him being all alone when he was murdered.
His housekeeper wasn't here?
She's the one come in early this morning to do her work and found him laying here dead.
I see. Go on.
Well, it's all pretty obvious, Mr. Johnny. Somebody just come in here, found him sitting here with this little tin box in front of him.
What was in it? May I touch it?
Oh, yeah, might as well. We couldn't find a single fingerprint on it. Not even Mr. Exum.
No prints at all?
No, sir, no prints at all. Chief, he knows about them things. He went around with a kit for prints, dust and everything. Yeah, whoever did this must have worn gloves and also wiped off everything he touched just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, must have been real careful.
I see.
Yeah, even this heavy andiron he used to kill him with. Chief even checked the doorknobs, everything else for prints.
Any idea, then, how the killer might have got in?
Chief and I have been through the place with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. Johnny. You ask me, the old man must have let him in.
When?
Doc says he's killed sometime late last night.
Late?
Yes, that's right.
Well, then, from what I've heard about Mr. Exum, it had to be somebody that he knew pretty well.
Yes, sir. We're trying to find anybody he knew that well, this old recluse. Anybody he'd let in at night, well, yeah, the chief had a couple of the boys working on to her, but I don't see how they're going to come up with anybody.
Any idea what might have been in this old tin box?
Well, probably whatever money the old man had on hand.
Where'd he get his money, Sergeant?
Now, that's a good question, Mr. Johnny. I know he never had any bank accounts, but he would cash a check now and then.
Well, if he had no account, I can't...
He never sold any real estate for the last 25 years. Didn't have any to sell except this old place here.
Well, this box certainly couldn't hold enough to keep him going for... Oh, wait a minute. What's this?
Looks like a couple pieces of paper stuck there in the hinge.
There's a corner of something torn off. Let's see if I can get it out without more tearing.
Them corners weren't tore off of any money, that's for sure.
No, this looks like a sort of parchment paper that's used for an insurance policy. Or maybe that's where his money came from.
What you thinking of, Mr. Johnny?
Two possibilities, Sergeant. One, the obvious one, that he had a lot of money hidden away in some secret place around this house.
Well, now, we thought of that.
On the other hand, if these torn-off corners, freshly torn, too, I believe, if they mean what I... Now, listen, there's a nephew living right here in Somerville, isn't there?
Yes, sir. Yes, there is.
Big enough to have wielded this heavy andiron so effectively?
What, sir?
Well, certainly Clarabelle couldn't have done it.
Mr. Johnny, you talking about his own kinfolk.
Besides, she's too stupid to have covered her tracks.
Well, now, if you're talking about stupid...
Yeah?
Well, that nephew on his mother's side, that Culpepper Oglethorpe living here in town, I mean the one supposed to be working at real estate, but he ain't. He ain't doing anything. All he ever got was from his uncle.
Go on, Sergeant.
Well, he's so stupid that maybe he would kill one of his own kin.
Where is he?
Of course, I suppose so. Most anybody kills for money, though.
Where will I find him?
And you know, none of them three had any use for old Exum. And only one of the boys could have used this heavy andiron.
Sergeant.
And with Culpepper, the only one of the boys near enough to do it, you know.
All right, where is he?
Oh.
What?
All I said was, oh.
Come on, Sergeant.
No, sir, Mr. Johnny. Culpepper didn't do it.
Well, how do you know? How can you be sure?
Well, it seems he had some trouble a couple of weeks ago. Pulled a knife on a man.
Well, then he is the type.
He may be the type, Mr. Johnny, but, well, ever since he's been locked up in jail. Still is.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Frustrating case, this one. There was nothing I could really put my finger on. The Somerville police were doing just as much as I was and were accomplishing just as much. Nothing. What about the other nephew, who also bore the name of Volney Beauregard Exum? Rip had mentioned that he lived in Corpus Christi, down in Texas.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnny. 5 or 6 years, I'd say.
What does he do down there, Sergeant?
Well, I don't know that, sir. All I know is he had a fight with his uncle once. Mr. Exum gave him money to get out of town, so he did. He hasn't been back.
I wonder.
When I phoned him there in Corpus this morning and told him what happened, he said he was sorry that he couldn't get down here. He was pretty tied up, but he'd be glad to pay for a decent funeral.
Sure he would. Because of these torn-off corners of paper are what I think they are.
Yeah, it looks to me like young Volney Exum's the only one that's any good of them three. Yes, sir. I mean, if he can afford a nice funeral for somebody...
You bet he can. Now, listen, Sergeant, maybe I'm all wrong in playing a hunch that one of his relatives killed the old man, but it's all I've got to go on.
I'll say this, Mr. Johnny. A hunch is no kind of proof.
I know, and proof is what I need. But even without it, I'm going down to Corpus Christi. And then, well, believe me, I'll be the first to admit it. To admit that luck, sheer luck, is what helped me to solve this one. It came by way of a pile of letters just inside the mail slot by the front door. On top was an envelope with a familiar company name across the upper left-hand corner. Intrastate Telephone Company. Before the sergeant could stop me, I tore it open. And sure enough, a dividend check for $250. With Intrastate Telephone paying 50 cents a share, and I know because I own some of that stock myself, here was a dividend on some 500 shares, over $40,000 worth. All right, expense account item 3, after a mad drive back to Memphis, $51.50, plane fare to Corpus Christi. It was late by then. So item 4 is $22 even, and that includes a cab into the Robert Driscoll Hotel, cocktails, and dinner, and my room bill for the night. First thing in the morning, At a brokerage office on Lawrence Street, I was talking to my old friend Wayne Stockser.
Well, to answer them in order, Johnny, I'm fine, thank you. And I do think ours is the biggest stockbroker's office here in town. And yes, we do have a client by the unlikely name of Valentine Beauregard Exum. But it's a very small account, though.
Is he a young fellow, Wayne?
Oh, I'd say somewhere in his 30s. He's been my customer about 5 years now.
Does he own much in stocks?
Well, now, John...
Now, Wayne, I have got to know, does he buy or sell in lots of 100, 500 shares at a time, maybe?
Exum? Now, look, Johnny, I mean, you know how it is.
I know how it is. A client's business is confidential.
Why don't you ask him?
What?
He called a little while ago. Seems that he has some old securities that he wants to cash in. And he... Oh, wait a minute. There it comes now.
Intrastate telephone.
Well, that's right. How in the world did you ever...
Right over here, Mr. Exum. All right, now, I'll sit over here at this other desk. Now, pay no attention to me.
Look, Johnny, I don't understand. Morning, Mr. Exum.
Morning, Mr. Stockser.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, sir.
Now, then, are these the two certificates that you want to cash in?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll just sign these over to us. You can sign right here, if you will. I believe there's a little ink in that pen.
Right here, sir.
That's right. That's quite a bit to sell all at once.
I know.
I must say, I didn't realize that you had this sort of business.
I want cash for these, Mr. Stockser.
All in cash?
I got to make a business trip. Maybe gone sometime.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Exum. Let's see. This would come to over 40,000.
Now, look here, sir. I'm an old customer.
Yes, I know that's true.
So, here you are. Just get me the cash, and I'll be on my way.
Don't bother, Wayne.
What, Johnny?
I said don't bother. Just call a policeman.
Well, who are you, sir?
Call a cop, Wayne. These signatures are forgeries.
What are you talking about? You trying to say that I'm not Valentine Beauregard Exum? You tell him, Stockser.
This is Valentine Beauregard Exum, Johnny.
Sure it is, Wayne, but these signatures are forgeries.
You're crazy.
They were stolen from his uncle up in Memphis, also named Valentine Beauregard Exum, and they were stolen from him when this man murdered him.
Murdered him?
You think you can prove that?
I can prove it, Exum.
Now, listen
with
here.
2 little pieces of paper that you left behind in a tin box where your uncle kept these stock certificates.
No, I didn't leave anything.
Look, do you see how these corners tore off fit perfectly on these certificates?
I thought I took everything. I
mean after you killed him?
Yes, I know. Let me out of here.
Stop him, Johnny. Stick around. Exum. You want to call the police now, Wayne?
Yeah. Sure.
What Exum didn't know, of course, was that Wayne would have done a lot of investigating before handing over all that money. In spite of the way that he'd carried a small account with the firm, set things up for the murder and robbery. Expense account total, including the trip back to Memphis and then back to Hartford, we'll call it $325 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the cleverest rackets in jewelry that I ever saw. Over $1 million worth. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Reddick, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr. Musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in our cast were Wendell Holmes as the police sergeant, Joan Loring as Clara Bell, Robert Dryden as Ripley Teeter, Mandel Kramer as Wayne Stockseth, and Ralph Bell as Valentine Beauregard Exum. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
Lucian Peterson here.
Luke, how are you?
Just fine, Johnny. How are you?
Still out there in dear old Seattle, Wash?
Yep,
And still holding down a job with Western Maritime and Life?
sure am. Or let's say I'm trying to, but at the rate we've been paying off on claims lately on some of my own clients, well, the Home Office doesn't like me too well.
Something phony about some of those claims, maybe?
No, but they've all been big ones. $500,000 here, $250,000 there, $600,000 just last week.
No wonder the company doesn't like it.
So right now, I don't want to have to pay off on Mrs. Myra Brittingham. That is, if I can help it.
Well, I don't know Myra Brittingham or anything about her, but if you've insured her and she is now dead...
That's just the point, Johnny. She isn't.
Hmm?
Not yet.
Oh? But maybe somebody would like to see her that way?
Well, I don't know, but I think so. Or maybe this hunch of mine is all wrong, Johnny. And I'll be the first to admit it, that this feeling, this worry of mine is nothing more than a hunch. If I were to tell the police about it, they'd probably laugh in my face.
Well, I don't know, Luke. I've had some pretty wild hunches work out for me more than once.
I know. That's why I've called you. And I hope you can fly out here and, well, see what you think. See if you think he's liable to try it.
He?
Yes.
Who?
Her husband, Mark.
Oh.
Yeah. Well?
Sure.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Western Maritime and Life Insurance Company, Seattle, Washington office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Chuckanut matter. Expense account item 1, $6 for a cab out to Bradley Field. Item 2, $186.70 plane fare. It was after 11 p.m. by the time we set down at Seattle-Tacoma International, so item 3 is $5.25 for a cab into the Benjamin Franklin, where I proceeded to get me a good night's sleep. Then, after a hearty breakfast the next morning, I dropped in on Lucian Peterson.
Now, Johnny, you're staying at the Ben Franklin?
That's right.
And that's where I'll have them deliver a rental car for you. You can repack your bags, toss them in, be on your way.
Oh? To where, Luke?
The little town of Chuckanut.
Where is that?
Well, you know where Bellingham is.
Yeah, it's about 85 miles north of here.
And Chuckanut's 5, 6, 7 miles this side of Bellingham.
Oh. And that's where Mr. and Mrs. Brittingham live, hmm?
Well, just this side of it, off Chuckanut Drive, is Paleoop Lane. A narrow, badly paved road that'll take you up into the mountains. Be real careful of that road, Johnny. And if it's wet when you get there, be doubly, triply careful.
Why do you say that, Luke?
That dinky little road has more twists and kinks and switchbacks than you ever saw in your life. Miss one of the turns, and you'll end up either flying off into space or smashing into the face of a cliff.
Well, I'll remember that. But tell me, what's going on between the Brittinghams?
Well, to begin with, they're both heavily insured. As a matter of fact, $500,000 worth apiece.
Wow.
Yes, and they're insured in each other's favor.
I see.
Mark Brittingham is about 35, Johnny, and all his life he's been nothing but a playboy and a sportsman. Mm-hmm. Living first on the money his father gave him, and now on the insurance left him by his last wife.
Oh, then Myra's number 2.
Myra's number 4. Oh. And, Johnny, I'm as sure as I am that I'm sitting here, that the only reason Mark married her is because she had one of those incurable diseases, only a few months to live type of thing.
I see.
Yes. Then modern medical science, not long ago, suddenly, unexpectedly, found a complete cure for it.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Luke, did his former wife die of some incurable disease?
Well, that's what the police and company investigator and the court decided. Johnny, I've always suspected that he somehow helped the old biddy on her way.
Now you think he wants to do the same for Myra, so he can collect on her insurance, huh?
I do.
You have any concrete evidence, Luke?
Well, it's no secret that Mark and Myra haven't been getting along lately. Things have been pretty tense between them.
Why?
Well, Myra's 5 or 6 years older than he is. Still a very attractive woman, Johnny, believe me. But she's older than he is.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that woman has more expensive taste than anyone I've ever known. In other words, instead of dying off like he thought she would and leaving him a lot of money, all she does is spend it for him.
I see.
So instead of having plenty of dough for the racetracks and nightclubs and parties and so on, he's having to reef in his sales.
The only way he can ever get together a sizable hunk again is by having her dead.
Well, you think he'd go so far as to kill her?
If he can get away with it, yes. Because evidence to the contrary notwithstanding, Johnny, I still think that's what happened to the last one.
Well, if he should, he'd never collect the insurance.
If we could prove it.
Well, yes. Well, what am I supposed to do, Luke? Go up there and scare him out of it?
Why not?
That's a new one.
I know. As I told you on the phone, this is really all just a hunch on my part. But I think it has a pretty solid basis. Look, suppose you go up there. Just see him on the pretense you're interested in buying that property.
Oh, is it for sale?
Well, he wants to sell it to raise some of that green stuff he loves so much and that he's rapidly running out of.
To spend a couple of hours talking about their house and property.
Now, listen, Johnny. And then just let it slip out who and what you really are.
What?
Sure. If that doesn't convince him he's under suspicion, make him change his mind about trying anything, I'll eat my hat. Will you do it?
Okay, Luke. As long as you're paying the bill.
Good.
But I still don't think that you have any real... Well, we'll see. The weather was clear, and the drive up to Chuckanut was a pleasant one. But that little side road, leading up to and around the edge of a mountain toward the Brittingham place, was anything but. A couple of times, on an outside turn on that tortuous, narrow asphalt, I could catch a glimpse of the house, far above and nestled in among the trees. But most of the time, I was too busy watching the road. Until suddenly, as I rounded a particularly sharp, tight outside turn... Whoop,
Hey, watch it there!
directly in front of me was a police car. In front of that, smashed head-on into the face of a cliff, was one of the new compacts, the whole front end of it bashed in.
Well, now, mister, who might you be?
How are you, Lieutenant?
Only it's Sergeant, Police Sergeant Bill Foreman.
Oh, Sergeant?
Well?
My name's Johnny Dollar.
What? The insurance investigator?
That's right.
Well, I'll say this. It sure beats me how you found out so quickly.
Found out about what?
That stiff in there in that car that smashed up.
Stiff? Who, Sergeant?
One of those crazy Brittinghams that have been tearing at each other's throats for so long now that one of them just plain had to go.
Which one, Sergeant?
Not much question about that, Dollar. Go take a look.
All right.
Yeah, Dollar, that's Mr. Mark Brittingham. What's left of him.
Mr. Brittingham?
Hey, you sound surprised.
Yeah, I am.
You know him?
No.
Oh, his wife, then?
No, Sergeant. I never met either of them. How did you find out about the accident?
I got a call from his wife, Myra. Said Mark's been away for a while. He wouldn't be back until sometime early in the week, so she was all alone.
Yeah?
Said she was sitting up there on the porch. You notice the porch that sticks out the side of their house up there, Dollar?
No, it's so far away, and I was so busy driving. Go on.
Well, when you walk back to your car, there on that outside curve, maybe you can see it. Anyhow, she caught glimpses of a car coming up the road. Whose it was, she didn't know. And, well, her being alone, she didn't want any prowlers around, so would I come take a look?
So?
Well, I told her I was busy. Maybe it was just a special delivery or something, but then she hollered, "Oh, my goodness, it sounds like there's been an explosion down there on the road." So I came on up here.
She didn't recognize the car?
This morning sun right in her face, and the car only showing itself now and then on those outside curves. But just take a look at that sun.
I see what you mean. So it wasn't the sun in Brittingham's eyes that caused this wreck?
No. The sun was directly at his back as he came around that last hairpin. But, Dollar, I always warned him about the way he'd come tearing up this twisty little stretch. That is, until he made me ride with him one day to prove his point.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he used to be a racing driver. Sure. He had me hanging on for dear life a couple of times.
I'll
But I'll tell you this, Dollar. He could really handle that wheel. Anything made him crack up this way, wasn't himself. Must have been something gone wrong with his car.
Well, if that's so, It's going to be pretty hard to prove, Sergeant. Considering the way it's smashed up.
Don't be too sure about that. You ever hear of Mr. Hartford Homer Ransom, the sudden death detective, they call him?
Hartford? Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. Greatest reconstructor of traffic accidents that ever lived.
So I understand.
Yeah. Well, he lives just the other side of town. You give him maybe an hour or so with his wreck, and he'll tell you just exactly how it happened and why. Just as though he'd been standing right here watching it.
Well, then maybe you
Talk about Sherlock Holmes. Oh, why, Mr. Ransom can look at a set of tire tracks or even a couple of pieces off an accident, and he'll reconstruct the whole thing. Just like that. I tell you, sir, it's uncanny.
Well, Sergeant, you better get him up here to look at this.
I'll do that.
Also, I think you better have your coroner look at Mr. Brittingham's body. And,
Yeah? Well, what is it, darling?
the way that he apparently threw his right arm up in front of his eyes just before the crash. You notice?
Yeah. Well, sure, in the hopes of patting himself when he hit the windshield.
Former racing driver? Instead of slumping down, relaxing?
Anybody would.
I wonder.
Well, now tell me this. Wouldn't you put up an arm? I mean, seeing that wall of rock coming straight at you?
I don't know.
Well, I do. I know I would.
Wouldn't you have had both hands tight on the wheel, going around that turn at the speed he must have been going?
Well, maybe so. But he put his arm up.
And that's what puzzles me. Because he must have done it while he was taking the curve. That outside curve.
Yeah, well, I don't know. But now we better get up there to the house and give Myra Brittingham the bad news.
I'll tell you what, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Let me go up there and tell her. Meantime, you get this man Ransom on the job and have a medico do an examination of the body. And I mean a thorough one.
Now. Wait a minute. You think maybe this wasn't just an accident, Dollar?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you meant, isn't it?
Let's wait and see. The Brittingham place, built there on the side of a mountain among the trees, was quite an establishment. New, modern, and very expensive. As for Mrs. Brittingham, Myra, well, Lucian had said she was about 40. She didn't look it. She was 5'3" or 4", brunette, with an almost olive complexion, very dark eyes, and the kind of natural beauty that you seldom see in a figure to go with it. I introduced myself and made no bones about my connection with the insurance company. Before I could tell her why I was there, she led me out onto the little porch where, looking out against the sun, I could see occasional spots on the road I'd just driven up. And then, calmly and with a self-control that I hadn't expected.
Was it Mark, Mr. Dollar?
I'm afraid so.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, I knew it would happen sometime. I warned him over and over about the way he drove so madly up and down that crooked little road, in spite of the fact he'd driven expensive racing cars when he was younger. I knew he'd kill himself sooner or later, and now he has.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Brittingham.
Are you? I'm not.
What did you say?
It rather settles things, doesn't it?
Does it?
We hadn't been getting along, Mark and I, for quite some time. And I know it was partly my fault.
Why do you say that?
Because of money, Mr. Dollar. You see, I married him for his money because I thought that for the rest of my life he'd be able to give me all the things I'd always wanted.
Yes?
Oh, it was all great fun with him while he still had it. The big parties night after night, the racetracks all over the country, theaters, nightclubs. I even put up with his silly hunting and fishing up here. But when the money began to run out and we had to sell the big home in Bellingham and the cars and get rid of the servants and settle down in this little place, I've hated this place, Mr. Dollar. And I hated him. And we fought like spoiled, hysterical children. But you see, when he knew the money was getting low, well, if he had any gumption, he'd have got himself a job of some kind. For once, he'd have had to work for a living. But instead, he only got moody. He drank a lot, acted very strangely. Began looking at me in a peculiar, frightening kind of a way.
Oh?
And then, because of something he said one night, I began to fear him, what he might do.
Go on, Mrs. Brittingham.
Oh, I know, Mr. Dollar. He was upset that night because we'd had another argument, a terrible argument. And he'd had too much to drink. But he started laughing to himself, quietly chuckling to himself. And then he tried to say it lightly, as though he might be joking, but he said...
Yes?
He said, wouldn't it be nice for him if I should die, like his wife before me had? Then he could get a little fun out of life again, on my insurance money. It frightened me, Mr. Dollar, terribly.
I can't say I blame you.
Then these long trips and leaving me alone like this.
Trips to where, do you know?
No. Oh, I've wondered if he hasn't been out looking for someone to take my place. Or just planning some way to,
Well, it's all over now.
Well, I'd lie to you if I said I was sorry.
You know, of course, that you stand to collect some $500,000 of insurance.
Yes, I know. And I'll use it to get as far away from here as I can. Can you blame me?
I want to talk further with you, Mrs. Brittingham.
Of course.
First, though, I'd better check out the police report on this accident, purely as a formality.
Of course.
So, if you don't mind.
I'll be here, Mr. Dollar.
Why paint herself so black to me? To impress me with her honesty? So I'd dismiss any thought that she might have somehow had something to do with the accident? And another thing, a little thing, her sudden alarm when she'd seen that car coming up the road, even if she couldn't recognize it against the morning sun. Was that enough to call the police? Something wrong here. Something very wrong.
In the United States today, there are more than 6 million children under the age of 18 who live in homes where there is no father. Among them are hundreds of thousands of boys who need the guidance and interest that large-hearted men can give them. They can be set on the path toward fine citizenship through the Big Brother movement. Now, at the beginning of Big Brother Week, find out what you can do to help expand this valuable program in your community. Contact your local Big Brother organization or write Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania.
It was early the next morning at police headquarters that I met with Sergeant Foreman, Dr. Hugo Bascom, the coroner, and with Mr. Hartford Homer Ransom, who knows more about the basic laws of inertia, matter, and motion than anyone I've ever seen. He can read a set of tire marks like an expert tracker reads a trail, and more important, he's an expert on human reaction times.
But the one thing I don't understand, Mr. Dollar, is his right arm up over his eyes that way.
Hey, that's funny. That's what Dollar said, too, Mr. Ransom. Seemed to me, though, he was trying to protect himself against the windshield frame.
Have time to take one hand off the wheel after pulling around that turn at that speed? No, Sergeant.
So he must have raised his arm to that position.
While he was on the outside of that curve, which simply doesn't make sense. Not at the speed he was traveling.
And like I said, he wasn't shading against the sun because the sun was at his back.
Do you suppose a good-sized bird or some kind of animal had dashed across in front of him and might he have done that involuntarily?
A man with racing experience on a turn like that? No, Mr. Dollar. It would have to have been something like...
Like what, Mr. Ransom?
I don't know. I don't know. And there was certainly nothing wrong with his car.
You're sure of that?
I'd stake my reputation on it.
Well, there was certainly nothing wrong with him, Mr. Dollar.
You did a complete autopsy, Dr. Bascom?
I did as thorough an autopsy in Mark Brittingham's body as I've ever done. There was absolutely no physical reason for that accident.
Mm-hmm. You checked for alcohol in his bloodstream?
I checked everything. And what's more, incidentally, I know that Mark's general condition was perfect. I myself gave him a complete physical less than 2 weeks ago. So if you're thinking about a temporary blackout or something like that, well, there's no reason for it.
Well, I wasn't, Doctor, but can you be absolutely certain that that isn't a possibility?
In my job, Dollar, and I mean as coroner, I would have to find actual evidence of such a thing before I could put it on record. No, there's only one conclusion that we can reach here.
Suicide, Dr. Bascom?
Suicide, Mr. Ransom.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you.
No, you can't, eh? Why not?
Well, for one thing, the tire tracks. Had he crashed into that rock wall deliberately, the tracks would have gone straight to it. As it was, they were quite erratic for the last 81 feet.
I'm putting it down as suicide.
Also, that position of his arm, as though he'd brought it up to shield his vision against the sun.
And the sun being at his back. That doesn't make sense, and you know it. I say it was suicide, and that's the way that I...
Wait a minute. Maybe it was the sun.
That's impossible, Dollar. Of course it is. Ridiculous.
Is it?
Ridiculous.
Dr. Bascom, before you file your report, I'd like time to play a little hunch.
A hunch?
Yes, maybe it's a pretty wild one, but there's one thing that could possibly have made him take his hand off the wheel on that curve and made him raise up his arm that way.
Are you still harping on that, young man?
I'm still harping on that because if this hunch of mine is right, Mark Brittingham was murdered.
Murdered?
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
I want you to drive up to the house and bring Myra Brittingham down here.
But why?
Any excuse you can think of to look over these gentlemen's reports or something, but make it good because she's smart. Then when I call you on the phone...
Where'll you be?
When I call you, drive her on back to the house. And listen, when you get to that curve, take it slowly. Just crawl around it and with one foot on the brake.
Well, now, look...
Unless you want to end up the way Mark Brittingham did. When the sergeant got her away from there, I went over that house top to bottom. Sure, there were mirrors on the bedroom walls, big, clumsy ones, a couple of hand mirrors, too, on her dressing table. But the kind I was looking for would be in among her husband's fishing and hunting equipment. I found the survival kit, all right, and in it were the usual, the water-purifying pills, some iodine, salves, bandages, a couple of cans of sea ration. But the little mirror was missing. I mean the kind that's used for signaling. A small, clear, oblong mirror with a hole in the center. By facing the sun and peering through that hole, you can aim it. You can focus the full rays of the sun on anything up to a mile away. And then I found it, tucked between the pages of a book on a table out on the porch, where she practiced with it and then used it as a murder weapon. I called Sergeant Foreman and told him to drive on up the hill, but slowly. And then as he poked his car around that crucial curve, as I aimed the mirror to reflect the blinding rays of the sun full into his windshield, well, fortunately, he was able to stop before losing control. He waited there until I drove down to meet them. Then...
No, she hasn't said a word, Dollar, since I jammed on the brakes and raised up my arm to cut off that glare you shot down here.
I see. Well, Myra?
How did you know? How did you know that's the way I killed him?
I didn't. It was purely a hunch, I guess, but it looks like it paid off, doesn't it? $500,000? That's a nice round figure. A lot of money. But don't they ever learn that even millions aren't enough to murder for? Expense account total? Oh, call it a nice round figure, like, say, $391.18. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, I'll be back with another exciting adventure that'll really surprise you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Joan Ellison as Myra Brittingham, Robert Dryden as Sergeant Bill Foreman, Richard Kendrick as Luke Peterson, Bernard Lenrow as Hartford Homer Ransom, and Ivor Francis as Dr. Hugo Bascom. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. Get the news firsthand and in full from expanded CBS News on the CBS Radio Network.
Hello there. This is Kelly Maddox, Executive Secretary of the Citizens Traffic Commission. And here is our safe driving tip for today. You know, there's a lot of confusion on the part of motorists and pedestrians as to what a flashing red light means. A flashing red light, when used as a traffic signal, means that the motorist must come to a complete stop before entering an intersection, and after stopping, proceed only when it is determined that the coast is clear. This same rule applies to pedestrians. The Citizens Traffic Commission would like to impress on all motorists that they must stop their car when the traffic signal shows a flashing red light. A flashing yellow light means that you are to slow your car to a safe and reasonable speed and proceed with caution. All traffic signal lights have a meaning, and the motorist must remember that traffic signals are placed at intersections to control conflicting movements of traffic.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, present Big Town.
Extra, extra, extra! Here's Steve Wilson in Sports Record Expose. Big Town gambler slain in the fatal fix. Extra, extra!
Yes, Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, are proud to present Big Town. The story of fighting editor Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press, whose newspaper creed stands for freedom and justice against the forces of intolerance and evil.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now to Big Town and Steve Wilson's headline racket expose captioned The Fatal Fix. Baseball, basketball, boxing, the racetrack have become big business, big money. And when professional gamblers move in, sportsmanship is out. And such is the case in The Fatal Fix that began, insofar as Steve Wilson was concerned, on an abandoned coal dock on the waterfront of Big Town.
Hush up, Cleo. You've had your milk. Go catch yourself a rat. Hush up, Cleo. Somebody just drove out on the dock. I'm going to blow out the candle. They ain't coming to our shanty boat. You and me don't know nobody that owns a car except our friend Mr. Wilson of the press. Cleo, somebody's getting murdered. You stay in the shanty. I'm going to sneak up on the dock and see what's happened. 'Cause the cops blame us for anything that happens on this old dock. Golly, the car's going away. But something happened. Something awful happened.
Help! Somebody! Help! Somebody help me.
Lady, I ain't nobody much, but I'll help you. What happened?
He hit me. He cut my face with a knife. Help me.
Oh, sure. Lean on me, lady. I'll help you into my shanty boat.
No. I got away from him out of the car, but he'll come back, kill me. They gotta kill me.
Who's gotta kill you?
I know too much about the fix.
What fix?
The bribes, the game, the big game. They're gonna miss shots and fix the score. They'll come back.
Oh, then I better get you out of here.
I got no place to go. They'll find me.
No, they won't, lady. I know a newspaper feller'll know what to do.
A newspaper man? Well, they'll kill me if I talk to the newspapers.
No, they won't. My friend, Mr. Wilson, will get them before they get you. Now, come on, lady. I'll help you to a place where we can phone him right away.
Yeah?
Brad?
Yeah.
It's me, Shiv.
So what?
Lola got away,
You dope.
but she ain't got far.
Get her or you'll get it.
Okay. She's on a coal dock with an old river rat named Willie the Weep.
Get her and clam him.
I marked her. She's plenty scared. Maybe she'll stay clamped.
Bring her here and we'll find out.
What if she won't come, Brad?
If she won't play, finish marking her up and dunk her deep.
Steve, you got a minute?
Always for you, Lorelei. Come in.
Thanks.
will you take a look at this safe driving material?
Sure thing. How's that lead article coming?
Yeah, here it is.
Uh-huh. Death at the wheel. Good.
The safety council has given us the latest figures.
Fine, but figures don't scare people enough, Laura.
Well, they need to be scared out of their wits.
No, into using their wits, realizing that any careless driver is asking for a fatal accident.
I've hammered on that with a few well-chosen incidents.
Yeah, so I see. Swell. Lead off with this and make it a series.
Uh-oh, your private line to your listening post on the fringe of the so-called underworld.
Yes, I'm expecting a new tip on that numbers racket murder last week. Hello, Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Mr. Wilson, it's me, Willie the Weed.
Oh, hello, Willie. How's everything along the waterfront?
Something awful just happened on the old coal dock alongside my shanty boat.
What happened, Willie?
Somebody almost killed a girl.
Good grief. Let's have it, Willie. Fast.
Well, he beat her and cut her up with a knife, but she got away from him.
Now, wait a minute, Willie. Not quite so fast. Where is she, Willie?
Hiding in an alley outside the dog wagon I'm phoning from. She's afraid the fellow will come back and finish killing her.
Is she badly wounded?
No, just cut on the face and kind of dizzy from being hit on the head.
What's back of it, Willie?
Some kind of a racket.
Racket?
She knows too much. She's afraid to go home. I said you'd help her, but she's scared of everybody.
I'll hang up and get back to her, Willie. She may try to get away from you and hide.
What'll I do with her, Mr. Wilson? She won't let me take her to the police.
I'll take her to Mozart's Harbor Cafe. It's only a couple of blocks from where you are, Willie.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. Are you coming down?
Yes, with Miss Kilburn. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Get going, Willie. Don't let that girl get away.
Thus, Steve Wilson moves into a situation promising dangerous complications. And for the exciting developments in this fatal fix, we'll return to Big Town in a moment. Lifebuoy, get skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, get skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt you never see. Doctors say that Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And it makes Lifebuoy milder, too.
Yes, safe even for babies' tender skin.
No wonder Lifebuoy today is used in the homes of 40 million Americans. They like its mildness, its rich lather, its greater protection. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. So bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and Steve Wilson's story of the fatal fix. Acting on a gang violence tip, Steve is on his way to Mozart's Harbor Cafe. But meanwhile, Willie the Weep is trying to lead the victim, a young girl, along a dark street to Mozart's place.
Come on, lady. My friend, Mr. Wilson's going to meet us at Mozart's Harbor Cafe and help you.
No. If I talk to the newspapers, they'll find me and kill me sure next time. Let me go, please, Mr. Willie.
No, lady, you're all cut up and bleeding. Mozart will fix you up, and Mr. Wilson will see nothing more happens to you.
No, they'll find me and kill me.
They was gonna anyway. They will anyhow. Please, lady, come on. It's only about a block to Mozart's.
All right, but... that car. Let me go.
It's no use. You're too sick to run away.
It's him. Shiv.
Yeah, Lola, baby. Come on, get in the car. The boss wants to see you.
You keep away from this lady. You let her alone.
Well, listen to who's talking.
You put away that knife and leave this lady alone.
And listen to who's giving orders.
Leave him alone, Shiv. He was just trying to help me. He don't know nothing. I'll go with you. I can't help myself.
Sure, Lola. You're going to see the boss and tell him you've learned your lesson. Now get in the car while I learn this stumblebum his lesson.
Let me go, Shiv.
Shut up. You let that lady alone.
Oh, so you want to play rough, huh? Okay, brass knucks will do for you.
Say, boss, Miss
Kilburn.
Say it, Harry, but watch your driving. I'm doing a feature series on reckless drivers, and it wouldn't look good if I were involved in even a minor accident.
Oh, fear not, Miss Kilburn. I am well aware of the fact that auto manufacturers have been able to foolproof everything on a car but the nut at the wheel and drive accordingly. Mozart's joint coming up.
Pull up and stop, Harry. But wait for us. That girl might be seriously cut up, and we may have to rush her to a hospital.
Check, boss. And I will keep my trusty noggin knocker handy in case the mug that marked her should show up to do an encore.
Do that, Harry. There's something ugly back of this. Come on, Lorelei.
Right with you, Steve. My nurse's aid training may come in handy if Mozart hasn't been able to patch up that gal's face.
Yes, and that face slashing trademarks this as gang vengeance or a final warning. Let's go in the side door. They probably got the girl in the back room.
If Willie was able to persuade her to come here.
Well, Mozart is in the back. I hear him beating out the blues.
Yeah, that's odd. Let's go in.
Yes. Good grief, he's alone.
Oh, Willie and the girl aren't here.
They've had time enough. Mozart.
Oh, Steve. Lorelei. What brings you down to the waterfront?
To meet Willie the Weep.
Willie?
Yes, Mozart. He found a girl beaten up on the dock near his shanty. Phoned me, and I asked him to bring her here.
Well, I haven't showed. I've been here practicing one-handed harmonies in case I never get this busted wing out of its sling.
Oh, how is your wounded shoulder, Mozart?
I'll live. But, Willie's not showing. Don't look good.
Well, it's 15 minutes since he phoned me from a dog wagon only 3 blocks from here.
Well, he said the girl was afraid to talk to the newspapers. Maybe she wouldn't come, Steve, and got away from him.
Well, I was taken away from him by the slug who cut her up. Stay here, Lorelei. I'll get Harry, and we'll scout the streets between here and the coal.
Mozart!
Willie!
Mr. Wilson!
Oh, Steve, he's been beaten up.
Willie, what's happened? Here, man, let me help you. Sit down. Sit down. You're out on your feet.
He got her, Mr. Wilson. I couldn't stop him. I tried, but he had brass knuckles, and he beat me.
Now, take it easy, Willie. I'm sure you did your best.
Mozart, get me a wet cloth, quick.
Yeah, sure, Lorelei. And I'll get him a slug or something.
She tried to keep him from beating me up. Mr. Wilson said she'd go with him to see a guy he called the boss.
Steve, that means there's still time to do something.
Willie, did she give you any clue as to who these men are? What racket they're in?
Yeah, gambling.
Gambling? What kind?
Something to do with a fix.
A fix?
Games. Fixing the score, missing shots.
Steve, haven't there been rumors of a gambling fix in the basketball league?
Yes, and this girl may have been a contact, Lorelei, or knew too much.
She called the fella Shiv.
Shiv, the knife. Probably a goon boy for the gang. Did she mention someone else?
No, but he's taken her to the boss to see if she's learned her lesson.
I wonder if she has, and which lesson.
Well, either way, she's marked for elimination, sooner or later.
Well, sooner or later could both be tonight. What can we do, Steve?
Play a long shot, Lorelei. There's no time for anything else.
How do we play it?
Most of the gamblers operate out of the old Grand Hotel.
Golly, yes, and what do you know, Joe? The night clerk knows every 2- and 4-legged rat in the place.
Here's a wet cloth,
Oh,
Lorelei, and a slug of grape juice, Willie.
Grape juice?
Don't worry, Willie. It's been distilled. You'll never taste the grapes. Now, drink it down.
And hold still, Willie. I'll wipe the dirt out of those cuts.
All right, Miss Kilburn. But could I have a little more of that grape juice, Mozart?
Sure thing, Willie.
Hold still, Willie. Are you going to phone? What do you know, Joe, Steve?
No, I'm going over there, Lorelei.
Wait a minute, and I'll go with you.
No, Lorelei. Patch up Willie. I'll take Harry. And if my hunch is right, I'll ring in Inspector Callahan of Homicide.
Room service, Old Grand Hotel.
Young man, get me the management.
Lady, I'm all the management there is this time of night. What's the beef?
Beef?
Squawk, York, or what have you.
Someone has a horse in the room next to mine.
A horse? Now, lady.
2 horses. They're galloping round the room.
Hey, you're in 7-9, ain't you?
Well, what's that got to do with those horses?
Plenty, lady. Them ain't horses.
What are they?
2 bookies reenacting a dead heat at Hialeah.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, or I wouldn't be working in this dump. Relax, lady. They'll sleep it off just as soon as they finish the race.
Hello, Joe. You having trouble with the old Grand inmates?
Hiya, Mr. Wilson. Nothing special. What brings you to this acey-doocy joint this time a.m.?
Something very special, Joe. Could you stick your neck out long enough to give me a little information on a couple of your big-time gamblers?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Wilson. I ain't carrying much insurance. But then I ain't got any dependents.
Now, you won't have to show in this, Joe.
I wouldn't be any more use to you for tips if I did. What'll it be?
A girl in the middle of a sports fix.
Uh-oh. Don't they ever learn?
She's had one lesson, Joe, that left her beaten up and marked with a knife.
Willie the Wheat found her and called me. But they took her away from Willie, beat him up, and took her back to school for another lesson.
Uh-huh. Who's the teacher?
I don't know, but his knife boy goes by the appropriate name of Shiv.
Shiv?
Yes.
Brad Keller's goon.
Keller, the promoter. What do you know, Joe? What do you know? How much do you know?
Too much for my own good.
Keller has a room here, hasn't he?
Yeah, the bridal suite. And the Shiv came in with a beat-up gal about 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago?
Yeah. Said she got nicked by a truck.
Where's that bridal suite, Joe?
Top floor, but look, Mr. Wilson, them ain't honeymooners up there.
Lend me a pass key, Joe.
You ain't going up there alone.
No, Harry's outside.
Look, that hackey's monkey wrench is no good against rods, and you never carry one.
Well, let's leave the guns to the police, Joe. Oh, phone Inspector Callahan of homicide.
Homicide? You figure there's going to be another murder in this
Well,
joint?
if it isn't headed off, now get Callahan on the double.
Okay, I only hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Wilson.
Just trying to prevent a murder, Joe. How about that pass key?
Okay, Mr. Wilson. Here you are.
Thanks very much, Joe. Till you're better paid.
Don't mention it. Only don't forget that key'll open just about any door, including your size meat box in the morgue.
Say, boss, how come we are hoofing it up these back stairs?
Well, I'd rather not advertise our arrival on the floor outside Keller's suite, Harry.
Yeah, and that rickety elevator would sure proclaim our proximity.
That's right. And this is it. Now listen carefully.
I'm all ears, boss, and I got my trusty monkey wrench ready, willing, and able.
Just keep it ready, but keep quiet, Harry. And let's hope we can wait until Inspector Callahan and his homicide boys get here.
Okay, but are we going to just wait here at the head of the stairs?
No, Harry, I want you to stay here, out of sight, and watch the hall. If anyone comes up, follow them. Just that and nothing more.
Check, boss, but while you will be doing what?
Here's my plan, Harry. What do you know, Joe gave me a pass key and a sketch of the layout of Keller's suite. There are two entrances. One to the bedroom down at the end of the hall.
You going in there before Callahan gets here?
Yes, Keller and his knife boy and the girl should be in the front room. I want to hear what they're talking about. Get the lowdown on this sports fix. Who's involved? And be as close as possible in case there's any more trouble in store for that girl.
That is a pretty large order, boss, and a precarious preoccupation in which you'd better exercise extreme caution, as the saying goes.
I will, Harry. And I'm going to keep out of it until Callahan arrives, unless they start to work on that girl again.
Even so, you have not got any gun, and it is liable to end up with them working on you. So how about borrowing my trusty knock in case of contingencies?
No, Harry. If this turns into a slugfest, someone is liable to get killed.
Okay, boss. I'll be here waiting for a call if you need me. Just make sure that somebody getting killed ain't you.
Snap out of it, Lola, and listen to me.
Don't, Brad. I won't talk. I swear I won't.
She's lying, Brad. I got a notion she talked her head off to that moochin' stumblebum Willie the Wheat.
I didn't. I swear I
I
didn't.
spotted him coming out of a dog wagon near the dock. He must have phoned somebody. He was taking her someplace when I caught up with him.
Shut up, Shiv. Stop running off at the mouth. You messed this play up, but good.
Oh, what do you mean? You told me to...
I told you to throw a scare into her.
I tried just talking, but she wouldn't listen. She tried to jump out of the car.
So you mark her up so the cops will grill her till she talks if they spot her and pick her up.
I won't talk. I won't tell what I know. I promise.
Don't buy that, boss. She's seen me beat up that dope Willie the Wheat. If she squawks, I go back to the pen for keeps with my record.
Shut up and quit thinking about yourself, Shiv. You muffed this play, and you deserve anything you get.
You'll get a piece of anything I get.
Listen, you rat.
Tell her to go by.
Listen, don't threaten me. If you're picked up for that work on Willie the Weep and you drag my name into it, you won't be safe in solitary. Now, shut up while I tell Lola how it's going to be.
Okay. Okay, tell her.
Now, listen, Lola, get it straight. I'm only going to tell you once.
I'm listening, Brad.
You got in this deal with your eyes open. You played the come-on to them dribble pusses and hoop artists, primed them for the payoff to throw some key games, so my syndicate could lay plenty of long, odd bets and make a killing.
Well, I couldn't help it if they went to the prosecutor.
No, but you could have beat it out of town like you were told.
I was hiding in a girlfriend's apartment. That's where Shiv found me.
I'll say I did.
And the cops would have found you if Shiv hadn't got you first.
I wouldn't have talked.
We're going to make sure of that, Lola.
How?
You're going to go on a little trip with Shiv.
Oh, no, please, Brad, not with Shiv. Let me go alone. I'll get out of town. I'll stay out of big town. I'll hide.
That chance with that cut-up kisser.
Well, that's your fault.
That was for scratching and biting me, you lippy twist, and for 2 cents I'd give you...
Lay off, Shiv. Get ready to ride.
Where's he taking me, Brad?
To a place out of town where the cops won't bother you and nobody will see that face of yours. Come on, get going.
Wait, Brad, please. Let me go fix my face. We might be stopped on the way, and I look a mess.
Yeah, maybe you better go wash your face and put some adhesive on that cut on your cheek. Go with her, Shiv.
No, please, I can do it.
What, and maybe get an idea to slip out the hall door of the bedroom? Nothing doing. Go along with her, Shiv.
Okay. Come on, baby, and no funny business, or I'll mark you up so you'll need a couple of yards of tape.
Put away that knife and just see she don't break for that hall door or get near no windows and jump.
Okay, Brad.
Come on, baby. Hurry it up. Get her ready and out of here. I'll phone the boys to take plenty of bets of the big game tomorrow night. Hey, Joe, get me long distance.
Come on, Toots, and let's not have any more trouble.
Let go of my arm. I hate you, you dirty little rat.
Oh, yeah? Maybe I'll give you a real reason when we get where we're going. In the bedroom. Now, wait till I snap on the light. Hey, you don't be dang. You close that door.
No, I didn't.
Now, shut up, or I'll press your windpipe in your spine, you filthy little rat. Come here, miss.
Who are you?
Never mind. Snap on the light, quick.
Don't let him cry out. Keller's in the next room on the phone.
I know. I've been listening. Snap on the light.
Be careful. He has a knife.
He had a knife. Pick it up off the floor. Get out of here. The hall door.
What are you going to do?
Bring this knife-slinging slug along as Exhibit A.
Shiv, what's the idea of closing this door? You get away from that hall door, Lola. Let go of my boy, mister.
All right, Keller. That gun makes him all yours for the moment.
Wilson, the racket-busting newsie.
Yes. And it looks like I came to the right place.
You're gonna wish you hadn't. Come here, Lola. Give Shiv his knife.
I didn't fix this fix, Brad. I didn't know he was in here. I wasn't going to talk.
I'll get to you, baby. Give Shiv his knife.
Yeah, baby. Give me that carver. Looks like this stick has got work to do.
Thus, the tables have been turned on Steve Wilson. And for the exciting payoff, we'll return to Big Town in just a moment. Doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors compared the results. They found that no other leading soap cleansed and protected as well as Lifebuoy. For Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that forms a foothold for BO. And Lifebuoy is milder, too. So enjoy a refreshing Lifebuoy bath every day. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Steve Wilson and the gamblers' headquarters at the old Grand Hotel in tonight's racket expose headlined The Fatal Fix.
Come on, Wilson. How did you get wise to our big fix?
Talk. Yeah, Wilson, talk.
Tell your goon boy to take the tip of his knife away from my throat, and I'll tell you anything you want to know, Keller.
Talk, or I'll split your apple for trying to bust mine.
Back up, Shiv. I want to know how much this nosy newsie knows and who else knows.
The public prosecutor knows plenty,
Maybe
Keller.
he does, but he ain't got no proof. No witnesses that we bribed any players to throw games.
Wrong, Keller. Most of the players are honest, and they reported your girlfriend's attempt to bribe them.
That don't prove she was acting for me.
And she ain't talking, are you, baby?
Brad, let Mr. Wilson go. I won't talk. I swear I won't talk if you'll let him go.
Listen to Pocahontas.
Shut up, Shiv. What's your angle on this, Wilson?
Helping the police smash your dirty racket, Keller.
Yeah?
Yes. But at the moment, I'll settle for persuading you to take a criminal conspiracy rap before you get involved in murder.
Who's going to get murdered?
You're going to have to kill this girl, and perhaps me to keep this sports fix under wraps.
Oh, yeah, Wilson? How much do you want to keep your mouth shut?
I couldn't keep it quiet if you offered me $1 million.
Why not?
Because I've already notified the police. Callahan of Homicide is on his way here.
He's lying, Brad. He's playing this alone for a scoop in his lousy illustrated press.
That notion has burned smarter crooks than you, Shiv. Call switchboard if you don't believe Callahan is notified. And you're both caught in this rat trap.
He's lying, stolen. Let me take him and Lola for a ride.
Shut up, Shiv. You interest me, Wilson. What's the deal?
You'll have to make your deal with the prosecutor, Keller. But I'll bet you he'd trade your state's evidence for a short term if you'll throw in this knife-slinging rat on the attempted murder of Willie the Weep.
Why, you dirty, lousy nosy...
Lay off,
shit!
Wilson's got something. You loused this play.
Oh, yeah? Well, this knife says you're not going to sell me up the river.
You knife-slinging rat. Rat! Wilson. Wilson, Shiv's knife.
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
That's all, miss. That's all there is. I knew there was bad blood between them. Knew if I needled Keller into a deal, they'd revert to the criminal code of dog eat dog.
What'll happen now? To me?
That'll depend on a judge and jury, miss. And how well you've learned the lesson that you can't play around the fringe of crime. It's all or nothing.
Boss! Hey, boss, what goes? Me and Miss Kilbrain is out here.
Just a minute, Harry. I'll unlock this door.
Steve,
Laurel.
I just got here and heard those shots. What happened?
Well, 2 crooks fell out and saved the state and the public a lot of trouble. Get on the phone, Lorelei.
Oh, sure.
Call the press. Get Dusty Miller over here for a few photos captioned Exhibit A in the big book of crime that doesn't pay.
And so ended another racket-smashing adventure in the newspaper career of Steve Wilson, Lorelei, and his associates of the Big Town Illustrated Press. Now, before hearing about next week's Big Town adventure, here are Steve Wilson and Lorelei to tell you about the contest of a lifetime.
Friends, this is your chance to win the vacation of a lifetime. Would you like to explore Paris and London, see Cairo, visit Honolulu and other famous foreign cities? Then enter Lever's sensational $50,000 travel contest.
Just imagine, friends, you can win a round-the-world trip for 2 with all travel expenses paid, or choose $10,000 in cash.
Yes, and there are second prizes, too, 15 of them, with an all-expense trip to Europe for each winner, or $2,500 cash, plus 400 other prizes of $10 each. It's easy to enter. Here's all you do. Finish this statement in 25 words or less. I like bath-size Lifebuoy because. Send each entry with a box front from bath-size Lifebuoy to Lever Tour the World Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. That's Box 1, New York 8, New York. Only residents of continental United States, Alaska, and Hawaii are eligible. Free entry blanks with complete rules are now at your store. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you another hard-hitting racket expose captioned Murder in the Snow. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting editor Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Collin as Lorelei Kilburn, and was written and produced by Jerry McGill. And if you'd like to see what the cast of Big Town are really like, read the February issue of Radio Mirror magazine for an exciting story about Big Town, complete with pictures. And next Tuesday night, same time, same station, you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, extra, he roll about it. Steve Wilson in the headline story of Murder in the Snow, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine Lever product. Extra, extra.
New Rinso with sodium puts sunshine in your wash. Yes, rain or shine, new Rinso gives your wash an amazing new brilliance. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out not just whiter, but whiter than new, and washable colors even brighter than brand new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, sodium. New Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Today, more women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world. Only new Rinso contains sodium.
Be sure and be with us again next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Dwight Weiss, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Here's his body, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah.
Lying just the way it was when I saw it from the hilltop over there.
If you spotted it from that hilltop, how did you know it was your stepfather, Mr. Austin?
I recognized the jacket and boots he's wearing. And I knew he was out here inspecting the farm. He left the house early this morning, right after it stopped raining. And, well, this is where he'd be, according to his schedule.
Oh, he was on a regular routine inspection, huh?
Yes, he inspected the entire estate once every week, on foot.
Yeah. Well, he's killed by a blow on the head. One blow that meant instant death.
But that's impossible, Inspector Faraday. How could he have been killed out here, in the middle of an open field?
I don't know how, yet. Now, look, there are no footprints out here, and none, that is, but his own.
Yes?
And there they are, leading right up to here where he was slugged and killed. Unless
what, Inspector?
Unless the killer followed him, carefully stepping in Austin's prints, killed him, then walked backwards, stepping in the same prints.
I guess that explains it, doesn't it?
It might. Let's have another look at those prints, huh?
Oh, I'm sure that's how it was done, Inspector. Dad wasn't hit by a car or his body driven out here because there are no tire tracks. And on the other hand...
He wasn't hit on the head by anyone who followed in his footprints either. His boots are cleated, and the cleat marks are still too clear.
Good night, Inspector Faraday. This is crazy. He couldn't have been killed out here, and he wasn't carried out here. These are his own footprints.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Austin. He couldn't have been killed out here. It's impossible. But there's just one thing that bothers me.
What's that?
He was.
And now on to Dick Colmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Nice place your stepfather had here, Austin.
Well, home is where your hat is, Inspector Faraday. This place is so big I could have lost a dozen hats in it.
Yeah.
You won't ask Alice too many questions, will you? It's only been 3 hours since I found the body, and she's awfully upset about Dad's death.
No, I'll try not to bother her too much.
Thank you.
Is his daughter an adopted child, too?
No, I'm the adopted one. She's really Austin's daughter. His only child, in fact.
I see. Don't you people lock doors out here?
No need to. No one can get past the entrance to the estate without a permit. And the entire grounds are surrounded by an electric fence.
Well, at least Boston Blackie can't get in then.
This way. I imagine Alice is in the living room.
Well, as soon as Faraday gets here,
I'll
tell him all that,
no.
Mr. Austin.
Blackie, you can't be out here.
I'll tell me that the next time I see me. Hello, Inspector.
Don't hello me, goodbye me. I'd like that better.
I'm sorry I can't leave. I accepted the kind invitation of Miss Austin here to solve the murder of her father.
Well, I called him, Inspector, because of the circumstances of Dad's death. I thought he might be able to help you.
Alice, come here a minute, will you?
Nice thought,
right,
Inspector?
Quiet, Blackie. I'll handle this without any help from you. What you know about this case won't help me anyhow.
You'd be surprised what I know, Faraday.
I suppose you know how he was killed.
No, but I know where he was killed and who found his body. Happy Austin here. You didn't think I even knew who he was, did you? Alice has told me a lot of things.
What for? She just has to tell me again.
Oh, I don't know why. I thought I might hurry things by collecting information for you while you came out here in your usual turtle fashion. Why don't you at least be consistent and crawl into your shell while I solve this case?
Why don't you go home? Blackie, you going to tell me what you know?
No. And that would take too long, I suppose, but I could tell you what you know without opening my mouth.
Blackie, you've got to...
All right, stop begging. The dead man was fabulously rich.
Yeah?
His estate is the largest in the city limits. Besides this mansion here, there's a private golf course, an airport, a lake, 400 acres of forest, and 1,000 acres of farming land.
Is that all?
What else did you want him to own?
I mean, is that all you know? Tell me something important.
Well, he was killed in the middle of a field on one of his regular inspection tours. And he made his tours on such a strict schedule that everyone in the estate knew exactly where he'd be at any given time. Which means, of course...
I know what it means. It means anybody on the estate could have killed him.
Anybody with a motive, Faraday. And don't forget, there's a little item of how he was killed.
By a blow on the back of the head.
By someone standing 100 feet away at the edge of the field. Don't tell me the arm of the criminal is longer than the arm of the law. Faraday, before you find out who killed him, you have to find out how he could have been killed in the middle of an open field. Do you know how?
All I know is that he was killed shortly after the rain this morning. That'd be about 8 o'clock.
Excuse me, Inspector Faraday, but may I leave? I'm expecting Jim Saunders, my fiancé, any minute, and I'd like to meet him.
I'm sorry, Miss Austin, but no one can leave the estate.
Oh, I won't leave the estate, I promise.
Now you're going to drive down and meet him at the gate, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Don't tell Jim about Dad's death, Alice. He might celebrate, and that would look bad.
If I told him you said that, he'd make your face look bad.
Remember, Miss Austin, don't leave the estate.
Oh, no, I won't, Inspector.
Austin, what was the meaning of that crack about Jim Saunders?
Nothing, Blackie. Only I wish he'd crack his neck one of these days.
Now, that's a nice, happy thought. Why the hot hate, Austin?
Maybe he just doesn't like the guy, Blackie.
Oh, thanks, Faraday. Come here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Yeah, what for?
For a hunk of hunch. I don't like our friend Happy here.
Oh.
And I have an idea that before I'm through with him, I'm going to make Happy miserable.
Hi there, Jim. Hi.
Hello, Alice. Hey, you. You look great.
Do I? I don't feel that way. How's the airplane? Did it stay in one piece all the way from Toronto?
Well, it flew me here, didn't it? I'd say the trip was all right.
Well, you've flown into something that isn't all right. Dad's been killed.
Hey, no kidding. What do you know?
It was murder.
Oh? Oh, I'd like it down. You can help me roll this crate into the hangar, huh?
Oh, Jim, you don't seem a bit concerned about Dad's death.
Well, neither do you, for that matter. Plenty sorry to hear it. Here, push on this wing. I'll push on the other.
All right.
Now, shove this right next to Happy's plane in its hangar. Is that still out of commission?
Yes. Jim, the landing gear on this side is damaged.
Yeah, I know. Still shaky about it, too. I clipped the top of a tree coming in for a landing. Almost cracked up. Let me push, huh?
Jim?
Yeah?
Are you sure it was a tree you hit?
Well, yeah, sure it was.
Could you find the tree again?
I doubt it. I was going pretty fast at the time. Hey, what are you getting at?
Nothing, Jim. Only I hope the police don't find out that you and Dad had a terrible fight last week.
I see you made the newspapers again this evening, Blackie.
Look, Mary, did you invite me up for dinner to look at you at the back page of the paper?
But, Blackie, this is really an exciting mystery.
Yes.
It says here that Mr. Austin was killed by a blow on the back of the head and died instantly, but that there are no marks in the field to indicate what or who killed him.
I know. Faraday and I gave the papers most of their information.
Oh.
There are no footprints or tire tracks in the field, and Austin wasn't carried to the spot where he died.
Then how was he killed? How'd he get into the middle of that field?
He walked there.
After he was hit?
No, death was instantaneous, Mary. That's the problem in this case.
And what's the solution? There's always a solution, you know.
So they say. But this time, honestly, I'm stumped. The more I think about this case, the crazier it sounds. If I could just...
If you could just what?
Mary, that airplane up there.
Well, it's always up there at this time. That's the 10 o'clock flight to Washington.
Mary, that's the way Austin was killed, by a plane. That's what hit him without leaving any marks in the field. There's a private airport on Austin's estate. I bet that's where the murder plane is right now. See you later, Mary.
Hey, Blackie, where are you going?
To get Faraday. And then I'm going to have a look at the airplane at Austin's airport. The situation is complicated, but I think the explanation is plain.
Austin was killed by one of the planes in this hangar, huh, Blackie? Well, which one? There are two.
Well, Faraday will have to look them over before we find out.
This is just a waste of time. I don't believe Austin was killed by a plane at all.
You don't, huh?
No, it's crazy.
Look.
Or you are.
Look, Austin was found in the middle of a field, wasn't he?
Yeah?
He wasn't hit by anyone who followed him into the field or a truck or a car that went through the field. And he wasn't carried into the field. We know that, don't we?
Yes.
Then he was obviously hit and killed just where he was found. And the only thing that could possibly have killed him, where he was found, without leaving tracks, is a plane. Don't you agree?
Yeah. No. Let's have a look at these planes.
I've been looking while I talk, Faraday, and here's the plane that did it right here. Look at the left side of this landing gear.
Yeah?
Pretty badly bent.
So it is.
I was right, Faraday. The killer knew where Austin would be at a certain moment. He went up in this plane, found Austin, cut his motor, glided in silently behind his victim, swooped low, hit him, accelerated his motor, and zoomed away.
Austin didn't even know what hit him.
You two don't know what hit him either. Because it wasn't that plane.
Who are you?
Saunders. Jim Saunders. That's my plane.
Oh, you're the guy Alice Austin went to see, huh?
Yeah, she met me here. I just flew in from Toronto this afternoon.
How'd you get this damaged landing gear?
Hit a tree coming in for a landing?
You mean hit John Austin coming in for a kill, don't you?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I was still in Toronto when that old buzzard was killed. Here's my log to prove I didn't leave the Toronto airport till 10 this morning. I understand the old guy was killed about 8.
You understand we can check on the time you left the Toronto airport, don't you?
Sure, go ahead, check on it. It's okay with me. And then it better be okay with you to keep away from my plane.
Just thought I'd tell you, Alice. You marry Jim Saunders and you don't get any of Dad's estate.
Oh, yes, I do, Happy. I get half.
Dad's will says you get half unless you marry Jim Saunders. But if you do marry him, I get it all.
How do you know?
I just know. Too bad you didn't.
What do you mean, too bad I didn't?
Well, it occurs to me that you and Jim might plan to get married now that Dad isn't around to object.
We were going to be married even if Dad did object.
And what were you going to live on? Love? Jim doesn't have a dime. All he owns is a plane. You think he'll marry you when he finds out that you won't get a cent from Dad?
Well, Happy, you're not going to do this to me, are you? You'll ignore Dad's will, won't you, and give me half?
Oh, no. Not if you marry Jim Saunders. Look, darling, I'm not actually your brother. If you really want to live in style, you could marry me.
Marry you?
Yes.
I wouldn't marry you for anything.
Not for anything, Alice, darling?
No.
Not even to save yourself from going to the chair for murder?
Now back to Boston Blackie. Wealthy John Austin is found murdered in the middle of a field. He has not been carried there or hit by anything or anyone who went through the field. Jim Saunders, flyer fiancé of Austin's daughter Alice, has fought bitterly with a dead man, and the landing gear of his plane is damaged. Jim, however, claims his plane was in Toronto at the time of Austin's death. And as we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is on the phone in Austin's private hangar, talking to the dispatcher at the Toronto airport.
Look, can you tell me what time this morning Jim Saunders took off from the Toronto airport?
Yes, Inspector Faraday, but I'll have to check on it. Just a minute.
Thanks. Blackie, quit wandering around the hangar, will you?
What?
If either of the planes in here killed Austin, it was Jim's.
I'm just having a look at this other plane in case Jim was in Toronto at the time Austin was killed.
You're soon going to find out that I was.
For your sake, Jim, I hope so.
Hello. Inspector Faraday, still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You got that information I want?
Yes, Saunders took off from runway 5 at 10 o'clock this morning.
10 o'clock, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Well, Jim, you're in the clear.
I told you I was, Inspector. Now will you let me and my plane alone?
I guess we will. Austin was killed 2 hours before you left Toronto. Tell me, whose plane is this other one?
It has Happy Austin's name on it. By a bit of clever deduction, I'd say it was his.
Very funny.
Jim, does Happy Austin fly?
Sure does, Blackie. He's one of the best amateur pilots around.
Then let's suppose for the moment that Happy is our man.
Let's suppose he isn't. This plane hasn't hit anything. There isn't a mark on it.
Faraday, something could have been attached to the underside of the fuselage. Something that could be easily detached again.
And thrown away, huh?
Maybe better than that. After killing Austin, Happy could have flown out over the ocean. That's only a few miles from here, unhooked whatever it was, and dropped it into the water.
That's right, Blackie. It's only about 30 minutes flying time from here to the coast, but
Thanks, Jim. You're a big help. Jim, could this type of plane hit a man, kill him, and not crack up under the impact?
Sure it could. Easy, but I still...
I say it again, Jim. You are a big help. Faraday, Happy Austin was an adopted son. He wanted to marry Alice. Happy could have killed his stepfather for the money he'd inherited.
Just one thing, Blackie. There's a part missing from the engine of Happy's plane. This ship hasn't flown in months.
Oh. Jim, did I say you were a big help?
Oh, my, Blackie. What a lovely little shanty the Austins live in.
Yes, I thought you'd like to see it, Mary. And wait till you see the inside of this palatial hut.
It probably looks like the inside of the Metropolitan Museum.
Only bigger. Come on, we can walk right in. Okay. Austins never seem to lock the door.
I'll take care of you later, Happy. Right now, I'm going to see if I can catch Alice at the stables.
Oh, hello there, Jim.
Oh, hi, Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, introduce me to this.
Miss Wesley, Mr. Saunders, and reverse that.
Mr. Saunders.
How do you do, Miss Wesley? Join me at the stables, Blackie. I'm going horseback riding with Alice. If I can catch her in time.
No, thanks. I've still got a murder to solve. But you can tell me something. Does Alice own a plane?
Own a plane? Well, she can't even fly.
Oh, well, thanks a lot. I take it Happy's inside the house?
Yeah. You can take it, meaning Happy, away if you want to. Glad to meet you, Miss Wesley.
Thank you.
Join us for a ride if you like. We'll be somewhere on the bridle path.
Thanks. Maybe we will.
Blackie, why did you ask if Alice could fly?
I thought maybe she had a plane hidden somewhere on the estate. And she killed her father. You could hide a battleship on this place.
Well, she can't fly. So there goes Alice as a suspect.
Well, here we go to talk to Happy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's you again, Blackie.
Stop that. You're beginning to sound like Faraday. Miss Wesley, Mr. Austin.
How do you do, Mr. Austin?
Blackie, Jim told me that you thought maybe my plane killed Dad.
Yes, I did think so until Jim pointed out it hasn't flown in months.
Well, I haven't flown it. I know that. I took the motor down, did a complete overhaul job on it, and then had to send for a part I needed.
Well, tell me something.
Yes?
Who else on the estate flies? Any of the servants?
No, Alice and I are the only ones.
Alice can fly?
With the best, and she's a top-notch mechanic, too.
And Jim said she couldn't handle a plane. Well, I think I'll find Faraday somewhere around here, and then I think the inspector and I will join Alice and Jim on the bridle path.
You're going to ride a horse, Blackie?
No, I'm not going to ride. But I guarantee I'm not going to keep walking around in circles on this case, either.
It's a nice night for riding, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, Alice, it sure is. But isn't the usual expression, it's a nice night for a murder?
Did you have to mention that?
I'm sorry.
Jim?
Yeah?
Dad's will says I don't get a dime if I marry you.
Well, how do you know?
Happy told me.
Well, how does he know?
Well, I guess Dad told him. They were awfully chummy, a lot closer than Dad and I were. He probably talked Dad into giving me no money if I married you.
Well, of all the dirty... Come on, boy.
What? Jim, wait!
I want to get back in a hurry and have a talk with that brother of yours.
Oh, but wait for me, Jim. Wait! Hey, ho, boy, ho. Steady now. Steady.
Hey, Miss Austin, you having trouble?
No, I'm all right, Inspector. This horse is having its moments, though. Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Mr. Austin. Where'd Jim ride off to?
He's gone back to the stable.
Miss Austin, we found out you could have killed your father. You can fly a plane, can't you?
Yes. I never told you I couldn't.
No, but Jim did. He said you couldn't fly, and Happy said his plane couldn't fly. I'm going to find out about that before I fly off the handle. Hold the ladder steady, Mary.
Yeah, okay.
I have to get all the way to the top of it in order to get a good look into this engine.
It's an awful rickety ladder, isn't it, Blackie?
Well, it's better than nothing. But hold it steady.
I will. Alice Austin looked awful unhappy when Inspector Faraday brought her up to the house. Did she really kill her father?
Could be, Mary. At least Faraday isn't going to let her out of his sight until I find out whether this plane of Happy's is in shape to fly or not.
That engine looks awful clean. It certainly doesn't look as if it had been used.
I know it doesn't, but it could have been cleaned up. I want to have a look at this carburetor. If the motor was taken completely apart, there won't be any gasoline in it.
Hey, Blackie, what's splash?
Gasoline from the carburetor when I lifted it out. Mary, this motor's been in use, and just recently.
But how, with a part missing and as clean as it is? Even I know
it was cleaned up, Mary, and the part taken out again. Run up to the house and get Faraday. Tell him I found something.
Yeah, all right.
Tell him that I think I know who killed Austin, too. In fact, I know who killed him. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
I didn't tell you to turn out the lights.
Well, I didn't turn them out, Blackie. Just all of a sudden they were...
Mary, what's the matter? Mary! Oh, I forgot about this ladder. Hey!
Well, Blackie, the high altitude seems to have cleared your head.
What's that roaring noise?
An engine. An airplane engine. Jim's plane. You and I are in it.
Oh. How'd I get here, Happy?
I tied you up and threw you in the plane. And you won't get any help from Miss Wesley either. She's tied just as tightly as you, only she's still in the hangar on the ground. I didn't have to kill her. She doesn't know it was I who murdered my dad. Oh, by the way, Blackie, did you have a nice fall when I jerked that ladder out from under you?
Yes, thanks. I'll drop you on your head sometime, too. Happy, why did you kill your stepfather?
For money.
How?
You guessed it, in my plane. Cut the engine. I had the extra part hidden. I put it in the plane and then glided in behind my dad, gunned him, and bingo. That was the end of the old man. You know where we are, Blackie?
No, where?
Over the ocean. And when we get a little farther out, you're going for a dip.
Uh-oh. Gonna make fish food out of me, are you? I wish the Coast Guard were here.
The Coast Guard?
Yes, I tell the Coast Guard to shoot down. What's the number of this plane?
641.
Coast Guard, shoot down 641. That's what I'd say.
Oh, well, say anything you want, Blackie. They can't hear you. And you can't do anything about it the way you're tied up.
But if they could hear me, I'd say, this is Boston Blackie and plane 641 out over the ocean. Shoot us down.
You're killing me, Blackie. But in a couple of minutes, it's going to be the other way around.
Boy, that Blackie is really something.
He sure is.
He's tied up in that other plane, but he managed to switch on the radio in pages.
Yeah?
We'll keep our radio tuned in on that frequency a little longer, Joe. We might pick up more.
You okay?
If the Coast Guard sees us, I hope they shoot us down, Happy.
You've only said that 25 times, Blackie. If you don't cut it out, I'll slug you quiet.
The number is 641. Be on the lookout for it. Blackie gave us the approximate position.
Right.
We won't shoot him down right away. Just give him a warning burst if we find him.
Okay.
Look, Happy, just up above us. There's a Coast Guard plane. Well, what do you know?
I know they don't see us, and even if they did, they won't know what's going on.
That's what he thinks, huh, Dan?
Yeah.
Hey, there's the plane right down there under our starboard wing.
Yeah, sure enough.
Here we come, Blackie. Let's go, Joe.
What's the matter, Happy? You look worried.
Blackie, that Coast Guard plane is diving on us.
Peculiar, isn't it?
Why? What for?
Oh, maybe it just wants to play.
Blackie, it's going to crash into us. They're shooting at us. They're shooting at us.
But they missed, Happy. Want to make a bet they don't miss the next time?
Well, Blackie, if they shoot me down, I'll drop into the ocean.
That's what you expected me to do when you drop me in, isn't it? The plane's banking for another run at us, Happy.
What'll I do?
Well, obviously, the Coast Guard doesn't want you out here, so if I were you, I'd turn and go back to the land.
No.
That was closer this time, wasn't it? Are you turning back or aren't you? How about it?
All right, Blackie. I'll turn back.
Well, tell it to the Coast Guard, Happy, or in 2 seconds we'll both be telling it to the fish. What time is it, Mary?
Well, Blackie, according to my watch, it's 11:30. But according to my curiosity, it's time for questions.
Well, I untied you at the hangar where Happy left you. Maybe I can loosen the strings on whatever is puzzling you. What do you want to know?
First, why did Jim Saunders say Alice couldn't fly when she could?
That's very simple, Mary. He didn't know she could. I suppose she was saving it for a surprise or something. Anything else?
Just one more thing. How did you manage to get the Coast Guard on the trail of Jim's plane when Happy had you tied up in it?
I kicked over the switch on the radio with my elbow and started talking, hoping somebody would hear me.
And Happy didn't see you? Oh, are you lucky?
I'm lucky those Coast Guard planes were within a reasonable distance, or Happy would have added me to his list of dead.
Oh, I know he killed his father, but, you know, Blackie...
What?
I feel rather sorry for him.
Don't feel sorry for him, Mary. Happy Austin is one flyer who doesn't deserve a happy landing.
name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. If I knew you were coming, I'd have wrecked a train.
The letterhead said, Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III, President. Only it turned out they owned less than a mile of track, there was no passengers, and you couldn't even buy a ticket to Pomona. It was a one-man corporation with a one-track mine. But before it was over with, all the competition was dead. I made the mistake of showing up at my boss, the Lion's office, too early on Tuesday. He was holding a letter. From the look on his face, you could tell in another 10 minutes he'd have run out to handle this case himself.
Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Name of a new wonder drug, Fatso?
Jeffrey. Oh, don't be ridiculous. That's a man's name. Fairfield Hardingstone III, president of the Hardingstone...
I got it the first time.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you don't understand. This is a letter from Mr. Hardingstone himself. He wants to hire our agency. He's our client, my boy, the Mr. Hardingstone.
Sorry, Fatso, I never heard of him.
You haven't?
I'm still singing the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Oh.
You haven't heard of him either.
No. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he isn't an important client, Jeffrey. Just take a look at that letterhead. Not printed, engraved. Run your finger over it. And with a name like that...
Okay, Fatso, we got a client. We do what? For how much?
Well, he doesn't say, Jeffrey. Mr. Hardingstone merely requests that we send an investigator to his home as soon as possible. He says it's urgent, and he encloses a check for $100.
That helps.
Helps, my boy. We're in clover. When a big industrialist like Hardingstone hires us, we're in. You handle this case right, and the next thing we know, we'll be hearing from General Motors.
Matter of fact, I got a letter from him yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, something about, would I mind making another payment, please?
All right, Regan, you make jokes about it, but I'm telling you this is our big chance. Now get out there and see Hardingstone. Tell him we guarantee our service. Convince him he hired the right agency. Oh, and,
Something bothering you, Fatso?
Well, as long as you're talking to him, Jeffrey. See if he has any good tips on the market.
I left Anthony J. Lyon digging through the stock market reports in the morning papers. It was a cinch he was counting future shares of Hardingstone Railroads. The letter the Lion gave me said nothing, all right, except that Hardingstone lived in Cheviot Hills just off Motor Avenue. I fought traffic all the way out Olympic and pulled up in front of a brick mansion just after 1 o'clock. It took me 5 minutes to make the hike from the street to the front door. I rang and waited.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Hardingstone in?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. He's downstairs in the game room. You may go right down if you wish.
Thanks.
Sir, there's just one request.
Huh?
Treat him gently, sir. Mr. Hardingstone is in very poor humor today.
Instead of getting better, it got worse. I followed the butler's nod and walked down the thickly carpeted stairs into the basement. Only it wasn't a basement the way you think of basements. It was mahogany-paneled walls, paintings in gilt frames, not copies, originals, and indirect lighting throughout. And over against the far end of the room stood a table the size of a tennis court. On it, trains, all kinds of trains, electric trains, all scale model stuff. And in front of a master switchboard, flashing 5 different colors of lights, stood Mr. Fairfield Hardingstone III. Age 12.
What you are about to see is a duplication of the famous wreck of the Long Island Railroad, which occurred several years back. A step closer, please. If you will notice, the engineer of the train does not see the red warning signal up ahead. His approximate speed is 70 miles an hour, and he's approaching a dangerous curve. Now, he's coming closer. The signal flashes steadily, but he ignores it. The train nears the bend. The engineer moves the throttle up faster. The turn is coming. Now! 17 passengers killed, 42 injured. The engineer and fireman both dead. You see the folly of blind speed, of course.
You always do this?
It amuses me. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name.
Regan.
Oh, yes, of course, the Lion's Eye. Glad you came right out. My name's Hardingstone.
The third.
Must you remind me? It's bad enough being the sign of a wealthy family without attaching that stigma.
You wanted a detective.
Naturally. Mr. Regan, what do you know about murder?
Get to the point, Fairfield.
Yes, of course, I should have known you wouldn't be interested in this subtle approach. It's about my mother. Next week she's being married. I intend stopping her.
Your father's dead?
He died 6 years ago. I barely remember him.
Ah, he was in railroads?
No, my father was a lawyer, Mr. Regan. He defended the criminally insane. We don't discuss him in this house.
How does that check with your mother?
I sometimes think she doesn't remember Father any better than I do. However, that's not what I called you here to talk about. Mr. Regan, my mother is about to marry a man named John Kilpatrick. Like my father, he's a lawyer.
Only you don't like him.
Precisely. To use a somewhat childish term, he's a jerk.
Also, if your mother marries him, he might interfere with the pleasures of one Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Mr. Regan, you're a man after my own heart. What I want you to do is simple. Check every angle regarding this man Kilpatrick. Explore his past. Somewhere you'll find something.
And if I don't? If I give him a clean slate?
Kilpatrick has been in South America a number of years. I think one of the reasons he returned is that he was broke and came back to marry Mother and the family fortune.
For $100, I tail him.
Wrong. You don't tail him at all, Mr. Regan. In fact, I want you to go right into his office and see him. Tell him who hired you and why. He'll like that.
You can't talk it out of him, scare it out of him, is that it?
It's like the stationery my mother had made up for me a couple of years ago, Mr. Regan. Across the top it says Hardingstone Railroads Associated. My dear mother thought it was very cute. But you'd be surprised at some of the answers I get to my letters.
Maybe I wouldn't. Okay, Fairfield, you paid your 100, you get your money's worth.
Oh, don't rush off, Mr. Regan. There's one other little item. I want you to run upstairs and tell Mother about my little plan.
What?
What's good enough for the bridegroom is good enough for the bride, eh, Mr. Regan?
I left the young Mr. Hardingstone setting up the trains for another great crash and headed up the stairs. I was beginning to wonder just how bad the Lion Detective Agency needed the $100. The answer? Bad enough to talk to the mother. The butler gave me a solemn nod as I went upstairs to the second floor. Top of the landing, I turned and gave the butler a solemn nod. It was getting to be a game. Only the game was over fast when I hit the top of the stairs.
And that's all there is. And I quit. I tell you, I quit.
You can't do that to me, Mrs. D. You can't do that to me.
I've taken enough from you and from him. I don't have to work for you. I got other things, see? And you just remember that. Huh. Well, I never. Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Hardingstone in there?
She most certainly is, young man. And God bless you if you plan to go in there.
That bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Very terrible. The poor woman is losing her mind. I'm sure of it.
Oh, that why you quitting?
I've been here just over 6 years, mister. And that's long enough. I quit. And if you're smart, you'll leave before everybody loses their mind.
The round, frowning, gray-haired woman stomped off down the stairs. In front of me, the open door to Mrs. Hardingstone's room. I thought about the $100 check. Thought about it again. Looked at the open door and peeked in.
Well, you're Dr. Martin's new young assistant. Oh, please do come in, Doctor.
She was propped perfectly in the oversized bed. Satin covers, satin cushions, pillows, radio, ashtray, water pitcher, thermometer, hot water bag, ice bag, cold tablets, headache tablets, vitamin pills, and on a silver tray, one crisp golden brown piece of dry toast. Mrs. Fairfield Hardingstone II was 40, gold ringlets, pink hair ribbon, and a smile. Painted in place.
Well, don't just stand there, Doctor. Do something. Take my temperature or something. You know.
I'm afraid I'm not the doctor, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Of course, when Dr. Martin said he couldn't come, that he was sending his assistant. What? You're not the doctor.
No, my name's Regan.
Regan? Oh, I know you'll forgive me, Mr. Regan, but just what do you specialize in?
I'm a detective, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Oh, I see. No, I don't see. A detective. Well, that is something, isn't it? I could hardly ask you to treat my sacroiliac, now could I?
Now, look, lady, your son hired me. He asked me to come up and talk to you.
Talk to me? Oh, dear, Mr. Regan, what shall we talk about?
John Kilpatrick.
Oh.
You're marrying him next week.
Yes, I am. Providing, of course, my sacroiliac is better.
Providing, of course.
Oh, John is a fine man. He's very sincere. He loves me. Fairfield has no right to resent my marriage. Do you hear? No right at all.
He thinks maybe Kilpatrick's marrying you for your money. Something like that.
Well, suppose he is. After all, I'm not getting any younger. And there's my illness. I do need someone to look after me, Mr. Regan.
Even if the price is high?
Besides, the trip will do me good.
What trip?
Why, John and I, we're sailing to South America together on our honeymoon. I have the tickets right here beside me, see?
And your son stays here, huh?
Fairfield doesn't want to go. Poor dear boy, he's old beyond his years. It changed him. It completely changed him.
What changed him?
Please, Mr. Regan, I can't bear to discuss it. I'm a sick woman, you see, a very sick woman. It's all been too much for me. Too much for a very sick woman.
Mrs. Hardingstone sniffled about her high blood pressure, and then her low blood pressure, and her asthma, and her sacroiliac. When she asked me to take her temperature just to be sure, then I knew it was time to leave. I nodded sympathetically, borrowed back my damp handkerchief, and silently stole away. But at the foot of the stairs, I got something else. The round, gray-haired woman who had seen leaving Mrs. Hardingstone's room. Just to keep things normal, she, too, was sniffling.
Oh, Mr. Regan, what will become of us?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to try fresh air.
Oh, I don't mean to impose on you this way, but the boy, the poor dear boy.
A poor dear boy? You mean little Fairfield?
And none other. That the poor soul should be brought up in these circumstances.
Look, just to fill me in, who are you and what are these circumstances?
My name is Mrs. D. I'm the housekeeper. I've been here for 6 years, ever since poor Mr. Hardingstone passed on. God bless his soul.
You like Mr. Hardingstone? The second, that is.
Oh, a fine man he was. Oh, a very fine man.
Tell me, Mrs. D, what do you think of Mr. Kilpatrick, the bridegroom-to-be?
They're two of a kind, him and her. It's fitting they should wed. And that is that. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, poor dear little Fairfield. Poor.
She was gone. Gone with her wet napkin and sad eyes into the pantry. It was getting so moist inside the house, an umbrella salesman could have made a fortune. I got out fast, into my car, and drove down to Hollywood. A quick look at a phone book gave me John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, Taft Building. 10 minutes later, I'd waded through 3 secretaries and reached the inner sanctum. The man across the desk was tall, thin, mustached, beady-eyed. He was Kilpatrick.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, do. Sit down.
Thanks.
I think I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Regan. I know why you're here.
Mrs. Hardingstone phoned you.
Yes, she did.
Well, why the sad look?
Oh, it's about Fairfield, Mr. Regan, your client.
The kid?
Yes. Poor dear child.
What's this poor dear child routine? Everybody treats him like an executive with ulcers.
Mr. Regan, I suppose it's going to be my unpleasant duty to inform you. You see, we of the family don't like to think about it.
About what?
Fairfield Hardingstone killed his father.
What?
It's true. Oh, it was an accident, mind you. Fairfield had been given a chemistry set for Christmas. That was 6 years ago. Well, he was quite enthusiastic. He liked it a great deal, except that he mixed things. Poisons.
Poison?
And put some in his father's coffee. As a boyish prank, mind you, poor little fellow had no idea what he was doing.
Neither did his father, is that it?
Mr. Hardingstone died a few hours later.
Kid took that pretty hard.
Yes. Sorry. Colored his entire life. I'm sorry.
Are you all right, Kilpatrick?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. Slight indigestion. Something they served for lunch.
They?
The Hardingstones. I lunched there. To continue, it was quite a tragedy for the family to face, and that's why I believe you ought to forget this case, Mr. Regan.
Look, I'll get you some water.
No. That won't be necessary. You see, Mr. Regan, poor little Fairfield simply has an overdeveloped imagination. He's simply... Oh.
I'll be right back. I rushed out to the water cooler and filled a cup. John Kilpatrick looked worse than a case of indigestion. When I went back into his office, I found him slumped in his chair. But John Kilpatrick had water wouldn't cure. He was dead. It was 3 o'clock Tuesday, and John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, was dead. He was dead from a very bad case of indigestion brought on by a very bad dose of poison. He'd had lunch at the home of Fairfield Hardingstone III, and he was dead. That much Police Lieutenant Huey Piper was sure of. And the more he thought about it, the surer he became. He and I were driving out to the Hardingstone place in Cheviot Hills at city expense.
So, like I say, Regan, he's dead and he's poisoned and he had lunch with the Hardingstones. Or, as they say in Dixie, something to eat, no doubt.
And you figure that adds up to the kid?
Regan, I figure nothing until the final pony crosses the wire. Still, little Fairfield did it before, and he can do it again. Yes, Pa?
Yeah, only before it was an accident. This time, it's on purpose.
If it was a joke, it was a very unfunny joke, and I'm sure nobody is laughing. Least of all the deceased one, John Kilpatrick.
Piper, what do you know about the death of the father 6 years ago?
Nothing. We never knew anything. The kid was playing around with those homemade poisons. The father turned up dead.
What about Mrs. Hardingstone? She inherited a fortune.
Don't I know it? Still, what can you do when the dame was half off her rocker? Besides, she was even out of town when it happened. No evidence, no proof, no arrest.
And the kid took the rap.
Correct. Oh, don't worry. It was an accident, all right? Nobody had a motive to knock off the old man, except if you want to count the wife. The kid loved him. The servants loved him. Everybody loved him. There we are, Regan. Stick around. Maybe we'll have things to talk about later.
I'll be listening. Huey Piper and I went into the Hardingstone mansion. He rounded up little Fairfield, and they went off for a talk. Me, I found a telephone in the hallway and put in a call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau.
Me,
Anthony...
Fatso, get a pencil.
Jeffrey, I found you.
Well, shows what a sharp detective you are.
Jeffrey, did you talk to our client, Mr. Hardingstone?
Yeah, Fatso, as a matter of fact, I did.
Well, did he have anything to say?
About the stock market?
Yes. You see, Jeffrey, I did a little investigating myself. Hardingstone Railroad isn't listed on the New York Stock Exchange or the curve. That means it's probably family-owned, you see.
And that means if we do a real good job on the case, you figure our client, Mr. Hardingstone, may let you in for a few shares.
As a token of appreciation, Jeffrey. After all, Mr. Hardingstone is a big man.
Not so big.
He isn't?
And I might as well tell you, Fatso, Mr. Hardingstone's railroad is a pretty small railroad, as railroads go.
Oh, that's all right with me, Jeffrey. They say it's the little companies who make the money.
Well, this one doesn't own a lot of track.
Jeffrey, why quibble over a few miles of track? My boy, this isn't like you to pass up a golden opportunity.
Look, Lyon, before we invest, we got work to do. I want you to check the newspaper files. Everything you can find on Fairfield Hardingstone II, our client's father.
Our client's father? Jeffrey!
Check it, Fatso, and call me back with a complete bio. You got that?
Yeah, but Jeffrey, our client's father? We're handling both of them?
Never mind, Lyon. Just check. I hung up and wandered around the huge silent house. I just made the living room when I stopped cold. Standing very close to a locked door stood the forgotten member of the Hardingstone clan, the butler. I went over.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What's your name?
It's Timothy Richard Nefsher, sir. But they call me Casey.
Casey?
The boy gave me that name, sir, while playing one day with the model trains. We were reenacting a disastrous crash, and I was...
Casey Jones.
Yes, sir.
You served lunch today, Casey?
Oh, no, sir.
Who did?
Why, Mrs. D, sir. Mrs. D always serves the luncheon meal.
Yeah, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mrs. D. Where is she, Casey?
Well, sir, I'd like to accommodate you, but the fact is Mrs. D took bag and baggage and departed less than an hour ago.
Maybe the look on my face printed it. But when I turned around, Lieutenant Huey Piper of Homicide was standing at my elbow.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. You have a way of getting very good answers very quick, Regan. I think maybe this man and I will talk together, huh, Mr. Butler? Let's you and me talk.
Piper and Casey moved off into the hallway, and I looked around at the open door to the room Piper had been in. Fairfield Hardingstone III was in there now. I wanted to talk to him. Fairfield. Got a minute, kid?
Go away.
Might help things if we talk.
Go away.
Detective's job is to protect the client, son. You're my client.
All right, I killed him. I killed Mr. Kilpatrick. Is that what you want me to say? I hated him when I killed him, just like I killed my dad.
Fairfield,
Yes?
you didn't kill your father.
What did you say, Mr. Regan?
When you were 6 years old, there was an accident. Some people said your father died because of your accident.
Yes?
Yeah, but it really wasn't like they said. You didn't cause that accident, Fairfield. You had nothing to do with the death of your father.
But how did you know? They said...
They said that because it seemed that way. Maybe your father's death was an accident, and it seemed like you were responsible.
I tried to tell him, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell him I didn't do it. I tried. They wouldn't believe me. Thought I wasn't old enough to know what I was doing. But, Mr. Regan, I didn't kill my daddy. I loved him. I loved my daddy.
Fairfield, tell me something. That day your father died, who was here in the house?
I don't remember anything about it, Mr. Regan. I don't remember anything.
Now, it was a long, long time ago, Fairfield. I know you can't remember very much, but think. Who was here in the house with you?
Well, it was Daddy.
Yeah.
And me. And Casey.
Yeah.
And Mrs. D. And Mr. Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick? What was he doing here?
He and Daddy were arguing about something. They argued at the dinner table.
Son, are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Okay, we'll try it that way. Now, you stay right here and sit tight. I'll check back with you.
Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
Mr. Regan, do you really believe me?
Yeah, I believed him. Now it was really beginning to make sense. Sense for the first time. Kilpatrick was there that day, and that meant plenty. And when I checked back with my boss, the Lion, it meant still more. All he could tell me was what I already knew. The father was a lawyer, a respected man. Everybody liked him. Put it all together, and it spelled murder. I headed up the stairs, double time. A quick check with Mrs. Hardingstone told me her tickets for South America had disappeared. That did it. Downstairs, Lieutenant Huey Piper was talking with the butler. I grabbed him. No explanation, just grabbed him and rushed him out to the car. We cut in the siren, and on the way I filled him in. Even with the siren, it took us 40 minutes to make San Pedro. He headed for the ticket office. I took the gangplank looking for the purser.
Yes, sir?
Check your passenger list, will you? I'm looking for a Mr. Kilpatrick, John Kilpatrick.
Well, just a moment, sir. Let me see. Just a moment.
Come on, step on it.
Oh, I have it here. Mr. John Kilpatrick sailing for South America? Yes, he's aboard. Mr. John Kilpatrick, yes, cabin 71, A deck.
Never mind the rest of it, thanks. It took me another 10 minutes to find it, but when I did, I didn't stop to ring the buzzer. Across the room, sitting casually behind a newspaper. Double-breasted pinstripe suit, two-tone shoes, very dapper. Mr. John Kilpatrick? Nope.
Mr. Regan.
Sure, Mrs. D, your old friend Regan. Men's clothes look odd on a female housekeeper.
Yes, they do now, don't they, Mr. Regan? But Mr. Hardingstone wouldn't mind. You see, I had to wear them so there'd be no fuss or bother.
Yeah, but there's going to be anyway, Mrs. D. They don't like you running away like this.
You meant the family? Oh, my, Mr. Regan, you shouldn't listen to them. They all hate me since Mr. Hardingstone died, poor soul. They've hated me since then.
Since you killed Mr. Hardingstone?
Why, yes. Did Mr. Kilpatrick tell you?
No, he didn't.
Mr. Kilpatrick hated me more than anyone else. It was all his fault, really. Why, I wouldn't have hurt the boy's father for anything in this world. He was good and kind and always nice to me.
But you still killed him?
It was a mistake, you see. Mr. Kilpatrick came to dinner and told Mr. Hardingstone they should send me back to the home. And, of course, I didn't want that at all. So I put the poison in Mr. Kilpatrick's cup, and then Mr. Hardingstone drank it. Oh, it was all a terrible mistake.
Tell me about the home, Mrs. D.
Well, you see, I was living at this home, and they said I was sick, but I...
Now, look, Hardingstone was interested in the criminally insane, so he got them to release you into his custody. Is that it?
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Regan. I'm not insane. It's all those other people. Remember I told you this afternoon that everyone was losing their mind? Isn't it a shame?
I think you better come back now, Mrs. D. They want to talk to you.
About Mr. Kilpatrick's death? Oh, I wouldn't tell them about that, Mr. Regan.
Well, then, Tell me.
Mr. Kilpatrick came back from South America, you see, and I knew he was coming to take me back to the home.
Yeah?
So this time, when I put the poison in the coffee, I made sure it was Mr. Kilpatrick.
And for 6 years you let that kid think he killed his father?
Well, after all, Mr. Regan, if I'd said anything, they'd have sent me back to the home. Besides, Fairfield got over it. He's a fine boy now, and he's going to be all right. You'll see.
Okay, Mrs. D. We'll go back there now. We'll go back and we'll see now.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan. I'm going to South America. I have my ticket. You leave me alone. Mr. Regan, let me alone. Now.
You carry a gun.
Well, I must protect myself. Like if I were to kill you in self-defense. Everyone would understand because you have no right to be here.
Drop the gun, Mrs. D.
You needn't look at me that way, Mr. Regan. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. I'm not so crazy as they think. You'll see.
This time you see. Sorry, Mrs. V. We're going home now. Lieutenant Piper showed up, and together we escorted the protesting Mrs. D back to police headquarters. Her next stop from there was the home, the official title of which turned out to be the L.A. County Home for the Mentally Infirm, the place she'd left just 6 years before. Well, the next morning I checked into the home for the tired and aged detectives, the office of Anthony J. Lyon. That turned out to be the worst mistake of all.
So there you are, you faker, you imposter, Regan.
Hey, what's eating you, fatso?
You dirty, double-crossing scoundrel, Regan. You knew there was no such thing as Hardingstone Railroads. You knew we'd been hoodwinked.
Not at all, Lyon.
What do you mean, standing there lying to my very face? It just so happens, Regan, I checked the newspapers on Hardingstone. I found out he had a son, that the son's age would be 12 years. Oh, you didn't fool me for long.
But, Lyon, I tried to tell you over the phone.
Swindled, robbed by a 12-year-old. An Al Capone in knee pants, a Dillinger in diapers.
Hey, Lyon, slow down. Take it easy.
I will not take it easy. This boy must be prosecuted, sending us a $100 check with his signature, a 12-year-old. Why, it's highway robbery.
Except the check is good.
I'll call the district attorney. I'll call... What did you say?
Fairfield Hardingstone III has his own bank account and a special permission to write checks.
Jeffrey, are you sure?
Furthermore, since we cleared up 2 debts instead of 1, he gave me an additional check for $100. Here.
Extra $100. Well.
Sorry, Fatso. Looks like you just can't prosecute the boy.
You prosecute? Prosecute, Jeffrey? Are you out of your mind? You know I wasn't going to prosecute that poor dear boy. Yeah. Oh, why didn't you know, Jeffrey? Some of my best friends are children.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson inviting you to be with us again for Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, present Big Town.
All right, get going, Wilson. Start walking across the lake. Step down on the ice.
Listen, Chick, this ice won't hold the 3 of us.
This gun says get going, Wilson. Come on, by.
Break away from him, Miss Ruff.
You slug. No, Chick, no!
Yes, listen to A Date with Death. The headline newspaper story of Steve Wilson, fighting editor of the Big Town Illustrated Press. Listen to this timely story of juvenile delinquency that had its beginning on a drab street on the south side of Big Town as a young girl unknowingly kept a date with death.
Chick,
Chick, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Vi. All right, hop in a heap, honey. We're gonna make a killing tonight.
No, wait a minute, Chick.
What for? Are you scared, baby?
Yes. But I need money bad.
Who don't?
I mean, a lot of money to send Johnny away before he dies of that terrible cough.
Well, let's go and get it. I got 3 places cased for a sticker.
Where?
Well, the first is down on the waterfront. It'll be a cinch as a warmer-upper.
All right. But, Chick, are you sure you can go through with it? Not lose your head?
Now, don't you worry, Vi, baby. I learned all the tricks of the trade and reform. And this gun will scare the dough out of the customers.
That's what I mean, Chick, that gun.
What about it?
I need money bad, but I don't want to be the cause of anyone getting hurt, killed. You promised you wouldn't load the gun.
Sure, I promised. And the rod's empty. All right, get in the car and get under the wheel. You're going to drive and leave the rest to me.
All right, but wait. Whose car is this?
I borrowed it.
You mean stole it?
Nah, some dope left his keys in it. We'll ditch it when we're done. The cops will find it and give it back to him in the morning.
But won't the police be looking for it?
Sure. In a couple of hours. But I switched the license plates. Will you quit worrying? I told you I know all the tricks of the trade. Now get in, honey.
Violet.
Johnny.
Oh, wait a minute.
Johnny, get back in the house. You'll catch your death out here without a coat.
Well, that don't matter.
It does. You know what happens when you get a cold. Now, please go in.
No, I heard you talking. I know why you're gone out with this rat. I don't want that guy to help. I'd rather hack myself to death.
Now, don't be a dope, Johnny. You got a rotten break with them bum pair of lungs. We're going to get some dough so you can go where you can even the odds.
You shut up, Malone. Get out of here with that hot heap and leave my sister out of your crazy stick-up plans. Go on, beat it, you rat.
All right, cut it out, you dope. Get back in your basement or I'll slug you.
Please, Johnny. I know what I'm doing.
No, you don't.
Chicks promise nobody will get hurt.
That's what they all say. Every rat with a gun. You're not gone with them.
Please, Johnny, please go back in the house.
All right, get in the car, Vi. I'll take him back in the flat. Make him see it our way. Come on, Johnny boy.
Let go of me. Let go of my arm.
Please, Johnny, stay home. Wait for me.
No, Vi, don't get in that car.
All right, Johnny boy. Now down the stairs into your clammy basement joint, and I'll show you how it's going to be.
Let go. You ain't dragging my sister into no jam. Reform school, prison. I'd rather die. I'd rather be dead.
Sure. Now you just hold still. Now hold still, Johnny. Let me get this door open.
I won't. Vi ain't going with you.
Hold still, you hear me? Now listen, you dope. I got this all planned. I need a dame to drive in front and cover for me.
Not my sister. Not Vi.
Yes, Vi. And just to make sure you don't gum up the works, you got to stay right here till we get back.
Oh.
Okay, Vi, you stay under the wheel. Keep the motor going for a quick getaway.
But, Chick, why pick a waterfront joint like this Harbor Cafe?
Because it's usually deserted this early in the evening. And because a piano-thumping dope called Mozart runs it. He's alone after the dock workers go home, leaving a couple of $100 in the cash register.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Told you I cased this dump. This is just sort of practice for a couple of big jobs I got lined out in the suburbs for later tonight.
All right, but be careful, Chick. If he puts up a fight, let it go. Run for it. I'll get us away from here.
All right, Vi, you just stay under the wheel, huh? Keep the motor going. Keep the jalop in gear for a getaway.
All right, Chick. I'll be waiting.
All right, just keep on playing, sucker. Make like I'm a music-loving customer.
What'll you have, fella?
Dough. All the dough in a till, and don't turn around.
There isn't enough dough in the world, much less in my cash register, to make me want to argue with a gun in my back.
Good. Go on, keep on beating out the blues.
Yeah, sure. How about the jailhouse blues?
All right, cut the musical wisecracks or I'll blast you for laughs.
Okay. But you'll need a sense of humor when you open that cash register behind the bar.
Yeah? How come? You taking plenty when the dockers bend a few on the way home?
Yeah, but I cash some of their paychecks, and you can't. Checks.
That's all there is in the till.
You're a liar.
Liar? You're a dope.
Go on, keep playing. I'll see it myself.
Sure, but, you scare me. Makes a guy's throat dry to have a gun jabbed in his back. Mind if I, have a swing of suds out of that stein at the end of the keyboard?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. And then play me I Got Plenty of Plenty while I tip the till.
Sure. You're, welcome to any cash you can find. But I don't like being called a liar.
Tricky slug. You slug. You blinded me with that beer mug. I can't see. I can't see.
Hi, Steve. Anything on the hook for your wondrous girl reporter?
Not a thing, Lorelei, at the moment. But come in, my lovely.
Thanks.
Perch on the corner of the desk of management and take my mind off this doggone paperwork.
Okay. But you could have stayed a reporter or feature writer, you know.
Well, somebody's got to be the goat. Alias, managing editor.
Yeah, but you still jump every time a 5-alarm goes in the city room, and then there's your anti-crime campaigns just to keep you from getting bored.
Yes, and not so incidentally, we're starting a new one against a different kind of criminal.
Oh?
A reckless driver. The killer at the wheel.
Good. Let me in on that one.
Okay, we're going to try a different approach. We're going after the driver who's had minor collisions, but has never had a serious accident.
Well, there's sure plenty of those on the road.
Yes, and all the more dangerous, Lorelei, because he doesn't believe he's a reckless driver.
The private wire to your underworld listening post, your own 5-alarm.
Yes, I'm expecting a tip on that South Side police killing. Hello, Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Hi, Steve. Mozart. Got a minute for a laugh?
Sure thing, Mozart. What's the matter? You sound kind of feeble.
Kind of feeble-minded, Steve.
Well, how so?
A punk kid tried to practice his stick-up technique on me and my cash register.
Now, hold up. What's happened?
Well, I told the kid there was no cash in the register, and he called me a liar. I conked him with a beer stein, and he opened me up with lead.
Where'd he hit you, Mozart? Have you called a doctor and notified the police?
Through the shoulder, Steve, clean and hot as a poker. I lost some plasma the blood bank ought to had, but an ambulance intern just finished patching me up while I gave the law the lowdown on the kid.
You recognize him?
No, but I marked him up. Heard him say I blinded him.
Blinded him?
Yeah. Cops are on the prowl, but I think he got clean away in a car waiting outside.
Got any ideas we might follow up, Mozart?
Yeah, Steve, more than an idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, another kid came in a few minutes ago.
Another kid?
Yeah, just after the cop and the ambulance left. Well, he says his sister may have been driving the getaway car.
A girl driver, good grief.
Well, the kid's lung sick and scared. He says his sister got mixed up with a rat to get money to send him away. He won't talk to the cops, Steve, but he might talk to you.
Keep him there, Mozart. I'll be right down on the double. You get that, Lorelei?
Yes, enough of it, Steve. Gee, it sounds awful.
Yes, the tragedy of good motives and bad methods.
Well, Steve, that girl may be in really serious trouble before this is finished.
Yes, let's go see what we can do.
Thus, Steve Wilson and Lorelei take steps to help a sick boy and his misguided sister. And for the exciting developments, we'll return in a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors compared the results. They found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt you never see. The cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. Doctors say that Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And it makes Lifebuoy milder, too.
Yes, safe even for baby's tender skin.
No wonder Lifebuoy today is used in the homes of 40 million Americans. They like its mildness, its rich leather, its greater protection. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. So bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson's headline story of juvenile crime captioned, A Date with Death. Learning that his friend Mozart has been wounded in an attempted robbery at the Harbor Cafe, Steve and Lorelei Kilborn are on the way from the Illustrated Press office. Meanwhile, Mozart is at his inevitable piano, talking to a boy who may have vital information about the crime.
What's your last name, Johnny?
I won't tell you. You'll just tell the cops and they'll grab my sister for being with the rat who shot you.
Well, you'll have to know sooner or later, kid. And if she teamed up with that louse to get money to send you away to get rid of that cough, a judge will go easy.
Maybe. Who's this newspaper guy you say will help us?
Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press. But, kid, nobody can help your sister if you don't come clean and tell us where we can find the gun-toting slug she was driving tonight.
Well, I don't know for sure.
Well, make a good guess, kid. Well, here's Steve and Miss Kilborn, one of his crime reporters. Hi, Steve.
Hello, Mozart.
Hello, Mozart.
Hi, Lorelei.
How's your shoulder wound?
Oh, not bad. I can play with one hand, but I can't manage beer at the same time. Oh, meet Johnny No Name.
Hello, Johnny. I'm so sorry your sister is mixed up in this mess.
And the rat promised Vi he wouldn't carry a loaded gun. I begged her not to go with him. I tried to stop her, but he slugged me.
Now, take it easy, Johnny. Let's have the facts, and perhaps we can help you and your sister.
Well, how do I know you won't go straight to the cops or print everything in your newspaper?
You don't, Johnny. And the police will have to know. But this isn't just a matter of keeping your sister out of trouble over an unsuccessful stick-up, Johnny.
Huh? What do you mean?
Look, Johnny, her companion may think he killed Mozart. Your sister would be a material witness. It's obvious she isn't a hardened criminal, and he may feel he has to shut her up to keep her quiet.
You mean kill her? Kill Vi?
Yes, why not? If he thinks he has killed one person, he would have nothing to lose in killing the one other person who could place him at the scene of the crime, Johnny.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
So who is this trigger-happy fool? Where can we find him, Johnny? What's his name?
His name is Chick Malone.
Malone.
He got out of reform school last month. I met him at a party. I don't know where he lives.
Where does he usually hang out, Johnny? Where would he go to keep under cover?
He said he was coming back to our flat, but they didn't come. I was waiting when I heard about the shooting down here over the radio.
I must have cut him up pretty bad with that beer stein, Steve. I heard him yell I'd blinded him after he hit me with that one shot and staggered out.
Well, that could mean he'd have to make your sister drive him to a safe place where he could lay low until his face healed up. Now, think hard, Johnny. It may mean your sister's life.
I don't know. Wait a minute, Mr. Wilson. I did hear him telling Vi about a cabin out of town.
A cabin out of town?
Yeah, on a lake.
What lake, Johnny? Think. Try to remember. That would be the kind of hideout he'd need now.
It was Lost? No, Lone Lake.
Steve, I know that place. It's about 20 miles out. Half a dozen summer cottages. 2 sisters were murdered there. I covered it.
Yes, it's a long shot, but our best bet.
Let me go with you, Mr. Wilson.
No, not in this weather, not without a hat and coat.
Here, take mine, kid.
Oh, please, Mr. Wilson.
All right, Johnny. We may need you. Let's go.
Where are we? What is this place, Chick?
It better be my pal Monk's hideout in Lone Lake if you drove where I told you.
I did just what you told me. Made every turn, and please let go of my arm and take that gun out of my side.
Not a chance, baby. As long as I can't see, I'm holding on to you. If you try to get away, I'll let you have it, same as I did that Mozart punk.
Why did you lie to me, Chick? You said that gun wasn't loaded.
Sure. Because I was sure you wouldn't come along if you knew I was carrying a loaded gun. I needed you to drive and make it look like we're a couple of moonspooners. Now I need you till I'm able to see again.
What's the good of coming to this cabin? You ought to see a doctor. You're liable to be blind for the rest of your life.
I'll get a doc when the heat's off, one I can trust. Meanwhile, you're going to be my eyes, baby. All right, now get out of the car. Let's get in the cabin and start a fire. Come on.
It's crazy, Chick. It's cold and dark, and we didn't bring any food.
Cans of stuff in the cabin. Come on, lead the way. If you park where I told you, there's a path to the shack. It's right on the edge of the lake.
It's right over there. The lake looks frozen.
Yeah, this lake's right on the state line. If anybody trails us here, we can cross over the... Hey. We gotta be at the cabin by now.
It's right here. There's a padlock on the door.
All right, wait till I get the key. Don't try to run for it, baby.
Don't worry. I wouldn't leave a dog out here alone, blind and helpless as you are.
I ain't helpless as long as I got this gun. All right. Here's the key. Now get that lock open. Let's get inside and get a fire going.
All right. But, Chick, how do you know you killed that piano player at the Harbor Cafe? You said you couldn't see a thing after he hit you on the temple with that beer stein.
It was so close I couldn't have missed. Right up and down on the keyboard. And there wasn't a yap out of him.
But maybe you only wounded him.
No, not with this .38. Come on now, inside. There should be matches and candles on a table in the middle of the room. Light them.
Let go of my arm, Chick. I told you I won't run away and leave you like this.
I ain't trusting nobody with this gun. Keep close to me, baby. All right, light a candle.
All right, Chick. But a light can't matter much to you.
That's what you think. Maybe I'm beginning to be able to see a little already. I can't see you yet, but I can see the light of that candle.
Then it was only the shock of getting hit on the temple that blinded you.
Yeah, so get a fire going on the stove.
All right, Chick. But when you get your sight back, please let me go. I've got to get back to Johnny. He's really desperately ill.
Yeah, sure, baby. When I get my peepers back, I'll send you on your way.
Promise, Chick. Not the way you promised you wouldn't carry a loaded gun. Promise.
Yeah, sure, Vi, I promise. You won't have a thing to worry about.
Miss Kilburn.
Say it, Harry, but watch for that sign pointing to the Lone Lake Cottages.
Oh, it ought to be right along here. I remember from the time I hacked you up here to cover that story of the two ladies what hacked each other up with hatchets.
Oh, I'd rather forget that assignment, wouldn't you, Steve?
Yes, it's one of those things that make you wish you'd never heard of the newspaper business.
How will we find the right cabin, Mr. Wilson? Chick Malone, they'd drive him here.
Well, there are only half a dozen cabins, Johnny, on a road skirting the lake. If they're here, we'll spot the car near one of them.
Here it is, boss. Do we drive all the way in or park and walk?
Can you drive without lights, Harry?
Yeah, I think so. The fresh snow makes everything pretty light. Hey, tire tracks. A car has been in here since it stopped snowing.
That means tonight. Cut your lights and drive slowly, Harry.
The cabins are only a short way off the main road, Steve.
Yes, this is far enough. Stop here, Harry.
Jack, boss. Well, there's a cabin, Mr. Wilson. Over there in the woods on the left.
Yes, but no sign of a light.
I can see the lake through the trees on the right. Looks frozen over, boss.
Well, the ice can't be very solid, Harry. We haven't had enough cold weather.
Steve, over there, look.
Where, Lola?
The third cabin. I just saw sparks coming out of the chimney. There they are again.
You're right. That cabin is occupied, and the regular summer people don't come up here this time of year. Your guess may have been right, Johnny.
What are we going to do, Steve?
Harry?
Yeah, boss.
There's a gas station on the main road about 100 yards from where we turned in.
Yeah, and it was open.
Run back there and phone the state troopers. Give them the whole story and ask them to send a patrol car here as quickly as possible.
Jack, boss. And I'll ring the law in on this on the double-double.
Oh, what are we going to do, Steve? Just wait?
No. Stay here in the hack with Johnny, Lola. I'm going to go over to that cabin and scout around.
Let me go with you, Mr. Wilson. My sister...
No, Johnny. Stay in the hack. You keep as warm as you can. I'll come back and get you if I need your help.
Oh, now, please be careful, Steve. That young hoodlum is armed, and he must be pretty desperate.
Yes, Lorelei, and that's why we've got to get Johnny's sister out of that cabin before the troopers have to blast him out with Tommy guns. Now stay here, Lorelei, and keep Johnny here. In the hack.
What's that by?
Put down that gun, Chick. It's only the wind banging shut.
Shut up. Maybe, maybe not. Thought I heard a car out in the lane a while ago.
You've been hearing things ever since we got here.
Yeah. That's when a guy can't see, ain't got anything else to do but listen. Listen and feel things. I got a notion of somebody prowling around outside, a case in the stump.
What does it matter, Chick? The police followed us. They'll surround the cabin and get you. You're helpless. You can't see.
I can see enough to empty this rod and anybody that crashes in here.
Why? What good will that do?
Listen, if they're after me, it means that Mozart guy is dead. They ain't taking me to burn in the chair.
They'll be after you whether Mozart is dead or not.
Listen, you got it wrong, baby. Not just me. They'll be after you and me. You're in this, baby. In it to the finish.
You lied to me. You said you wouldn't carry a gun. I know even that was wrong, but you lied to me.
Sure, baby, you were a dope. I needed you. And I still need you. So shut up and do as you're told.
Chick, you're going to kill me. I know that now. No matter what happens, you're going to kill me to keep me from talking.
Don't make up my mind for me ahead of time, baby. Behave yourself, you'll get it now. Shut up. There is somebody out there. Get your coat on, kid.
Why? What are you going to do?
We're going to get out of here.
Where?
Going to land across the lake, across the ice, out of the state.
No, Chick, I won't leave here. I won't go with you.
Get your coat on, baby. Get it on or else.
Chick!
Shut up.
Hello, on the Cowan. Can I come in? I lost my way.
Chick, what are you going to do?
Open the door. Let him in.
Why get him in here?
So he ain't going to leave and tell anybody we're here. Open the door. Let him in.
Let go of my arm.
It's like nothing. You pull away from me and I'll blast you and him. Now open that door and step back.
All right.
Come on in, mister.
Thanks. You can put away that gun. I'm not a stick-up artist.
Close the door and bolt it, mister.
Sure. Thanks for letting me come in out of the cold.
All right, mister. Who's with you?
I'm all alone. Why?
Good. Move over to the light where I can see you.
See ya? There's plenty of light in this cabin. What's the matter with your eyes?
He can hardly see at all.
Shut up, baby.
Oh. Then you are his eyes, miss.
Yes, he's been hurt.
Shut up. Just keep your coat on, mister. You and Vi are going to play like a couple of C&I dogs. You're going to lead me over the ice. Across the lake.
Thus, Steve has deliberately walked into a deadly situation. And for the 5-star payoff, we'll return in a moment. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Here's what the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests.
People took daily baths with different soaps. Doctors compared the results. They found that Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt you never see. The cleaner you get your skin, the surer you are of being fresh and attractive. Doctors say that Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And it makes Lifebuoy milder, too.
Yes, safe even for baby's tender skin.
No wonder Lifebuoy today is used in the homes of 40 million Americans. They like its mildness, its rich lather, its greater protection. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. So bathe with Lifebuoy every day. Get the big new bath size. Buy Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson's tense and timely drama of juvenile crime captioned A Date with Death.
All right, Wilson, so you're the racket-busting newspaper slug of the press.
Yes.
Plays palsy-walsy with the cops,
That's
aren't you?
right, Chick.
You called the troopers, huh? We ain't gonna be here, friend. Come on.
You'll never make it across the lake, Malone.
No, why not?
The ice is too thin to carry one person, let alone 3 walking close together, as we must, if we're to lead you.
Give it up, Chick. Even if you got across the lake into another state, you're still so blind you can hardly see. You'll be helpless.
Not as long as I got this gun to make you dopes do like I say. You're gonna be my eyes till we get to some pals who'll hide me out. All right, come on. Get going. Out the front door and down to the lake. All right, open that door, Wilson.
All right, Chick. I'll lead you by the arm.
No, you don't, Wilson. Don't turn around. Just keep in front of me where I can keep this gun on your back.
Okay.
Come on, Vi, baby. Try and break my hold on your arm, and I'll plug Wilson. Now walk down to the dock, Wilson. It's only a few feet from here.
We'll never make it across the lake. Give it up, Chick. We'll break through the ice. Drown.
Shut up. Come on. Come on. Try getting away from me, and I'll let Wilson have it in the back.
All right, Chick. Here's the end of the dock. It's one step down to the ice. But it looks thin and cracked.
Try it. Put your weight on it.
Chick, it's your last chance to turn back. To hand over that gun, give yourself up, and take your chances with the law.
Nothing doing. Get going.
Don't, Chick. Mr. Wilson says you only wounded Mozart.
He's lying to save his own hide. Now get going, Wilson. Step down on the ice. Put your weight on it.
All right. Break away from him, Miss West.
You slug!
All right. That'll be all out of that gun, Chick.
Help me.
I can't see. I'll drown.
You won't
Help me.
drown in 3 feet of water. That's all there is. Stop struggling. Hold still.
Mr. Wilson, can I help you?
No, Miss West. I can get him up out of the shallow water onto the dock.
You rat. You slug, I'll get you for this.
It'll be a long time before you'll have a chance. Come on, chick. Back to the cabin before we both freeze.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I know I don't deserve your help after what I did, but thank you.
Now, let's leave that to a judge and jury, Miss West. I think that there are a great many things that will be taken into account.
Steve, is that you?
Yes, Lorelei.
Oh.
Where's Johnny?
He's with me. We heard a shot. I couldn't keep him in the house.
Boy, are you okay?
Johnny. Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, boy. As long as you're safe, it's all right.
Oh, Johnny, you shouldn't have come. You'll catch your death.
Johnny's going to be all right, Miss West. We're going to see that he gets to a place that'll fix him up. Come on now, let's get back to that cabin and wait for the troopers.
Steve, I think I hear them coming.
Yes. You hear that, chick?
Yeah, I hear it.
I'm sorry. You'll have to relearn in prison the old lesson. That crime is a date with a kind of death.
And so ended with the rearrest and imprisonment of Chick Malone and a suspended sentence for Violet West. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of Steve Wilson and Lorelei of the Illustrated Press. Now, before hearing about next week's big town adventure, here are Steve Wilson and Lorelei with exciting news for every woman listening.
This is Steve Wilson, welcoming a brand new member of the famous Pepsid and Lever Laboratories. It's Rave, the new personalized home permanent.
Rave is the new improved cream cold wave that eliminates guesswork.
Right, Lorelei. With Rave, and only with Rave, you get the easy-to-use dial-a-wave chart. Your guide to the one right wave for your kind of hair.
Women will find a Rave wave is gentler, easier, up to twice as fast as old-type home permanents. A Rave wave is long-lasting, yet softer, more natural-looking from the very first day.
Ladies, make your next permanent a personalized Rave home permanent. It has been granted the Good Housekeeping seal and accepted for advertising in the journals of the American Medical Association. Now on sale for the first time, a complete Rave kit is only $2. Rave Refill Kit, $1 at all drug and cosmetic counters. Both kits contain the exclusive Dial-A-Wave chart. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story of a vicious ring of professional gamblers using bribery and murder in the world of sports, and headlined, The Fatal Fix. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of Fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilbourne, and was written and produced by Jerry McGill. Next Tuesday night, same time, same station, you'll hear the exciting Big Town story of The Fatal Fix, presented by Lever Brothers Company. This is your narrator, Hugh James, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Like a blockade.
Huh?
Okay, blockhead, move out of the way, will you?
Why should I?
Well, you're too big to squeeze by, and I want in.
What do you want in for?
I want to see the boss.
And I want to go to the White House and see the president. Who are you?
Boston Blackie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on.
Well, my name's a magic word.
Yeah, it sure is. This way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harry?
Uh-huh.
This guy here is Boston Blackie. He wants to see the boss. Open up.
Sure thing.
Harry will take you the rest of the way, Blackie.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
You're certainly giving me a royal welcome, Harry.
Sure thing. You follow me.
I'll have to, or I'll get lost in here. I didn't bring my compass.
You may be going to need one to get out.
Talk tough like that on the outside, and you're the one that's going to get lost.
Now, look. Yes? Boston Blackie to see you, Mr. Buckley.
Oh, that's fine. Come right in, Blackie.
Boss says come right in.
I heard him.
That'll be all, Harry. Go back to your post.
Sure thing, boss.
Oh, Harry, you have a cold?
Yeah, but I'm doing something about it, boss.
What, coughing?
Oh, cool.
Well, Blackie, I'm glad to see you.
I'm amazed to see you, Buckley. I mean, amazed at the ease with which I got in.
Country hospitality, Blackie. You forget this is my first venture in the role of a city slicker.
And it's your last, too, Buckley. I know the kind of jobs you pulled upstate. And I know you've come here to crack at bigger stuff. You're an awful sucker to have sent for me.
Don't antagonize me, Blackie. I'm in much too good a mood for unpleasantness.
You're going to be in the mood for the morgue when I get through with you, Buckley. I've got a few...
Blackie, no fists, no guns, no nasty talk. Don't you think it's strange that I sent for you? Don't you have a notion it's because I'm not afraid of you or anything you can do to me?
This I gotta hear.
All right. You see, I formed a protective agency, Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the president. But just interfere in my business. Or if you don't keep Faraday off my neck, your girlfriend, Mary Wesley, will go to jail for the murder of a man named Henry Dale.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Mary! Mary, where are you?
Hi, Blackie. Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, see, you're still alive, or haven't you tried to see Mr. Buckley yet?
I've seen him all right, but somebody else is dead, so he tells me. And he tells me you killed the guy.
Blackie, you've been hit on the head again.
I've been hit right between the eyes because, according to Buckley, you hit a man named Dale with your car 10 days ago.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He says he and his men were following your car on a country road near Watertown.
Following my car? But why?
Mary, I know you were on vacation up there, but you accidentally picked the Buckley mob's hideout. And they thought you were up there sort of snooping around for me. Did you hit a man with your car?
I know, Blackie. Not that I know. Wait a minute. Did Buckley say it was on a foggy night?
Yes, a very foggy night, on the road by the river.
Oh, Blackie, I did hit something. But I thought it was just another bump on the road.
At what time?
Oh, no, I don't know. I'd say it was around 10:30.
Uh-oh. It was just after 10:30 that Buckley and his boys found the man on the road. And yours was the only car ahead of them. The man wasn't dead yet, and he said he'd just been hit by a car. Where's your car now?
In the garage. Oh, Blackie, I'm sick. There's a dent in one of the front fenders. I had no idea how it got there. Till now.
Things are getting pretty bad by the minute, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I think they're going to get even worse before they get better.
So you want me to tell you what made that dent in this fender, hey, Blackie?
You guys in the Motor Vehicle Bureau can tell those things, can't you, Wills?
Usually. What do you think made it?
Well, I'm not the expert. You are.
Well, putting me to a test, then?
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at it. Well, it's a flat dent. Looks more as if something rather heavy and flat pushed part of the fender in.
Heavy and flat like what?
Well, like a body or a sack of cement.
I prefer to think it was a sack of cement.
Well, I'll let you know. I'll have a look at it through this glass.
You'd please me a lot if you didn't find anything.
Blackie, whose car is this?
It belongs to a friend of mine. Find anything?
Not on the fender. Now, let's have a look at the bumper here. It's Mary Wesley's car, isn't it?
How'd you know?
No, I just guessed. Sorry, Blackie, but I'm afraid Miss Wesley's in trouble.
Uh-oh. What'd you find?
Enough to prove without any question that this car hit someone.
And I can tell by the look on your face that whoever it hit is dead.
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, I'll have to hold this car and send a report to Faraday.
No, wait.
What for?
I'll drive it down to Faraday myself. And Wills.
Yeah?
It's the toughest trip I'm ever going to make.
There's the old guy, Harry, ready and waiting.
He better be willing, too. Willing to part with $100 a week.
Yeah.
Yes, gentlemen, something I can do for you. Some shirts, maybe. We have a special sale on pipe.
Your name is Adams, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, it says here in the book that you're down for $100 a week. That's protection money.
Protection money? I don't have to be protected. Who am I to be protected against?
Guys like us.
Well, I don't...
$100, Adams. Get it up.
Get out of here.
Now, look, Adams. You know, we got a pretty good organization. Did you ever hear of Boston Blackie? Now, he's president of our little company, and Blackie especially wanted you to join up.
I don't care who wanted me to do anything. If you two don't leave at once, I'll call the police. Get out or I'll call.
Learn him not to make telephone calls when he's
Operator.
got company. Harry.
Operator.
Yeah, it ain't
Operator.
right. Yeah. Nice sock, huh?
Yeah, it was all right.
Well, we better work on this guy a little bit while he's out, Chuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Just so he knows that we mean business when we call back here tomorrow.
What is it, Blackie? Just because you have nothing to do doesn't mean you have to do it in my office.
I've got to talk to you, Faraday, my friend.
I don't like the way you said that, my friend. Blackie, you want something.
Yes, I want your ear for a minute.
It's attached to my head. And if there was anything in my head, I'd toss you out of here now.
Inspector, you know you like me.
Now, that's news to me. When did I start?
The very first minute you saw me and watched me solve your first case for you. Now, look, Faraday, you've got to do me a favor.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yes, you do, huh? You're going to get a report from the Motor Vehicle Bureau involving Mary's car. I don't want you to do anything about it for 24 hours.
Now, what about your girlfriend's car?
Never mind about that. Just treat the report the way you do everything else when I'm not around to help you. Don't do anything about it.
Blackie, you out of your mind as usual?
No, I'm trying to get something off your mind before it gets into it. Listen, I need 24 hours to explain that car.
Well, that's sure a long explanation.
Do I get it?
Well, I don't know what it is, but if you ask for 24, I'll give you 12.
I would have settled for 8.
Yeah? Well, homicide, Faraday.
Inspector, this is Brown at 23rd Precinct. You told us to let you know when the Buckley gang started operating this town.
Yeah?
They've started. They beat up a storekeeper named Adams a little while ago.
Yeah?
Tried to hold him up for $100 a week protection money.
Oh, they did they?
Yes, sir.
I'll take care of Buckley.
Well, there's only one thing more, Inspector.
Yeah?
The 2 thugs that beat up Adams told him Boston Blackie was president of their organization.
Blackie, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Blackie, what's going on? Where did that guy go?
Oh, come on, Mary. Answer in a hurry, will you? Thank you.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie. Listen fast.
Yeah, okay.
You were right about thinking your car hit a man while you were on vacation.
Oh, Blackie, no.
Oh, Mary, yes. And it doesn't mean necessarily that you were driving at the time, though. Where did you have your car parked while you were away?
I kept it in the town garage when I wasn't using it. Why?
Because that's going to make it tougher to prove somebody else drove it if somebody else did. We've got to get up to that town you were at right away.
Okay, well, I can leave right now. I was on my way to take some dresses to the cleaners. Are you free?
Uh-huh. I just left Faraday's office. He'll be surprised to learn.
Huh?
Mary, this is a beautiful frame-up somebody's pulling.
Oh, Blackie, I don't understand any of it.
I don't know. Well, you're lucky that you don't. Yeah. You're going to the cleaners, huh? Well, that sounds like a good idea. I want to go, too. There's a spot on the sleeve of my coat.
Well, we'll go there together, then. 2 of my dresses have spots, and they have to be cleaned.
Okay. Meet you at the cleaners.
Okay.
It'll be relatively simple to take the spots off your dresses. What I want to do is to take you off the spot. The sheriff said the man your car hit lived in a house down this road. You see a house, Mary?
Well, not yet, Blackie. Let's go a little farther. We've got to find out something.
We have to find the man's family first, Mary.
Yeah, I know. I'm upset because the more I think about it, the more I think maybe that... Well, that bump I hit was a man.
If it was, you're in real trouble. So am I. Was the road as foggy as it is tonight?
Foggier. I couldn't see a thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It is? Why?
Oh, here's a house.
Huh? Yeah.
Maybe this is the one we want.
Okay, I hope so.
I have an idea. It is, Mary. Apparently there's a link between the dead man and Buckley's mob. He might have been one of them. One they wanted to get rid of.
Yeah, and at the same time get rid of you through me.
That's right.
Oh, Blackie, they wouldn't kill one of their own men just to frame someone for murder, would they?
If they wanted to get rid of him anyhow. Come on, let's go up the house.
Okay.
I'll get out your side.
Yeah, well, careful. The ground's a little muddy.
We're up to our necks in something worse than mud, Mary.
Yeah, I can say that again.
Took us long enough to find this place. It's after 10 o'clock.
Well, let's get out of this mud and into the house.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. This may still be the wrong house.
Yeah, I know. Yeah?
Good evening. Are you Martha Dale?
Yeah, that's me.
Did you have a brother named Henry Dale?
Yeah, I did have. Oh, Blackie, we're in luck.
Had a brother, I said. But you won't find him here no more. He's up in the cemetery.
Yes, we know, and we're very sorry. He was killed by an automobile about 10 days ago, wasn't he?
Yep, he sure was. Always thought he would be someday, too. Never looked where he was going. What you asking for?
We're investigating the accident. We don't think it was an accident. We think your brother was in bad company. And
Henry? In bad company?
That's right.
Not Henry. He only wandered off the farm to go fishing down by the river. Except to go to work in the garage. He didn't mix with no company at all, bad or good.
Worked in a garage, you say? Which one?
There was only one here in town, Allen's.
Yeah, that's where I kept my car, Blackie.
Anything more you want from me?
No, thank you.
Okay, then. Guess I'll go back to bed, then. Night.
Night.
Good night.
So the man who was killed worked in the garage where you kept your car. That's something, Mary.
Yeah, but what?
I'm not sure, but it could mean that they had to kill somebody to frame you and picked on Dale so that he couldn't tell anyone that they used your car for the job.
Well, what about the bump I hit, Blackie?
Oh, the road we came over was full of bumps.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a frame-up, all right, Mary, and a very beautiful one for a very big reason.
What's that?
There isn't any way to prove that somebody else was driving your car the night it hit and killed the garage man.
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Boston Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley, was on vacation, her car hit what she thought was a bump going down a dark and fog-shrouded country road. Later, it is proved that Mary's car hit and killed a man. Witness to the killing is a gangster named Buckley, or at least that's Buckley's story. Blackie is sure that Mary's been framed, but has no way of proving it. Buckley's gang, free because Blackie is trying to clear Mary, and thinking that Blackie has influenced Faraday to leave them alone, starts a shakedown racket using Boston Blackie's name. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office.
Blackie, I don't care what your reason is for trying to hold me back. I'm not going to stall any longer. Your time's up.
So's your number if you interfere now, Faraday.
I'll handle myself. But regardless of that car I was supposed to get a report on and didn't, what about you being with the Buckley mob and trying...
Faraday, you know better than that. Correction, please. You don't know anything at all.
Yeah, well, I know the Buckley mob is trying to shake down every merchant in this town. If I don't stop them soon, somebody's going to get killed.
You won't promise to be that somebody, will you, for me?
I promise to have the Buckley mob behind bars inside of 24 hours. That's what I promise, and I mean it.
Well, in that case, I'll help you.
No, thanks.
All right, then I won't help you. Do you know where the Buckley mob hides out?
No.
Well, I do. So long, Faraday. If you live long enough, maybe you'll find them.
Wait a minute. You know where Buckley is?
Buckley and all his boys. Do I go with you, or don't I?
Okay, you can go with me.
Okay, then we'll go together. Just the two of us.
Why just the two of us?
Buckley's smart, Inspector. You send a lot of men after him, he'll be gone before your men even get out of their cars. You'd like to send Buckley up the river, wouldn't you?
You know I would.
Well, let's buckle down to the job of sending Buckley up.
We've really shown this town how to operate, haven't we, Harry?
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Buckley.
Blackie's out of the way. He won't let the cops touch us until he gets his girlfriend out of her little, difficulty.
You'll never be able to do that, Mr. Buckley.
Yes, we can shake down anybody in town. Say, that cold of yours is bad. Is that medicine helping your cough?
Well, yeah, a little, but I gotta run out and get a new bottle. I'll see you in about an hour, huh? This is a special kind, Mr. Buckley. Takes a while to make up, you know.
Well, don't hurry. We've got all the time in the world to do anything we like in this town. Why shouldn't we have? Boston Blackie is making sure the police don't bother us.
Hey, Blackie, if you had such a good reason for keeping me away from Buckley, why are you bringing me here now?
Never mind my reason, Faraday. I can't let a mob go to work on a few thousand people just to protect one.
Protect one? What are you talking about?
Never mind. Let's have a look around for Buckley.
Blackie, there's been nobody in this house for 10 years.
Nobody but the Buckley mob, Faraday. They're out now, but maybe they'll be back, and we'll be waiting for them.
Right here in the middle of the room, I suppose, so they can get good shots at us.
No, this looks like a good place to hide right here.
How do you know?
I was here before, remember?
No.
Yeah, this is the closet, all right.
Yeah?
I thought so. Okay, let's tuck in here now. No telling how soon they'll show up.
Can we cover the whole room from in there?
I don't know. Go on in and turn around and have a look.
Okay, now let's see. Now, if I stood about here, you stood over here, we could just...
Hey, Frankie, what's the idea?
The idea is to get rid of you, Faraday, and it looks as if I have.
Frankie, let me out of here. You can't handle the whole Buckley all alone.
The Buckleys don't live here anymore, Faraday. In fact, they never did. This is just an old empty house I looked at for a friend of mine the other day.
Oh, you double-crossing you. Let me out of here, Frankie. I'll take care of you.
I'll let you out of there, Faraday, in a few hours. Talk to yourself in the meantime. You'll get an idea of how boring only you can be.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, yes, Blackie. Any luck?
A little. I got rid of Faraday for the time being.
The time being?
Yes, the time being, just long enough to get you out of this jam, if a hunch of mine is right.
Oh, I did.
Mary, I'm convinced someone else was driving your car when it killed the garage man.
Well, I hope I wasn't driving it, but... Well, you said we couldn't prove it.
Listen, Mary, I have a hunch.
Yeah?
In fact, I'm full of hunches. You said there were spots on a couple of your dresses. What kind of spots were they?
Oh, I don't know, but they were on the left sleeve.
Well, where'd they come from?
Well, I'm not sure, Blackie.
I am. I was driving your car and got a spot on my sleeve, too. There was something on the side of the driver's seat. That's how your dresses and my coat got spots on them. Mary, I want to look at those dresses.
Oh, but they're at the cleaners, Blackie, and I told them to rush them through. They may be cleaned already.
Well, let's get down to your cleaners in a hurry, Mary, because if I can find the spots on your dress, I know the address of the man who drove your car the night Dale was killed.
No, Miss Wesley, the dresses are still here. The truck from the central plant hasn't shown up yet.
Well, let's see them, will you, please? Better
Yeah,
still,
sure.
just show me one of them, the green one.
Yeah, sure, Blackie. Just a minute. I have it right here.
Blackie, what will this prove?
Let's say, what do I hope it will prove?
Here's that dress, Miss Wesley. You want to look at the green one, didn't you?
Yeah, that's the one.
Let's see that spot.
Here it is, Blackie, in the back of the left sleeve right
It's
there.
going to be hard to take that out, Miss Wesley.
Well, Blackie?
I'm not sure. But if what I think is right, this spot is going to get Faraday out of a closet and you out of a jam. Oh, hello. You still out here blocking doorways?
Oh, hiya, Blackie. What's the matter? Got a cold? Want in to see the boss again, huh?
Yes. Gonna take me to Harry like a nice boy?
Sure. Come in. I got to hold the door open for the president of our company.
Thanks.
Follow me.
Oh, I think I know my way all right. You better stay out here and guard the front door, huh?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Hello, Harry.
Well, if it ain't Blackie. You want to see Mr. Buckley, huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you follow me. Hey, you got an awful bad cough there, Blackie. You got a cold?
Yes. guess you know how I feel, too, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I sure do. But I just about got mine licked. Here, I got something that kills colds pretty quick. You try something.
Thanks. I think I will. I'll take the bottle. I like to smell this stuff.
Hey, Blackie, you swallow it, not inhale it.
I'll tell him when he comes in.
Hey, wait a minute. You're up to something, Blackie, and I don't like it.
Well, let's see how you like this. Harry, that cough medicine is going to be bad medicine for you.
Harry. Smith. Tommy. Where is everybody? Harry. Joe, somebody. What's going on here? Where are you guys? What's the matter here? Harry. Joe. Somebody, what's up?
Hello, Buckley.
Huh? Oh, Blackie, hello. Where's everybody?
Don't you know? You're the boss here.
Yes, but... Say, didn't you see anyone when you came in?
Yes, I saw them all. Faraday and I saw all the boys, Buckley. One at a time.
Well, where are they?
Sleeping, some of them. The ones who wouldn't go quietly. And all of them are in the police wagon outside and waiting patiently for you.
You're lying.
Go outside and climb into the police wagon yourself and see.
You want your friend, Miss Wesley, to go to prison? I told you if you interfered in my affairs and didn't keep Faraday away, I'd send her to jail.
Yes, I know you told me that. Now, just to make things even, maybe I ought to tell you that Mary wasn't driving a car when it killed Henry Dale.
If she wasn't, I don't know who was.
Oh, yes, you do. You were riding with him at the time. Harry just told me.
Harry told you? He wouldn't tell you anything like that.
I'll admit he didn't want to at first, but I persuaded him. And what's more, I have proof that Harry was driving Mary's car. Some of his special cough medicine spilled on the side of the driver's seat.
Why, that's
Wait a minute,
stupid.
Buckley. Wait a minute. You're not going anywhere. Not until I give you an escort.
Oh, yes, I
So
am.
in place of an escort, maybe you'd like this. Come on in, Faraday. The slaughter's fine.
Oh, we have to pick him up and carry him out, too, huh?
Sure. If you're weak, after staying in a closet for so long, I'll carry him out myself.
Don't remind me about that closet, Blackie. If you hadn't let me out 3 hours ago, I'd have suffocated.
I'm sorry, Faraday. But it was because I locked you in that you can lock these guys up.
Oh, I see by the papers, Blackie, where Mr. Buckley confessed that he and Harry used my car to kill that man and frame me.
Oh, we had him cold, Mary. The police laboratory test showed that it was Harry's medicine that made the stain on your car upholstery. Probably some of it spilled out of his pocket when he was driving your car to kill the garage fellow.
Mm-hmm.
Feel important, Mary?
Well, it isn't often I get my name in the paper. But I'm sorry I caused you all that trouble.
It was Buckley who caused me what trouble I had, Mary. If he hadn't spotted you up in the country and thought you were spying for me, he wouldn't have tried to frame you.
You know, there's one thing I don't understand, Blackie.
Hmm?
Why Inspector Faraday didn't put me under arrest if you took my car to him.
What was the strangest thing, Mary? I parked your car on a side street on my way to Faraday's and just couldn't remember which street it was until a little while ago.
My, aren't you clever?
Well, Mary, the real reason Faraday didn't know about you is that Sergeant Wells, who inspected your car, is a nice guy.
Yes?
He gave me time to clear you before reporting to Faraday. That let me find out about Harry's cough medicine. You know something, Mary?
I know a lot of things. What do you have in mind?
I only got hot on this case when I found Harry had a cold.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters.
December 29th, 1945, a crime wave of the most serious proportions is spreading throughout the United States. A serious crime is being committed every 40 seconds and a murder every 3 hours.
Waterman's Pens, every one a master writing instrument, and Waterman's Ink, the ink that goes up to 3 times as far as ordinary inks, are proud to present Gangbusters in its relentless war upon this crime wave, that this country may be a safe country in which to live. And so we present Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy W. Richardson, Sheriff, Jefferson County, Texas. Commissioner Valentine.
Now, Sheriff Richardson, I've waited for a long time to hear the inside facts of your famous Red Goldman case.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, this case is a far cry from the type of killers you've dealt with in New York. It's the direct opposite. A case right from the almost impregnable thicket section of Texas.
Tell us something about this big thicket area, Sheriff Robinson.
Well, these impenetrable woods are saturated by countless creeks, bayous, and small rivers, which makes it a natural refuge for every kind of wildlife.
Life there is pretty primitive, isn't it?
Very primitive, Commissioner. Well, in the early evening of September 18th, 1939, in one of the wildest parts of the big thicket, was a small canoe. One end pulled up a foot or two onto the shore. In the bow sat an attractive swamp girl, trailing a paddle in the water. And in the middle of the canoe, a heavy-set man sat on the bottom. The stern place was empty.
This place gives me the creeps. Shove off.
I can't without him, mister.
Help me get out of this swamp, and I'll give you anything. I'll buy you a new dress.
Nah.
A lot of money.
Nah.
Why not?
He's my man. I do what he tells me.
What's that?
Alligator.
Listen, you've got to help
Here
get me out
comes
of
my man.
Everything ready now, Charlotte?
Yeah, Goldman. Stranger wants to get out of the swamp.
I'll shove off. Don't you like the big thicket, stranger?
How can I? Tied hand and foot this way.
We'll start paddling, Charlotte.
Take me back to the oil fields where you brought me from.
Up Gator Creek, Charlotte.
Goldman, you're not going to toss me to the alligators?
No. That'd be cruel, tossing a man to the gators. I ain't cruel.
Goldman ain't cruel, mister.
Then what are you going to do with me?
Kill you first.
Oh,
Wouldn't be right to toss a live man to no gators.
you shouldn't have did that, Goldman.
He had a lot of money and I wanted it.
Law officers don't hold with killing.
No law officers trouble me. Stop paddling. I'll dump them.
He's sunk.
Now I'm going to Hullstown and rob the bank.
You shouldn't never go out the big thicket, Goldman.
I can go out of the thicket any time I want and get back in. I can live in here for years on berries, catching fish, and hunting game. Them law officers could never catch me in here. Start paddling, Charlotte. Stop the automobile in front of the Hull Bank, Ray.
Sure we ain't walking into no trap, Goldman?
Never you mind the law, Ray. I'm the law. I got business in the bank. Come on.
Yes, sir?
I want to take out some money.
Will you fill out a withdrawal slip, please, and then...
Ain't got time.
A gun?
That's right. Give me all the money in the bank.
Don't shoot. I'll give you the money.
Put it in the sack, partner.
Right.
I got a chore I want you to do.
What?
The district attorney. Know him?
Yes.
He ain't been saying good things about me. I'm going to kill him. Tell him I don't like him, so I'm going to kill him. I'm Red Goldman.
Goldman?
And don't forget, when I get in that safe there, I'm going to lock you into it.
All right, pull up over here. Come on, over here.
Let's get going.
We traced Goldman as far as the big thicket, Captain. He's gone into it.
You think any of the thicket natives will be willing to help us?
When it's one of their own, like Goldman, it's difficult to get them to open their mouths.
Imagine him coming out of the thicket and getting over $12,000 at the bank. He's a legend to the folks in there. Now he's wanted for burglary and assault, 5 bank robberies, murder of C.W. Braun, and 4 kidnappings. All right, quiet, men. Quiet. Now I want every single road coming out of the thicket blockaded. Then I want every available man put to work, beating through the thicket inch by inch until we find Goldman. I'll fix those roadblocks so tight that not a soul can get out of that area without being checked. I'll get going.
Taxi. Hey, taxi.
Yes, sir. Where to, mister?
Drive out on the old Sawmill Road, Bud.
I don't know as I can.
Why not?
Police got a blockade all around the whole thicket country. They're not going to let one living person come out through that ring.
Well, we're not coming out of that ring. We're going in. Besides, they must know you.
Okay. There's that blockade I was telling you right ahead.
Yeah.
Slow down, taxi.
Oh, it's you, Ed.
Yeah, Sheriff. I got to go down a short hall onto the Sawmill Road.
Okay, Ed, I'll let you through.
That wasn't hard getting through, driver?
Oh, these cops all know me in the car.
Yeah. When you hit the Sawmill Road, swing right.
Okay. This corduroy road ain't very good on my tires, mister.
This is as far as we go anyway. Stop right here. Blow your horn.
What?
Do as I say, 3 short ones.
We waiting for someone?
Yeah, he's coming out.
It took plenty long, Ray.
I had to get a taxi driver that the cops would know so as he could get the car in through the blockade.
You, driver, get out.
Well, what for, mister?
Because I told you to. I'm Goldman.
Goldman?
Get out.
Yes, sir.
Walk into the bushes. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't done nothing.
Walk, I said. Ray, wait here. This'll do.
Where's the cabbie, Goldman?
Dead? In there?
I didn't hear no shots.
I hit him over the head. Maybe I didn't kill him dead enough. There's a little place on the back of the head. If I hit him there, I'll sure kill him. Just to be sure.
take care of it. Okay, Goldman?
Yeah. Put on the driver's cap. You drive out the same way you come in. I'll sit on the floor and back.
I get it. The police will recognize the taxi and think the same driver's driving.
Yeah, the same driver. Hey, wait a minute. I'll be right back.
Where you going?
Back to him. I want to make sure he's deader than dead. You sure look dead, mister. Now I feel better.
The doctor said we could only have a minute with the patient, Captain.
How did he get to the hospital here, Sergeant?
After Goldman tried to kill him, he crawled half a mile to a shack near the sawmill. The folks there sent for the ambulance.
The most miraculous escape from death I ever heard of.
Hello, Ed.
Oh. Hello, Sergeant.
Tell me, Ed, what happened?
It was Goldman.
I know. He escaped through our blockade in your taxi. The officers thought it was just you coming.
Goldman made me get out of my taxi. He walked me into the bushes and hit me in the back of my head 3 times, and I fell down. Goldman went away, and then he come back again. He knelt down, and he felt my head to know just where he hit me to kill me. Then he hit me 4 times more.
You was still conscious?
Yeah, but I didn't let him know it. Then he went away, and pretty soon he come back, and he shot me twice. But I didn't move. I just lay there. And then he shot me again.
Did you even groan?
No, I was too scared. He's a bad man, Sergeant. A bad man.
Yes, incredible as it was, Commissioner Valentine, that cab driver survived Goldman's murderous assault. However, it was an episode even stranger than this one, which finally brought the police closer to Goldman's trail.
Well, I am sure we all want to hear about that episode, Sheriff Richardson. But before you tell it to us, here's a word from Waterman's.
When you like something the instant you see it, when it appeals to you in every way, you say, it's a natural. That's what Waterman's new Taperite pen is. It's really a natural. From the minute Waterman's Taperite made its appearance, people reached for it, looked at it, bought it. Yes, it's a natural. So sleek, so slim, so trim. It's beautiful. When buying a fountain pen, insist on seeing the new Waterman's Taperite. When you compare it with ordinary pens for style, for writing ease, for value, then you'll see why Waterman's Taperite sells so fast, why your dealer frequently has so few on display. In addition to the new Taperite pens, see also the new Waterman Standard Point pens, designed for those who prefer the more conventional style. Every one of these new Standard Point pens is a beautiful writing instrument. Priced as low as $3.50, with a big genuine 14-karat gold point and the other Waterman's quality features, you can find the pen you want at the price you want to pay. Remember, for the newest and the finest in fountain pens, just look for the name Waterman's. Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
Sheriff Richardson, we're all anxious to know what happened next in the case of Red Goldman.
Well, Commissioner, on the morning of March 22nd, a dust-covered black sedan bounced slowly along the rutted dirt road between Kirbyville and Port Arthur in Texas, on the fringe of the big thicket area. Jim Barnes, a resident of the thicket, whom Red Goldman knew, was at the wheel. Suddenly, a lone man sprung in front of the car, brandishing a revolver.
Stop!
Hello, Barnes.
Hello, Goldman. What you got that gun for?
I've been looking for you, Barnes.
What?
They tell me you look like me.
So I hear tell.
I'm going to kill you, Barnes. Then bury you where they won't find you. Then I'm going to make believe I'm you.
You don't want to do that, Goldman. Folks in the big thicket won't like that.
I'm going to pretend I'm you and leave this part of the country.
But if you...
Get out. Now walk off the road into the thicket.
But I want to
I said
talk
to
to
walk
you.
into the thicket. Now stop.
You ain't got no cause to kill me, Goldman. I never did you no harm.
But I'm going to make out I'm you.
That district attorney, he'll know.
I'm going to kill the district attorney.
Folks in the thicket will know. No one will cover for you no more if you kill me.
I don't need him. Going to kill the head man at the bank, too. He's got too much money.
Then you hadn't ought to kill me, Goldman. If you don't kill me, you won't have to leave the thicket.
I'm going up north.
Won't like it up north. You don't know nobody. You'll be lonesome.
I don't need nobody.
You'll miss the big thicket, Goldman. You wish you was safe back here.
There's plenty of people up north.
Not your kind or my kind, Goldman. They don't even think like us. Your kind will be back here, where you can't never come.
You think so, Barnes?
Sure. Folks like us, we got no right outside our swamp. Here's where we belong. Here's where we're safest.
I never thought about that.
Change your mind about me, Goldman?
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
You ain't gonna kill me?
No. I guess I don't want to leave the thicket.
Law won't find you here, Goldman. As long as you stay in the big thicket. You can get your girl and live there. You don't even have to come out less than you have a mind to.
Attention, all police. Jim Barnes, native of Thicket, has just reported he was kidnapped and threatened by Red Goldman near Sour Lake. Motorists are warned to avoid this area. Indications are that Goldman will kill on the slightest provocation.
What do you think of Barnes' story, Captain?
Well, it's the break we've been waiting for, Sergeant. Now we can put as much pressure on Goldman inside the thicket as we have in our blockade outside.
Pressure inside?
Yes. Barnes was a native of the thicket. And Barnes himself told us about being kidnapped and threatened with death.
But Goldman didn't harm him.
Yes, but if we play our hand right, we can make folks in the thicket see that Goldman is just as much against them as he is against the law.
I get it. We tell everyone we can about Barnes' close call, so they'll realize they may be Goldman's next victim.
Right. I'll see that every law officer in this part of Texas spreads the word about Barnes' kidnapping. I think, Sergeant, somebody will tip his hand.
You want to buy something, miss?
Yeah. Give me one of them no-good writing pencils like you got over your ear. A red one.
You got money?
Sure I got money. See?
All right. All right, what else?
Give me 4 of them no-good brown cans up there.
These beans?
Yeah. Give me some of them no-good green bags of coffee.
Them ain't coffee, them's tea.
I want 'em anyhow. I like the green color of 'em. Let me see. I want 50 plugs of that no-good tobacco.
All this is going to cost you most $5. You got that much money?
Sure I got that much money. Here. Now give me my stuff.
There you are, and there's your change. Now, where'd she get all that money? Give me the sheriff's office, quick.
Sheriff's office.
Is it Orville Morney down at Ball, Sheriff?
What is it, Orville?
A swamp girl just come in, loaded with money, bought everything in sight.
Know the girl?
Yeah, lives in the thicket, way back in an old cabin her pa built 10, 12 years ago, before he shot moonshining. She lives there alone.
This may be what we've been waiting for, Orville. Those thicket folks are pretty cunning, but we'll try to follow her and surround the place.
There's her cabin, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't look like anyone's about.
The officer's all placed, Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
We don't want Goldman to slip through our fingers if he is here.
He won't.
Good. Sheriff, I guess we're ready. Let's go.
Anybody home?
Somebody just looked out the side window. Saw the curtain move.
Someone's coming.
What do you want?
You live here, miss?
Yeah.
Well, I'm the sheriff. These men are the police. We want to come in.
What for? I ain't did nothing.
What's your name?
Charla.
We want to talk to you, Charlotte.
All right. Have a quick look around the cabin, Sergeant.
What you here for?
We're looking for Red Goldman. You know him?
No. There's just one room. You can see he ain't here.
I just saw this on the shelf, Captain.
Tobacco, huh? Quite a lot of it.
That's mine.
Here's an old pipe, too. Who's your man?
Got no man. Live by myself.
How about this pipe and tobacco?
My mom used to smoke. I learned from her. It's my pipe and my tobacco.
I see. Sergeant, let's have some of that tobacco.
What you gonna do?
Just fill the pipe. Yeah, it's kind of strong. There you are. All primed for a nice smoke.
I don't have a hankering to smoke right now.
Put it in your mouth and smoke it.
Sergeant, you better let the officers outside know Goldman's not in the cabin here.
Here's a light, Charla. Come on, puff on it. That's better.
This is a no good old pipe.
You seem to be enjoying it.
I like the smoke.
Sure, of course you do. You do seem to like it.
I guess I've had enough now. It don't taste right.
You're getting a little white, too, aren't you?
I don't taste just right.
Of course it doesn't, because you've never smoked that pipe before. Captain, there's a man somewhere around this place.
No, I'll smoke.
And from the way she acts, she's trying to shield him.
Captain, come to the door.
Yes, Sergeant?
Captain, see that corn crib out beyond the barn?
Yes.
While our men were looking through the...
Goldman! They're coming!
Take cover, men. He's over there in the corn crib. All right, let him have it.
Watch out, men. He's a dead shot.
Sergeant, put a load of buckshot into the crib. Both barrels.
You ain't checking me, officers?
Keep closing in on him, men.
No chance to take him alive. Shoot it out, men.
Watch it, men. You'll try to make a break for it.
It's set. Door's inching open now.
Duck!
There he is in the door. Let him have it. All right, we got him. Close in.
Come on, men. All right. Close in.
Well, this time Goldman's really through. Look, must be 20 bullet holes in him. All right, roll him over.
Oh. He's dead, all right.
Well, men, this is the end.
And this, Commissioner Valentine, is a picture of Goldman taken after he was finally killed and lying in the corn crib.
What a picture. Anyone who looked at this would certainly understand what we mean when we say crime does not pay. Sheriff Richardson, on Gangbusters, we try to expose criminals of all kinds, and we congratulate you and the police of Texas on this case.
Now, in just a moment, Gangbusters will broadcast its nationwide clues to persons most wanted by the police tonight. Now, Gangbusters, nationwide clues, broadcast as a public service to help combat the present crime wave.
Attention. Renew vigilance for Harry Dunlap. Harry Dunlap, who is being urgently sought by California authorities for escape from State Hospital and for questioning in connection with $6,000 armed robbery, Los Angeles. Listen carefully to official description. Harry Dunlap.
Age 60. 5 feet 6 inches. 145 pounds. Gray hair on sides. Bald on top. Piercing blue eyes. Long nose. Wide mouth. Face deeply wrinkled. Prominent ears. Sunken jowls. Use caution in apprehending. This man believed armed and dangerous. Watch for Harry Dunlap.
Gangbusters has just received an urgent bulletin from Sheriff Roland Meredith, Sanilac County, Michigan, on 2 escaped prisoners, Charles Townsend and J.C. Vise. These men believed to be armed and are alleged to have abducted 2 persons after their daring escape from the county jail at Sandusky, Michigan, where they were awaiting sentence on federal armed robbery charges. Sheriff Meredith describes the escaped prisoners as follows.
J.C. Vise, V-Y-S-E, 25, 6 feet 1 1/2 inches, 235 pounds, brown wavy hair, brown eyes, dark complexion, 2-inch ragged scar on left forearm. Vise has been both a fighter and a butcher by trade. Known to frequent nightclubs and bars, has long criminal record.
Second escaped prisoner.
Charles Chuck Townsend, 25, 5 feet 11 inches, 175 pounds, brown hair, gray eyes, medium complexion, flashy dresser, gambler at nightclubs and taverns, has criminal record. Watch for Charles Chuck Townsend and J.C. Vise. Whereabouts last reported in southwestern part of Michigan.
These are the clues on the most urgently sought persons in the United States tonight, December 29th, 1945. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. Now, here is Commissioner Valentine.
Next week, gangbusters will bring you facts never before revealed concerning one of the biggest robberies in all criminal annals.
Listen next week, same time, same station, to this authentic case on Gangbusters. As we end the old year and begin a new one, all of us who make and sell Waterman's fountain pens and inks, and those of us who bring you Gangbusters, join in saying a happy, happy New Year. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, No Sad Clowns for Me.
There was a tall clown and a short clown juggling this one, plus a sleek but overaged destroyer named Ruth that wore tights and trained tigers. All parts of a big circus playing a small town of 649 people. And somewhere along the midway, a joker wanted to cut me down to size. 6-foot box size. I wasn't thinking about the circus when I went to the Detective Bureau Wednesday morning, but my boss was. The Lion was up to his knuckles in...
Green, my boy. I've just about decided to have our whole office done over in green.
Why the sea of $1 bills?
A client, my boy, with payment in advance.
Those bills look like they've been papered in a rat's nest.
They're all in pieces, my boy, but they're good.
You'd know.
Yeah, of course. Notice when I hold this one against this 300-watt light, the paper's made with silk threads. Fitting the torn bills together, they come to $67, Jeffrey.
And the client is...
See this canvas bag?
Bottle top?
It's full of nickels, dimes, and quarters, Jeffrey. With the $1 bills, it makes a very nice retainer of $75.
For which we do what?
Nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Fatso. You mean a client walked in here, laid down $75 to hire us to do nothing?
Exactly.
Duck, there's a curve on this pitch.
No, my boy. The whole thing's perfectly legitimate. Our client walked in about an hour ago.
Description?
Well, he was a tall man, eccentric.
Go on.
45 or 50 years old, long, pale, stringy, yellowish hair, like an actor, and oddly dressed.
This keeps getting better.
Well, he had on a single-breasted pinstripe suit and tennis sneakers, a rope for a belt.
Does he fly?
What? No. Anyway, Jeffrey, he put the money down. He saw I was worried about the small denominations, and then he said, "It's not brass." Just like that.
It's not brass.
Circus expression, my boy. Then he leaned right over this desk and said slowly, showing his big teeth, Jeffrey, "When a little old man named Crackley comes in, don't take his case."
And you went for that?
Of course. We do nothing, no trouble at all.
Lion, it could be we're in trouble. Give me our client's name and address and the retainer. I'll take it back.
Well, unfortunately...
Don't tell me. You didn't get the name and address.
Well, you see, my boy, he was in a great hurry.
You gave him a receipt for the 75?
Oh, of course. Everything very businesslike.
That ties us into the case, but good. Now, no matter what happens, we're mixed up in it.
You're borrowing trouble.
We bought it.
Oh, relax, my boy.
We got to get that receipt.
Forget it. Just be grateful.
Okay, Lion. But if Crackley shows up, be careful. I turned and started for the door. Our new client was a crank. We'd have to be more than careful. But I couldn't dump the trouble into the Lion's lap. I slammed the door on my way out. The noise made a little old guy jump. He was standing in the hall, just outside our door. It wasn't hard to figure who he was. Crackley?
You know my name?
Well, I do now. You're on your way into the Lion Detective Bureau.
Yes.
I'm Regan.
The Lion's Eye?
That's what they call me.
You're the man I came here to see. You were highly recommended.
I'd like to talk to you, Crackley. I know a place they'll let us sit down for 50 cents.
Yeah, I could use a drink.
I thought maybe. We went to Dugan's bar. Crackley was a little guy, but smart, almost sharp. He had an outdoor face, tanned with deep wrinkles like closed eyes in his forehead. Like he had a lot on his mind, and he wanted to talk.
I'm the owner of a circus, Mr. Regan.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, you don't understand. I don't know if you can imagine the responsibilities of a circus owner. To his employees, I mean. They're all specialists. And if we were to close up and go out of business, why, there'd be no place for them to go.
Except another circus.
Oh, circus business has fallen off since the war years, Mr. Regan.
I hadn't heard.
Business is terrible.
Oh, sure.
Another drink, gentlemen?
No, thanks.
No, I don't.
Now, why did you come to the Lion Detective Bureau?
I want you to find a man named Bliss.
Why?
Well, Bliss has been investing in my circus.
Putting money into a losing proposition?
Oh, it's not unusual. People that love the circus, especially wealthy people, enjoy putting their money into things that give them pleasure.
Bliss is missing?
Oh, for the last 3 weeks.
And the money has stopped coming into the circus?
Well, yes, Mr. Regan.
When did you last see Bliss?
The fact is, I've never seen Bliss.
But he puts money into your circus?
Through his lawyer. Right now we're playing Bliss's hometown. I'd hope to meet him in person.
Yeah. What would you say, Mr. Crackley, if I told you a strange man came into our bureau this morning and paid us not to take your case?
Why, someone's following me?
Well, I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, Mr. Crackley, someone's following you.
Mr. Regan, what are you looking at?
You mean, what is it looking at us?
But where?
Stay put. I'll be right back. I ran to the window. The face that had been peering in at us whipped out of sight. A couple of winos in Dugan's door cost me 2 or 3 seconds getting out, and that was enough. When I got to the street, it was empty. The man with the long, stringy, yellowish hair who'd been watching us was gone. I went back into the bar. That's when I got a second surprise. Crackley was gone, too. A quick call to Billboard gave me what I needed. The Crackley Great Combined Circus was playing a town of 650 people. A place called Crossroads in the foothills, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. The crank with the yellow hair and the rope belt was somehow tied up with that Crackley circus. Yellow hair had the Lion's signed receipt. I had to get it back. So I got into my car and headed for Crossroads. And when I got there, funny thing, The town was deserted. But the circus midway was jammed. It looked like Crossroads' whole 649 population was at that circus.
Hot dogs, hot puppies, they're delicious, they're nutritious. Step up and get one.
How much?
Eh?
A hot dog, how much?
Oh, yeah, hot dog. Hey, you mean you're going to buy one?
Why not?
Nobody buys nothing in this cheap burg.
Business looks pretty good to me. Everybody in town here at the circus.
Don't cost them nothing.
Oh, no?
Old Crackley's putting on a show for nothing. Making it look good for Bliss, his silent partner.
The show's papered then. Annie Oakley's for free, huh?
Say, you Bliss?
And if I am?
I ain't said nothing.
Yeah. How much for the hot dog?
2 bits.
I paid for the hot dog, walked along the midway asking questions wherever I could get an answer. It was like the dog peddler had said. Crackley had papered the house, bought tickets for everyone in town to guarantee business. We weren't supposed to take the case, but the situation was interesting, and I got to wondering about Bliss, how he fitted in. But then I remembered I was here to get our receipt back, so I bypassed the midway, walked around to the performers' tents. No gaudy signs here, no freak shows, palmists or ballet. And I found a woman, or rather, she found me.
Regan?
Nice to be known.
This is my tent, Mr. Regan. Please come in.
She was tall, slim. You could spend time watching her. Young, but not too young. Her hair was long and black, almost to the roots. Her face was firm, beautiful, but her eyes had already been there and back. Then we were in her tent, nobody around except the tigers just outside. And she got nearer, and I could see more.
Regan.
Nice tent.
I got a message.
Uh-huh.
Go home.
That's your message?
Go back to L.A., Crackley says.
You a friend of Crackley's?
He saw you on the midway. He said, that's Regan. That's the lion's eye from L.A. that ought to go home.
You sure it wasn't Bliss?
You know Bliss?
Oh, yeah, a very close personal friend of mine.
You're clever, Regan.
It's my business.
Make sure your business doesn't get you into trouble.
Hey, that tiger's close.
Yeah, I work the big cats. They hate me and I hate them. I like them kept near me. Gives me a chance to whip them through the bars whenever I'm feeling blue.
Lady.
Yeah?
What's your name?
I got a surprise for you, Mr. Regan.
I've had lots today.
My name's Crackley.
You're married to old Crackley, the circus owner?
I married his son, Mr. Regan.
His son?
Yeah, George Crackley. The little runt that's standing in back of you.
I turned. George was there, all right. And he was little, maybe 4 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a clown suit. His face was in queer makeup, chalk white, bruised blue. He was supposed to look like a sad clown. And he was.
What are you doing around here?
Looking for a man.
She look like a man?
No.
You're after my wife, too. You were standing real close.
Guys fall in love with me, Regan. My husband's a poor sport about it.
Oh, make sure you don't wake up dead, mister. Make sure you don't get dropped on.
I'll be real careful.
George, if you don't get out of here...
Ruth, don't you think it's time you were getting into your costume? The walk-around will begin in 4 or 5 minutes.
A tall clown filled the opening to the tent. When he spoke, Ruth began fumbling with the costume. Little George looked like he was going to cry, then walked out of the tent without a word. Ruth followed him. And I was left alone with a tall clown in makeup, with a red watermelon mouth and cold blue eyes.
I hated to interrupt, Mr. Regan, but Ruth must dress for the walk-around, as we of the circus call our opening parade.
You seem to have an effect on George, too.
Oh, George and I are partners. He's the sad, bruised clown, and I am the cruel clown. I frighten him, maul him, beat and bruise him with various objects. It amuses people.
Naturally.
We're all sadists at heart.
Maybe you can help me.
I'll try.
I'm looking for a tall, eccentric man. Wears tennis shoes. Rope for a belt. Has long, stringy, yellowish hair, you know? I said, do you know him?
Of course. That would be Mr. Bliss.
Where can I find him?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Regan, I have a message from Mr. Bliss. He wants to see you.
Oh? Who will I say sent me?
Just the cruel clown. He'll know who you mean.
Where do I meet Bliss?
At his home. I'll tell you how to get there.
He did. I got into my car and started the drive to his shack. I'd meet him on his own terms at his place. It was a 15-minute drive, most of the way up a side road. I was almost there when a car pulled into the side road behind me, coming up fast, its headlights growing in my rearview mirror. I pulled over to let the speedball pass. He began to cut in on me. The trailer he had hitched on sideswiped me. I felt myself go against the steering post. Then I didn't feel anything for a long time. I'd been thrown clear of my car. When I came to, there was a huge man standing over me, black in the moonlight. My gun was gone. My hand caught at a club, and then I saw it wasn't a club, but a small, very small chair arm. Must have fallen from the trailer. The trailer was gone. The man started moving in.
Well, sweetheart.
Stand back.
Coming to, sweetheart?
Get back.
I got your gun, baby. I'm Logan, chief of police at Crossroads. Maybe I ought to take you into custody for reckless driving.
Logan, I'm a private detective from Los Angeles.
Well, why don't you get up from the ground and tell me about it? Here.
Yeah, thanks. Somebody ran me off the road on purpose. And I think I know who.
That's so, sweetheart?
That's not all. There's something phony about that circus play in your town.
Ain't no circus around here.
You're real funny.
Fact is, I'll make you a bet, baby. You can't show me no circus around these parts.
You seem sure of that.
Give you 20 to 1.
Let's go take a look.
All right.
We drove in his car to the circus lot. When we got there, we saw the lot was full of color. All of it moonlight. Vacant. Not a candy wrapper. The crackly great combined circus was gone. As though it had never existed.
This is CBS, and you are listening to No Sad Clowns for Me, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
It started bad, and it got worse. The lion had us balled up in it like a cat in a fish line before I even heard of the case. Then I took over. I did fine. Trying to get our receipt for $75 back, I got myself run off the road near the town of Crossroads, got my car smashed up. Then the chief of police told me that the crackly great combined circus where I'd spent an hour wasn't there. And it wasn't. The chief of police thought this was real funny.
Where'd the circus go, sweetheart?
L.A., probably.
You're kind of slick.
Couldn't have been gone more than an hour. Look at those filled-in post holes.
You're a real bright fella.
And I know why it left in such a hurry.
Oh, you city fellas are real sharp-like.
The circus left because of a guy named Bliss.
What do you know about Bliss?
Bliss was putting money into a circus, not taking any out.
Keep talking.
Bliss gets tired of this, slaps an attachment on the circus. Crackly pulled the show out before it could be served.
Yeah, you're real smart. You'd better come along with me, sweetheart. We better have a little, talkie.
It hit the bullseye, and I got more than I bargained for. It seems Bliss had no friends, except Logan, who, being the local legal eagle, was also appointed by Bliss as his lawyer, having full power of attorney. Now Logan was ready to talk.
Bliss, now, he ain't no dummy. He was in the circus himself years ago, before he got wise and made a lot of dough in plumbing fixtures. Ain't no money in show business, sweetheart.
They tell me.
Now, Bliss, he ain't old, but he's kind of funny. All of a sudden, he wants to...
invest in a circus. Yeah. His old love. But he also wants to make some money out of it.
Oh, Bliss, he likes money. Yeah, he married a circus gal years ago. Left her because she was draining away his salary.
How much money did Bliss put into the Crackley circus?
Well, baby, Bliss bought in deep enough to own, 49% of the show.
Bliss isn't getting any money out of his investment, so he slaps an attachment on the show. Crackley gets wind of it, pulls the show out.
You were right up to there, sweetheart.
Talk, Logan.
I got a note from Bliss just this afternoon. Told me to lift the attachment order. It was a real happy note.
Where's Bliss now?
Honest, baby, I don't know. He's queer. He's just gone.
Bliss skipped out on his wife. That can't be his real name.
No, I can't tell you much. Promised Bliss I wouldn't, but his name used to be Elmer C. Bickle.
You got a phone, Logan?
Here you are, baby. But get the charges.
I was getting an idea. Another reason for the show's moving. One thing was sure. Bliss was in it up to his ears. It was 2 a.m. now, and I got the Lion at home.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lion Detective Bureau, Home Office. We never sleep.
And why haven't you been asleep?
Jeffrey. Well, I've had some very important work to do tonight.
Such as?
Pasting those dollar bills together, if you must know.
You're graduating from kindergarten right now, Fatso. Get your car out.
At this hour?
I'm in Crossroads, California, slaving for the agency, and you can help.
What can I do?
Get all the stuff you can on a guy named Elmer C. Bickle.
Bickle?
Bickle. Joined the circus years ago, married somebody, left his wife. Check variety.
That'll take all night, Jeffrey.
You've got 1 hour. Oh, another thing, Fatso. Check the theatrical hotels, places where show people, circus people put up. Here's what we need. A line on anybody connected with the Crackley Great Combined...
I can give you that, sweetheart.
What?
You what?
I know where they probably hold in.
Lion, forget that last. But check Bickle. I hung up, and Logan said he'd heard the performers in Crackley Circus usually stayed at the Fossman Hotel in Los Angeles. So I called the Fossman Hotel.
Oh, hello.
The desk clerk sounded wide awake.
Fossman Hotel?
Has Mr. Crackley checked in?
Who's asking?
Regan, private investigator.
Well, we certainly could have used a private investigator this morning.
Why?
Heavens, the circus came in without telling us. Everybody's so upset.
You better make sure they pay in advance.
Oh, well, Mr. Crackley paid everything in advance. He has the finest suite of rooms.
Huh?
But there's such confusion. I just don't know what to do.
You wouldn't. Now, about Crackley.
Oh, I'll ring. But he's probably asleep anyway.
Hello?
Crackley, this is Jeff Regan.
Oh, Regan.
Why did you run away?
I don't know. Well, I mean, we had to leave because we were so low on funds that the sheriff's office was going to attach the show. We heard of the order and left town to leave their jurisdiction.
Yeah, sure. Well, your worries are over, Crackley. I've found Bliss for you. Bickle, too.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Well, I mean...
Yeah, I know what you mean. It hit me. The circus was making money. Crackley had paid his hotel bill in advance. Fine suite of rooms. Why, he'd probably been keeping a double set of books cheating Bliss. I got Logan, got in his car, and drove back to the deserted circus lot. We drove fast. The circus had pulled out in the middle of the night for another reason. And I knew now we'd better look for that reason. The lot was deserted. Low, cold mist over the ground. Gray morning. A small animal moved through the mist like a creature from another world. A small dog. He'd found what we couldn't see. He had something in his mouth. A cap with a red pom-pom on its pointed end. A clown's cap, stained with blood. Logan had men digging within minutes. One of the filled post holes seemed larger than the rest. This was it.
We found him, Mr. Regan.
Yeah. Let me see his face.
Yeah. Kind of muddy.
Still in makeup. Tall, cruel clown.
You know him?
Yeah. You too. Pull the skull cap off.
For Mr.
Bickle, alias Bliss. Long, stringy, yellowish hair like an actor. Only he isn't playing at being dead. Come on, Logan. Keys to your car. I've got an appointment at the Fossman Hotel. I took Logan's car, made the 2-hour trip back to L.A. I phoned the Lion as soon as I hit town. I got the complete rundown on Bickle. Then I went to the Fossman Hotel. I asked the room clerk for old Crackley's room number. It was 203. I didn't wait to be announced. You should lock your door, Crackley. You could get company you might not enjoy.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
I know why you pulled out of Crossroads so fast last night, Crackley.
But I don't know anything.
I found Bliss.
I'm not interested in Bliss anymore.
And maybe you're interested in Bickle, the tall clown.
Now, please, Mr. Regan.
Bliss joined the circus under his real name, Bickle, to check up on his investment.
The tall clown was Bliss?
Yeah. He was eccentric, but not eccentric enough to throw his money away. But he got more than he bargained for.
No, please, now leave me alone.
He's dead, Crackley.
Dead. Yes, he's dead.
You pulled out of Crossroads last night because a man was killed and buried there on the lot.
But I didn't kill him.
But you know who did?
No.
I had the Lion check on Bickle. It seems he married a Ruth Sandusky in Chicago, April 18th, 1930. Now, Ruth Sandusky was only a kid then, featured in an animal act.
My son George married her in good faith, Mr. Regan. I was against the marriage.
Where's George now?
But I can't tell you.
I left him in Crackley's suite of rooms, checked the front desk for George's room. Was told he lived in his own small trailer. But when he was in town, he always parked it down by the circus warehouse. That's where I headed. The circus warehouse was down by the tracks. It was a raw wood building that had fallen in on its bones. Most of the circus trucks had unloaded. Things were pretty quiet. I got out of the car, walked around. The rear of the warehouse was parked a small trailer, beat up. The one that had forced me off the highway near Crossroads. Inside, I found Ruth. Ruth Sandusky.
Regan.
Married Elmer C. Bickle in Chicago, April 18th, 1930.
You're a real bright eye.
You kind of like being married, don't you, Ruth? So much you get married twice.
Girl needs a man.
With money.
Bickle ran away from me the week we played Chillicothe. The only way I knew he was alive, he used to put crazy ads in the trades every Christmas.
You'll be sitting pretty when old man Crackley dies and George inherits the circus.
Oh, I try not to think of such things.
Bickle joined the circus 3 weeks ago. He recognized you, wanted you again, moved in on George. The thing is, you were still married to Bickle. You'd kind of overlooked getting a divorce, which meant you weren't legally married to George, meaning you had no future claim on the circus.
You won't tell George. I'll make it worth your while, Mr. Regan.
Trouble is, lady, George saw Bickle, the new clown, moving in on him. And easily, too. You were afraid to hold Bickle off, afraid he might yell bigamy. Real cozy for you, Ruth. Both husbands, clowns in the same act.
You better stop talking, Mr. Regan.
George had to move out of your tent, sleep in his trailer. He was crazy jealous. That's why he tried to finish me by driving me off the road. He thought I was moving in, too.
Stop it while you still got the chance.
Bickle said, come back to me or I yelled bigamy, and you killed him.
Stop it!
Only one thing, lady. You didn't know that Bickle and Bliss were the same man.
Bliss?
Yeah, the angel. The guy that was pouring all that money into the circus.
Bickle was Bliss. I'm still married to him, legally.
That's almost right.
Yeah. Yes, it was bigamy. What do I want with George now? As the wife of Bliss or whatever he called himself now, I'll inherit all his dough.
You killed Bliss.
What? Crackley thinks his son did it. George will go to the gas chamber for me. I'm a bigamist, Mr. Regan, so give me 2 years.
No, Ruth, no. No, you won't get rid of me that easy.
George.
I heard what
Little
you were doing.
George, the sad, bruised clown, stood in the doorway of a small trailer. It was like he didn't see me, only Ruth, his almost wife. But he'd heard
I
plenty.
thought you killed him because he was molesting you.
Shut up, George.
I thought you killed him because you loved me.
You stay away from me, George.
Ruth ran out of the trailer, followed by George. He slammed the door to hold me back. I got the door open just in time to see little George slip into the circus warehouse. I ran after them, fast. Inside the warehouse, it was dim. There was a sharp smell of circus animals. Little George was flexing his muscles for the first time in his life.
I won't let him get you. I'll take you from the gas chamber.
A superhuman strength had come into him. He had Ruth by the hair and was forcing her into an animal cage. The tiger was crouched in the corner of the cage, ready to jump. I grabbed both George and Ruth by the hair and pulled them back. I kicked the cage shut.
Why didn't you let me finish?
Sorry, George. The state will want witnesses when Ruth finishes her act. In the gas chamber. That wound it up. I called Sanducci of homicide. When they came to take Ruth away, I saw little George, the fall guy, standing near his trailer, all alone. 2 hours later, I checked in with the Lion at the office.
We're in the money. We're in the money.
Still at the paste pot, Lion?
Oh, yes, my boy. I've just finished pasting the last bill together. The silk threads match perfectly.
Nice, neat job.
Oh, Jeffrey, you just don't know how hard I work for our future.
Uh-huh. Bank should take these all right.
Now, I slaved all night, my boy.
The only thing, money doesn't belong to us.
Yeah, I think I'll just press the bill so the bank will be sure to... What?
Money isn't ours.
But Hey, what do you mean?
I got a call from Logan. Says he found your receipt in the Bliss shack. I had to tell him we got the $75 to keep us from taking the case.
Oh.
So the Bliss estate demands its money back.
It's all your fault, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
If you hadn't opened your mouth...
I guess I'll just have to keep this 100.
Yeah. What's that you have?
$100 bill. Got 2 more, just like it.
Jeffrey. But who...
Old Crackley gave it to me.
Well...
He thought his son George had killed Bickle. When we proved it was Ruth, he gave it.
Oh, how could I have ever doubted you, Jeffrey?
Another thing, Lion.
Yes?
Meant to tell you, those bills you pasted together?
Oh, I worked so hard over them.
Well, the bank would have fitted the bills together for you.
Yes. Oh, no!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at 8:30 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Steady pack after pack smoking is the only sensible way to tell how a cigarette will get along with your throat.
In a test from coast to coast, hundreds of people smoked only Camels for 30 days.
Noted throat specialists made weekly examinations and reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Make your own Camel 30-day test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. See how well Camels agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Help.
Rick, what's the matter?
Just that, Helen, dear. Help. I haven't had a client in 3 weeks.
Oh, well, I'll take you to dinner tonight and fatten you up.
No, I'm not hungry. You couldn't just send the money, could you?
No, go ahead and starve. Ferdy Parker asked me to dinner anyway. You remember Ferdy.
Oh, sure. Your old boyfriend, the very old one.
Rick Ferdy's really a very nice boy. Plays polo divinely.
So do horses.
Well, do I go out with Ferdy or don't I?
Helen, and lose the chance of watching me stuff myself? Now, you tell Ferdy you've got to do some research on a tapeworm. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Bye.
Bye.
Diamond?
That's right, but I'm leaving now. Come back tomorrow.
This won't wait till tomorrow. My name's Duke Crandall.
How do you do?
Pretty well in the dark.
Yeah.
Rick, dear, I know it's a nasty habit, but I get so annoyed when people keep me waiting over an hour.
Oh, hello, Helen. Yeah. Well, I took a nap.
That's nice. Bye.
Honey, now wait a minute. 13 guys just beat me up.
What did he look like?
Well, he was very big and it was dark and I couldn't see him.
Maybe it was Freddie Parker. He's really a brute at heart.
No, this guy was breathing.
Rick, did someone really hit you?
Honey, I may be kidding, but this bump on my head isn't.
But why? The man didn't just walk in and hit you for no reason at all, did he?
No, it's a hobby.
Rick.
Ellen, if you don't believe me, just sit tight. I'm going down to the 5th Precinct to see Walt Levinson. I'll drop around and show you my bruises.
Hello, Rick. How's the... Well, what happened to you?
I got engaged. She was lovely. Used gunpowder.
Better get a beefsteak for that eye.
My eye's not hungry. What I want now is to find the guy, Walt.
Who?
Said his name was Duke Crandall.
Crandall? We've been looking for the Duke ever since he jumped bail on a blackmail charge.
Oh? Know where he is now?
If we did, he'd be in jail. How'd you get mixed up with him?
I wish I knew. He just came into the office and sold me a fistful of dreams.
You, sure it was the Duke? What'd he look like?
Oh, I couldn't see him too well in the dark. He was a big guy. Wore a flashy plaid overcoat.
Yeah, the overcoat fits. Duke's a natty dresser. You can look over his record for yourself, Rick.
No. You, say you're looking for this guy?
Yeah, he's somewhere in the city. It's anybody's guess where.
What about this blackmail charge?
He was, bleeding a city official. And Duke used to work for Benny Rathman, the gambler. Some think Benny was behind it, but Duke's the only one we could grab off.
Who put up his bail? Rathman?
Yeah. Until now, we thought maybe Benny had killed Duke after he bailed him out, so he couldn't pin the job on him. Here, here's a package.
Don't worry, he's still alive. I got the bruises to prove it. What about this Benny Rathman? You think he'd know where Duke is?
Hard to say. If he did, I think he'd try and get rid of him. See, the DA's been trying to pin something on Ben for a long time. And if we find Duke and Benny is implicated in the blackmail, it'll be the DA's meat.
Oh, I catch. So if Duke's smart, he let Benny bail him out and then goes in hiding before Benny can get to him. That'll make him twice as hard to find.
You're really going looking for him, huh?
Yeah, might as well. I don't mind getting slugged, but I'd like to know the reason why. Thanks, Walt. I left the 5th Precinct and hailed a cab. The fresh air made my head feel better, but my pride hurt all the way to the Blue Chip Club, owned and operated by Benny Rathman. As we pulled up, I lit a Camel, came to a little, and when I walked inside the club, I found a dissipated pianist playing worn-out love songs on a worn-out piano.
Hi.
Hi.
Like my playing?
Not particularly.
Me neither.
Your boss around?
Maybe.
Back room?
Maybe.
Alone?
Again, maybe.
Thanks for the brilliant conversation. Maybe.
I enjoyed it.
Hey.
Hello, Benny.
Well, Diamond. Don't you ever knock?
Only a gender, I mean.
Well, grab a chair. Not every day we get a visit from thee, Richard Diamond.
Well, roll down your sleeves. Your goosebumps are showing.
I'm allergic to stupid remarks.
Benny, Duke Crandall used to be on your payroll. Where is he now?
Looking for the Duke, eh? Now, that's a coincidence. So am I.
And you just don't happen to know where he is, huh?
That's right. I put up bail for Duke, and then he skipped. I don't like that.
Go on.
That's all. Duke cost me a lot of money. Yeah, I'd sure like to have a little chat with him.
Mm-hmm. Only I bet Duke would wind up speechless. You know, if he's caught, you'll be in hot water, Benny.
So I've been in hot water before.
Not recently, I'll bet.
Keep it up. I may grow to hate you.
I'll work on it.
Look, Diamond, that blackmail raps all Dukes. I'm an honest businessman.
For that line, you should be a comedian. Benny, did Duke ever mention my name around here?
Maybe. He used to swear a lot.
Oh, very funny.
Why all this interest in Duke, Snooper?
I owe him something, that's all. I'd like to pay my debts.
Oh, gee, I'm sure sorry I can't help you, pal.
Save the tears till I leave, Benny.
Wait a minute. Here.
What's this?
The address of Duke's old girlfriend. Name's Patty Carroll. She won't talk to me, but maybe she'll help you.
Well, it's worth a try.
And if you should locate the Duke, let me know, huh? I'd still like to have that little talk with him.
Maybe I will, if he's in any condition to talk. I left the Blue Chip and went across town to the flat of one Patty Carroll. Benny described her as a one-time girlfriend of Duke's, and when she opened the door, I had respect for Duke's taste. She had the kind of figure that drives architects mad, and any other type of man, too, for that matter.
Hi. You the television man?
Do I look like a television man?
How should I know? You're cute.
Well, thanks. So are you.
I guess they could have cute television men.
I don't see why not. But I'm not one of them.
Oh, shoot. 3 days I've been waiting for that set.
Heartbreaking.
Ain't it, though? My brother says, Patty, that's my name, Patty. He says you got to get a television set, see a lot of educational programs and such. He says it makes you appreciate the finer things in life.
Yeah, like radio.
So I get me a television set, but the guy ain't shown up yet. What do you want?
Well, I'm glad you got around to that. Honey, I'm want a little information.
I'm no library.
I'm no bookworm. Mind if I come in?
All depends. You a gentleman?
All depends. I eat with a fork.
You sure look all right. Only I wish you were the television man.
Patty, at times, so do I.
Now, what's on your mind?
Duke Crandall.
Oh, you must be a cop then. Hey, I like cops. I used to think it was fun to date hoods, but my brother says, Patty, that's what he calls me. Patty, he says, you gotta quit running around with the hoods. So now I like cops.
Very commendable change.
Yeah. Hoods are always getting sent to prison. And who did you say you were looking for?
Duke Crandall.
Oh, yeah. I used to date Duke till my brother said...
Where's Duke now, Patty?
I don't know. We broke up, Duke and me. He was always slapping me and ruining my makeup.
Look, honey, think hard, will you? Do you know any of Duke's friends who might know where he is now?
Let me see. Yeah, I know one guy, Joey Thompson. Him and Duke used to play cards every Friday.
Where does Thompson live?
How should I know?
No, just wishful thinking. Mind if I use your phone?
I guess not. Only don't be long. The television man might be trying to call me.
This'll only take a minute.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Well, I got a problem. You know a guy named Joey Thompson?
Thompson? I know a Charlie. Oh, yeah, Joe Thompson. Yeah, I know him. Used to be a small-time pickpocket.
Where can I get in touch with him?
Last I heard, he had a legit job. Runs a watch repair shop on Fountain Street. You can get the address in the phone book.
Thanks, Walt. Call you later if anything develops. And thank you, Patty.
You leaving? Don't you want to stay and watch television when it gets here?
Oh, no, thanks. No. All that violence makes me nervous.
Well, drop in again anytime.
Hoppy goes on at 8, doesn't he? Patty had few brains and many curves and was the type you hated to leave. But Joey Thompson might lead me to Duke Crandall. And curves can be dangerous if you don't watch your speed, I always say. The hall outside Patty's dark, and as I walked down it, I had the strangest feeling that someone was behind me. 2 seconds later, the strange feeling became one I was thoroughly familiar with. Oh, the wall spun around, and I spun with them. But on the way down, I caught sight of what had hit me. An ugly blackjack held by an ugly hand sticking out of the prettiest plaid overcoat you ever saw.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here is an important question.
Will one puff or one sniff tell you how mild a cigarette is?
No, but steady smoking will.
Try Camels for 30 days as your steady smoke. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. Let your throat tell you how mild Camels are. Pack after pack, week after week.
Hundreds of men and women from coast to coast made the Camel 30-day test under the supervision of leading throat specialists who examined their throats every week.
Those throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Start your own Camel 30-day test tonight. You'll get day-in, day-out proof of Camel's mildness and flavor.
And you'll know why, after all the mildness testing of recent years, Camel leads all other brands in popularity by billions.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
At approximately 5 p.m., I had been worked over by a man named Duke Crandall, wearing a plaid overcoat. 1 hour later, I received the second installment, again by the man in the plaid overcoat. Monotonous? You know it.
Hey. Hey, wake up.
Oh.
Come on, that's a boy. You all right?
Oh, yeah. Well, my head feels like a mashed potato.
I heard the noise outside. You shouldn't lie around on the floor.
Yeah, I know.
So I dragged you in here.
Oh, thank you, Patty. I'll remember you in my will, which may be in effect before long.
Who slugged you?
Your old boyfriend, Duke Crandall.
Who's that bully? What's he got against you?
That's what I want to find out.
Here, let me fix that ice pack.
No, thanks, honey.
Hey, now, you shouldn't get up now.
I know. I like to show off. Where's your phone book?
Over there.
Thanks. Now, let's see. Patty, what does T come after?
I should know.
Thompson. Oh, here it is. Thompson Watch Repair, 19 Fountain Street.
You going to see Joey?
That's the general idea.
I bet he won't talk to you. He can smell a cop a mile away.
Well, they can't shoot me for trying. On second thought, maybe they can.
Besides, maybe Duke ain't even in town. Maybe he's gone back to Arkansas.
No, he's still around. What did you say?
I said maybe Duke's gone back to Arkansas. That's where he came from.
Does Joey Thompson know that?
I guess so. Duke's always blowing about it.
Thanks again, Patty.
Okay. Say, you ain't going to drive in that condition, are you?
Of course. I'm too dizzy to walk. I stepped out into the hall. This time I looked carefully around to make sure no plaid overcoats were following me. The hall was empty, and immediately my head felt better. 10 minutes later, I arrived at Joey's watch repair shop on Fountain Street. I stopped outside, pulled my pants up too high, turned my hat rim back, and then went in.
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Well, my name's Harold Appleknocker from Big Lake, Arkansas.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Applesucker?
Appleknocker, Harold.
Oh. Well, you got a watch?
Watch? No, never used them. Down home, we go by the sun and the hogs. When the sun's straight up, it's noon, and when the hogs holler, it's dinner time.
Now, look, pal, we don't repair hogs. Now, what do you want?
Well, sir, I'm looking for a fellow named Crandall. What's that fellow's first name? Something like Prince or King or, I don't know. It's one of them royalty fellas.
Duke, maybe?
That's it, Duke. That's the fella.
You got the wrong place. Now, beat it.
Oh, doggone it, that's what everybody tells me. Sure wish I could find that fella, give him his money, and go back home. The city life is killing me.
Did you say money?
Yeah, that's what I said, money. Plain as could be. You see, my cousin Josh is one of them lawyer fellas, and this Duke fella's uncle died and left him some money. Uncle Josh sent me up here to find him, and doggone, I sure wish I could.
How much money?
Friend, I don't rightly know. But Uncle Josh says it's enough to buy a poke of pigs, 2 or 3 farms.
That'd be a lot, huh?
Sure would be, Fred. Sure would be.
Duke could use some dough. Yeah. Sure you're on the level.
Well, I think so. Had to come up a hill to get here, but I do believe
Never mind. You got the money for Duke?
Nope, but I got this here paper I'm supposed to watch him sign, and then Uncle Josh will send him the money.
Well, wait a minute. You stay right there.
So far, so good. Joey went into the back room, and I heard him dial. I couldn't hear the conversation, but I knew he was talking to Duke. 2 minutes later, he came back out.
Okay, pal. I'll take you to Duke.
Why, now, that'd be right neighborly. Only I don't want to take you away from your work, and you just tell me where I can find him.
Duke says to bring you. The shop will keep. Now move.
Joey locked the door, and then we went to his car and drove to the warehouse section. He pulled up in front of a deserted warehouse, stopped, and blew his horn twice. Pretty soon, a big man wearing striped trousers and a loud check sport coat came out of the warehouse and over to the car. This had to be Duke Crandall.
This the guy, Joey?
Yeah, Duke.
Okay, Hicks, start talking.
Appleknocker, Harold Appleknocker.
You drop that business. You told Joey my uncle left me some dough. I ain't got an uncle, friend.
No, I was afraid of that.
Yeah. Now, what's your name?
How about a Swedish dialect? Got any uncles in Sweden?
You see, Duke? I told you over the phone he was a fake.
Yeah, it's good work, Joey. Now, get out, bud. I want to know why you were looking for me.
I didn't know where you were.
Get out, he said.
Oh, all right.
Maybe somebody followed this boy, Joey. Drive back up the alley and keep a lookout. I'll take care of him.
Right, Duke.
In the warehouse, Buster. That's good. Now you better tell me what you wrangle.
I suppose you tell me first.
I don't get you.
Turn on a light. My name's Diamond, remember? The guy you nominated for a punching bag.
You don't make sense.
What?
I don't know anyone named Diamond. There are your lights. I still don't know you.
You stand there and tell me you've never seen me before?
Yeah, that's right. I suppose you do some talking.
Well, all I know is that a guy in a plaid overcoat came into my office and said he was Duke Crandall. Then he sapped me. An hour later, the same guy in the same overcoat repeated the process.
So you came looking for me?
That's it.
Well, it's too bad. I'm going to have to take care of you, Diamond. You might just mention where I'm hiding.
Oh. Then Benny Rathman's really after you, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad that you had to stumble into this.
Well, I guess it just ain't my day.
This is a lonely place. Let's get it over. Wait a minute. Must be Joey. Hey, Joey. Joey!
Joey's taking a little nap, Duke.
What?
Don't turn this way with that gun or you'll be a dead man.
The man with the threat was Benny Rathman, standing in the doorway with a .45 in his hand. And what interested me was his wearing apparel, a flashy plaid overcoat.
Well, Duke, you picked a nice hideaway. And thanks, Diamond.
For whatever you mean, you're not welcome.
For finding Duke, smart boy. You see, I knew you'd never take my money if I tried to hire you to find him. So I posed as him in this overcoat. I knew you'd get mad enough and look for him on your own.
Well, aren't you cute?
Thanks. It was easy. Tailed you, and you brought me right here.
Hey, look, Benny, let's talk all this over, eh? I wasn't going to rat on you. Hey, look, I'll even take the rap on that blackmail charge.
But... I like you, but business is business.
But...
No buts, Dookie. Now you, Diamond.
I was afraid you'd get around to that. But then I'm not really worried. You're not a very good shot, even at close range.
What?
You didn't even kill Duke.
Get him, Duke.
The ruse worked, and Benny turned around quickly. He was too far away for me to lunge at him, so I grabbed the next best thing, the light switch.
All right, Diamond. I should have expected some trick from you, but I've got lots of time. You've got no gun. Let's play cat and mouse, huh?
I crouched behind some crates as Benny came closer. He was right about the gun. I felt as helpless as a rabbit in a traffic jam. And then I noticed there were 3 crates piled on top of the one I was behind. It was a long chance, but better than none at all. Benny got closer, and I waited.
It'll be soon, Diamond. I'm getting accustomed to the dark now. I'll find that light switch soon, and I'll get you...
The crates hit Benny and knocked him off balance. I raced out and lunged in the general vicinity of a plaid overcoat. My left hand caught a flabby stomach, and the gun went clattering to the floor. Then my free right hand went hunting for a bobbing head. It found it. All right, Betty, get up.
Oh.
I beg your pardon?
Oh.
Well, I'll quote you on that. Now then, upsy daisy. Attaboy.
Oh, my head.
Hurts, doesn't it? But you know, Benny, you hit me twice today, and I've only hit you once. Now, that's hardly fair, is it?
How's your eye?
Oh, still at half-mast.
Here, put this steak on it.
That? That's a whole cow. You could feed a family with that thing.
Now stop clowning and put it on your eye.
All right.
Notice anything different?
Yeah, it covers my whole face.
No. I mean about me.
Hmm? No. New dress?
Mm-mm.
New hairdo?
Mm-mm.
Well, you're too young for new teeth. I give up.
New perfume. Smell.
Nice. Yeah. What's the occasion?
Oh, after you broke the dinner date, Ferdy Parker dropped in for a little while.
Oh, good for Ferdy. Did he make it under his own steam?
Oh, Rick, aren't you even a little bit jealous?
Of course not, honey. I'm broad-minded.
You mean thick-skulled.
Oh, Helen, dear, I was only kidding. I noticed something different as soon as I came in.
Oh?
Yeah. You finally got your piano tune.
Rick.
When we are dancing and you're dangerously near me, I get ideas. I get ideas. I want to hold you so much closer than I dare to. I want to scold you 'cause I care more than I care to. And when you touch me in that spire in every finger, I get ideas. Oh, I get ideas. And after we have kissed goodnight and still you linger, I kind of think you get ideas too. Your eyes are always saying the things you're never saying. I only hope they're saying that you could love me too. For that's the whole idea, it's true. That lovely idea that I've fallen in love with you.
Rick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wearing a new lipstick.
Why, Helen, aren't we full of surprises tonight? Come here. And people feel sorry for me when I get beat up.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
Camels lead all other brands in popularity by billions. And here's the reason.
Millions of Americans have discovered Camel's rich, delightful flavor, a flavor no other cigarette has. They found out how mild Camels are, how well Camels agree with their throats.
Start enjoying the cigarette that's enjoyed most in America. Start enjoying mild, flavorful Camels tonight.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1952, as in the past, the makers of camels will continue to send thousands of packs of camels to hospitalized men and women of the armed forces every week. This week, the gift camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Wichita, Kansas, and Montgomery, Alabama. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Fort Custer, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida. And to the Military Air Transport Service, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded personnel. Now, until next week, enjoy camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the Universal International film You Never Can Tell. Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Our director was Nat Wolfe. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher. Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Sidney Miller, Sandra Gould, and Sheldon Leonard.
There's more genuine pipe-smoking pleasure in Prince Albert. Let the singers tell you why.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
Pack your pipe with Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. The bite's out and the pleasure's in. And now there's more tobacco in every tin.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. This is Lou Little over here at State Unity Light.
Lou, there must be some mistake. Goodbye.
What? Oh, wait a minute, will you?
Well?
Don't hang up on me. What do you mean, some mistake?
2 solid years I had to wait for an assignment from you.
Well, I know.
Now suddenly 2 calls within 2 weeks? I don't know if I can stand the shock. Come clean. What's the problem?
Problem? My only problem, Johnny, is getting rid of exactly $1,000.
Well, how nice. And I suppose you just want to hand it over to me.
What else?
You're kidding.
Am I?
You got to be.
Why did you come over here and see?
Sure, why not? Just be ready to pay my cab fare.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Okay.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism, and you've never tried mentholatum deep heating rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum deep heating rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless mentholatum deep heating rub often.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Well of Trouble matter. So maybe Lou Little was just leading me on. Had some real nasty case bothering him, but if it meant $1,000 in my kick, and after the one I handled a week ago for him for free, well, to repeat myself, why not? Expense account item 1, $1.20 for a cab to his office.
Not kidding you one bit, Johnny. Here you are, baby. A perfectly good check for 1,000 clams.
Well, a Merry Christmas to you, too. But what's it for, Lou?
Why don't you take a look at the signature on it?
G. Stanley Porter.
That's right.
Last week's little fracas.
After what you did for him, and considering you wouldn't even take expenses for it, well, he insisted that you have this.
Well, I thought I made it plain, Lou. That...
He insisted.
All right. I'm certainly not going to turn down $1,000.
He wouldn't have it otherwise.
Tell him thanks for me, will you?
Be glad to.
Hey, what goes around here?
Huh?
You planning a trip to the gambling halls of Las Vegas or just leaving the country in a hurry?
What do you mean?
Big stack of dough on your desk.
Oh, that.
Yeah, what goes, Lou? You must have around 5,000 here, all in small bills.
Well, pick up the change line, man. You'll find there's exactly $2,388.24. I was just about to mail out a receipt for it.
Receipt?
Yeah. Just received it in the mail from an old crackpot by the name of Jeremy R. Withers.
What's it for?
His insurance premium. What else?
In cash?
In cash, like always. He simply stuffs it into a plain brown envelope and mails it in.
Without even insuring it? He must be a crackpot.
Johnny, I've written him half a dozen times, pointing out the risk in sending this much cash in the regular mail. I've even offered to send somebody out to his place to collect it from him. But he'll have none of it.
Crazy. Stubborn as that wild old Western character, Durango Laramie Dalhart, huh?
Durango what?
That's right. You know, believe it or not, he lived in a town called Bumspung, Oklahoma.
Oh, now you're kidding.
No, I'm not really, Lou. Old Indian name. Bumspung means bad spring. Yes, Bumspung. Bad water. But at least Durango had sense enough to bring in the cash in person. Nearly 4,000 at a crack once a year. I thought maybe you might have heard my report on the case a couple of years ago.
I must have missed it. But at least old Jeremy Withers has company in his eccentricity.
Look, if you could meet some of the wacky policyholders I've had to deal with, you'd think nothing at all of Withers.
Maybe not. What are you chuckling about?
Old Durango. Boy, he gave us quite a scare that one time.
How do you mean?
Well, he brought in a stack like this one day, you know, and, brother, you should have seen them. One look, and you'd have sworn they were counterfeit.
But they weren't?
Now, you know what they'd done? Carefully washed and starched and ironed the money to make it look like new, just like some of these... Wait a minute, Lou.
What's the matter, Johnny?
Just hold everything a minute.
Huh?
Just hold up on that receipt for this stuff, will you?
Why? What's the matter with it?
Where'll I find this Jeremy Withers? You got his address?
Oh, sure.
Let me have it.
Well, sure, Johnny. Well, what's the matter?
Just let me have his address. Expense account item 2, a dime for a phone call to police headquarters where I got some very interesting information. And, incidentally, gave none in return. Item 3, another $1.20 for a cab back to my apartment. Item 4, $3.97 to fill up the gas tank in my car. It was getting dark now, but I headed west on 44, then north on 202. A few miles short of Granby, I found the dirt road I was looking for, leading off to the left. Then, finally, the crossroads known as Millbury Corners, consisting of one general store, a grocery, and a filling station, where I stopped only long enough to get some local directions. The Jeremy Withers place turned out to be a tiny, square, unpainted clapboard building that sat forlornly in the middle of a small, seedy-looking, weed-grown lot. But there was a flickering light inside. I could see it even through the tightly drawn shades. No doubt an oil lamp. And when I knocked on the door...
Who is it? Who is it?
My name is Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
Dollar?
That's right, from the insurance company. Open up, Mr. Withers.
Just to leave me open up the peephole I put on this here door so as I can take a look at you first.
Go ahead.
Dollar, eh?
Here, take a look at these, my credentials, if you can see them in the moonlight.
Dollar, eh?
Come on, Withers, open up,
Just leave me get these here now chains undid. This bolt now.
Come on, Withers, you're stalling. All right now?
Just you stay outside there and tell me what the trouble is, young fella.
It's about that insurance premium of yours.
What's the matter with you, boy? I sent it all in yesterday.
I'll say you did.
In hard cash, too. Just like always. Good hard cash.
Good, huh?
Say, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about some of the 20s that were mixed in with that stack of bills. Some of the nice new ones. Like this one, for instance.
What's the matter with it?
Are you kidding? Plenty.
Just a minute, young fellow.
Just tell me one thing, Mr. Withers. Where did you get this money?
The time has come for a friendly warning. Now that the 4th of July is almost here, better keep plenty of 7-Up chilled and ready to serve. This is the sparkling drink that says a nice warm welcome to everyone who comes calling on the 4th. 7-Up has a wonderful gay sparkle and a fresh as all out-of-doors taste. Just about everybody goes for fresh, clean-tasting 7-Up. Grandmothers, moms and dads, the teenage set, even the tiny tots. It's this same clean, fresh taste that makes 7-Up just great with food, too. 7-Up wakes up your taste buds, makes whatever you're eating taste even better. Believe me, any food's a feast with 7-Up. So if you're in the business of pleasing people, and who isn't, keep plenty of 7-Up on hand for family and friends. Better order a case today. For a fresh, clean taste on the 4th of July, fresh up with 7-Up.
Now, you look here, boy. What's the matter with that money I sent in?
I said, where did you get it, Mr. Withers? I'm talking about these brand new $20 bills.
Anything wrong with it? The way you're talking, you might think it was counterfeit or something.
Counterfeit? Hardly.
No, of course not.
But it's plenty hot, believe me.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Are you trying to tell me you don't know?
How should I know?
Well, why do you lock yourself in the way you do? Not only a lock on the door, but safety chains and a bolt.
Man's got a right to protect himself, ain't he?
Against what?
Well, maybe against nosy people like you. Now, what's the matter with that money? You going to tell me or ain't you?
Sure, I'll tell you. These new bills are part of the loot from the First National Bank over in Millville.
Loot?
That's right, stolen money. Over $20,000, mostly in new 20s.
No.
I worked on the case. I had to memorize a list of serial numbers, or rather number groups, as long as your arm.
You must have a good memory, boy.
Luckily, the numbers were consecutive, all starting with 66644, so it wasn't too much of a strain.
Well, you mean you didn't solve the case?
I didn't get to first base. But you didn't answer my question. Where did you get these?
Just part of the money I had.
Mr. Withers, where do you get your income? Well?
From a pension, that's what.
Pension?
Anything wrong with that?
Big enough to afford an annual insurance premium of over $2,300?
So for 2-3 years, I've been able to pay it okay.
Doesn't make any sense, Withers, and you know it.
Look, son, I worked hard all my life. Made a right steady income. And I saved up a little bit to put aside.
Mr. Withers.
I never did like to waste what I had on fancy living and such like. So after my wife died and our kid went off and got herself married, well, I just kept on putting it aside.
Mm-hmm.
And these here last couple of years, too, I've been buying up some insurance so my daughter, she can benefit when I die. Now, anything wrong with that?
What sort of work did you do?
Flagman for the railroad company, that's what. Flagman on a railroad crossing.
A flagman? And you say that paid enough to save enough to buy the kind of policy you hold?
I told you.
Sure. Some of that money you sent the company was all right. Maybe it did come out of your pension money or whatever you managed to save. But the rest, these brand new $20 bills? Now, you better tell me about it, Mr. Withers, or would you rather tell it to a judge?
Well, all right, Mr. Dollar, did you say it is?
That's right, Johnny Dollar.
Well, maybe I had better tell you where some of the money come from.
I think you better.
Well, you see, I had a son, too. A stepson. His name was Bernard.
Wait a minute. Barney Withers?
You knowed him?
Barney the Bum. That punk and small-time bank robber who was finally killed trying to crack Security First over in Danbury.
Yes, sir.
That was right after the job in Millville and 2 or 3 others before that.
Yes, sir.
Keep talking, Mr. Withers.
Well, now, maybe it's a pretty bad thing for me to say, him being my wife's kid and all, but, mister, that Bernard was no good.
That's an understatement.
Whatever happened to him, I mean his being killed, that's all he deserved. No good bank robber.
Go on.
Well, it was my knowing about him. That's what kept me from ever putting what I had in any bank. Instead, I sort of kept it right close, where I could watch over it.
Where?
Yeah, sure, I'll tell you. Right under the floor, over there in the corner.
You better show it to me, Mr. Withers. I'd like a look at the rest of your money.
Well, it's all gone now.
Gone?
I mean, all used up. The money of my own, I mean. That's why I had to start using up some of that Bernard hid away.
What's the matter with you, anyway? First, you tell me Barney was no good because of the jobs he pulled. You say that he deserved to die for what he did.
Yes, sir.
But you don't hesitate to keep and use the money that he stole.
Well, no, I didn't steal it, did I?
Well, do you think that makes you any less guilty for keeping it and spending it?
Well, sure.
Instead of returning it to the banks that it was stolen from? And why didn't you turn Barney in when you found out what he was doing? You say you had no use for him.
Well, I've been looking out for myself, is all. Man's got to look out for himself, don't he?
Well, from now on, the state's going to be looking out for you.
You mean you're going to get me arrested and put in jail?
You don't think I'm going to let you get off scot-free?
Well, it ain't as though Bernard done them jobs alone by himself, is it?
What difference does that make?
Well, 'cause that partner of his killed the bank guard over in Millville. Never caught him, though.
That has nothing whatever to do with this money that... Wait a minute. Do you know who that partner was?
Why, no. Why else you suppose I keep myself locked in here this way, and why I took out some life insurance?
Who was he?
Oh, that rotten, crooked Jerry McNear, that's who.
And you didn't tell the authorities?
Why should I? If I had, they might have tried to make me tell them where Bernard hid the money at. The same as that McNear's been trying. Only I kept telling him I don't know.
Mr. Withers...
Don't you see? As 'tis, the police and all think McNear got all the money. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, tell me.
Only thing that's kept that McNear from killing me off for not telling him is that then he'd never find out where Bernard hid out that money.
Well, you better tell me, Mr. Withers, and fast.
Yeah. Well, now, if I tell you where it's at, so's you can take it back, you think maybe the police, they'd go a little easier on me?
Well, isn't that pretty up? Wait a minute, what's that?
A little shutter out there on the kitchen window. Must be. Now, listen. If you're sure it'll make it any easier on me...
If all or most of that money can be returned on the basis of your information, well, of course it will.
All right, sir. You know the old Hacker farm about 2 miles up the road?
No, but go on.
Well, that's where the big poplar trees and the broken-down windmill is.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of broken windows in the house. Place is empty.
Go on.
That's counting nobody been living in it maybe for, 10, 15 years now. Except in Bernard when he was hiding.
And the money is somewhere in that house? Well?
Dollar?
Yes?
You sure you'll try and have 'em go easy on to me if I tell you where that money's hid?
The only thing I'm sure of is if you don't tell me, I'll turn you over to the authorities and tell them to show you no mercy at all.
All right, I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Well, now, at the back of that old house, there's an old well. Only it ain't been used for years, and it's near empty now.
Yes?
You let yourself down by the rope on the windlass, maybe, 7, 8 foot. And there's a sort of big shelf hollowed out.
And that's where it is?
The money's right there on that shelf.
Hey.
Okay, Pop, thanks.
Jerry!
Expecting somebody else, Pop?
That's a corny line, McNear.
Keep out of this. Ready, Pop?
No, Jerry. No, listen, Jerry. Put it down. Put that thing down.
And now you.
Take it easy, McNair.
Don't move.
Listen to me.
No, keep away from that lamp. Yeah.
Hot, tired, thirsty.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor. Oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant tender leaf tea.
Just take a spoonful of instant tender leaf.
1.
Add cold tap water.
2.
Load it with ice.
3.
You've made iced tea. New instant tender leaf is 100% pure tea. Richer, brighter, livelier tea. It's made right from the juices of ripe young tea leaves. Instant tender leaf brand. Make a pitcher full.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant tender leaf tea.
In the brief second it took him to shoot down the old man, I suddenly realized that I'd come along without my gun. In spite of smashing the old-fashioned oil lamp, the only light in the place, his first shot put a nice new part in my hair. As I rolled under the table, the other 2 shots missed me, although he must have been able to see me in the light from the fire I'd started. He stood there looking down at me at the blood running from the crease in my hair. But then, instead of shooting again, he turned away from the now roaring fire, went out the door, and took off in a car. I got thoroughly singed, dragging myself and the body of Mr. Withers outside, then jumped into my car and headed up the dirt road. hoping I could find the Hacker farm some 2 miles away. The one with the tall poplars, the broken windmill, the windowless house. Yes, and the loot from the bank robberies. Ahead of me were the tail lights of McNear's car. The moon was full. I could see pretty well, so I cut off my own lights. After only a mile or so, he turned off to a farm that had a broken windmill, all right, but there were lights in the windows of the house. Good. He was going to the wrong place. Or else the old man had told me wrong. With my headlights on again, I finally found it. The old Hacker farm. The remains of a mailbox still bore the name on it. After a quick look to make sure I wasn't being followed, I drove in the yard and parked the car behind a clump of bushes. Then walked around the old well. With only the moonlight to go by, I lowered the bucket, snagged the rope over the handle of the windlass, and slowly went down, hand over hand, into the well, feeling with my feet around the circular brick wall for the shelf that Withers had described. It was a big square hole in the side of that wall, big enough for me to crouch in, and to find, with the help of a match, the 2 battered, moldy old suitcases loaded with money, mostly 10s and 20s, literally hundreds of them. No wonder McNear had been willing to kill once he'd found out where it was hidden. But as I knelt there, wondering about the best way to load the stuff in the bucket that was now swinging down near the water at the bottom of the well...
Pretty stupid, Dollar.
What?
Got yourself into a trap, didn't you?
Did I, McNear?
You think I didn't know it was you coming down the road after me before you turned off your lights?
So you knew.
That's why I turned off at that other place, to make you think I was stopping there, so you fell for it, huh? Fell for that old gag.
Pretty smart, aren't you, McNear?
That's right. That's why I stay alive. But you're not smart, Dollar. And that's why you're going to end up in the bottom of this well feeling real dead. Kind of, I'm the guy that's got the gun. So as soon as I get a match going...
What makes you think I haven't got a gun?
And didn't try to use it while I was knocking over the old man? And you think I didn't know you were still alive back
As he
there
talked,
in his place?
I crouched there, out of his sight, and pulled off my jacket. I draped it over one of the suitcases, set my hat on one corner of it, then shoved it out just far enough for him to see it if he struck another match, in the hope he'd think it was me. Then I waited.
Yeah, I got plenty of light now. And you think I can't see your head and shoulders sticking out of that hole? You make a real nice target, Dollar, even with only a match to see you.
All right, then I'll climb on back up the rope.
Oh, no, you won't.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to shoot you right there in the well.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen to me.
It's no use,
I found the money. I'll make a deal with you. I'll split 50-50.
You make a deal? Ha. You're trying to stall, that's all.
McNear.
Shut up. I got to be sure of my aim before this match goes out.
Listen to me, will you?
So long, Dollar. Just as easy as that. No, all I got to do is get down there and pick up all that nice new money. Oh. You got to be careful. There's nothing to hurry about. Not now. Well, come on. You better find that shelf.
Right here.
Dollar. I heard you driving the water.
You heard that suitcase with my coat on it.
Let go. Let go of me.
Oh, you let go of that rope.
This time I'll kill you.
Try this, McNear.
I'll kill you.
With only one hand? Try this. All he could do when he'd recovered from the shock of his fall was stand there in the water at the bottom of the well, knee-deep in the money from the suitcase I'd thrown down there, cursing me as I climbed out and pulled the bucket out of his reach. He was still there when I brought back a couple of the state police. Expense account total? Why bother with it when I'll collect such a nice commission on the loot I recovered? Not bad, you know. I mean, for one night's work. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
How did they do it? What in the world did they do? Who put them in menthol smoking?
Alpine. That's who. Now, the menthol cigarette has tobacco flavor a man can get hold of. Alpine always tastes rich, never smokes rough. Alpine filter cigarettes.
Nice.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the most valuable violins in the world that inspires a man to murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Parker Fennelly as Mr. Withers, Leon Janney as McNear, and Alan Manson as Lou Little. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. It's about the only way to say it. Oh, you can dress it up and tell how many shopping days there are till Christmas. But if you got yourself in the market, you can't waste time talking. You gotta be as brief as a pauper's will. Because down on the waterfront in San Francisco, everybody wants a piece of the cake. And the only easy buck is the one you just spent. Oh, it's a good life. If you work real hard and study a little on the side, you got a trade by the time you get to prison. I rent boats and do a few other odd jobs you can't afford to pick it on. It works out all right if you put your tongue in hock. Because down here you shouldn't talk. It's like installing a set of drums in a belfry. You make some noise, but it's never the right kind. I found that out a few days ago. Must have been Tuesday or Wednesday night anyway. I was sitting in the office reading Time magazine when the door opened. I looked up and had to keep right on going because the guy was so tall he'd have to bend over to see through a transom. And he had a voice deep enough to red out as a bassoon.
Good evening, Mr. Novak.
I'll take your word for it.
You have a small office.
I'm small time. What's on your mind?
My name is Leahy. I want to hire you.
Yeah, sit down. Are you cold?
Yeah?
That overcoat around your neck, you're either cold or a priest.
Oh. I'm a priest, Mr. Novak.
I'm sorry, Father. You got a slow brogue. What do you need?
A few hours of your time. I want you to help a man escape from prison.
Uh-huh. Father, you'll never get along with the bishop.
Mr. Novak, in a curious way, this is an errand of mercy.
Well, this isn't my year for mercy. I'm sorry, Father. Maybe you don't like to hear it that way, but if I got the right fee, it wouldn't be mercy anymore.
When I say it's an errand of mercy, that's what it is. Sometime tonight, a man is going to break out of Alcatraz. If he's allowed to get into town, he may kill somebody.
You want me to stop him?
That's right. And if he doesn't kill anybody, he can still be shot down by the police.
Well, that's the percentage, Father. If he comes off that rock, he knows that. Stop worrying about him.
If you could bring him to me, I know I can talk him into going back.
Tell headquarters they'll do the same thing.
If I did that, I'd break a promise. This is the only thing I can do. Will you help me?
Yeah, I suppose. How do I pick him up? Tread water in the bay till he comes by?
He's due in at Pier 19 sometime tonight. When he comes ashore, bring him to me. I'll be waiting at the ferry building.
Yeah, well, suppose he doesn't want to come. Suppose he wants to party. How am I going to get him there?
I don't ask you how to say the beads. If you're any good, you'll get him there.
But you don't want him in sections.
I want him all at once, Mr. Novak. I wouldn't ask you this if it weren't important. But I gotta help him. He's one of my boys.
Yeah, sure. What's his name?
Joe Feldman.
Feldman?
Yeah. If I don't worry about the spelling, you don't have to either. He's one of my boys.
Slow down. Nobody's pushing your father.
I don't know when he's due, but I'll be at the ferry building from 8 o'clock on.
Yeah. I only got one worry.
Huh?
Is there really a guy named Father Leahy?
I suppose you'll have to take a chance on that.
Yeah, well, it's a big chance. You come in here with a story anybody can see through like a screen door, and I'm supposed to buy it. You could dig up a collar. What happens if you're a fake?
Just try to guess right.
Suppose I don't.
Then you're in the same spot Pontius Pilate was. Good night, Mr. Novak.
Well, whoever Joe Feldman was, he had a good friend. Because when Father Leahy walked out of there, I knew he was all right. You could tell without even testing him. The way when you pick up a pool cue, you know right away whether it's any good or not. He stood at the door for a minute, and then he walked out. And you got a funny feeling that he didn't walk into the night, that he was big enough to wrap it around his shoulders and take it with him. I got a last look at him as he turned the corner under a street lamp. He looked even taller now, and you knew if somebody stood him in an oil field, you couldn't tell him from the rest of the derricks. Well, I made a couple of phone calls, and then I closed shop and went down to the end of Pier 19 to wait. The bay looked as dark as a bruised crow. The fog was beginning to drift in over near the piers. By 9 o'clock, you couldn't see a thing. You felt like a guy trying to shave in a bathroom full of steam. I was about 30 feet from the end of the pier when a small boat pulled in and let somebody out. I was sure it was my boy, so I moved behind a shed and waited. The boat pulled away, and the guy started down the dock. I waited until he moved past me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You ought to be glad. How's the rock?
Huh? You lonely, mister?
What do you care?
If you are, buy a beer and talk to the bartender. I'm busy.
All right, you're tough, Feldman. Let's go now.
You got dates for us?
You're going to see Father Leahy. Come on.
Oh, you doubling for Gabriel? Leave me alone, mister. I don't want to go.
Now, look, Junior, if we draw straws, you're going to get the short one.
Oh, that's supposed to be a gun in your pocket?
Well, you get a chance to find out.
That's what I'm going to do, because I have one, too. If it starts to hit your stomach, back down. Now, where's yours, Mr. Timid? It's a bad night for bluffing, so goodbye.
Yeah, come here.
Go easy, fella. It's a big one.
Well, you can let go easy then. Come on, drop it. Drop it in the water. Let go. Now, you want to start again?
No. All right, I'll see you, man, Leahy. I gotta make a stop first.
Make it after.
It'll take 5 minutes. Look, mister, if you want to do it the easy way, let me make the stop. You go with me.
All right, 5 minutes, and then you see Father Leahy.
Suit yourself. I doubt if I'll make heaven, but if you want to run interference, it's all right with me. If you need the credits, you need the credits.
Joe Feldman wasn't very friendly. He sat over in the corner of the cab, and he didn't say a thing. He just kept looking at me and waiting, like a guy feeding arsenic to a rich ant. A few minutes later, the cab pulled up in front of a hotel on Geary Street, and we walked in. One look at that lobby, and you got the idea. The place was about as cozy as an abandoned mine shaft. Over by the wall, there was an old mohair couch, and the legs on it were so warped pretty soon it was going to look like period furniture. There were a few chairs, and over by the stairs, a faded calendar of a girl in tights holding a jar of mayonnaise and winking, whatever that meant. And there was a broken clock over the desk. But you knew it was all right, because nobody there cared about keeping track of time. It was something you got rid of in a hurry, like a bent quarter. We went up to the second floor. We walked down a long hall that smelled like an anteroom to a sewer. When Feldman knocked on the door, she opened it right away. The room was full of taboo. She stood leaning there for a minute, a sort of a girl who moves when she stands still. She had blonde hair. She was kind of pretty, except you could see somebody had used her badly, like a dictionary in a stupid family. Feldman seemed to know her.
Hello, Ann.
Well, the harvest hands arrive all at once.
Yeah.
It's good for the crops, but tough on a woman. Come in. Who's your friend?
A missionary, I guess. He grabbed me down by the docks.
Does he talk or just stand there looking healthy?
He growls a little.
Do you really growl?
Come on, hurry up, lady. Your friend's got a date.
I'll bet you bite instead. Don't worry about him. He can go over in a corner and play fifth wheel.
Now, look, he's got 5 minutes. Use him quick.
Yes?
I came up with a message, Ann. The time's been changed. Stay around till 10 o'clock.
All right.
That all?
Yeah, that's all. You want the other 4 minutes?
Let's go.
All right. Open the door.
Yeah.
You didn't open it fast enough.
When Feldman hit me, I wobbled for a minute and went down like the price of winter wheat. If Father Leahy had any loose prayers lying around, now was the time to crate 'em up and ship 'em over, because I wasn't going to stay awake long enough to test the varnish. I rolled on the floor a couple of times, and then I took a rain check on the next couple of hours. When I woke up, it was like buying a new Nash and then finding out you can't drive. Joe Feldman was lying next to me with his throat cut like a pound of rib roast. His head was over to one side, and his body was twisted over the other way as if he couldn't make up his mind which direction to die in. I got up and rolled him on his back. He was grinning like a Pullman porter at the end of the line, and his mouth was half open as if he expected you to drop in a suggestion on your way by. I noticed right then how thin and small he was, about as fat as a shadow and tall enough to scrape his head on a lampshade. Well, there wasn't anything I could do but wish him luck. So I called the check stand at the ferry building and had them page Father Leahy. About 2 minutes later, he answered.
Hello? Father Leahy?
This is Novak, Father.
Yes?
Call in the outfield. Your boy's dead.
I see. What happened?
Somebody didn't like him lots. I wasn't around for the main event.
Where are you, on the pier?
No, I'm in some cave up on Geary Street. He wanted to come by here first. Father, who's Ann?
I don't know.
Has Feldman got a girlfriend?
He's got 2 sisters, I think. One of them's named Ann.
A tall blonde with lots of speed?
That's your definition, but it'll probably do.
She was around for a while, in case you ever want to check.
What are you going to do?
Get on the back stairs and pretend I never heard of Joe Feldman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Novak. I'm sorry it worked out that way.
So am I, Father. If you liked him, I'm sorry. He may have been a nice little guy.
Huh?
Oh, I could do without him, but if you like it, I'll say he was a good little guy.
How little?
I don't know. We could start a picket fence with him. Why?
Because you've got the wrong man, Mr. Novak.
Huh?
If he's under 6 feet, you've got the wrong man. Whoever you've got up there, it isn't Joe Feldman.
Well, he's happy about it now, Father.
Whoever he is, I'm sorry.
It's the percentage.
Why the percentage? If it isn't Joe Feldman, why?
That's the waterfront, Father. If your name's Joe Nobody, you still can't do better than 8 to 5. At least Joe Feldman was smart. If you're going to get your throat cut, it's a good time to send in a substitute. As soon as Father Leahy hung up, I knew hanging around that hotel was going to be a waste of time, like sending MASH notes to a bearded lady. If I couldn't prove the guy was alive, they were going to charge extra down at the desk. And if Hellman down at Homicide ever found out I brought the guy up here, I'd have about as much chance as a bottle of scotch at a cocktail party. So I picked up my hat and started for the door. I looked at him once more, but he wasn't going to say goodbye, so I started out.
Whoa.
Oh. Hello, Hellman.
Expecting me, Novak?
No, I'd have rolled him first.
Yeah. Invite me in.
Crash the party, Hellman. You'll be more at home.
All right. He sure looks lazy. Who is he?
He's supposed to be Joe Feldman.
But Feldman let him do the hard work. They must be good friends.
You better check. I don't know the guy.
Yeah, help me roll him over.
Okay. There. Here's his wallet.
You let me have it.
You're going to break your fingernails.
Give it here.
All right.
Yeah. No money in here.
You're going to drop the case?
Here's his card, Mike Greeley. Oh. Didn't he like you either?
You're wearing out the rug, Hellman. I don't know the guy.
You brought him up? I checked at the desk.
Well, check on who left then. I brought him up here on a phony lead.
Why?
Because I was hired to tow him around. He liked the room, so we dropped by.
And he cut himself shaving?
I wasn't around. There was a girl here for the handshakes.
Oh. What kind of girl?
I don't know, Hellman. How many kinds are there? Her name was Ann. She had a fast pulse. That's all I know.
You must know more than that. If you don't, you'll never get a lawyer.
I won't need one.
You'll save money at least, because you got a real hole this time, Novak. We get a phone tip and find you in the murder room.
You got half a story, Hellman.
I know, but I'll get the other half. Until then, you're under technical arrest. It's practically the real thing.
You got a technical head, Hellman. I wouldn't tip myself off.
Somebody else would. Walk around, Novak, and tire yourself out. Because you'll wind up sitting down. In the meantime, I'll have you tailed.
Your men couldn't follow a moose through a revolving door. Now, look, Hellman, I'm going to double back. This guy's a phony lead. I was supposed to meet a guy named Joe Feldman, but he never showed up.
He didn't?
No.
I got a dead copper to prove he did. Your boy, Joe Feldman, killed a sergeant named Grubb at the Gold Rush Club a half hour ago. You better start that walk, Novak.
Well, there are two kind of raps you can't ever beat. Cheating a woman with kids and killing a copper. So I knew Joe Feldman could put in for reservations right away. And I knew Hellman would stay with him like a February cold. He'd stay with the whole thing, and I'd have a real tough time explaining. I couldn't explain it to myself. What about the message up in that room? Why did the little guy tell Ann to stay until 10 o'clock? Why did he get off at Pier 19 instead of Joe Feldman? Once he got there, what was Feldman doing at the Gold Rush Club, and why did they spot him so fast? Well, it pointed to one thing, a police tip-off, but that's as far as I could go. On the way down, I stopped at the desk, and I asked the clerk to see the register. He pushed it over toward me. It was a dirty brown thing that looked like an old tortilla somebody had left behind. It didn't do any good. The registration was a phony. Well, I had to do something in a hurry, so I looked up the only honest guy I know, an ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. He's a good man, and he used to be a smart one, too. And still he started chasing a jigger of beer with a glass of whiskey. I finally found him in the Pied Piper room arguing with somebody about the words to Annie Laurie.
Ah, Patsy. A drink for Mr. Novak. Something cheap but impressive.
Oh, stop it, will you, Jocko? Are you going to be drunk all your life?
Yes, it's only a matter of willpower, Patsy. I'm probably the only man in the world who intends to carry a hangover into eternity.
Well, stop long enough to give me a hand, will you? I'm in trouble.
Of course you're in trouble. You'll always be in trouble because you can't recognize it, Patsy.
You're fuzzy, Jocko.
You have the social outlook of a bull with a hot foot, and there's no hope for you because if from time to time a moral feeling does sweep over you, you mistake it for influenza and go to bed.
All right.
Oh, you try hard enough. You go through the motions, Patsy, but you never get anywhere. You go stumbling through life doing a tight wire act on a rubber band. You're always in the middle.
Will you listen to me?
It's because there's no variety in your life. You won't allow it. You're a broken-down banjo, not a very good instrument to begin with. And to make matters worse, you allow everybody to come along and pluck the same string.
All right. Are you all through now, Jocko?
Yes, you sound angry. I think you have a bad disposition, too. What kind of trouble?
Well, I tried to help some guy out of prison tonight.
You got drunk and thought you were the parole board?
No, I did it for a good guy, a priest named Leahy.
Yes?
The guy was already out, and Father Leahy was trying to hurt him back without getting shot, but this guy Feldman didn't want to play.
Another drink will clear this up for me.
I picked up the wrong guy. I took him to a Geary Street hotel. I napped a while, and they cut him up like a piece of parsley.
Sounds like a gruesome hotel.
The dead guy's name is Mike Greeley. I don't even know who he is.
Well, this is no time to start building a friendship anyway. Who is in the room?
Some girl. She may be Feldman's sister.
Would she kill a man?
Well, if she did, he'd be crushed to death. No, I'm sure somebody else came in that room.
You better talk to Feldman.
Well, he's a hard man to reach. A sergeant almost made it tonight. Feldman shot his way out of the Gold Rush Club.
That's one way to get out of a nightclub.
Well, Hellman steamed up, so you got to help me, Jocko.
You'd better look up Father Leahy. You'll probably be electrocuted, and if you are, he may have some drag.
I want you to go down to the Chronicle morgue and pull the clips on Joe Feldman, will you? Get everything you can, and then hit the horse parlors. Find out what they know about him, huh?
Maybe he's a heavy drinker. I'll check the bars.
Jocko, wake up and get on there. If I don't pace Hellman on this thing, I'll be a dead pigeon. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. You might start cooing. Good night, lover.
Well, as soon as I left Jocko, I went down to the Gold Rush Club on O'Farrell Street. It was a little nightclub where they charge 80 cents for a drink of whiskey that'd kill a redwood. The floor show was just as bad, and the headliner was an Oriental dancer whose only talent was a zipper. I sat at the bar, and I tried to pry some talk loose, but they liked the boss. I finally got a hold of a fat waitress who should have been wearing a harness instead of slacks. She told me a little. The owner was a guy named Charlie Giffen. He used to make book with Joe Feldman. She told me that Joe's sister worked at the Gold Rush Club for a while, but she got sick a few months ago and quit. I asked the girl if tonight's shooting was a police plant. She didn't know, but She said that Feldman had been in to see Giffen tonight, and on his way out, he ran into trouble. I gave her $5, and she looked hurt as if somebody had given her a plow for Christmas. She showed me where Giffen's office was, and I walked back there. Giffen wasn't there, but the taboo was.
Do you have the right door, Mr. Novak?
You seem to be in all of them.
Do you mind if I lean in the doorway?
No, but I'll bet you need shoulder pads by this time. Where's Charlie Giffen?
Why?
I want to ask him about Joe Feldman.
Ask me. I'm his sister.
I'll ask you about Mike Greeley. Who killed him?
I don't know. Is he dead?
Yeah, he couldn't stand the bleeding.
He was all right when I left.
What were you doing up there?
Waiting for Joe. My sister and I were going to meet him up there. Relax, Mr. Novak. Relax for me.
No, when people relax for you, they do it on the floor. I was out long enough for homicide to catch up. They want me for Mike Greeley, but I'm going to send him you or Joe.
You're forgetting my sister Norma.
Should I?
For most things, yes. But she was up in that room tonight after me.
I'll ask her.
Ask her about the money, too.
Well, you're out in front of me on that.
You can see me better that way. Joe had a lot of money on him tonight. With the police out, he wouldn't carry it with him. By now, the money's gone, so's Norma.
Oh.
Do you know where it is?
No.
Well, you growl and you bite and you lie. You must have a full day. Sit down, relax.
I want to see Giffen.
He won't be back tonight. Now lean back. That's it, Patsy.
You really want that money?
I can split a motive.
Can you split it 90-10? If you can't, you better get your breath back.
I won't need it. I don't want to talk anymore. Come here and make me stop. Over close.
If I get any closer, I'll be on the other side of you.
Yes. Patsy, you ought to get time and a half, darling.
Hello, Anne. Thought you were coming in to curl up with a good book.
Mr. Novak came by full of questions. This is Charlie Giffen, Patsy.
I got some questions for you, too, Giffen.
Well, ask him down the bore of this gun. Over by the desk, Novak.
Did you lose that knife, Giffen?
By the desk. That's it. Where's the money, Novak?
I gave her the last report.
Where's the money? Joe gave it to somebody?
Try the Red Cross, mister.
You got a tender face, Novak. Now get out of this club before I slap on a cover charge.
I was getting sick of tonight. In 3 hours, I'd seen more service than a mixmaster in a cooking school. When I left the Gold Rush Club, I dropped by headquarters. Hellman had nothing to show but his badge. They had a dragnet around the city for Joe Feldman, and they'd lined up the record on the dead guy in the hotel. He'd been a friend of Joe's before his trip to Alcatraz. There wasn't much I could do. If homicide couldn't find Joe, I couldn't find him. So I looked up Norma Feldman in the phone book. She had an apartment out on the avenues, but when I called, there was no answer, so I tagged by my apartment to see if Jocko had left a message. When I opened the door, Norma was there, and she had a gun to keep her company.
Come in, Mr. Novak.
Yeah.
I came up here to kill you.
If you're Norma, the rest of the family's ahead of you.
What's happened to my brother?
I don't know.
Please, what's happened to him, Mr. Novak?
Well, if he killed a cop, he's hiding out.
I know he didn't mean to do that, Mr. Novak. Joe's not that way. Somebody told the police he was going to be there. That's why I came up here to see you.
Oh, put down the gun, huh? You can't shoot through the tears.
Mr. Novak, if you know where he is, tell me. Make him give himself up. Make him stop hiding like a small, frightened animal.
He looked big to that copper.
Please. Please find him.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Jocko.
Yeah.
You sound ruffled.
Joe Feldman's sister just walked in to kill me.
Don't argue. It's the best offer you've had.
What'd you find out?
Feldman has two sisters.
I know. They both go to pieces.
The Gold Rush Club is owned by Charlie Giffen. He owed Joe Feldman $2,000, and the horse people say Joe collected it tonight.
Well, that fits in, Jocko. Everybody in town's after that dough.
They'll have to look some more. I'm out on Arguello Boulevard. Homicide just fished Joe Feldman out of the gutter.
If homicide finished second, he was a lucky guy. He didn't have the dough on him?
No.
Well, he stashed it somewhere.
Then he left it with a woman.
Yeah?
Because he's got a woman's compact in his pocket. You better hit the sister's place.
How do we know he got it there?
A woman's compact? If he didn't get it there, Alcatraz is getting too social.
Well, the minute Jocko hung up, things began to fall into place. But I knew the last piece was going to pinch somebody hard. If the Feldman blood was going to turn bad, Father Leahy was a good man to send in, so I called him. He was out, but I left word for him to get out to Norma Feldman's apartment. Norma and I left, and on the way, we picked up Hellman. When we got out to her place and started up the stairs, we could hear people moving above. There was no point in trying to keep quiet, because Hellman was creeping up the stairs like a stallion with a broken leg. Yeah, if you got a bomb, touch it off, too, huh? Well, open it, Hellman.
Hello, Novak.
Did you find the dough, Giffen?
You mean my stolen dough? Yeah. Come on, Ann.
No, you and Ann better wait. This is Hellman from Homicide.
We're leaving. You better move, Novak.
Not until you settle a murder rap. Can you pay it off that fast?
I can do it on the way to the door.
Oh, wait a minute. Point the gun at Hellman. He's official.
I can tag you both, so move away, you too, Norma. Ann and I are leaving.
Look, Giffen, Homicide gobbles up nightclub big shots like you.
You're nothing to me, copper. Move away.
You got the hammer. Use it and come on through.
All right, I will, copper. Hey,
Yeah, you need a refill, Giffen.
That's right, darling. Hand him your gun.
Ann, you couldn't have done that. You couldn't have taken them out.
All right, so they fell out. You better take him for murder, Hellman.
You little bum. That leaves you all the money.
I can spend it, darling.
Well, you better do it fast, then.
Grab him, Hellman.
Yeah, I got him.
Oh, you can book him for both murders. My Greeley and my brother. I'll testify and I'll ride there in a cab on your dough, Giffen.
Yeah. Are you going to pose or take me, Hellman?
If you're anxious.
Sorry about you, Norma. You get nothing out of this, but that's better than I got. Goodbye, Ann. Lots of luck.
Thank you, darling.
You know what kind. I hope you rot. Come on, Hellman.
I'm ashamed of you, Ann.
Leave me alone, Norma.
I'm ashamed of you, Ann. What you did to Joe, I'm ashamed of.
Leave me alone, Norma. I'm sick, you know that. I didn't know how it was going to work out.
Poor Joe was trying to help you when you got greedy. He was trying to help you. That's the only reason he came out. And you let this happen.
I told you I didn't know how it was going to end. I thought they'd get him and take him back again.
There's no good in you, Ann. They couldn't find good in you anywhere. You let that happen to Joe. You stood by and watched him walk into something like that.
All right, I stood by. What can we do about it now except weep, and that won't help him.
But hating you will. That'll help Joe a little. I'm here at least to hate you for the short time left.
Please, Norma.
Giffen told you to spend it fast. Well, you better spend it fast. Ask him at the hospital if that isn't so.
What do you mean?
Ask him out there what you've got. They told him. You ask him what you've got. Ask him what's tearing you to pieces. Ask them, they'll tell you. They'll tell you you've got cancer.
Norma, please.
They'll tell you cancer. Ask them, they'll tell you you're full of it. Now spend your money. Spend your money and see that it lasts as long as you do.
Goodbye, girls.
Hello, Mr. Novak.
Did you miss much, Father?
No.
Feldman luck is running kind of bad tonight.
It does for some people, I guess. All they get is unhappiness. They wear it the same way you'd wear a sports coat, only they never seem to get a new one. I'm sorry about tonight, Mr. Novak. I'm sorry it's not a smoother world.
Yeah. But if it were, you'd be out of a job, Father. See you later. If you get a bad first break, you never run the table. That's what happened to Joe Feldman. Charlie Giffen owed him dough and wouldn't pay up. But Joe didn't care until Norma showed up and told him how sick Ann was, so he decided to collect from Giffen and divide the dough between the girls. Father Leahy couldn't stop him. All he could do was try and make it work out. Joe was going to get the dough and meet the girls in that hotel room, but he changed his timetable and sent Mike Greeley up to tell the girls. Giffen showed up there and figured that Mike had tumbled to a double cross, so he killed him. Ann engineered the double cross, but she didn't mean to go that far. She wanted all the dough and tipped off Giffen. He was supposed to turn the dough over to her and then have the police pick up Joe, but Joe got there early. He took the dough away from Giffen and shot the copper on the way out. Giffen followed Joe and killed him out in Arguello, but the dough was gone. He finally tumbled to Norma's place, and that's how her apartment filled up so fast. Well, Hellman asked only one question. What did I get out of all this? Nothing. Father Leahy offered me $50, but I didn't want it. Jocko was with me, and he offered to give it to charity. I guess he did, because where Jocko spent it, the drinks aren't worth money.
Pat Novak for Hire was previously released by ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and rebroadcast for our men and women overseas.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. The proof of cigarette mildness is in the smoking. Steady smoking.
Make your own 30-day Camel test, the thorough test of mildness. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. See how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat, pack after pack, week after week.
You'll soon see why, after all the mildness tests. Camel is by far America's most popular cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Diamond Detective Agency.
Well?
Hi, Helen.
Well?
Well, what?
Where's the slogan?
Diamond Detective Agency is enough. This week, I've decided to conduct my business on more of a refined level.
Why?
I need the change. I'm getting tired of defending myself.
You haven't defended yourself since kindergarten.
Are you forgetting the other night in your study?
Rick.
Now, don't give me that sweet innocence. I should have been decorated for that campaign.
Weren't you?
Helen.
Now, you hang up, and I'm going to call you right back.
Hang up?
And when you answer, I expect to hear the old Richard Diamond slogan and all.
Yes, Miss Asher.
Bye.
Oh, women. Slogan. Let's see. Diamond Detective Agency. Gumshoes resold while you wait.
What's the matter with your voice?
This is the old Richard Diamond.
Oh, Rick.
Well, make up your mind.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. Something I can do for you?
Me?
No.
Yes, if you're Mr. Diamond.
Client?
I think so, dear. I haven't seen the subpoena yet.
Well, I'll talk to you later. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, get it over with. Hire me or serve me.
I beg your pardon.
Just trying to second guess you. Have a seat.
Thank you. My name is Stevens. Arthur Stevens.
What can I do for you, Mr. Stevens?
A great deal.
I charge a great deal for a great deal.
I'm prepared to pay you handsomely.
How handsomely and for what?
$500 for a quick trip to Florida.
Well, that's easy. Now, what's going to make it tough?
Lucius Timken.
Is that a man?
Yes. He'll try and stop you.
Well, that statement just cost you another $250.
I anticipated that. $750 then?
What do I have to do?
Pick up something for me.
How old is she?
No, this is an object, a very rare object.
Blonde or brunette?
This is an antique.
You're turning into a good straight man.
It's a rare European art object worth a considerable fortune. Anything else you'd like to know? The $750 should compensate for your inquisitiveness.
Why can't you just go get it?
Lucius Timken? He anticipates my arrival.
Why did you pick me?
Reputation? I've heard I can trust you.
All right, Mr. Stevens. How much of a down payment will keep you trusting me until I get back?
Let's say $250.
Let's say $350, and we can trust each other.
It's a bargain.
Only if I live long enough to spend it. Stevens gave me some instructions, handed me the cash, and I agreed to meet him at my office early in the morning after I had returned with the item. He gave me a round-trip ticket to Miami, Florida, a wet handshake, and a smile that reminded me of a man who'd swallowed a mouthful of sour milk. Now, in my business, I expect trouble. I can usually spot it quicker than a lonesome blonde. And as I watched the door close behind Stevens, I spotted it. Trouble all over the place, and Richard Diamond up to his shoulder holster in it. I called Helen, told her I'd ship her back some oranges, went home and packed, and by 2 p.m. was on the plane heading for Miami. Stevens had instructed me to register at the plaza and wait for a man named Shelton, who was supposed to be my contact and deliver the item. I arrived in Miami, took a cab to the hotel, registered, and went up to my room to take a shower and lose some of the stiffness. A half hour later, I went down to the bar to see if I could get some of the stiffness back.
Is this seat taken?
Not a bed. Climb up.
Thank you. Nice and cool in here.
Yeah? Can I buy you something to go with it?
Thank you. A martini.
A bartender. A martini for the lady. Do you live here at the hotel?
Yes. Do you?
Just moved in.
My name's Albright. Mary Albright.
Richard Diamond.
Hello.
Hello. Staying in Miami long?
Depends on the weather.
Your martini.
Oh, yes. Cheers.
To the weather. Oh, what kind of weather are we drinking to anyway?
Sun, rain, any kind of weather as long as there's something to do.
Then let's drink to something to do.
What do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, start by asking attractive blondes to call me Rick.
All right, Rick. What do you do?
Oh, make a few bucks. Work when I have to. Enjoy a cool drink in a bar with a girl named Mary.
Mary?
Not a bit. Have you made the trip yet?
Once. Didn't like the weather. Why don't you buy me dinner, Rick?
Oh, sorry you said that.
Another date?
Business. Then I've got to get right back to New York.
Well, was a nice idea.
The nicest. Well, I got to be going.
Nice meeting you, Rick.
Goodbye, Mary.
Rick?
Yeah?
What's the weather like in New York?
Cold when I left. If you ever fly up, give me a call.
I'll do that. Maybe we can melt some snow.
She could have melted an ice floe in the Arctic. I left her sitting at the bar looking lonesome and went back up to my room and enjoyed myself by running into the walls until I got tired and lay down to rest. I must have dozed because when I came out of it and looked at my watch, it was nearly 8. My contact was overdue, so I sat up, smoked a Camel, and by 8 I called the desk. Hello, this is Mr. Diamond. Has anybody been asking for me? Are you sure? Okay. Oh, it's about time.
Close the door.
Hey.
Close it.
Look, friend, you better...
Listen. Go to La Granada.
Look, you're hurt.
La Granada.
Hey. Oh, why does everybody pick my room to die in? He was lying on his back with his eyes open and staring up at the ceiling. I rolled him over and wondered how far he'd travel with a bullet hole in his back. He was heavy-set, wearing a navy pea jacket and dungarees. The identification in his wallet showed him to be my contact, George Shelton, and his ship was the Rio Queen. I searched him for something that looked like a rare antique, but the sailor was bare, so I sat down and made up my mind. He'd said something before he died. La Granada. I thought about the rest of the money I was going to be out if I didn't bring the antique back to Stevens and called the police. In 10 minutes, Lieutenant Breek of Miami Homicide was looking at my license. Richard Diamond. 180, licensed in the state of New York, brown hair, and the loveliest blue eyes.
I can read.
Yeah, but that description doesn't do me justice.
You're a pretty fresh guy.
I was influenced by the Florida propaganda.
Well, you're out of your territory. You don't carry any weight down here.
Maybe if I ate a big dinner.
I think you should know I don't like private cops.
I'm glad I have your confidence.
You say he just staggered in here?
That's right.
Ever see him before?
No.
You weren't expecting him?
No.
You called the desk and wanted to know if anybody had asked for you.
I always do that to get lonesome.
What are you doing in Miami?
Spying. I was hired by California Orange Grower.
You know something?
Occasionally.
I feel like slapping you around.
Well, don't decide on it. I get nasty.
You're in trouble here.
Oh, call Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct Police, New York. He'll give you references.
I'll do that, but I still want to know why this guy picked your room to die in.
All right, I'll tell you. I flew all the way from New York just to confuse you.
Yeah?
Yeah. I haven't killed a man in a hotel room in years. I'm the compulsive type. I just couldn't help it.
I think I'll lock you up.
Well, do that, and I'll be out in an hour. And I'll sue you for so much false arrest, you'll be pounding a beat so far they'll have to pipe orange juice into you.
Look, there's been a murder.
Well, I didn't do it.
The victim died in your room. You'll have to stick around for questioning.
Then question me.
There's plenty of time. You look like the type that breeds trouble.
Yeah, I took it up after I lost my mink business.
I'm going to let you run around for a while. If you're mixed up in this kid, and I'll find out about it.
Let me know when you do.
You'll be the first to hear about it.
I watched while the cleanup boys hauled away my dead contact. Then I promised Lieutenant Breek I'd meet him at the Miami Homicide Division at 8 o'clock the next morning. They left, and I waited until I was sure they were clear of the hotel, then went out to find something or someone called La Granada. Out on the street, I decided a cab driver was my best bet. I spotted one about halfway down the block and started for it. I never made it.
Hold it. Right there.
Oh, give me one good reason.
This gun in your back?
I'm glad you said that. I was going to be brave.
Don't. Who'd know you were brave if you're dead?
Oh, what do I have to do to stay alive?
Just be good and get into that car.
Okay. Where are we going?
What difference does it make?
Well, I might like to look at the scenery.
Oh, I hate to disappoint you. See, Mr. Diamond? Doesn't make any difference now, does it?
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question.
Will camels agree with your throat?
Here's what noted throat specialists reported in a famous coast-to-coast 30-day camel test. Hundreds of men and women, people in different climates, people with normal throats, smoked only camels for 30 days. The specialists made weekly examinations of their throats, 2,470 examinations in all, and reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking camels.
Will camels agree with your throat?
Make your own 30-day camel test. The sensible, thorough cigarette test. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor for 30 days. See how mild Camels are, pack after pack. How well they agree with your throat, week in and week out.
You'll make Camels your steady smoke. For mildness, for flavor, for constant smoking enjoyment.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette bee. Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
He'd slapped me behind the ear with the barrel of his big gun, and I went down like a block of cement in a well. I don't know how long I stayed on the floor of the car, but when I finally pulled myself out of it and shook the cotton out of my head, I found I was in a room sitting in a chair, up at the biggest stomach I'd ever seen. Suddenly, over the stomach, a large, round, red face appeared. It smiled, and I tried to return the courtesy.
Feeling better, Mr. Diamond?
Well, I haven't felt.
Martin.
Yes, Mr. Timken.
Get Mr. Diamond a drink.
Right away, Mr. Timken.
Well, let me find my head first. I wouldn't know where to pour it.
I don't generally resort to violence.
But this time you made an exception. Huh?
It was necessary. I shouldn't want you to find this place again.
I shouldn't want to. What happens when I leave?
That depends on how much you care to tell me while you're here.
There's your drink.
Thanks. What happened to that big gun, Sonny?
Oh, would you like to see it?
Not especially. Oh, how long did it take you to water this thing?
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a heavy drinker.
Not heavy, just determined.
Enough levity. Let's get down to business, Mr. Diamond.
What kind of business, Mr. Timken?
Do you know who I am?
I was warned.
Then we understand each other. Where is it?
What?
Oh, don't be absurd. The White Cow.
Have you tried the stockyards?
Do you insist in this humor?
Only if it gets a laugh.
Mr. Diamond, I intend having the White Cow.
Why? Has butter gone up again?
I know Mr. Shelton came to your hotel room earlier this evening.
Yeah. He brought a bullet along with him.
We were able to catch him just after he landed, but he eluded us.
And Sonny tried to slow him up with his .45.
Well, shall we say he met with an unfortunate accident? Somewhere between this accident and your hotel room, he deposited the White Cow. Where, Mr. Diamond?
He didn't mention it.
I'll give you $1,000 for the information.
I'd love it, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come. Martin followed you all the way from New York.
Good for Martin. He should have been a boy ranger.
Look,
Martin, plenty of time for your talents. 2,000, Mr. Diamond.
For 2,000, I'd sell you my grandmother's bridge work, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well. Martin?
Yes, Mr. Timken?
Go turn on the radio. Get some music.
Yes, Mr. Timken.
Oh, I really don't feel like dancing. I'm still a little dizzy.
3,000. Last offer.
Charming, but I'm at a loss.
Indeed you are. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Sonny gonna get rough?
Where is the White Cow?
Sorry.
Change his mind, Martin.
Certainly.
Now, look,
The White Cow, Mr. Diamond.
I tell you, I don't know.
The White Cow, Mr. Diamond.
I don't know.
Where is it, funny man?
You can go to...
Where?
No.
Where?
Really, Mr. Diamond, is it worth it?
No. I wish you thought so.
Just tell me where it is.
I don't know.
All right, Martin.
Oh, look.
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe Shelton didn't tell him where he put it.
Then he's of no use to us. But then again, maybe Mr. Shelton did tell him. Mr. Diamond. He's an obstinate young man.
Oh, I'll change that.
No, you might kill him. If he does know, he can still lead us. Put him to sleep and deposit him in some alley.
Yes, sir.
It was like taking a ride on a loose rocket. There was a burst of fireworks, and everything seemed to drop out from under me. This time I went up, turning round and round and trying to hang on. Then the lights were gone, and I was sailing through the darkness, wishing I was someone else. Finally, the rocket slowed down and started to fall, and I slipped and went off on my own. Just a poor, tired, beaten-up little private detective looking for some place to land. When I came out of it, I found myself sitting in an alley. I thought about all my aches and the money Temkin had offered me. I pulled myself up and thought about the miserable $7.50 I was getting from Stevens. Then I staggered out in the street and thought about going to some quiet rest home and turning myself in for an idiot. I spotted a cab and hailed it. Take me to the... Oh, good evening, Miss Albright. You don't have an old quart of plasma on you, do you?
What the world happened?
Oh, nothing in the world. I was jumped by 3 saucers.
Here, let me help you in.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
I was just on my way to the hotel. Go ahead, driver.
Oh, convenient.
I had the driver pull over when I saw you. What in heaven's name happened?
Oh, I was just washing dishes. Honest I was. It's those new garbage disposals.
Well, if you don't want to tell me.
Let's take the swelling out of my head first.
I'll get you right up to your room.
No. Let's use your room. I don't want to explain this to Lieutenant Breek.
Lieutenant Breek?
Narrow-minded cop. Would never believe the story about the disposal.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Which one?
This one.
I mean, which head?
This'll sting a little.
Put it on the numb spots,
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be right home, Mom.
Oh, you're not hurt that bad, Rick.
Would you be satisfied with, shall we say, a corpse?
You're going to be all right.
Yeah, but I'm going to need nursing.
I'd love it.
Exactly the way I feel.
Gonna tell me about it?
I can't.
Secret?
Mm-hmm.
Just what kind of work do you do?
Whatever it is, I'm underpaid.
You must make a lot of enemies.
I try.
Thought you were going back to New York tonight.
I nearly did. In a crate. Hey,
What's the matter?
Have you ever heard of, La Granada?
La Granada? In New York?
No, here in Miami, I think.
No. What is it?
I don't know, but I've got to find it.
You asked anyone?
I've been too occupied.
How about the phone book?
Now, isn't that just like a woman? Always being practical?
Well, it's just a suggestion.
One that might make me look even more stupid than I am. Have you got a book?
I'll get it. Granada. La Granada. There are 2 of them.
What are they?
Restaurant on Opal and a hardware shop on James.
Well, it's 11:30. I'll try the restaurant first.
Can I go?
Sorry, no. You've got to stick around with the iodine. I might be back for a nightcap. The 2 Granadas in the phone book didn't seem like the place the dear Mr. Shelton would leave an antique, but I went up to my room, put on a clean shirt, and went downstairs to grab a cab. As I started to crawl in, a large arm shoved its way in front of me. Lieutenant Breek was on the other end.
You've been busy.
Idle hands, you know the old saying, Lieutenant.
Where to now?
To blow up the city hall. Want to come along and hold the bomb?
Look, Diamond, I'm keeping score. I've been checking on the guy who died in your room. He got off the Rio Queen all right, but not when it docked. Some guy named Sampson picked him up in a small boat about 5 miles out.
Evidently, he didn't like customs.
Evidently. It's an old habit of his, I found out. 2 previous arrests for smuggling.
What does Sampson have to say about it?
Nothing. He's too dead to say anything.
Uh-huh. Well, it's nice talking to you informally like this, Lieutenant. Now give me a parking ticket or let me get in a cab.
Got a date?
Yeah.
You ought to check up on the people you've been keeping company with. Another beating like that, and we'll have to put you in brine.
Yeah, think how horrible I'd look. Then you could tell everybody I was your twin. I got out of the cab a half block from the La Granada restaurant and did everything but walk backwards to look like I wasn't going there. I looked the place over and went in. It was just closing, and a little balding man with an accent walked over to me.
I'm sorry, but the kitchen is closed, senor.
That's all right. I'm looking for the White Cow.
Perdone?
The White Cow.
I don't believe...
A man named Shelton left it here for me.
Shelton, White Cow?
Shelton's a seaman off the Rio Queen.
The Rio Queen?
Yeah, he told me he left the White Cow here.
Gee. Well, senor, you can look around, but you can bet me we got no White Cow.
It's an antique.
Okay. What?
The White Cow, a very rare antique.
You, been in a fight, huh, senor?
Yeah, now.
You got hit on the head pretty hard, huh?
You haven't got it.
Oh, sure.
You have?
Sure. We got a White Cow and a Blue Cow right out in the kitchen. We're going to have both of them for breakfast.
Okay.
Only I don't think I could show them to you. They don't like strangers.
So that took care of the first bet. As I walked out of the restaurant, I made up my mind. If the hardware shop didn't pay off, I was going to get back to New York and hibernate for the winter. The La Granada hardware shop was all the way on the other side of Miami, on a dark street that looked like the inside of a coffin. Evidently, nobody was interested in buying any hardware at midnight because it was closed. I banged on the front door for about 10 minutes, and then, as I was just about to give up, I saw a light, and the door opened a crack.
Yeah?
Shelton sent me.
Beat it. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Now, listen. A guy named Stevens sent me to meet a guy named Shelton. Shelton was supposed to give me something called the White Cow, but Shelton died.
What?
Yeah, and while he was doing it, he said La Granada. Now, if this is the place, say so. I'm running out of nerves.
Bill's dead?
Oh, you know him.
He's my brother. Shut the door.
You've got the White Cow?
What's your name?
Diamond.
Yeah. Bill said you'd be by.
He led me to the back of the shop, and I watched while he reached into a bin of 10-penny nails. He fished around and pulled out a small, square-shaped object wrapped in oilskin. As he turned to hand it to me, he froze.
Don't move.
Who's this guy?
Oh, his name's Martin. He likes to beat guys up.
I'm not going to beat you up this time, Diamond, but you shouldn't have lied to Mr. Timken. We're going to have to kill you for it.
This is probably the guy who killed your brother.
Yeah.
Give me the package.
Sure.
Toss it. Stay right there.
You killed Bill, huh?
You didn't tell him enough about me, Diamond. Now you're going to get yours, funny man.
Well, Miss Albright, you do everything well, don't you?
I try. Take the package over here, Rick.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, now you're mad.
You don't resent it, do you?
No. Kick it over here. Thanks.
Oh, now I see. Pick me up in the bar, wait outside that alley. And if you knew I was in that alley, you must know the people who put me there.
Mr. Timken and I are old friends.
He's not going to like you killing Sonny.
Won't make a bit of difference to him.
Oh, you kill him too?
Yes. This package is worth about $500,000.
An antique?
It's what's in the antique. You buy it in China for about $1,000. You refine it here and sell it for 500 times that much.
The federal government won't like it.
Who's to tell them? Certainly not Stevens. He contracted to smuggle the stuff in. Everybody else is dead.
But me.
Sorry about that. I was beginning to like you.
Oh, but not $500,000 worth.
No.
Drop it, lady.
Why?
Don't do it. Looks like Grand Central.
I'm glad nobody locks doors around here. How did you find me?
Told you I was keeping score.
You better get an ambulance, Lieutenant.
Wish she hadn't tried to shoot.
Here. Lean on me, dear. It's the least I can do.
The gun will probably be the one that killed this Timken guy.
Get the ambulance, will you?
Yeah.
Rick.
Yeah.
Looks like nobody gets anything.
I got $350 in a beating. I guess I come out on top.
Sorry. Won't be able to come to New York.
So am I, Mary. There's going to be a lot of snow this year.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. A few years ago, 113,597 doctors were asked what cigarette they smoked. The brand named most was Camel. Again and again, a cross-section of America's men of medicine were asked the same question. Every time, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to these repeated surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody deserves our appreciation as much as the hospitalized men and women of our armed forces. As a token of appreciation, the makers of Camels send them gift cigarettes every week of the year. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Fort Meade, South Dakota, and Washington, D.C. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Fort Hood, Texas. U.S. Naval Hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Now until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written and directed by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Ted DeCorsia, Tony Barrett, Alan Reed, Herb Butterfield, and Tony Michaels. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.